Happy Tuesday morning, all. We are the Junks coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan. Team 980, 910 The Fan in Richmond. Thank you for listening there. And you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network as well. We're brought to you by Crop Metcalf, the official heating and cooling company of the Junks. If you're looking to be the next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber, just go to cropmetcalf.com. Join their team today. I'm Cakes at Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter, joined by Jason Bishop.
What's up?
What's up, sir?
What's going on?
John Paul Flame is here.
Love Crop Metcalf. I think the sponsorship has changed, Cakes.
Ah, very good. That is true. I will be sure to get that before we are done this segment. Eric Bickle here as well.
No big deal.
No biggie.
No
get to it.
biggie.
I'm going to get to it one time per hour, just like it says on said outline.
Right.
So we're good.
Yeah, you're
we're
fine.
good to go.
You're fine.
Good morning,
All is well.
Rickies.
Mr.
Good morning.
Bickle,
Good
how
morning.
was the sleep last night as compared to
wasn't
Sunday
it-
night?
Sunday nights was the
Much
best I've
better.
had in a long time. Last night's was not as good, but solid. I'm making a concerted point of going to bed earlier, which
Oh,
certainly
yeah.
helps. Even if I'm waking up every hour, just being in bed longer.
Right.
So it wasn't the worst I've ever had, but it wasn't nearly as good as Sunday night.
Mm-hmm.
Sunday night, the stars aligned.
That was the
It was magical.
perfect alignment for you.
Yeah. But I'm out of sorts because this morning I just grabbed my electric razor and I missed a whole chunk of hair on the right side of my face, and I'm just super. I don't know. I might have to go to CVS during a break and get like a cheap razor.
You did? Are you doing this
Super self-conscious.
shaving while you're driving?
No, it was just
Or-
in my. I was in the kitchen.
Ah,
'Cause I had it near my wallet.
Because most people shave in the kitchen.
No, it's just.
He walks around the house.
I
and
know,
does it.
I know.
It's my electric razor. I had
Yeah.
it near my wallet,
Mhm.
and I was like, "Oh, I haven't shaved in a bit." I just hit that, and
Mm-hmm.
then I looked this morning when I got in under some light. I was like, "Ooh, not a good look.
That's a rush job.
Not a good look."
These things happen
So,
sometimes.
But you
I'm
didn't
out of
cut
sorts.
yourself because you're using an electric razor.
No, electric razor you don't cut yourself. No, not at all.
That's the worst part of shaving.
I find shaving to be such a hassle.
It is.
It is
It really is.
beyond the pale. I can't do it.
I hate
So
it.
I have an electric one. I do it occasionally when I think about it. But the whole idea of getting like shaving cream and you're like warming my face and getting a blade and
It's too much. That's
I'm
why.
out.
That's
I'm
why
out on
I
it.
try to do it as little
I'm
as
not
possible.
doing it. I'll do it for a wedding or a funeral. Everything else, everything else, it's just going to be electric and it's going to be,
It's gonna be a
and it's going to
quickie.
be a quickie.
I understand.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
It's
so
not fun.
yeah, and I didn't check a mirror, and I got the right side of my face. I got a million hairs, and the left side, a few.
Two-Face.
What?
Two-Face, Harvey Dent.
He doesn't
Yeah.
get the
I know.
reference.
No, I don't get the reference, but that's fine.
It's all good.
I'm off to a rough start with that one.
Hey, you know who did not have a rough start with the Washington Capitals last night?
I saw.
They got off to a blazing start.
Yeah.
Justin Sordiff with his first ever Hattie
The
in his
Hattie.
NHL career.
He's young. He's only been in the
He's
league
23 years old.
3 years, I think. He came from Florida, right? Did they
The
trade for
Caps
him?
traded for him, I believe it was in the offseason,
Yeah.
before the season started.
I'm going to nitpick. Their
Yeah.
start wasn't the best the first 10 minutes. I think they fell behind.
They did.
Then,
That's true, but they did get up 5-1.
Yes.
They had 5 unanswered
I know,
goals.
but you said the start. The first 10 minutes,
Yeah.
not so great, fell behind, then sort of gets on a roll.
Right. Ovi scores twice.
Yeah, Ovi.
Penalty shots galore. I mean, there was a lot going on in that game.
And they needed that. They've been so inconsistent.
Yeah, Carb said
Let's
it.
see.
One of his quotes was, we're going to burn this film after we're done because he wasn't happy that they let the Ducks get back to within one goal midway through the third. But he said this was a big one. The team needed this one, needed the 2 points.
And they need
Yeah.
production from other players because now you don't have Willie, who's
Yeah.
been leading the team in goals.
Mm-hmm.
He leads them in points. So good that they get the production from sort of. He's 23.
Yeah.
He's been on fire over his last
Played for
8 or 9
Florida,
games.
I think, for 2 years.
Yeah, but he didn't see a lot of action.
Didn't see a lot of time, right?
So it was a good pickup by the Caps. Unlike Eric Bickle, the guy who was between the pipes for the Caps last night, Charlie Lindgren, he shaved his entire face. He's almost unrecognizable.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's
I wonder why he did that.
he's had like facial hair, I think, since he's been with the Caps, and then he just went with the clean look.
All right.
He's shaking it up.
Good for him.
Doesn't even look like him.
Oh.
Well,
What are you gonna do?
But that was a win that they needed because they
It's a
dropped
big one.
2 straight. They lost to the Senators,
Mm-hmm.
and then they lost 2. They just recently lose to Blackhawks. They were a big favorite over the Blackhawks too. Can't lose to the Blackhawks.
Nope.
Especially at home, but they needed this one. They're only 3 points out of the first place spot in the Metro,
I think I was inspired
which is
by,
kind of surprising.
by Mike Marr's picks that I saw yesterday of him of the royal treatment he got at the Vault Suites. So I'm gonna have to get out there and take advantage.
Nice.
I know
You're the
Jake,
only
you've
one that hasn't been there yet, right?
You've been. Mike
I-
Marr's been.
I haven't been.
Dom Reese hasn't
Trust
been.
me, he was telling me, giving me the whole story
Right
about
up your
how,
alley.
Yeah.
how bougie
know what?
and opulent it
You know
is.
what I
Right.
know you every once in a while. You like to kind of show your dad that you've made it.
Yeah.
Take dad.
Take dad.
Take
Yeah,
dad.
take pops.
Take your girlfriend, whatever, dad, and maybe your mom.
Isn't Derek Queen coming to town soon?
He is. I think
Yeah.
it's Friday.
Friday.
it's this
that's-
Friday.
That's a perfect
And
opportunity.
let's be honest. I mean, is there going to be a huge demand for Wiz Pelly's tickets? I mean,
wouldn't
those are
think.
two of the worst teams in the league
I
right
wouldn't
now.
think.
But
Hey, I'd be butt sized to go see GQ
you know
up
what?
close.
I'm guessing there's going to be a good contingent of people out to see DQ.
Yeah, hook it
Not
up.
DQ, the head coach of the Commanders.
Yeah.
Different DQ.
You also get to see Jordan Poole. Isn't he on the Pellies?
He is, yeah. I'm guessing that I don't know if the Wizards fans care that much, but wasn't he, Ben, you can update me on this. I think I'm correct. He was very critical of the Capital One Arena crowds after he arrived in New Orleans, correct?
Yeah, at Media Day, he said Capital One Arena was dead. I'm happy to be in a real environment, and now nobody
Right,
goes to
hold on.
Pelicans games.
Is he kidding?
that right?
Is he kidding? Like they play in Smoothie King Arena. Is there a good home?
Smoothie King.
I think that's the name of their home court.
Yeah, but maybe
There's
they
a-
have people.
There's a raucous. I
They-
doubt it. They suck too. Are you kidding?
maybe
That's
they
why-
had.
that's
Did they
why I
have
take
people
offense.
last year? Like,
That's why
why
I
would he even
push
say
back.
that?
I
Why
feel-
would he even say that?
He's just taking a shot. And
Okay, but why
I
would
love
you
how-
say?
I love how
but it's
defensive
much
Kicks
better
is.
Well,
here.
I mean, look, if he went to a storied franchise like the Lakers,
I
or
know,
the Celtics,
yeah.
or a powerhouse, I could understand him saying that. He went to the dumb Pelicans.
But shouldn't it be
They have
irrelevant?
no tradition.
But it should be irrelevant based on his statement. His statement was Capital One Arena is dead.
Yeah.
All four of us would agree with that.
I might agree, but it's offensive coming from him,
Right.
who's just here for
Yes.
a 5-minute coffee break, and then he goes to another doormat franchise
Yeah.
and
Sorry-
just hyping
well,
up.
that's the part
their
I don't
own
yeah,
understand.
sorry, the Pelicans are not on the Wizards tier.
Oh,
I agree. We have a championship.
I think
that
he-
was a long time ago.
Hey,
You're coming to my
banners,
side. You're
banners
coming to my
live
side.
forever.
Banner.
Banners live forever.
Banners fly forever.
Yeah.
There any banners in Smoothie King Arena?
I think he
don't
wanted
think
to
so.
You know
say
what? You could
the
say
right
it.
thing.
They're the Pelicans.
They're the Pelicans. We have scoreboard
Yeah.
on the Pelicans.
You
They're
have,
the
you have
Pelicans.
franchise
We have
scoreboard.
scoreboard on dumb Zion
but
Williamson and
honestly,
whoever else is playing down
Why
there.
would he say that? Like, have the Pelicans ever had a year where they did well, like in selling out crowds?
My take on it is like it's your media day, and you want to
So he's
sound
just
like
trying to
you're
ingratiate
hyped up
himself.
about being there.
Right.
So he probably honestly thought he was saying the right thing, being like, I'm so excited to be here because I know we have great environments in New Orleans, even though he probably knew that wasn't true. It's just like the politically correct thing to say as the
Yeah.
player about the team you just joined. He didn't have to trash the Wizards for it, though. That was uncalled
That was
for.
just gratuitous.
Yeah, I mean-
by Jordan Poole.
Does anybody care?
Yeah.
I mean,
No,
the-
no,
Jordan
I don't even
Poole's
really
tenure
care.
here in
No,
DC couldn't
was
be
em-
more forgettable.
it was empty.
It couldn't
Yeah.
be more forgettable.
Hey, does
Yeah.
Smoothie King Arena have a vault?
right.
Yeah, do they have vault suites? I think not. They probably don't. I don't know. I don't know anything about their arena other than the name.
Has
of it.
Zion Williamson hurt again? Has he been playing?
I don't know.
He's
I
been
think he played
playing.
well a couple days ago.
So he's been playing.
They'd have one if he didn't eat all the caviar.
But if you ask me to name all 30 or however many NBA teams are, I'd probably forget the Pelicans.
Right. They're
Like
very-
when I would get down to the last 5 or 6, I probably would forget
it's a
the
very
Pelicans.
forgettable
Yeah.
franchise.
Yeah.
How dare you, Jordan Poole? You offended me.
I love offended gigs.
He gets so bitter.
Well, there you go. Friday. Try and get the vault for
Yeah,
Friday.
Valdez. Reach out. Use your influence and power.
I'll see what I can do.
Very good. Excellent.
Worst they can say is no.
That is true.
It's awesome once you're there. It's a little daunting sometimes the thought, like,
Yeah, I know you.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Doing it. But once you're there, it's awesome. So it is worth it.
Don't forget, we are celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. When we come back, we will update the audience on our Bet book standings and our NFL preseason predictions. We'll give you that info next here on The Fan. Picture your retirement for a minute. What do you see? Maybe it's finally booking that dream trip to Europe or buying season tickets so you never miss a game, or maybe it's spoiling your grandkids. Every chance that you get, whatever your vision looks like, one thing is certain: no two retirement plans are the same. That's why at Trajan Wealth, spelled TRAJAN Wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors take time to understand your unique goals. They'll build a strategy designed around your lifestyle, your comfort level with risk, and your timeline. And here's the best part: Trajan Wealth keeps you focused on the big picture, not the daily headlines, because markets shift, laws change, inflation happens, but your dreams shouldn't have to. It's never too early or too late to get a plan in place. So call Trajan Wealth today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. a little hesitant to do this segment because I'm pretty sure my Venmo account is going to take a dip because of the bets that we've made that we haven't done the housekeeping on. So Valdez is going to update us on that, and Jason is going to also update us on our NFL preseason predictions and where everybody stands as we're about to head into the playoffs this week.
Those
my
will be a
notebook out.
bloodbath. Those are going to be a bloodbath.
Those will be ugly. And during the break, I asked the guys in here, do you have your preseason bold predictions? And there was a lot of scoffing.
Are you
I
kidding?
have no idea what
Yeah,
I'm
We have them. We'll
don't have
we'll dig them up and
You
we'll
do
read them.
have okay, good because
Oh, good, because I forgot.
Mar will read them.
I have mine written down from 2 seasons ago on my computer, but I can't find the ones from this most recent season.
Mar will read them out after we do some housekeeping on
Okay.
on the bet book before Jason goes down the
Excellent,
preseason.
excellent, good.
Preseason
All right.
stuff.
So you want to do the bet book
Yeah,
now?
yeah,
All
yeah.
right.
Because we got a lot of
Yeah, there's
outstanding
probably
bets.
a lot of things going on there, a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, a lot of preseason bets, a lot of in-season bets that need to be
Get a
closed.
wallet
Need
out.
to be
Oh man,
paid off. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'll just keep a running
I
tab.
prefer
here.
to give you
Yeah,
digital
someone,
dollars.
Mike Marr or Benj, can you guys
I'm going to keep my
a,
own running tab.
keep
Yeah.
a list of what
Yeah.
people owe?
Okay. Travis Hunter over 40 catches. EBS JP no. That's a $5 bet.
That's
Okay.
a loser,
Yeah,
right?
he didn't get it.
Didn't get to that
Sweet.
because he was
$5.
injured and missed. You see, this is where you should always have injury caveats. They're very important,
And by the way, I do when there is an injury caveat, I do write it in.
as you should.
This was
Disappointing
no-
rookie season for Travis Hunter.
Well, I mean, in my opinion, and I'm just an idiot, they have to choose. Is he going to be a wideout or is he going to be a cornerback? And I know that the whole appeal was he can do both. He can play both. He's generational. I don't know if that's the case. You got to pick a side. Are you a cornerback?
That's what I
or are you a
said.
wide receiver?
That's what I said when he was
You
drafted.
got to do one or the other.
See, how many did he end up with? He ended up with 28.
Yeah.
All right, so
I mean, that's
he easily would have eclipsed 40.
And remember, the Jags mortgaged a lot to move up to pick him.
Yeah.
They moved
but
up
they
to
were
pick him.
non-impactful. His 28
No,
catches.
they were not.
Yeah. I
A lot
agree.
of screens.
Well, he played 7 games.
You know who was way more impactful? You probably barely know this person's name. His name's Parker Washington, who played in the slot. Who
of
had
course, I know. He went to Penn State, watched
Yeah.
him a lot.
He's a really good player.
Hey, let me just tell you this.
Better than Travis Hunter at this point in his career.
Travis Hunter would be just a stud corner.
Right.
Just make him your number 1 corner.
Right, that's fine.
They got plenty of weapons. They don't
Yeah.
have to make him a
They
receiver.
traded for Jacoby Myers. They've got Parker Washington.
Yeah.
They've got Brenton Strange at tight end.
Yeah.
They've got dudes for Lawrence to throw the ball to.
Yeah, I mean, they're fine.
It's okay.
Offensively, they're fine.
Okay if he doesn't play wide out.
Right?
This one's still outstanding, but it's a $10 bet, and
Uh-oh.
then you might want to offer a buyout.
Okay.
Okay, right.
This is Browns will make the playoffs within the next 2 seasons. So there's one more season left.
JP said yes.
JP, yes. Cakes, no.
Hmm.
You want to buy out?
No,
All right.
You don't want to buy out?
no,
You want to double down?
sure.
You'll double down?
No, just I'll ride it out.
Oh, okay. Just write it out.
That's
I
different
thought
than
he was
double
ready-
down.
Ready to double down. Okay. That's
Okay, but
fine.
that's still outstanding.
So that's
Yeah,
that's $10 coming my way about a year from right now.
Correct.
Okay, cool. Very good.
Okay. If Aaron Rodgers signs with the Steelers,
Mhm.
JJ McCarthy will have more touchdowns than Aaron. JP has
Ooh.
Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Cakes has JJ McCarthy.
Oh,
That's
How much?
$7.
$7. Okay,
Ooh.
that's fine. I owe JP $7.
So call that other one a wash.
Pretty much, yeah.
Well, not yet.
I know.
That's a weird number.
That is- that's a
$7.
weird
I
number.
don't know.
How
Where'd
do
that
we-
come
You guys must have been feeling frisky.
How did we land on 7?
I
That is
don't know.
bizarre.
It was somebody wanted to bet 5, somebody wanted to bet 10.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
we met somewhere close to the
Three
middle.
on 326. The Giants will make the playoffs at 4-1. JP, yes. Lurch, no. That's $5.
Big,
Ooh.
big winner.
$5.
I was
Painful.
going for the $20 score.
Yeah, you're going for. You're going
My
for.
Venmo is at Lurchbish,
Yep.
Mr. James
Ship
JP
it.
Flamack.
I'm still up 7 right now. This is where I fall.
JJ McCarthy will throw for 27 plus
Oh,
touchdowns.
this has got to be me.
Must start 15 games.
Oh.
Oh, yes. See, caveats
How
are
did you
important.
get that
okay?
in there?
Cake said yes.
How'd
JP,
you-
no.
How did you
$2.
weasel that in there?
Yeah.
You played
Because I'm a
10.
shrewd negotiator, Eric.
Yeah.
Pickwick,
Yeah.
that's why.
Yeah.
Art of the deal.
Yeah.
Seriously. You
Uh,
have to.
All right, so that's a
that into
wash.
the deal.
Scratch that off.
Okay. Browns under 5.5 wins.
Winner.
Oh.
I hope I had it.
Lurch, No.
Damn
Cakes,
it.
Yes, $10.
Under 5.5?
Yes.
They only
They had
right?
five.
Yes. Ship it.
$10.
Love it. That's a big one, too.
He had to sweat the last 2 games that they won.
All right, so I'm down 10. I'm down 5 because he owes me 5. All right, go ahead.
The Vikings will have a better record than
Oh,
the Packers.
no.
Cakes, Vikings.
I got swept up in the JJ.
Why are you such a skull guy?
I don't know.
skull? Who knew?
JP Packers, $5.
Oh, I'm gonna
I'm
owe
winning
my
a lot of
next
bets.
paycheck, JP.
Hold on. What was the bet?
Vikings will have a better record than the Packers.
He was all in on Kevin McCarthy being
Or J.J.
Kevin O'Connell
McCarthy.
being
Yeah.
a guru.
Turns
to
out he couldn't
whoever.
whisper
Yeah.
into JJ
By the way,
McCarthy's ear.
you won that by half a game. They both had 9 wins, but they
tie.
had the tie.
I'm crestfallen.
This is a juicy one
Oh,
because there's 3-way action.
okay.
Commanders
will average over 28.5 points per game.
Oh, I went
know
under
lose
that.
Oh, no.
Cakes, yes.
Oh,
EB, yes.
Yeah.
Lurch, no. $10 a piece.
Wow.
wow. That's a
So I go
Bonanza.
to $10 to
major
Jason.
score.
Yeah. That's-
Oh, man.
this one
It's
is
a rough day. This is why I didn't want to do the segment.
This
right?
one-
This is exactly why.
this is one's
You've lost
outstanding.
a lot of bets.
I'm coming up a loser.
I'm
I
down
mean, you owe
15
me
so
12. You owe
Yeah.
him a lot.
All right, let's negotiate. I will
A buyout.
squash. I will squash the bet with you for the Browns to wipe away my $12 debt.
No.
All right, that's fine. I'll get my 10
They
bucks.
can bounce back and make the playoffs next year.
They're gonna bounce back.
They see the quarterback. They got a great defense.
Cakes, you and
Do
I.
they have a great defense?
Yeah, but you know what? What did that great defense get them? They luck box away to 5 wins.
Every
Because
year's
they had
different. Every
nubs
year's different.
quarterbacks.
You're gonna give me $10 at this time next
When
year. It's
Deshaun
all
Watson returns to form for them next
good.
year.
He's never playing it down for them ever again.
Yeah.
You want to make that bet?
that he ever
I'll make that
that
bet.
he ever starts a game for them again?
Who?
Yes, I'll double.
I'll make that
I'll
bet.
double
what's
the
the
$10.
bet?
If Deshaun,
Deshaun
Watson,
Watson-
ever starts a game for the Cleveland Browns
Oh,
again,
I'm out on that.
I'll
business. I have
definitely
no
make
idea.
that bet.
I think Deshaun might be in the mix.
I'll make the bet, too.
It'd have to be like a $2 bet.
Can we
$5 bet.
Nope.
All right, $2 bet.
Can I get in for
Put it
2?
in.
Shrewd negotiator.
Put it in.
Can I get in for 2?
Sure.
Hold on. We'll start for Browns.
Start for the Browns.
Start for the Browns.
Specifically.
I don't think he'll start for anybody, but he
Preseason
definitely ain't playing
games
for
do
the
not
Browns.
count.
All right, so it's $2 each. Cakes and I with JP on
Yeah.
Deshaun with the Browns.
We need to get some action for 2026 and beyond.
All right. Sorry. This one is still going to be outstanding. Debo is one and done for the Commanders.
Yeah, we gotta wait
So we
on
still
that.
got to wait on that.
Okay.
I think Eric, I ship you $2. Debo under 647 receiving yards.
He had 700 something.
Yeah. So I had under, you had over. So I owe you $2.
Let me see. Okay.
All right.
Did you do all your under bets this year, Valdez?
I didn't put them in. Usually the books are kind of caught on to that.
Mm-hmm.
This is just funny. Justin Bieber will die by 36. Cakes, yes. EB and Lurch,
How
no.
old is he now?
Ooh.
Can you Google
Hold on.
the Biebs age Strober? Unfunny Ben.
This one's still outstanding. The Giants will.
He's 31.
Oh,
The
we got
Giants-
5
I got
years.
5 years.
You can definitely go off.
I didn't have this crossed off because I don't think this was paid. The Giants will start 0-4 this year. Lurch, no. Cakes, yes. $5.
Oh.
I think they did. Didn't they start like 0-4, 0-5?
Hold on.
I'm going to be so bitter if they didn't.
Beat the Chargers in week. No, hold on.
Which
Beat the
week?
Chargers in week 4.
Damn it. That knocked us out of Survivor, too. Oh, it's a double dagger.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. We didn't even think about
So
that.
He
Cakes-
bets his Cakes lost.
So Cakes owes Lurch $5 for that.
My God. You're going to be down like 50.
Thank God my Trajan Wealth reads.
Seriously.
That's right.
Always bet against Cakes.
That's so funny because that is the game that knocked us out of Circa.
It is. Yeah. You know what? It's not funny.
Yeah.
I'm still.
Well, we were
still-
going to lose the next week
Still
anyway.
Rick about it.
I'd rather have the $5. All right, go ahead.
JJ McCarthy will have 14 plus interceptions.
Okay.
EB, yes. Cakes, no.
Didn't play enough games.
You would have JJ bet. Fine.
Does
I
he
won
win
one.
because there's no
No
caveat?
caveat.
Oh,
No
$3.
caveat. Andy didn't
How
play
much
enough
do I owe?
games.
You owe $3.
Sized.
Okay.
See, that's a dub.
All right.
Put
For
that
the,
dub in the column.
for
He like
the
stumbled into
It's
it.
not all
Yeah.
L's. There are a lot of L's.
you
Not
know,
all.
his W's are so luck box.
I'll tell you what. He came close. He had 12.
He tried to hose me.
Uh-huh.
You know what?
In 10 games.
Here's a bet. I'll never place another bet on J.J. McCarthy. Put that in the book. If I place another bet on J.J.
$100
McCarthy,
a piece.
$100 a piece.
Why did you love
Everybody.
JJ so much? Was
I
it
don't
simply
know.
the coaching that you just
Probably.
figured what he did with Sam
Yes.
Darnold was going to happen to
Well, it's not even with
JJ?
Sam Darnold. Like he would have guys like Nick Mullins come in and throw for 300 yards under his tutelage. Just turns out J.J. McCarthy sucks. He sucks, and I'll never bet on him again.
He's not very good. All right, next one.
Sorry, I had to put
No,
Case's
it's all
JJ
good.
McCarthy bet in.
Okay.
That he'll give us $100 if he ever does a JJ McCarthy bet.
He's
Sorry.
going to forget about
I
that.
know.
Probably
I'm
will.
hoping he does. This is a year-long bet. Bill will have the most carries. Cakes has Bill. JP has the field. That's $10.
I think you won that.
Yep. Cakes
right?
wins
Cakes
that.
wins that.
Nice. That's a big one
You
too.
know,
He's gotta
your Bill,
clean up
your
on
Bill,
some Bill bets.
your Bill romance helped you
My
out.
Bill, my
his
Bill.
I think you got to clean
Galleons.
up on some Bill stuff
Good.
because he did.
Yeah.
He did accumulate some numbers.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
he
You know,
rushed
he
for
had-
800 some yards.
He's a
and
good number
scored
two.
Eight
He had-
times the rookie.
His
He had three or
numbers-
four big games, but everything else just kind of added up.
His numbers ended up right about where Robinson's would end up.
Who is the
800
next,
yards.
Who is the next highest
I
carry?
think
ball carrier?
Rodriguez.
It
Probably
was-
Rodriguez, I would guess. I'd have to
Bill
look at the
had
numbers.
175. Rodriguez had 112.
Cakes. Sorry, buddy.
This isn't looking good.
We never
Your
really
tone is not good.
consummated this. Jaden will play in the 2025 season again after his first elbow injury. So
I think I bet that, right?
no, well, hang on. So I have
After the first
I
one.
have that he will. Cakes has that he doesn't,
Yeah.
and then on 12-2, Cakes doubled down again that Jaden won't play this week
Yeah.
against the Vikings. Cakes had him not playing. You and I, Eric, had him playing,
And we were correct.
and we were
Yes.
correct. 'Cause
How much does he owe us?
So that's $2 a piece on each one.
All right.
So he owes you two, me two, and then me another two.
So he owes 4 to both of you?
No, he owes 4 to me, 2 to Cakes,
Oh.
or 2 to Eric.
Cakes owes me 2. Okay,
It's
good.
a lot of daggers I'm taking over here.
And then this one is still outstanding. The Patriots will win the AFC. That's 2-1. Cakes has them yes. JP no. And then where's this?
That bet's so live.
Oh,
yeah. And then Jaden's best season will be his rookie season. I have yes. EB has no. And then that's
That's a
hold on.
lifetime.
Hold on. What was it? Oh, that
That's a
his
lifetime.
first year will
Yeah.
be his
Right.
best season.
That'll be
Yeah,
his
yeah, yeah.
peak.
His sports lifetime.
All right.
Right.
so those.
Well, he needs to get it next year or two. You know,
so
Yeah, I mean, he could have his best season when
in
he's
like year
30.
7. Yeah, maybe.
I think Cakes owes me $2, and then you can give my other 2 to Eric because I owe him for the Debo. Total.
I mean, Peyton Manning's best
I
season
mean-
was when he was with Denver.
I don't know who I owe
Hmm.
what. So, I mean,
Well,
I'll
I
just-
know.
I can
That's
tell you.
it. So we're caught up on that.
So we are all caught up.
Wow. That,
Oh, good.
That could have been worse for me.
Well, I can tell you this, Cakes.
think I'm net-
I won 12 from you, but owe you 10. So you
Okay.
owe me $2.
Okay, $2. Yep.
I owe
Hold on.
5 to Bish.
Yes.
2 to JP. Valdez, do I owe you
And
any
EB
money?
owes me 5.
You owe me $2.
Yeah.
I could transfer the 5.
No,
you
don't
just
do
pay
that. I'm just gonna
Lurch.
pay- Hold on. Why am I struggling with this? I think I'm down net $14.
Okay. I have you owing me 10.
Yep. I'm gonna Venmo
Cakes.
you guys
Do
right
I
now.
owe you money?
You owe me 5.
Cakes owes me 2 and Valdez owes me 2.
5 to Bish bucks.
There we go.
Yeah.
All right, now
good
Jason,
job.
you have the playoffs.
Hold on. Before that, I want Mar to read our bold predictions.
Oh,
okay.
God.
Okay.
Mine will all be skins
definitely
related.
wanna
They'll
hear
be-
these.
They'll all be awful.
All right, so we'll start with Jason.
Okay.
First off, you had Marshawn Lattimore will be an All-Pro this season.
That's a great one to
That was
start
bold.
with.
Did I get in on that? Oh, I couldn't. It was just a prediction.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Just
it was
a prediction.
bold. Bold
And then
prediction.
arguably this one was just as bad. This is the Junkies will hit an NFL parlay in the first month of the season.
Yeah.
Eh.
Didn't hit
We're
one.
in
Took
O-
the collar.
We're in 0 for a
Zero,
million.
0 for 100.
Rough
Yeah.
year.
How did we do on our anytime touchdown parlay this
not,
week?
good.
Not good.
Not good. Loser.
Did you come through?
I'm just wondering, 0 for 5?
I can look it up.
I don't know who it was, but we didn't win.
So, Cakes, your first bold prediction, you had Aston Genty will lead the NFL in rushing yards with 1,600
Ooh,
and
jeez.
12 touchdowns.
That's a lot.
Just blame it on Chip Kelly.
Yeah, it's Chip Kelly's fault, and that fossil Pete Carroll, and the terrible offensive line.
Let's see. Genty ended up with 975.
And Geno Smith didn't help matters either.
He
I'm
was
surp-
a bum this year.
I'm surprised he got to almost 1,000.
And then second, you had C.D. Lamb and George Pickens will combine for 30 receiving touchdowns.
I mean, they didn't get 30, but George Pickens was a stud. Just
Yeah.
a certified stud.
JP, you had Joe Burrow throwing for 50 touchdowns, and George Pickens getting suspended for pushing a referee.
Cakes, you and I, it's a net $1 that I owe you.
Nice.
So
Oh, there
we're
you go.
squashed.
There we go.
We're
Love
spot.
that.
EB, you hit one of your bowl predictions. First, you had Jaden throwing for 50 touchdowns,
Yeah.
but you also had Jalen Lane returning a punt for a touchdown.
All right. Well,
And
that sucks.
we returned what?
I mean,
2.
50. What did he throw?
Two.
About 5 this year? I mean, what a joke.
Did anyone have 50 passing touchdowns?
No.
No.
50?
Stafford led with 46.
I mean, I guess that was my bold prediction. No, yeah, the closest was 46.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's going to throw 50 to those receivers. Like, who the hell was going to catch him?
Well, he's never going to throw 50.
Well, he's got to finish a game every now and then, too.
Right.
Valdez, your first bowl prediction, you had NFL viewership will drop by 5% or more this year.
I was wrong.
Well, I
I've
don't
seen
think that's been
everything
the
that the
case.
Who
viewership's
bet
up.
that?
Valdez.
Did it go up?
He thinks people are over the NFL.
It might be TBD.
Are you kidding me? It was down last year.
I just saw this year that it was up.
Let me just look.
Oh, no.
And then Valdez, you also had Jaden's mom will be pictured out to dinner with Cliff Kingsbury, sparking rumors that she has influence for play calling.
Hey,
She did
tweet about
tweet,
Cliff
yeah.
a couple days ago.
Yeah.
Maybe somebody's got a picture.
I don't know.
Of
It
them
says
dining
NFL
out.
viewership was significantly up in 2025, setting new records for Thanksgiving, Super Bowl. I don't know.
By the way, I shouldn't talk about that about Jaden's mom. Isn't she married to Jaden's dad? Like, I
I've
think
never
they
seen Jaden's dad.
They're rarely
They
talked
together?
about. I'm not sure.
I don't
if
know.
they're
I
still
don't even know they're together.
I'm not sure.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, he's rarely talked about.
Yeah.
I don't think they're together.
Yeah, I don't know. I
So,
don't
so
know
my
the inner workings of that
I was
relationship.
talking to a buddy yesterday, and he was out at a bar this past weekend in Reston,
Okay.
and he was with his girlfriend, and he walked in. Jaden was at the bar by himself,
Nice. Chilling.
having a drink. I don't know what kind of drink, but it was just by himself.
One of our listeners
Good
who
for him.
came out to our
Yeah.
drinking show, Dylan,
And apparently he was
From
talking to everybody. And
Nice.
Just being cool.
Yeah.
the Dylan, who's from San Diego, I believe, ran into Bill at Dick's.
Very
really?
good.
Yeah. Said Bill was just shopping for shoes.
Who was that?
Bill.
Dylan.
I don't know if you remember that guy, Dylan. He came out to our drinking show.
Not Dylan, his son.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking your son.
Yeah. So
No, I remember the guy from San Diego.
Yes.
Yeah.
all the boys are out. All the commanders are out hanging out.
All right, so
Thought that was pretty
that's it up on all the.
Well, then we
Oh.
got to get into my bowl predictions, which,
right.
weren't that bad. First was Chiefs will miss the playoffs.
All right, nice.
Second was Mike Tomlin will get canned
All right.
by the end of the season.
Probably a miss on that.
Yeah, I mean, if they had lost to the Ravens, who knows? And then this one, also TBD. We got to wait a couple months for this. Jaden is going to get a girl pregnant during the Spain game in Madrid.
I like
That's
it.
my favorite one.
I
Yeah.
like
didn't
it.
go.
I don't remember it all, but I do like it.
We might have to wait a couple months.
Yeah.
That could be the Skins quarterback in 30 years.
That's funny.
Oh,
I'm gonna guess that one's not gonna come true.
All right. So real quick, the predictions that we do every single year, we pick division winners.
These are going to be bad because this was kind of a wild year.
Yeah. I'll start with me. I had Buffalo winning the East. Obviously, that didn't happen. I had Kansas City and Baltimore winning. I had Jacksonville winning. All right. So I got 2 points for Jacksonville, 1 for Buffalo because they are a wild card. JP, everybody had Buffalo.
Yep.
So everybody got 1 point there. JP, Cakes, and Mike Moore all had Denver winning the West.
Ah.
So you got 2 points there.
I
Good.
definitely didn't believe in Denver.
Everybody had Baltimore except for Valdez. He had the Bengals winning the North. So nobody got points for the North. I had Jacksonville, like I said, in the South. JP had Houston. Eric had Houston. And Mike Moore had Houston. Valdez and Cakes also had Jacksonville.
Yep.
So you both got 2 points there.
I can't believe that Jacksonville won 13 games.
I know they were on fire.
I mean, I can't believe it.
NFC. Everyone had Philly winning the East except Mike Moore. He had the Commanders. So everybody got 2 points except for Mike. West. 4 of us had San Francisco. Valdez had Arizona. Mike Moore had the Rams. So San Francisco and the Rams are wild cards, so we got 1 point there. Valdez got nothing. He had Arizona. North. I had Green Bay. Now, they're the wild cards. I get 1 point. JP had Detroit. Eric had Detroit. Mike Marr had Detroit. Everyone else had Green Bay.
No one in Chicago.
And then for the South, everyone had either Atlanta or Tampa.
Right.
No one had Carolina.
Right.
So here are and then the wild cards. I'm sorry, wild cards. I have Chargers and Denver. JP got the Chargers. Cakes got the Pats. Eric got the Broncos and Pittsburgh. Valdez got Denver. Mike Moore got the Chargers and the Pats. God, my writing's terrible. NFC, I had the Bears. JP had the Bears and Green Bay. Cakes had the Rams. Eric had the Rams and Green Bay. Valdez had the Bears, and Mike Marr.
So I got both of those.
Mike Marr got 3 wild cards. He
Uh-huh.
got he got Philly, Green Bay, and San Francisco. So he got 3
Bears
points
weren't a
there.
wild card though.
No, but Green Bay and
No, but
Yes,
you get,
but you still
get
get
a
a
point
point
if they
for
make the
the
playoffs.
playoffs.
Yeah.
You get a bonus point if you
If they
pick
win the
them to
division.
win the division.
All right, so here you go. Cakes leads heading into the wild card round, 11 points. I have 10 points. JP has 10 points. Mike Marr has 10 points. Valdez has 9. Eric has 9. So we are tight, all within 2 points.
Tight, but
Usually comes down to the championship games. Like if you have both sides of a
Yeah.
championship game, and then if you have at least one Super Bowl team.
Yep.
So I
kinda
think
drawing-
Cakes and I split last
I'm
year.
kind of drawing dead because I have Buffalo over Baltimore in the AFC championship game, and I have Detroit over Washington in the NFC title game. So I think
hurts.
my lead is going to be short lived.
Yeah.
Another Cakes bet loss.
What are you going to do?
So there you go.
How much did you lose total? Do you even know?
I wrote down. I owe you $2. I owe $2 to Valdez. I owe
Four.
$5 to
Nine.
Bushbucks and $2 to Eric.
That's not too bad. 11.
So here, you take your.
I owed more.
Take
I
your
owed,
dollar
I
back,
owed 14.
and then I
Oh,
owe you
really?
one more dollar.
When it's all said and done, yeah, I owed 10 to Jason, 5 to you,
Jason was the big winner then.
3 to Cakes.
I won $2.
Yeah.
Hold on, why are you giving this back to me? You and I are squashed.
We're good.
Yeah.
Okay, good. You're all good.
There we have it.
Yeah.
So that was good. Good to get some housekeeping taken care of.
Happens
And,
every year.
we need to fill up that bet book heading into 2026.
Well, it's already
and
started
beyond.
with the Browns.
You kind of got to find out who Cakes is
Deshaun.
crushing on every year. So
Yeah.
he clearly had a Bill crush,
I did.
which paid off, and he had the J.J. McCarthy crush.
That was really
Which
code
did
for
not pay
Kevin
off.
O'Connell.
Yeah.
It literally could have been Ben Strober at quarterback.
But
and he
he'll
would have been
also
on.
have people that he hates on, like he hated Nick Sirianni,
Dan Campbell.
Dan Campbell,
Guys who
and
just
then
go
you
to
just
Super
take
Bowls and
advantage of
make deep
his
runs.
crushes and the people he hates.
Yeah. Just do it.
Like he's probably ready and willing to make a bunch of Parker Washington bets now.
I might. I mean, that guy was on fire at the end of the season. He's a stud. All right, when we come back, we will talk about somebody who will get picked high in this upcoming 2026 NFL draft. Todd McShay, he's a bit of a meddler. He says Dante Moore's agent should call the Raiders to try and get him drafted number 1 to avoid going number 2 to the Jets. We'll get into that next here on The Fan. So for the teams that did not qualify for the playoffs, like the Washington Commanders, we are smack dab in the middle of draft season. NFL Draft 2026 coming up in April, so there will be a lot of speculation, obviously.
Yeah.
Who will go where? Who's going to pick the quarterbacks at the top of the
Well,
draft?
and them 6 teams have to figure out who their coaches are going to be.
Right. So the coaching carousel is going on. You got the NFL Draft in just a few months. And we have some audio here of Todd McShay talking about Dante Moore from Oregon and what his agent should do before the draft unfolds.
Would you or would you not, as the representation or the representative, the rep for Dante Moore, kind of reach out to the Raiders and say, hey, my client's trying to make a decision. We can live with going to 30 of the 32 teams. Maybe it's 31. I can't allow him to go to the New York Jets. And I realize in 2027, maybe he's the 7th pick or the 5th pick, or maybe he's the first overall pick, and the Jets have all that ammo and they can get him there. But I can't allow him to just. He's got an opportunity to go back to Oregon, probably make the same amount of money that he's going to make in his rookie contract. Phil Knight will make that happen. So I can allow my client to go back to Oregon and have another season with a new offensive coordinator because Will Stein's going to Kentucky, or you can pretty much promise me that he's going to be the number 1 overall pick.
I mean, do people have him in that consideration? Like he's definitely
A lot of the mocks have
He's up there.
Mendoza going 1,
yeah,
Moore possibly going 2 to the Jets. But here's what I don't understand. Like going to the Raiders is some sort of picnic? Like the Raiders are the beacon of light for
Just wants to stay away from the
functional
Jets.
franchises?
hates the Jets.
Well, the Jets right now are historically bad.
They're
Do you know that they
awful.
trailed by double digits for 53.1% of their offensive
Yeah.
plays, which is the highest percentage in over 25 years.
Mhm.
So every time the offense had the ball, they're down by at least 10.
Now look, I'm vulnerable, so I could make a bunch of pro Jets bets here, but
Why
the Jets
would
are
you?
they're actually set up for a quick turnaround. Possibly they have a
Why?
lot of draft picks because they pick at 2.
Mhm.
They've got an extra number 1 in the Sauce Gardner deal, so they have the number 2 pick, the number 16 pick. They've got their own 33rd pick, which is the first pick in the 2nd
Mhm.
round, and they have another early pick from Dallas in the Quentin Williams deal.
So they got a
Number-
bevy of
They've got
picks.
2, 16, 33, 44, and 103. So 5 picks in the top, basically.
And one of them will be a
100.
rookie quarterback.
What I'd say is you're going to see more of this.
Right.
Because guys can decide to stay in school and make NIL money.
Right.
And make a lot of money
Mhm.
if you're a good quarterback.
I would totally stay in school.
So why would you necessarily want to go to a horrific team? We've seen this for years. Eli Manning did this,
Well,
manipulated the
he's gonna
draft
go to a
because didn't
horrible
want to be
team.
with the
Either way,
Chargers.
He's
gonna
going to go
go
to a
to-
horrible team no matter what.
And I don't know. I'm with you. Like, I think if I'm a player, if I'm Dante Moore and I have confidence in my ability,
Right.
kind of want to be in New York. You could be the king of New York.
Sure. Look at Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart,
Yeah.
I mean,
But it doesn't last long.
But
you
I-
could have 5 or 6 starts, they give up on you.
Yeah.
They
That
give
can
up on
happen
you.
anywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
that's true. But like the level of competition for him going to New York, I mean, he's got to beat out Justin Fields and
No, I know, but
Rod Taylor.
No,
like,
no. He's
yeah,
not
but
going to
then
have
you
to
just
beat them
put
out.
up
Yeah.
bad numbers all year that they do give up on you.
Right.
I mean, we give up on
possible.
quarterbacks so fast.
True.
But he's not going to. He's not
But
going
if
to get
the Raiders-
he's not going to get drafted by the Denver Broncos. He's not going to get drafted by the Kansas City Chiefs.
Right. He's going to get
He's gonna
drafted by
go-
a bad team.
He's going to go to a horrible, dysfunctional franchise.
Yeah, but
no
I would
matter
just
what.
wait and go until I'm ready. Now, I don't watch him, so if you guys tell me he's ready, he's ready. But if you could stay in college another year and make another 10, 15 million, I'd stay in college, get more experience.
And he'd make a ton of money
Yeah,
at Oregon again.
yeah.
But if
So-
the Raiders, it doesn't matter if you call the Raiders and say, we want our client to be drafted by
Well, if
you.
he's looking to see if they're going to tell him, yeah, no, we take him. If he
Right, but
comes
I mean,
out, we take
if
him.
the Raiders like Mendoza, I mean, they could have Mendoza higher on their board
And then
than
is-
Moore.
Isn't
Right,
that
well, that's what he's doing. He's saying
Yeah.
poke around.
is that not considered tampering by the agent, or is that just
Well, I'm sure.
that's fair game?
I'm
Like,
sure.
I don't know.
I
You're still
don't-
allowed to
I
pick
don't
it
know.
up.
If- I don't know how
You
legal
can have
that
a third
is.
party do
Right.
it. I mean, they all tamper.
Right.
You just have somebody else do it. You just
I don't
instead
know
of-
how
if you're
legal that is.
representing him, Jason does it,
Mhm.
and it tells you.
So
Right.
here's the thing about the franchises, though. So what is better, being part of the Raiders or being part of the Jets? I think the Raiders in Vegas is a little more attractive. The Jets haven't been to the playoffs since 2011.
Yeah, 15 years.
Yeah, that's quite a drought.
Who was their quarterback then?
Mark Sanchez,
Sanchez,
maybe?
maybe? Yeah, maybe
Wow.
Sanchez.
Probably. I'm guessing it was Sanchez.
The last time they were there, they lost in the AFC Championship to the Steelers, January
So that
23rd,
was-
2011.
That was Sanchez, right? Didn't he do that? Like
I think
his
that
first
was
year
Sanchez.
or two. Yeah.
The Raiders were in the playoffs a couple years ago. The Raiders, I mean, I think some people were kind of high on the Raiders before this season because they were like, oh, yeah, Genty, you got
Yeah.
Bowers, Geno Smith, experienced quarterback.
Well,
and just
they didn't know that their offensive line would be in shambles.
got Max Crosby.
Right.
They got some pieces. Jets have some pieces too, but
I
Brees
would
Hall's a
I'd put
free
them-
agent.
Who?
Brees Hall.
Yep, he is.
I would put the Jets and Raiders neck and neck for being just awful franchises right now. I don't see the allure of going to Vegas over the Jets. I think they're basically the same.
I don't have
One's
a
on the-
problem.
One's out west and one's
Just
east.
to have to play at New England and at Buffalo.
Right.
I think I'd rather play for the Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
But to your question, I don't really have a problem with an agent trying to manipulate the draft. That's what they should be doing. That's what they all do.
They all do.
They all
They all
try.
do that
Generally
feelers.
speaking, they're trying to get their players drafted higher. That's their job, right? Lobbying on their behalf.
Yeah.
So it's up to the teams to decide if they're going to entertain this.
I guess the
And
idea,
there's
though,
more
is-
risk now because a guy could decide not to come out in the
I
draft.
mean, the only thing is, if you, I understand that NIL money is crazy, but if you come out now, if you wait and go back to school, you're a year further away from your big contract.
Right.
If you get that.
I'd be wondering if he'd be willing to go third, because it's all about, hey, Raiders, draft me.
Sounds like it.
Just then
Because
why
he
is it?
said 30th
Yeah,
and 32, I'd be happy with.
Well, third, another horrible franchise in Arizona. I mean, they closed the season losing 9
If your
straight
goal,
games.
if your goal is Jets don't draft me, it's not, hey, Raiders, are you going to come up and draft me? It's Jets, stay the hell away from me.
And by the way, this is
Part
all
of it.
McShay's speculation.
Yeah,
this
yeah,
isn't
yeah.
the
This isn't-
agent.
yeah.
This isn't
No,
Dante
he's just
Moore.
saying this is what he
Right.
would
Yes.
do.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's
He would do this.
McShay just hates the Jets.
Yeah.
apparently he's got an axe to grind
Yeah.
against the
If I,
Jets.
I don't think McShay's thinking right. His thinking should be, if the Jets are poison, then stay the hell away from me, Jets. I'm not going to play for you.
Yeah, pull an Eli Manning.
Yeah. It's not, hey, Raiders, come up and draft me. It's Jets, stay the hell away.
If you had to
but there is
bet,
something to be said for going number one,
if you had to bet which team gets to the playoffs first, Jets or Raiders?
Raiders.
I mean, they're
I
both
don't
bad
know.
bets.
I don't know. I
just
mean,
based on history.
I don't know who the coach is going to be.
I mean, I like Cakes' point about all the picks they're accumulating, but I doubt they're all going to be home runs the first year.
I'd probably bet on the Raiders, but I don't have a lot of confidence in it.
I think I'd bet on the Raiders just because they're likely to take Fernando Mendoza, and he does seem pretty legit.
By the way, I put
Yeah.
all of the teams that are picking 1 through 6 outside of Tennessee almost in the same bucket. The Raiders, the Jets, Cardinals, Giants, and Cleveland. Maybe not the Giants because Jackson Dart looks like the guy that they're going to go with.
Yeah.
And Tennessee has Cam Ward. All those other teams have quarterback
All have
questions and
issues.
issues.
well, and the
All have
Giants
issues.
also have a
Resolve.
history of winning Super Bowls. I know that's ancient history.
Oh, that's a long time ago.
Did you guys see? I read one guy who just one scout or whatever trashed Mendoza. Did you? I mean, is it universal that he's won in most people's minds?
Well, I mean,
Yes.
not everyone thinks the same about all these players.
Understood, and I've done this a long time.
I mean,
get
think
it.
about
But
last 2
they were
years
acting
ago.
like he can't. Like we all saw him make some miraculous comebacks. He's got all the character things that you want, etc. But he was kind of like trashing him, saying he didn't think he could read a defense. Couldn't go through his progressions.
I saw something online that
trashing
said
him.
Indiana's offense was very simple, like they only run
Yeah.
hitches and slants or
Yeah,
something,
they
something
were
like that.
trashing him.
Like it was very basic.
He's not NFL ready. They're
but-
saying.
I don't know if he's NFL ready. Who knows? But Signetti, he is really good with interviewing quarterbacks that he wants to play. And when Mendoza came in there and they talked,
He said he,
he
got to
said
be it.
he said you're the guy, because apparently, and that's why I disagree with whatever that scout said.
Right.
Mendoza's very good at changing plays
At the line
at
of
the
scrimmage.
line.
Yeah.
And Indiana
that's why-
Well,
landed.
that's different from making progressions.
Yeah.
Indiana landed somebody silly in the transfer portal already.
Well, it's Josh
to
Hoover.
replace him.
He threw a lot of picks this past year. He's got to cut down on that.
Mhm.
But Signetti will probably make him better.
Coming up next, we will hit the Skins. We'll get into the audio of the end of the year pressers with Dan Quinn and Adam Peters. We'll do that next here on The Fan.
We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Capitals were back on the ice last night and get a much-needed win, 7-4 over the Anaheim Ducks. Rookie Justin Sordiff led the way with a hat trick. Alex Ovechkin also lit the lamp twice as Ovi scored a pair. Sordiff, by the way, adding 2 assists for a 5-point night. Football time for reflection in Ashburn as Commanders head coach Dan Quinn and GM Adam Peters met the media for their postseason presser.
This season was a disappointment in a lot of ways and certainly didn't meet our standards. And, we're going to do everything we can to not let that happen again.
Peters specifically citing pass rush help as a big need this offseason. NFL insider Jordan Schultz says the Giants and Titans are among the teams that hope to interview Commanders OC Cliff Kingsbury for their head coaching vacancies. NBA Wizards host the Orlando Magic tonight, 7 p.m. here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Throughout 2026, we're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank, proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Even though their season is over, we will continue to hit the skins. It's cooked up by our friends at Oseo Korean Barbecue in the Lansdowne Town Center. Authentic Korean flavors, bold marinades, and premium cuts grilled right at your table. A dining experience that's as fun as it is delicious. Perfect for date night or dinner with the fam. Oseo means come on in. That's what it means.
I'm actually going to be out that way today. I could use a GC.
A good Charlotte?
Yeah, I could use a good Charlotte. If somebody had one.
Sure you could.
If somebody had an old gift certificate for your boy.
Definitely could use a good Charlotte. The boy
We're
from
actually
Waldorf.
we're actually doing the bit where I'm going to take Kate to her training starts at 6:30. Got to leave at 5:15. It goes until 10 p.m.
Oh,
And I told Dee, I said, listen, I know this
Brutal.
sucks. We're going to have to do it in shifts.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to take her, and can you please pick her up?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm all about sleep hygiene right now.
Sure.
And getting home at 11.
Yeah.
That's not gonna do it.
That ain't going to
Yeah,
do
it's
it.
bad.
The game changer will be when she gets the old licencia.
Yeah, she could get her license right now, but I want her with more reps. I'm
Yeah.
not just going to send her off.
Yeah, but when
Yeah.
she gets a license, you're comfortable and she can
Yeah,
drive
when I'm
herself to that
comfortable,
practice.
that would be helpful.
I have so many driving reps.
Yeah.
I could literally drive with both eyes closed at this point.
Yeah.
Pretty confidently.
Well, I drive watching YouTube.
I dare
so.
you to.
so what did your wife say? Did she say she would pick her up?
No, she's fine with it, but I mean, it's so stupid and cost ineffective because I'm driving down there and I'm paying all the tolls and coming back, and she's driving down there and paying all the tolls
Double
and coming
dipping.
back, and we're
What-
spending all the gas.
What
and
you
all the
do for
gas.
your kids?
Yeah,
Yep.
I mean, but yeah, it's just got to be what
I
it's
mean, what
gotta
would you
be.
do from 6:30 to 10?
I've
if you
done it
if you
before.
stayed out there,
I've done it.
just sit
I've
at
done
a,
it before.
sit in a parking lot or
You
sit
go,
at a
I go
bar.
to Marshall's over in Fairfax, and I go to the TJ Maxx over in Leesburg. And
It's
then I
all the
just-
discount department
I
stores.
just
just
walk
kills
around.
time.
Yeah, just killing time. And then I go to Popeyes and get a chicken sandwich. And
Oh,
then I
delicious.
sit in my car, try to sleep, and it's uncomfortable.
Of course.
Yeah, it sucks. You know,
You
but
could go
back
to
in my
those-
boozing days, I used to go to the bar and I would just pound drink.
You could go to Oseo, enjoy a nice meal, have a drink or two.
Ask for Scotty
Now,
or
see,
Peter.
See,
that-
now
that-
we're talking.
If anybody's listening over to Oseo
Yeah.
or over here in Sales,
Mhm.
I would love to
And,
go.
this
tonight
is
for
a
dinner.
weird concept. You could actually pay out of your
Oh,
pocket.
I can't do that. Can't do that right
But they're
now.
a client.
They are a client.
Yeah,
That is true.
So always try not to pay.
I'm with you. I'm team no pay. I can be.
All right, so yesterday was the traditional sort of clean up your locker room. Some cool stuff. I think you guys saw, like Von Miller got a signed jersey from Terry McLaurin. They posed for a picture together. Everybody loves Von. It's kind of wild. Like he just so liked.
Except
I mean, he's going to be a Hall of Fame
his
player.
He's a Hall of Famer.
Chickens don't love him, but It's
Right.
a business.
Wow.
They don't really know him.
Yeah.
They don't love him.
I get.
You know what? PETA doesn't like him.
Peter probably
Peter
doesn't
probably
like him.
doesn't like
but
him.
most people like him.
He's got a wild kind of like dressing vibe. You ever see like he's like, and if you ever watched his pod, he's like very colorful characters
Yeah.
and like weird hats.
So he's not as weird as Cam Newton.
No,
Cam
no,
Newton
he's not.
takes
No.
like
Yeah.
JP loves to put on ESPN or whatever network
And
he's
then
on
leave.
at this point and
Yeah.
leave. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Cam Newton has he has these hats that I guess have a hollow top. His dreads come out of the top of the hat. It's a weird look.
By the way, what do you want me to put
Yeah.
on? TNT to watch like the Andy
I
Griffith
don't-
show?
I
Why don't you
don't
just put the
really
golf
care.
channel on and leave it?
It's on the Sports Center.
Yeah. All right, so they did the presser. We'll get to Jaden in a little bit, but first, everybody's talking about DQ and AP, and specifically the one that seemed to have raised eyebrows of all the comments was sort of what was not said when DQ was asked about Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah, we're going through all the coaches, Cliff offensively, defensively, on the teams wide, and so that's really what we're digging into, Nikki, to find what's best. How do we do it? Where do we find spaces to improve? And for Cliff, for Joe, for Larry, for all of us, that's our main focus. So we're never in this space again, and that's what we want to dig in hard on.
I mean,
dig
listen,
in hard.
He obviously said nothing bad.
No.
But you would have kind of expected him to say, yeah, we're going to look at everything. Cliff did a great job for us. Last year we always had huge results. This year, because of a lot of different reasons, we weren't quite as successful. So we're going to look at everything.
Yeah.
He didn't say that.
Well, maybe
say
just being
anything.
honest. He's just being honest.
He is clearly being honest.
Yeah.
But usually they aren't honest.
I had forgotten what Adam Peters sounded like. He
So-
doesn't talk to the media. Adam Peters spoken season.
I'll be honest.
I know. No, I
Doesn't
agree.
say a lot.
It was very political, but he spoke before the season. I don't think he spoke at all during the
He doesn't
season.
talk a lot. No, he
Remind me if he spoke at all during the season.
Well, I'm sure he did, but
All right, well,
He
let's
doesn't talk
go
a
to,
lot.
you mentioned AP. Let's go to AP. Let's play clip 5, where he's asked about needing to fix the roster. And there's a lot there that needs to be fixed, Cakes.
Fixed. I think the health played a big part. Certainly, it wasn't even close to the only part. But I think starting with a healthy team and really staying healthy is a big deal. But I know there's I feel really good at some spots, but there's certainly a few spots where we can improve and get young, really fast, exciting, explosive talent, and that's what we're doing right now. We're working on the draft and got a set of draft meetings coming up next week, which I'm really, really excited about. Got the scouts all showing us their reports and identifying some guys. We have a high pick, which is something that you don't really want if it's your own pick, but we're going to take advantage of that and try to find a young, explosive playmaker, wherever that may be.
Now, when he first said that, when you think playmaker, I always think offense.
Offensive, yeah.
But
Yeah.
he's talking defense, too.
of course.
Playmakers on defense.
And that's what
I
we
they
think
need.
he's going to do. We think he's going to go defense.
I personally think he has to.
Ooh, do I want to make
I
a
think he's
long shot
handcuffed.
bet that he picks an offensive player at number 7?
I mean, if he does, it would blow my
I'll
mind.
take it.
They'd have to
I'll
have
take the
a
bet.
That would mean.
I'll consider.
Okay.
I'm in consideration phase.
Did you guys talk about while I was gone, Max Crosby, the potential interest in him?
A little bit.
We talked about it.
What is everyone just like? No, he's too old. Everyone, I would totally take that guy.
Some people are entertaining it. To me, you're going to end up having to give up draft picks, and the whole thought is, and he just said it: get younger.
Yeah.
You got to get younger. You got to use these draft choices. Get faster. He's just going to cost a lot.
And I just don't think they have the ammo to get him. I mean, they're not going to give up a first rounder for Max Crosby.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I don't
there.
even know what you could give up for
I mean, you
him.
can't give up the number 7 pick
No.
for Max Crosby at this point.
To me,
and they don't have a
28.
the Max
He's not that
Crosby
old.
discussion, it's
He's a
going to
monster, Kate.
it'd be a repeat of
4 more years of being a monster.
it's a repeat of the Trey Hendrickson discussion.
Yeah.
How many times did we talk about Trey Hendrickson?
50
Yeah.
during the
Right.
offseason.
So we're going to do that with Max Crosby. Let's just find another
All right,
white
let's hear what he
defensive
says
end.
then about number 6 about potential roster changes on the defense.
I think there's a lot of spots I think where we can look at. I think certainly another pass rusher would be something we'd definitely be looking for. Whether that's the draft or free agency, I think we have a lot of good options in both of those areas.
Doesn't really say
He
anything.
doesn't say anything.
Doesn't really say that much.
Are you kidding?
Well, I mean, pass rusher.
He said pass rush is a priority.
Well,
So if it-
everybody knows
Everyone
that.
knows that.
I know. Well, I just.
But
I mean,
beyond that, I mean, I guess
are
I
you,
would want
are
to
you
say
kidding?
more.
I think if it came down to a free a safety or a pass rusher, I think they would go with a pass rusher. He obviously
If it's
puts a
all
lot
things are
more.
being equal,
He
maybe.
puts a lot more importance on that than with Downs. It seems like.
He's just
Maybe.
He's just got short answers.
Maybe.
It's all vagaries, and that's what you have to do.
Yeah.
This isn't on your cut sheet, but he was asked about the tight end specifically.
Yeah.
And he just went through. He's like, "Well, we love all three guys that we still have under contract." He's, you know, I mean, what's he gonna say?
You don't love all three guys.
I mean, he has to say that.
I mean,
I
Jock and Yankoff.
I can't believe you just dismissed that. He specifically named
All right, let me hear that clip
pass
again.
rush
Let me
as,
hear that
as,
clip
as
again.
a need.
I just don't think it's that big a deal because obviously they need
maybe
a pass
because
rusher.
we all know that
Yeah,
that's
I
what
don't
they
know. That's
need.
just-
But
yeah.
you're probably right.
You know, I think there's a lot of spots I think where we can look at. I think certainly another pass rusher would be something we'd definitely be looking for. Whether that's the draft or free agency, I think we have a lot of good options in both of those areas.
Ooh, now I need to look up free agent defensive ends or edge players.
I mean,
That might be tantalizing.
mean, maybe our brains are working different. I mean, he specifically named a position of need that seems high on his list of.
Yeah, but it's high on everyone's list. Like everyone looks at this roster and goes, "Well, they need a pass rusher."
I don't know. The Eagles probably aren't going, "Hey, we really got to fortify our defensive line."
I don't think it's a big deal. It'd be like,
I mean,
Raiders.
the Broncos aren't going, "Hey, man, we really need to bolster our pass rush."
No.
No,
I'm
he's saying
anybody
everybody-
that looks at our roster.
He's just talking about
says,
Washington. Yeah.
We need a pass rusher. So I didn't think it.
It's
I didn't think it
obvious.
was a trade secret.
Yeah,
that
it's
he
like,
gave
it's like
away.
the Raiders saying we're going to look at quarterback.
I know, but he doesn't say we need help in the second. The first thing that
He
comes to
said we
mind
need a lot of help
because
in
I
a lot
think
of
it is the
positions.
biggest need, probably.
Yeah.
I know. You don't think that's significant?
But I think I just knew it, and I think you knew it.
Well, yeah, but when the GM says it, that puts a lot more emphasis on it.
Okay.
I just can't believe
Don't
you're
get so defensive.
I just can't believe you just dismissed it like that.
I
It's
don't
so
dismiss
defensive.
it. I just don't. It's just
It's a good
given.
clip.
It's a given.
Adam Peters is just boring. I'm sorry, he's boring.
He's a given.
He's a bore
It's just a
fest.
given, Valdez.
He's so
He's
boring.
100%
You know
right.
what?
It's a
That should
given.
help your sleep hygiene. Just listen to Adam Peters right next to your ear
Right.
at bedtime, at Betty by time.
It'd
And
be
you're gonna
news if
put-
he said something specifically like, "We're going to go after Max Crosby. We're going to do everything we can." Then
I'm
he'd be like,
telling you,
"That's
That
newsworthy."
would be awesome.
I would be. Maybe I'm the only one. I would be butt-sized if we had Max Crosby. I don't care.
Oh,
what
look, Commanders fans would love it. Would you give up a first rounder for him? Though?
I actually think I might.
Oh.
Because he's a guaranteed.
Yeah.
Like he's not gonna have a long career here, but he's a guarantee you can't miss. Like you won't.
What's his
miss-
contract situation?
Didn't they just extend him like
Yeah,
last
he
year?
has
Like
3
3
more
years?
years, and I think it's
Yeah.
like 30 or 35 a year.
Yeah.
It's pricey.
He's that good though.
He is good. He is good.
All right, you're welcome to weigh in if you want at 800-636-1067. What were your takeaways from the exit pressers yesterday from Dan Quinn and Adam Peters? 800-636-1067. We're the Junks. We'll be right back. Ruckman to win at 800-636-1067 on the DQ and Adam Peters pressers from yesterday. If you had any big takeaways from that, Valdez was very into the fact that Adam Peters specifically mentioned pass rusher as something that they would be looking at as far as the NFL draft is concerned.
Or free agency.
Yeah. I looked at the top 5 names in free agency.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me the ones you like.
I mean, atop the list, of course, the guy we talked about all this past offseason, Trey Hendrickson, because he signed a one-year deal with the
he's
Bengals.
hurt, right? Having a surgery or something. We're not
He's
doing
had
that.
back issues.
Yeah, we're
and
not
he's
doing
like
that.
30 years old.
No,
I
we're not
just
doing that.
Don't know if that's a guy that they would be interested in. Jalen Phillips is number 2 on this list.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he's kind of intriguing because that's a guy that the Eagles traded for from the Dolphins, and he made an impact on that defense in the few games that he played for the Eagles. And, of course, you'll see him in the playoffs.
How old is Jalen Phillips?
He's pretty young. I think he's 26, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I think he's right around mid-20s.
Okay.
The third name on the list, he's
25.
Yeah. I mean, that's the perfect type of guy if you could lure him away from a division rival, too, in the Eagles. I can't get excited about Khalil Mack. Obviously, he's just too old.
He's been in the
He's too
league
long
forever.
in the tooth for me.
I mean, that's
I
like
can't get into Khalil Mack at this point. If you're talking about Khalil Mack 5 or 6 years ago, sign
no.
me
But
up.
if you sign him as an add-on at the back of a roster, that's different. But he can't be your prize free agent.
And numbers 4 and 5 on the list are Odafe Owe from the Chargers and Boye Mafe from the Seattle Seahawks. I'll be honest, don't know much about them and their production, but they're 4 and 5 on this list. So I'm sure Adam Peters will be sniffing around those guys as far as free agency.
They've probably been talking about those players and other players for months.
Of course. It's all they've been doing.
Yeah.
It's prepping for the offseason.
I'm for drafting either Caleb Downs or the best defensive end. Maybe Bain slips to them. Probably not. Just draft a defensive stud, a game wrecker.
I know they need pieces all across the defense. I have a hard time getting a lather up for a safety. I just do.
I know you want an edge rusher.
Remember Sean Taylor?
Unless you tell me he's the next coming of Sean Taylor.
Yeah.
Okay. Or to use an older name, Ronnie Lott. Okay. If you tell me that he's that guy, that he's going to become that guy, then I can get into
I
it.
saw a comp of Downs to Palomalu. He was pretty good.
That's a pretty good one, too.
Well, look, he's the best defensive back in the draft. So,
Right.
But if you don't put a high priority on the secondary, you want to go edge rusher, then
I think
maybe Adam Peters agrees with you.
I think they're so in need that even though I agree, I think pass rush is the number one thing. If they did find a safety that they said this guy's a game changer, he's a Palomalu, or whatever, then you got to go with
Take him. Yeah.
Like they got to go with the best game changer, regardless position.
I still
on
think they're
defense.
going to go, since they're drafting so high and there are a bunch of really good edge rushers, I think they're going to go edge. It's just my gut, but I wouldn't be surprised if they went.
My gut is
Downs.
they're gonna trade out.
Our gut was that they were going to go edge last year,
Yeah.
if you recall.
Oh,
and
yeah.
they took
Well, now-
Connerly.
Yeah, but now they really need it.
But last year, the discussion was they're going to have to get an edge rusher. And then they took Connerly, and Connerly's fine. And, in retrospect, it makes sense that you're trying to protect your biggest asset. They got to figure out Tunsil. I don't know that we played that clip.
Yeah.
Tunsil is going to be, and by the way, he represents himself. Peters talked about. Now, he said he's got people behind him, but he's essentially representing himself. They got
Saving
to
that-
extend Tunsil.
Saving that Asian cut. Saving that fee.
But it was
We should
interesting.
consider
He
it.
also said, I don't think you had the clip of it. Maybe it did. I didn't see it. But he talked about how he learned that they learned something from the McLaurin deal about how they could have got both sides learned something from that, right? Should have gotten it done earlier. Maybe then you could avoid the sort of the catastrophe
Right.
with the injury. I don't know if that's true or not. But and then he made a point of saying he wants to get this Tunsil deal done sooner rather than later.
Not wait, yeah.
Yeah. So I expect that deal to get done. In
Yeah, because the
relatively
McLaurin
short
thing was a
order.
nightmare.
It
Because
was a nightmare. They're not going to do that again.
On both sides.
Yes. Yes.
I mean, McLaurin didn't get the amount of money he wanted, although he got a boatload.
Right.
Yeah.
He got FU money, but then it hurt his production because he was banged up all year, and the Commanders just said, "This is what we're offering you.
Right.
We're not going any higher." And they said that for months, and McLaurin just held out.
And I'm
So
not
it
sure
was
he
not-
got much get
Right.
Maybe $1 million.
Yeah, he didn't get.
And that's nothing to cough at or whatever.
And all those incentive did
what's the
sneeze.
cliche?
Did he hit any
Sneeze
incentives?
at.
Or scoff at.
Scoff
You can
at.
scoff at it.
But you
You
know,
could cough at it.
when you're talking about like 100 million, you've got one more million. I
I'd
mean,
like to cough at extra 10 million. That'd be nice.
I saw a clip yesterday of Shannon Sharp. I guess he did an interview with John Elway recently for his Club Shay Shay show.
Mm-hmm.
And he was talking about 1 year, he knew he needed, I don't have the exact number, let's say 125 yards, and he would have hit a $100,000 bonus. And he said, that's when $100,000 was a lot of money. And then he did say, well, $100,000 is still a lot of money, but he was only making $300,000. And he ended up 5 yards short. And then he was sitting on the plane next to Elway afterwards. And Elway's like, why didn't you tell me?
Yeah.
I would have hooked you.
Right.
Oh, you
But he
think
felt it was beneath him, I
those
guess, at the
guys
time to tell
definitely-
him.
They have to. If they know they're close to an incentive, you think Terry isn't going up to Jaden and said, "Hey, man,
I don't know.
I need 80 yards to get a $250,000 bonus."
I think some
those
guys
are
would.
definitely
I
having
think
that
John
conversation.
Allville would, but I think some guys might think, you know
I'm
what,
gonna
that
guess-
is a little beneath me.
I'm going to guess 99% of guys who have an incentive that is within reach within the last game or two,
Well, I mean,
they're having a
he
conversation.
just gave you an example of a guy that didn't.
Okay, that's one example.
I know.
Who's a Hall of Famer.
I'm going to
Yeah,
guess
I
there's
think some
100
guys-
others where guys are going to go up to
It depends.
their quarterback.
Takes so many
It
dollars.
depends because then you look like you're selfish. You don't want to
Yeah.
necessarily look like you're selfish. You know, it just depends. You
Trying to
gotta-
get
there are-
dubs.
There are ramifications to it.
Yeah, but I also need to get mine. I need to get paid.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm 80 yards away and there's 2 games left, we're gonna have a quick sit down. Like, hey, be sure to look out for
Play
me.
number 1 wide receiver screen.
I need 80 yards,
Right.
and I'm gonna cash in on this big bonus.
Right.
You think Stephon Diggs wasn't telling Drake May he was like 30 yards away from a $250,000 incentive? 100% chance he did.
I would not bet that either way.
I would bet that he probably brought it up.
I would not bet that either way.
I think that happened in the Giant Cowboy game this past week because Tyrone Tracy was, I believe he was 4 yards short or three.
Yeah.
No, he was 3 yards short of 1,000 for the season.
Mm-hmm.
And there was 3 minutes left.
Right.
And he got on their last drive. They were up 34-17.
Right.
And they, with 3 minutes left on their last drive, they gave it to Tracy. He got 4 yards.
Yeah.
I believe he got, I could be wrong. I think he got 1,001 yards.
Yeah.
And I guarantee he's got an incentive for
And
that.
especially in a game that's a farce, like that Cowboys-Giants game,
Right.
which didn't matter because neither team is qualifying for the playoffs.
Right.
That's when you're definitely trying to grasp
How
and hit
many
those incentives.
how many owners? Because I think you could accuse fairly Dan Snyder of being one that would sit a guy or have orders to not rush a
Oh,
guy.
I'm sure there are some
because of a bonus he could hit.
I'm sure there are some that
I'm sure Josh Harris is fine with whatever, lets it go. But like would a Woody Johnson say, hey,
I mean he's generally looked at as one of the biggest boob owners in the NFL. With Dan Snyder
don't
departing.
give so and so the ball.
Could be.
Yeah.
Most likely the Jets probably didn't hit any of their incentives.
Yeah.
Those players.
Probably not.
Good luck. Certainly not for interceptions.
Right.
That's
What a
that
dud Justin Fields was this year.
I mean, they gave him a
$20
$20
million.
a 2-year, $40 million deal. Not all of it's guaranteed. But
Yeah.
I think at least 20 of it's guaranteed.
But there's no way they're going to guarantee him 20 next year.
No.
Can't do that.
No, they're going to draft somebody high.
Yep.
Probably Dante Moore, even though his reps don't want him going there, according to Todd McShay. And he's going to be
Isn't
the
it
new signal
amazing
caller.
Justin Fields, who was a great college player, but
He's a great athlete.
great athlete, how bad he has been as an NFL quarterback.
Right.
Overall. He's had some,
What-
but the one game he looked like a Hall of Famer was against Washington.
Well, that's the thing
On
that
prime
throws
time.
you
On
is that
prime
these
time.
guys
Yeah.
are capable at
Yeah,
times.
you just got to be consistent, and
They're
it's
not
tough to be
consistent.
consistent. Yeah,
Yeah.
but he would look like a freaking Pro
Well,
Bowler.
wasn't
against
that the
Washington.
game where DJ Moore had 2 or 3 touchdowns from
Yep,
him?
it was him to DJ Moore.
It was the DJ Moore and Justin Fields show.
Yep, that is. That's just so funny.
There are some people, just getting back to the draft for a moment, that are trying to convince me via Twitter. And hit me up, BB Junkies, if you want. I may or may not respond. It just depends.
What you say?
It just depends if I get to it. But some people are still trying to go with the old, we'll get the defense better by making the offense better.
Oh,
And
you know
I'm
what?
telling
Those are
you-
my people.
I like that philosophy to an extent, not for this team.
Jeremiah Love.
We can't be 37. We can't go into the season basically just kind of barely paying attention to the defense. I think we're going to make the defense better by keeping it off the field. No. We got to make the defense better when it's on the field.
What did Peters and Quinn say about keeping Jaden healthy? I'm sure it meant nothing really, but I actually missed that part of the presser.
We do have a clip of Peters talking about the plan. That's clip 10. Valdez can pull that up in a minute.
Is there? I think really, I think, and this might be a better question for DQ, but from me, I think is just continuing to from my, from a personnel or GM perspective, is continuing to put good players around him. That's in front of him at the O-line. It's running backs to control the ball and control the clock and not put it all on his shoulders and get in second and third and manageables. It's receivers that he can trust and throw to so that he's not holding on to the ball longer. And so from my perspective, it's just getting good players around him, getting a good defense on the other side so he's not it's not all on his shoulders to win the game. So DQ can probably talk more schematically, but in terms of from me, I think those are the things that I can and need to do to help him out.
He cannot go with an offensive lineman at number 7.
You imagine if he drafts like a guard or something.
Can do it. You can do it at 71 if you want. That's fine.
Yeah.
You can't
Not
do
at
it
7.
at 7.
EB, you
7
always
with
say
a 1 after it. Yes.
EB, you always say you're an elite people reader.
Yeah.
How do you read the first 5 to 10 seconds of his answer? He was just stumbling and
Well, it's so
bumbling.
funny you say that because I was going to bring it up.
He's butt nervous.
Hold on. It's a different vibe. Like there's, he doesn't sound nearly like I know he's a kind of not like a super high energy guy when he does this, but the optimism is like gone.
As
like
opposed to
it was like a funeral when you listen to that.
Yeah.
No,
Listen, they just had a horrible season.
He used to have swagger.
But
His swagger's gone.
I don't hear hope. I just hear like
uncertainty.
Yes.
You know what I heard in
a
that?
lot of uncertainty from both these guys.
Can you play the first 5 to 10 seconds of that clip again? What I heard is a guy who's basically his plan is we're crossing our fingers.
Is there? I think really, I think, and this might be a better question for DQ, but from me, I think is just continuing to from my, from a personnel or GM perspective, is continuing to put good players around him. That's in front of him.
I mean,
It took him
what he's
a
saying
long
is
time to get
plausible.
that, yeah.
It's not, I mean, it makes sense, right? Let's not make him have to save the day every play. Let's have him good players around him so he can release the football quickly, get rid of it quickly, be protected. That's real. It's not fake. I just don't hear. I don't know, man. It just sounded like
There's
a
no
depression.
There's no conviction to what he's saying.
It just sounded
at this
very
point.
kind of down.
Mhm.
That was a down.
Well, I think he's also
vibe.
he's shell shocked by the way everything just went sideways this season.
Yeah.
He can't. How could he feel confident? He can't feel confident heading into year 3.
Well, you better be. You have to because you got to have a plan.
Well, they'll be confident once they start acquiring players, and then it'll sound a little bit different in those press conferences.
But
I think
I
right
agree
now they just don't know who's going to be available. Who they're. I mean, they got guys they're targeting, but you have no idea who you're going to get.
Hey, what if? Can they sell you on taking an RB at 7? Your guy Love out of Notre Dame. If they say, look, we've got Dorrance Armstrong and Dietrich Wise both on the mend. They're going to be our pass rushers. We're going to add some explosiveness to the offense. Jeremiah Love is the pick at 7. What say you?
No, I tweeted
Can't have
yesterday.
it.
You could if you guaranteed me, and obviously I'm making an extreme case, but even if you guaranteed me that he was the next Walter Payton, I have to pass.
Okay.
Because we have the 32nd ranked defense case. You cannot win games when you can't make stops. It's impossible. Because no matter what, even if you score, you're not going to score every time.
But it's just one player.
But-
you could still acquire defensive help outside of number 7.
We need superstar. We have no studs. Let's be honest.
They don't have a stud at
they don't
RB
have any
either.
Okay, but you could get around it. You could scheme around it and score some points. We don't have we need studs on defense. We don't have any studs.
I mean, I agree with you. I think they're going to go defense, but you just never know. You can't predict what these GMs and these coaches like. I mean, they might just say Love is a difference maker.
I think Love is a star.
or whatever.
Every time I watch Love, he's in the end zone.
Yeah, he's a great player.
Cakes, here's what I would say to your question. And I'm gonna ask you a question
Yeah.
to answer. How many sacks is the most sacks Dietrich Wise has ever had in a season?
I know it's not a super high number. I'm going to go with, I don't know it.
5.5.
4.5 is what I'm going to say.
He had one season where he had 7.5. How about the same thing for Dorrance Armstrong?
He was on a tear before he got injured, like in game 3 or 4 this season, or was it earlier than that?
No, he had 5.5 sacks this year.
Okay,
Is that a career high?
he's had 9.
He had 8.5.
Okay,
So I ask you those questions to say, even if you make the assumption we're going to have Wise and Dorrance Armstrong back,
yeah,
they're not special. You need a stud.
I think they're
yeah,
pretty good.
I tend to
though.
agree. I tend to agree. You need a guy who's capable of 12 to 15 sacks every single year.
Remember,
And they don't
Armstrong,
have that guy in the roster.
Armstrong was behind Fowler in terms of pass rushing a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
He's a guy. He's a
Yeah, but
he was
Yeah, but
he was performing very well.
He was a guy that
He
was
was
on pace for about
blossoming.
17 or 18 sacks
Yeah, he
before
was
he got injured.
blossoming. I mean, maybe
He was
it
on that
just-
sort of pace.
Maybe it was a good fit, whatever. He was blossoming.
I mean, you're scoffing, but he was on
And
that
I do
pace
think
before he went
Wise
down.
was pretty good the one time I saw him play.
I mean, he was injured like in the first game.
I don't think your math is correct on that
I
because he
said-
had 5.5 sacks
I'm
in 7 games.
ballparking.
Yeah, but he might
Ballparking it.
it was on pace for like 13 maybe.
Okay, well, you take
Yeah,
13
of
sacks.
course,
You
but
take 13 sacks.
It's assuming
all
you'd have been
day.
able to duplicate it.
No, I'm telling you,
I hope he can. That's the hope.
if they stay at 7, I say, I did the research. 4 to 5 Hall of Famers in every draft. We got to find one of them. We got to find one of them.
Right. That's
gotta-
Adam Peters' task.
You got to find like a Hall of Fame or like multiple Pro Bowl level defensive player.
Right.
Curious how many of those Hall of Famers are quarterbacks. I just saw a stat.
Sure, 1 or 2 of
It wasn't
them.
really
are.
a stat. It was just pointing out that you really need a first round pick at quarterback to be successful.
Oh, yeah.
So 14 teams are in the playoffs. 12 of them are first round picks.
Mm-hmm.
The only ones that aren't are Jalen Hurts, drafted in the second, and then Brock Purdy, 7th
Mhm.
rounder.
Right.
So I'm just curious in the
Yeah, but they're not
percentage of
gonna-
Hall of Famers,
Well,
how many are
but
quarterbacks?
in every year, right? There's not
Yeah.
4, right? So
Yeah.
it's probably 1.
Yeah.
Probably 1 every year. You know, or every other year. But yeah, we need a multiple Pro Bowler, and it can't be like a Chase Young who does it for another team.
No, I'm with you when we were talking about this yesterday. I don't really care about the position other than I do think it needs to be defense.
Yeah.
You draft the best overall player, whether it's a linebacker, a defensive end, or a safety. I just want a stud.
Mm-hmm. They're going to get one at 7. I mean,
I
he's
mean,
gonna be-
like if you can get a Fred Warner type from San Francisco, the 49ers, you draft him.
Yeah.
If you-
and he wasn't the first
Well, you
rounder.
had the genius there. They got him in the 3rd or 4th round.
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly
think
where
he
he
was
was
a- I
picked.
think he was
but
a 3rd.
He was a late pick.
But you just need a stud. Whether it's
No.
a stud linebacker, a stud defensive
we
end.
need even
I don't think
more
I
than
would
a
mess.
stud.
I don't think I would mess with a stud interior lineman. All right, that's maybe the one position I exclude, and I might exclude corner because I feel like
we
we've
actually do
drafted
need
too many
interior.
corners.
We sucked. We sucked everywhere on that line.
You're not feeling the Kinlaw Johnny Newton combo heading into 2026.
I mean, Kinlaw's good on paper.
Do you get one more year of Payne under contract?
He is under contract for 1 more year.
Oh,
Yeah, you got him.
You seem less optimistic than Adam Peters in that clip.
I'm not very optimistic about the defense.
All right, when we come back, we'll get into the Junkies Blitz, take you around for the most appealing NFL playoff matchups coming up this weekend. We'll do that next on The Fan. Time now for the Junkies Blitz, brought to you by Offenbachers. Football season, it's here. Cooler nights, they're calling. Score big with a hot tub and fire pit, warmth, comfort, and the perfect game day vibe. Let Offenbachers help you upgrade your backyard today. And don't forget, Offenbachers now carry indoor and outdoor saunas. We know that EB loves his. You'll love yours too.
So you were talking about the most attractive matchups this week, and I think that is up to you what you find the most attractive. But I found this interesting. Now it's nebulous, but I saw an article. It was titled "Vegas predicts winners of all 6 games." So I wonder your take on this.
Okay,
All right.
yes.
Because I never saw exactly what Vegas was. Like, I read this article, I read it multiple times. It never said, well, this is from a certain book. It just says Vegas.
Are you sure? You look
Yes.
through everything? Yeah.
So Vegas.
Is it just the majority of the sports
Probably.
books?
I don't know how they came up with it. Honestly, I could forward you the article. I don't know how they came up with it. But I thought it would be interesting to kind of kick it around to see if you agree with what Vegas says
All right, go,
is going to happen this
go
weekend.
game by game, starting with the first game on Saturday.
Uh,
Rams, Panthers. It's got
Panthers, Rams. It has the winner, the Rams, by 10 points.
I mean, I would pick the
All
Rams.
right, well, that's what the line is.
I would pick the Rams.
10?
It's basically
The Rams
probably
are
the
laying
lines.
10 on the
They're
road.
laying 10.
I would have to take the other side. I'd have to just.
Oh, you're doing this with spread? Like, I'm just talking about who's going to
No,
win the
this
game.
just
No,
has.
they're just picking outright
This
winners.
just, I mean, I can tell you this article is pretty scant. It just says Las Vegas has picked the winners of all 6 NFL wildcard round games on Monday afternoon. Panthers versus Rams, Rams by 10. And maybe it's just going to coincide with the lines.
I
Because
think
now
that's
it's got
what it is.
Bears,
Anytime
Packers.
you say Vegas, you're talking about the line.
All right,
Okay.
Bears are like 1.5 or 2 point favorites.
Bears by 1 point.
I don't know.
I don't know if I
think
love that. The Bears haven't looked that good the last couple weeks.
Where is the game?
Chicago?
Chicago.
How'd they fare in the 2 matchups?
Well, the Packers beat them the last time they played them. Wasn't that in
No,
Chicago?
didn't the Bears? The
Yeah, the
Bears won
Bears
the most
won.
recent matchup because that was the overtime.
Oh, that was in
Caleb
Chi-
to DJ.
Right, that
Miller.
was in Chicago, but at Green Bay
Oh, that's
they
right.
lost.
They played like twice in the last 3 weeks,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's right.
They lost when they played at Green Bay, but they beat them at home.
I guess I would take the Bears, but I'd hold my nose.
I'm not super
I wouldn't
confident
love it.
taking the Bears. I feel
Yeah.
like
But you can't be super confident in the Packers
I'm
either.
I'm not confident in either side.
No.
What's Jordan Love's health? I assume he's okay.
Yeah, I mean, they rested both him and Malik Willis last week.
Yeah. So he hadn't played Love hadn't played in 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's been a while. Jags, Bills, they like the Bills by 1 point.
I would take the Bills every time.
I'm kind of
I'm on
I'm buying into the
Jacksonville.
Jags.
Yeah.
I like what Trevor Lawrence has done like in the last 6 or 7 weeks.
I'm
They
gonna
don't
got
have
a
a-
na-
they
they've got
don't-
a nasty defense too.
They don't have a scary home field advantage.
They don't, but you can also run the ball on Buffalo. So maybe they just stick to a run-heavy game script and eke out a close game.
Jags are 7-2 at home. Buffalo's 5-3 away.
It's not horrible.
It's not horrible. I don't love the Bills' offensive line. It just seems like Josh Allen's running for his life all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to take Jacksonville here.
I'd take the Bills. Still would take the Bills. Experience.
Experience
Yeah.
is big.
I mean, I keep saying this. This is Josh Allen's
This is the window.
biggest chance. He's got
Yeah.
no Mahomes in front of him.
Yeah,
He
but
doesn't
they,
have to deal with
but they lost
Joe
home-
Burrow.
Like their ace in the hole is home field advantage throughout. You have to come to Buffalo in bad weather, and they don't have
They
that
don't
this
have
year.
it. No.
I mean, do you know how many Jags games that I watched this year? The answer starts with a
I know.
Z.
I know you haven't watched them.
Well,
But they're
Trevor
actually
Lawrence is playing a lot
impressive.
better.
Zero.
They're offensively impressive, and their defense gets after the
I mean, do
quarterback.
they even get like games that were broadcast in this area that were on our networks? Like,
Only if they're playing the Ravens or
yeah, but like,
Washington.
did that happen this year? I don't think they didn't play
I don't,
Washington.
I don't think they had a lot of
No.
primetime exposure. if that's what
Valdez
you're
and
asking.
Ravens played Jack. You guys didn't play Jacksonville, right?
No, they didn't play him. But how about this? Trevor Lawrence, in his last 6 games, this is crazy. I'll call it 7. 3 touchdowns, 2, 2, 5, 3, 3. And
what do you do with his legs too? He's rushing a lot more.
he's got 4 rushing touchdowns
Yep.
in his last 6 games.
Yeah, he's a weapon down near the goal
Well,
line.
he's athletic as hell. There's
Yeah.
no doubt.
All right, so Eagles, 49ers, they've got the Eagles by 3. I like the 49ers a lot, and then Seattle just completely shut them down.
They looked so bad.
But Seattle's
here's the-
defense is special.
Yeah, I don't think.
So, yeah, but Philly, talk about experience. Philly can just get after you. I mean, McCaffrey's got to have a huge game.
I think
Purdy can't turn the ball over. The Niners just don't get after the quarterback enough, so I don't think Hurts is going to be under a lot of pressure. So the 49ers have to be able to just establish their run game. McCaffrey's got to be big.
I think they're going to bounce back. I like the Niners.
Patriots,
Hope you're right.
Chargers. Vegas likes the Patriots by 3 points.
I feel like I have to take the Pats at home. Chargers have to fly west to east. Don't like that scenario for them.
I mean, we beat the Chargers.
And the fact that the Commanders handled the
I
Chargers.
mean, I'll take the
certainly
Pats.
is not. But I mean, that game was like in October.
I know. It was a decade ago.
Bill had a monster in that game.
He had a big one.
So let's see.
And then finally, you've got the Texans.
So, by the way, the Chargers, when they went to Jacksonville, got crushed.
You've got the Texans hosting the
crushed.
Steelers, and Vegas likes the Texans by 3 points.
Ooh.
I'm a prisoner of the moment, no doubt, but Aaron Rodgers looked pretty good. By the way, a couple of those passes, if you watch the fourth quarter, I mean, he had a couple just dimes downfield.
No, his arm talent's still sick.
You know, where guys are almost covered, completely covered, and it just drops right in their hands.
But I feel like that
I could see the Steelers upsetting. That's going to be a low-scoring
that
game.
Texans defense is going to get after Rodgers and rattle him. I like the Texans to win on the road there.
I like Texans too, but man, Texans secondary looked so bad this past week against Riley Leonard.
Yeah.
I mean, Pierce was wide open downfield 3 or 4 times. A DK could be a factor here, but I think I'd probably take the Texans.
Couple other things to mention. So, kind of crazy coaching rumors, probably social media driven. Number 1, Cleveland hired Deion Sanders to coach his son.
Oh,
No
How
chance.
great would that be?
Hold on. People aren't remote.
I said social media driven.
No, but it is like, okay, so just like Unfunny
But
Ben saying it?
Yeah, it's like it's come on, it's
Like
not going to
anybody
happen.
of note saying it.
No, not yet.
Just
No,
like fans.
Just people.
But the other one is
donks.
Kurt
Right.
Signetti
Yeah.
to bounce to the NFL. Now he turned down like Penn
He
State.
shouldn't do that.
He
Yeah,
also
but he
got a
just
massive raise from Indiana.
He just signed
I
an
mean, he's just
8-year
proven
deal.
that he can win there. Why you don't need
He's
to go
not going to
anywhere.
the NFL.
Yeah.
Okay, but sometimes college coaches leave for the NFL. It's
still
not
rooting-
unprecedented.
Still rooting for Indiana to lose this weekend.
Why?
Actively.
Just because you
he's been
hated
bashing
on them?
Indiana.
To prove my point that Indiana's generally they're just terrible and they've had a weird like blip 2
Yeah, but it's a
years of
legitimate
relevance.
blip, though. It's not like a fake blip.
But it
Like,
becomes
they're good.
It becomes illegitimate if they get waxed by Oregon this weekend.
They
They're
might
not-
lose,
they're not
but
gonna get
I
waxed.
don't see them getting
Probably
waxed.
not going to.
I don't think that's their MO.
I have a weird thing against Indiana at this point.
You're a Dan Lanning
They've done
fan.
nothing to
You're
me.
in your box.
Indiana's done nothing
You're
to
in
me.
the box.
And do you guys
They're
think?
Indiana.
All right, so out of hand on Deion Sanders. You think that's?
I'm out
By the
on
way,
Deion.
that would be if you wanted to make money.
Yeah.
If you're an owner and you wanted to make money,
Well, that would be a Jimmy Haslam move.
yes,
I mean,
I think it would be brilliant, like
I mean,
money making.
his son had a 19 QBR. What makes you
Yeah,
think
I mean,
he's going to? What makes you think he's going to be the starter
If Jim
heading into
Haslam
next season?
thinks that Shador Sanders is the future, he's a moron anyway, but he's a bigger moron than I think. Shador
I don't
Sanders,
think he ruled himself out.
Do you guys rule out
what,
Kevin?
Shador?
Yeah, like
He was terrible this year.
he had moments.
Won the last
Yeah,
2
well,
games.
Okay,
He had
a
moments.
lot of quarterbacks have had moments.
I know, but yeah, he had moments.
He's not a starter.
He might not be.
Agree.
But I don't think it's over. You guys make calls on
Yeah.
guys after 5 games. It's like
I just
crazy.
don't think Shador Sanders can be your week 1 starter next year.
Probably
Maybe
not.
You start.
Maybe
I mean,
not. I'm not saying for sure, but
could he be a backup? Okay, I'm fine with that.
he's already
Sean
proven he could be-
Watson's on the roster. Last thing to say is Kevin Stefanski, who got fired. Kind of some interesting comments. Jackson Dart was like really jocking him, and Jameis Winston. Would Kevin Stefanski be a fit in New York to take the Giants job to coach Jackson Dart?
Sure.
Why not?
Why not?
2-time
I
coach
mean, he
of the
was
year.
successful in Cleveland until his quarterback situation got messy.
Yeah. 2-time coach of the year. I thought I read that the Raiders.
I don't
were
think he
interested.
forgot how to coach.
Yeah.
Oh, last thing I wanted to mention, because we spent a lot of time talking about it yesterday. according to TMZ, Tom Brady did not hook up with Alex Earl.
Please.
TMZ reports.
I would bet
no hookup.
I would bet all the money.
And
on
another
that.
report is that he was highly suspicious about the video coming out. He's a very guarded guy. He might
So
not
in
have done
other
it.
words, he thinks that Alex Earl had her people put it out there to raise her profile.
Ah,
Okay.
very good.
Maybe.
Smart. Wants those
But
clicks.
wasn't he also? Wasn't some back rubbing going on from both of them?
I saw it mostly come from Alex Earl.
Right.
He looked
She
like
was
he had his
leading the
hands.
charge.
He didn't look like his hands were drifting. EB.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, when we come back, we will give a Junks parlay recap for the year 2025. Spoiler alert, it wasn't very good. We'll get into that next here on The Fan. We'll be right back.
The Capitals with a huge win at home last night, 7-4 over the Anaheim Ducks. Rookie Justin Sordiff led the way with a hat trick.
Sordiff coming right up the middle, across the Anaheim line, dropped off to Van Riemsdyk, center to McMichael, on across, they score, and it's a hat trick. Justin Sordiff, 3 goals for number 34. Oh, baby, it's 4-1. Washington, have a day, Justin Sordiff.
John Walton, the Call Caps radio last night here on The Fan. Sordiff with the first rookie hat trick for the Caps since Ovi did it in 2006. Ovechkin, by the way, last night scored twice himself. NBA, the Wizards are back on the floor tonight, home hosting the Orlando Magic, 7 p.m. here on 106.7 The Fan. And college hoops as well. Georgetown basketball, the Hoyas on the road at DePaul tonight, 8 p.m. on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Coming up in just about 20 minutes, we will talk about the Wizards, and they should they make a trade for a young NBA superstar? We will get into that at 8:20.
I have a problem calling him a superstar, but that's fine.
All right, it's close to a superstar level player in the NBA, I think you could say.
He's a good player, but I agree with you. I'm not sure he's a winning player.
So we'll get into that at 8:20. But Valdez has some cold, hard
Yeah.
numbers on the parlay from 2025.
Oh no!
And I want to float an idea by you.
All
guys.
right.
So hold on. So you're tracking like how well EB did, how
So
well Case did.
I have a full report
Okay.
from when we kind of restarted the parlay on August 1st.
All right.
So me and with the help of a listener, Ryan,
That's 5 months of
we were
hard
able.
data.
Yeah, I have the data.
Okay, good.
We were able to track all of the bets. We have the win percentages. We have the average odds of play, your net earnings, and the best win for everybody.
All right. So hold on. Okay. So let me summarize what you're just saying. Okay.
Yes.
So does
Yeah,
that
that's a lot
mean
of
that
research.
It is.
some of us that have maybe taken more long shots, we're gonna not hit it as much? So you take that into account.
Oh yeah. So that's taken into account for the net earnings. This is all based off of if you bet $100.
Okay.
I'm sure I'm bankrupt.
So, and I want to pitch something to you guys after I give the data.
Okay.
But it's not as bad as you guys think.
Okay.
Out of all you guys, myself, Ben, Mar, there were only 3 people with net losses in the parlay.
I'm
Okay.
sure it was me.
All right.
Ben, who's not here right now, Ben was plus in the parlay.
Wow.
He netted $211.82.
Nice.
Wow.
Good
His
score, Ben.
his average odds of play were plus 173. He's 7 for 11 with his biggest hit being Rashad Bateman anytime touchdown.
Oh, good.
JP net loser minus $385. His average odds of play was plus 197. His biggest hit was Tyquan Thornton anytime touchdown, which was plus 550.
Okay, that's a big hit.
Jason, net winner,
Gets
Okay.
a ding.
plus 286.
Nice.
$286. His
Okay.
average odds were plus 100.
So in other words,
so
he
I
was betting
Yes.
even.
Yeah.
Even.
Yes. His
even
his best win was Duke money line, I believe, in the ACC championship game, which was plus 150.
So he
not that high.
never. So he never got crazy and picked a wild one. to
No.
try to
Jason
score.
Jason ended up being 10-7.
That's good though.
So which is a
All
good
right.
percentage, but it's not the highest
Right.
highest earned.
Right.
Mhm. Yep.
My,
That's all right. I'd rather be up.
I
myself,
think plus 280.
myself,
Yeah.
I finished up $8.56.
Nice.
All right.
But my
You're on the
average
right
odds
side.
being plus 145, and I guess 2 weeks ago, was my biggest hit. Bo Nix anytime touchdown plus.
That was plus
plus
450
420.
or
So
420.
that's a big one.
That
So-
was a big one.
Big
So
score.
I have 2 losers and 1 winner left.
Okay.
With Cakes,
Yep.
Mar, and EB.
Okay.
Go. Just give me it already.
Let's go with the middle loser.
Middle
so we'll have
loser. Okay.
So we'll have the biggest winner and the biggest loser.
Okay. Good.
All right. So Cakes is not the biggest winner, but he's not the biggest loser.
Okay.
Cakes lost an astonishing $582.41.
That's a
So
lot.
that means someone
Wow.
lost more than that.
Someone
That means
has
someone
lost more than that.
$1,000.
Cakes
Maybe I lost more than $1,000.
Cakes' pick percentage
Uh-huh.
is 25%.
Ooh, that's low.
His biggest score was Jackson Dart anytime touchdown plus 350.
That's
You
a big
really
one.
do live up to the always bet against Cakes
Yeah,
reputation.
I'm known for something.
Yeah, but somebody did worse.
It's a brand.
And
There
EB
I know.
did worse.
But
There
remember when we were doing the bet book earlier? Cakes was the biggest loser
Yeah,
there.
it's whatever.
There is the biggest winner out of all of this, their net earnings.
Mhm.
And this is if you bet $100
Yeah.
on every single one of these games,
Yeah.
was $522.09.
Nice.
The average odds selected were plus 154. And the winner is Eric.
Oh,
With the
biggest winner.
with
He
the,
bets the
Nice.
Commanders
I think
every
I hit
week.
on, no, I think I hit on one big one. Or
he
something.
hit the Ravens minus 14 in a preseason game against the Commanders
Wow.
at plus 460.
A preseason
So that one
game.
hooked me.
That one hooked you. But what we really need to do is we need to have a discussion about Mike Marr.
Okay.
Well,
Can
I know
just
he
ask
was
what my
taking.
winning percentage was. My winning percentage was a bit low.
It was 47.6%.
Oh, that's
But
not
you-
as bad as I thought.
Yeah, but when you're hitting at a plus 154 average
Hey,
rate
you'll take that.
and you have 10 wins, that's gonna
wow,
hook
I'm
you.
stunned by
Mike
that.
Marr was taking Tennessee in college football every week.
Well, he's also doing UFC, or is this? Is
Oh, he
this
did
the
a
one
lot
where
of
he's doing
UFC too.
stuff?
Mike Marr
and
finished the
boxing
year.
too. Boxing.
Mike Marr finished the year 4-15 with a win percentage of 21.1%.
Oh my God, Mike! I didn't realize you were that bad.
His average odds were the worst amongst all of us,
Okay.
minus 105. The only person with minus odds on
In
average.
other words, you were taking favorites every week.
Yeah,
Money line Mike.
You were 4-15. You took favorites every week.
Always bet against Marr.
Mike Marr's
Money Mike.
You're off the hook, Cakes.
Mike Marr's astonishing net losses
There's a
since August 1st
Uh-huh.
tally $977.93.
Betting all favorites.
So I
there's a
won.
new mush in town, and his name's Mike
you
Marr.
know-
Mush Mike.
Did you? I would have thought it was me, to be
Mush
honest with
Mike.
you. But did you know that you were that bad?
Oh yeah, man. When you live in the paint, every now and then you're gonna get dunked on, and I've been getting dunked on a lot since August 1st.
Yeah.
But I kind of have a solution I wanted to float.
Okay.
So
you
you
guys.
do you have the list of the
Oh,
plays?
you got
that-
I have-
banning him from the parlay.
I have every single play you've made since August 1st.
I was just wondering what Mike's plays were. If you have
Well,
a
his
list of them.
biggest win is a plus 198 Pereira win in UFC. I mean, I can go back and look at his biggest money
I
line
might
loss.
have to put Parlay King on my my Twitter
You might
bio.
have
I might
to.
add it.
Might have to add that.
but let me know what you think of this.
All right.
So with Wild Card Weekend coming up and the Super Bowl on the horizon, what do you think about Mike being the star of the parlay? And what I mean by that is, let's try and get Mike back to even.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Well, that
Mike,
means he has to
no.
bet big.
No. So he's down
Big long
already.
shot.
So he's down already $977.93.
All right.
So every Friday at 7:45, Marr can release his plays to try and get back to even. And if he doesn't, what's Marr's favorite phrase to say during the
Oh,
parlay?
everybody knows that. Belt to ass.
If he's not even after the Super Bowl,
Yep.
we put belt to ass to him the day after. Bet season starts that Monday right after the Super
Bet
Bowl.
season
If he
is
doesn't,
right around
if
the
he
corner.
doesn't get back to even,
Belt to ass.
Well, see, I had a different idea.
I bet.
You don't want to take that
So
belt.
it all started with before it was belt to ass, it was boots on the ground.
That's what I was going to say, actually.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Boots on the ground. Now, my idea was if I don't break even, It's not boots on the ground. It's boots on the roof. And I sleep on the roof here at Odyssey, and we are able to make content throughout the night. I'll post
That's not
clips.
bad, Valdez.
Boots on the roof.
That's
pretty
not
good,
bad.
too.
No, I have a better boots on the ground.
Okay.
All right.
Why don't we have Big John in Timberlands walk on Mike Marr's back?
You might kill him.
Well, he would kill him. Break his back.
Kill him, man.
I mean, I like the comedy aspect of it. But yeah.
Dude, that's like 500 pounds.
I mean, he would have to sign the world's largest
Hold on.
waiver.
Should we open up the lines and have people bet what or vote on what they would prefer?
Sure, you can do that. I want to know what you
Explain
got.
to me though again. So every day he has to make a
Yeah.
pick.
So every
Which is
Friday.
obviously not gonna
So
get back to
every
even.
every
It's not.
Friday.
He's just going to bet the
Impossible.
biggest
we
favorites.
we take the max bet that he can make on a
No,
game.
what he should do
on
is
a
take
game is-
long shots.
is-
Just try
is-
to hit one.
It's
Yeah,
500. It's basically $500. Now, if he put $500 on a money line that was even money and it lost, it would go towards the 977 tally. So he'd be down $1,477.
You can't recover from that.
No, but if he can bet five, but this is going
but he
on
can take a
through
plus
the end through the
400.
entirety of the
Can't you
Super
just
Bowl.
take like an anytime touchdown guy that hits?
You can do that. Bet
But if he's
$500
doing it
to
every
make,
day-
to make 100, and then the total will go down to 877.
No, but couldn't he?
If he's doing it every day, he can pick like a college basketball game, an NBA game.
No, he's not doing it every
not
day.
every day. We're gonna do it every Friday.
Okay.
So we're gonna do that at 7:45 for the parlay.
No.
I mean, people in the past have called me playoff Mike, last minute Mike.
Well, think about it. You have
Magic Mike.
I don't know who these
you
people are.
have the wild card games, you have conference games, you have Super Bowl, you have props in every one of these games.
All right, hold
he's
on.
not just limited to one selection.
All right,
He can make, he
800-636-1067.
can make multiple selections.
Want to hear from you? What do you prefer? What do the listeners want?
But also,
I want to
mean,
know what Eric Bickle wants.
Who would be doing the belt to ass?
That's a discussion that we need to have. Maybe the person who was the highest.
I would feel bad. I wouldn't do.
Yeah.
I've already seen JP slap Kevin in the face. JP would do it hard.
We could.
I wouldn't do it.
I don't know if I have the heart with a belt
Yeah,
to
it seems-
Mike
it
Mars.
seems
I have no
very-
animus towards
It's
him.
very abusive.
Yeah.
Well, how about listeners? I mean, I like.
Hey, we should hire Michael Irvin, to come in
Make a
studio
personal
and do
appearance,
it.
and he would not hold back. He would
Right.
smack your ass hard with that belt.
I would. I almost. As almost like a fatherly figure to Mike, I would hate to see him take the belt to ass.
Yeah,
Thank you. And also, like, you can't belt to ass the belt to ass guy. You know what I mean? Like, that
Well, I
seems
think
like-
that's the point. Here's the question: have you ever had belt to ass from your dad?
Yeah,
Hell
this is
no.
this is a person who's never been slapped as a child.
I had a childhood
No.
friend. I witnessed the father belt to ass, but horrifying.
Oh, you saw it?
It's not
I
great.
saw it, dude.
I think I still have a callus on my right cheek from my dad.
Sure.
Oh, did you get some?
Of course.
You got belt?
Yes.
Oh man.
Man, what'd you
I've
do
seen
to
it,
get the
dude.
belt?
I said the F word.
Yeah.
I was a bad boy.
So you said the F word before, and that's why you got the belt to ass, or you said the F word when he hit you?
No, I said it before.
And that's
I
why
told-
you got it.
Yeah, I told a very risque joke.
Oh, and he gave you the belt?
Yeah.
As a joke?
You're just testing your comedy chops.
Yeah,
as
that
a
was
youngster.
trying to be funny?
Yeah, by the way, that was after my mom put hot sauce in my mouth.
Oh my God. I got soap in my mouth before.
Yeah, I've had soap in the mouth growing up.
Yeah.
Like if I was cursing and stuff.
Yeah, sure.
No, dude.
Straight out of Christmas Story.
I personally, I'll be honest with you, I like the idea of the 24/7 content. I actually do like that idea. Maybe you could top it, but I like that.
I don't know.
idea.
I love the idea of all of us pretending we're Michael Irvin.
Yeah.
and fighting to belt the ass on his on his eggshell white behind.
All right, hold on. Let's bang out some of these calls. Let's go to Adam in Leesburg. Adam, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
How we doing, fellas? Happy New Year.
Yeah, you too, man.
I just wanted to kind of back Mar up here. I think boots on the roof is probably the best bet. You could probably, like, what we did for our fantasy football punishment is we had a friend go to a bar. He had to sit there all day. The more beers he drank and shots he drank, it took time off. I think you should implement something like that for Mar up on the roof. Give you guys some good content. Maybe have Mar enjoy himself when it's cold up there.
And then he might just jump off the thing or something. I don't know.
well, it's not going to be that drastic.
Yeah. Yeah. All
But
right, all right.
I think you get a little more content
So he likes
with.
boots
But
on
boots
the
on the
do
roof.
you think this company would we be allowed to broadcast from the roof, like on YouTube or something, overnight? Would the company allow that?
I mean, as a safety legal
Yeah,
issue.
like with the
I don't know.
building
Well,
allow it.
we can ask our boss.
I don't even know what it looks like up there. I don't know that I've ever been up there.
I think there's
Maybe
a
one
patio up
time.
there.
It's like you go up there and
There's like a terrace and a garden up on the roof.
Have you been up there?
Yes,
Long
we used to
time
go up
ago.
there to poop.
It's been a while.
There's a bathroom up there.
I literally haven't been there in probably 6 or 7 years.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, it's like a nice place.
No,
up
I know.
there.
I've heard about it, but I just never. I've never gone up
What,
there.
you've never gone up there?
So
to poop?
he would
No, why would I go up there to poop?
he would sleep
Privacy.
up there.
Yeah, sleep
Yeah.
overnight.
Spend the night out
pitch
there.
a tent.
Like on a really cold night.
But that would be
like in
brutal. I think I'd rather take
February.
the belt.
Just take the pain real quick.
No, because I think this is all about the content, though. Like we're gonna put out a bunch of clips. I think it would be more like
the big clips of
engaging
your
for.
ass, believe me.
Oh yeah, that would
I
be.
think
yeah,
belt
your
ass would go more viral.
Yeah, your
Yeah.
ass would be engaging.
Yeah, people would be engaged
Hey,
in it.
what about this? Boots on the ground, not on the roof.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Marr has to walk to work. He's 8 miles from here.
That's not a bad
I
idea
like
either.
that.
That
Boots
would
on
be.
the- Boots on the
I
ground.
mean,
I
he'd
like
have to
that.
go. He'd have to be on 66 or the toll road. No, actually, he lives in Arlington. That's
Got
right.
to there has to be some sort of back way.
I think
that
I
you
would
can
take
make
Mount Vernon
to
Trail.
avoid the major. Yeah, you could take a trail.
Yeah, I
You're
think
running
that's-
now, aren't you?
Killed.
Yeah,
He's a Farley disciple.
Mount Vernon Trail would get me to like 395, and then after that, it'd get a little dicey.
Farley could be life coaching you all like from home to work while your boots on the ground.
Speaking of Farley, let's go to Joe in Manassas. Joe, what's up, man? You're on with the Junks.
Hey, what's up, Junks? Yeah, I like the whole boots on the ground. I think he should be like running to work in the boots with Farley. Let him do that bit. I think it would be a good bit.
I mean, Farley would be all in. I mean, if he's running with Marr with his boots on the ground,
That's like
to
what things
work,
like the military guys do, right? They like run
Yeah.
the marathon in their boots and everything.
real manly men.
I also, let's just not discredit that I can come back here in the playoffs.
It's impossible.
That is a very fair. That is a very fair point.
You think
They
he
do
can?
call him last minute Mike.
Yeah, playoff Mike.
Money line Mike.
Make an appearance.
You actually think about these with this track record. 4-15 taking all favorites.
You can't. You know it. Regression to the mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he could bet a big dog.
I don't know what his strategy would be, but he could.
Couldn't
he
you
could,
just take like a plus 400 anytime
Every
touchdown
week.
guy?
Oh,
and just hit-
in every game and try and hit. But the
Try to
problem
hit
is,
one.
yeah, but the problem is
Bet $100
if
or
he does
whatever.
$100 on each of them and each of them lose, that's
It's just
200
minus.
It's
Yeah.
200 added to the kitty though.
Yeah.
I know, but it's.
I kind of like the belt. Like if I had to vote, I like Valdez's original.
There's something.
Belt to ass.
There's something about
It's
It
belt
is.
to
It's
ass.
more.
I'll be honest with you, it seems too
cruel.
mean. It
It's
seems too mean.
cruel, but it's more viral. I think it would get a much bigger pop.
Well, why don't we do? Remember when we tarred and feathered our intern and he cried?
Yeah.
Torture the blocker.
Yeah. He
That was
cried.
a long time ago.
He cried.
Mm.
Well, you probably cried too. You were retarded feather.
I mean, I
You look like a
guess.
chicken
I
in the
thought it was kind of
studio.
soft that he
But I
cried.
think he cried because,
I don't remember
unlike
him crying.
Marr, unlike
he
Marr,
cried.
he tried to be one of the guys, and he never quite got in.
He couldn't,
He was a
yeah.
tryhard.
Yeah.
Marr is.
Mar fits in.
Yeah.
Mar fits in.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll make it our junkies
I
poll
feel
of
like
the day.
Can they come up with something that's not?
All right.
I know Valdez wants it's viral with
I'll
Michael
put that
Irvin.
up as
It just
poll.
seems too mean.
Poll of the
Hey,
day.
there's nothing
so
hot. Hey, there's nothing hotter with Miami in the playoffs
It's
than
hot.
belt
It's
to
hot.
ass.
I know you're. It's
Belt
hot.
to ass or boots on the roof.
Yeah, that's what it'll be.
I'm open
I'm
to
a belt
another.
to ass
I'm
guy.
open to another suggestion.
All right, so
though.
we'll make that the Junkies poll, sponsored by Surfside. Use code JUNKS, that's JUNKS, at store.statesidevodka.com to get 25% off select merch like tees, hats, hoodies, and more. Use the code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. That's our Junkies poll of the day. When we come back, we'll get into the Washington Wizards. There's a report out that there's interest on the Wizards side and possibly on Atlanta's side for a Trae Young trade from Atlanta to Washington. Should the Wiz be in on that deal? We'll get into that next here on The Fan.
Valdez, can you just for validation, since I'm on the right side of it, can we put out our stats? Can we put that on a tweet on Junks Radio or something?
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
No problem.
And then Valdez can also
Since you're on top.
Since I'm on top. But also then people could see where Mar is. Minus whatever he is.
I was not the biggest loser.
Well,
Yes!
we will have the concrete punishment because we're definitely going to do something where he's going to have to dig himself out of the hole.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But
I'm for that. I'm a little bit anti the abuse one, but it's just me. I can be outvoted. Could be outvoted.
Well, he could also he could win and not.
Could we
and not
just-
yeah.
I mean, I think virtually impossible.
I'm just
Well, he shouldn't be such a much loser.
He is though.
Could we throw him in a hole like Buffalo Bill threw his victims in a hole in Silence of the Lambs and see if he can climb out? I mean, it's just an idea.
Here's a
He's
suggestion.
in a big hole.
It made me laugh. This is from Scott on Twitter. He said, "Knock boots on the roof. Dating game for Mike M. Big John sized plus 400-pound sillies."
Oh.
It does make me laugh.
So he could
So he'd be
only
forced to
date.
go on a date
He'd
with
have to
the big
go on a
ones.
date and hit the hit skins
With a 400-pounder.
Well,
with the
yeah,
monster.
That's plausible. You think that's
I
plausible?
mean, that's
There's
not-
no chance.
That's
There's a
the
better-
last
hey, there's a
lawyers
better
would like
chance.
those
Yeah.
AI girls you always see on the diving board. That
Yeah, I know.
There's a better chance of him hitting a play than that happening.
Beltass is the early leader in the clubhouse. You can vote at Junks Radio. I did put other.
I'm trying to explain to Mar that Belta has some sort of panache to it. That there's
We can maybe get like some sort of soft
Is
belt.
he afraid of the pain?
I
Afraid
think
of the
he's.
pain?
I don't think it's a pain thing for him. I think it's a humiliation thing.
Oh, it's definitely humiliating.
Is that what
Hit
it
by
is?
a belt?
Like, did I get hit on the ass with a?
Yeah.
Or did I hit somebody? I
No,
can't
no,
remember.
No, drab with the
Drab
fish.
hit me on the ass with a fish.
You pulled your pants down. I had to go
Yeah.
get a fish from Whole Foods,
Yeah.
and he slapped your ass with,
With a
It was
fish.
a big one,
with
too.
a, yeah.
Right. Like a big piece
What
of
was that
salmon or
for?
something.
What was that for?
For Seattle beating the Commanders in a playoff game.
It's so dumb.
I mean, I just also think we came up with these two ideas in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And you're not happy with that?
No. I mean,
I keep thinking that was 30 minutes.
they're both what they are. But, Open Line Thursday's coming up in 2 days. We could workshop. It could be something worse. It could be something,
Plus him not wanting to do it
Makes it more appealing.
makes you want to do it even more.
Why are you bowing out of this so much? Is it the humiliation
Yeah,
aspect
hey,
of it?
by the way, I've been in a dunk tank with crabs and lobsters. I hit my car with a metal bat,
Yeah.
like Rich Incognito. I put icy hot on my sack.
Yeah.
Drab kissed the toilet with my turd in it.
That's so
Wait,
gross.
are you aware of that stuff?
not really. Like
Yeah.
two of the things that he just said. No.
Eye openers.
Yeah.
Remember, Valdez went in there and pooped up that toilet like you wouldn't believe.
I remember that. Yeah, that was last season. I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was hoarding that thing.
I think there was a snuck-in poop somehow.
Somebody might have went on top.
I think
Somebody-
there was a
somebody went over the top.
got dunked on.
There was a second poop.
Well, how many? If he did take the belt, how many times would he have
Just
to take
once.
it? Just once.
I just feel bad about doing it. I couldn't do
I
it.
don't know. Michael Irvin did it a bunch.
He was high on cocaine.
On something.
All right, let's go to Jay in Alexandria. Sorry. Jay, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junks.
Hey, how's it going?
What's
What's
up,
up?
Jay?
Yeah, so I think the boots on the ground definitely works, but like any boots are not going to work. I think ski boots, they're impossible to walk
Well, he
in.
couldn't.
Well, I mean, he
And
would
he'd look
die.
like-
He would die.
literally die.
It would be
wouldn't make
it'd be
it.
20 degrees out. He would die.
Well, it's winter season, it's ski season. I think it makes sense.
Maybe we could get him to cross country ski to work. Like,
We're not in Norway. How are we
I
going to
mean,
make
don't
that
they
happen?
have some that people use on grass?
That would
or
have been
like,
Oslo.
no, people don't they have those that people use on like I see people use them in my neighborhood, like on a bike trail.
Okay, maybe there's like a roller skate
Why-
version
right.
of cross-country
But
skiing.
why
I
would the
don't-
company allow us to make him put his life in danger?
Right, they won't.
Right. They're not going to allow that.
Ultimately, we can't make him do anything.
Yeah.
But we can nudge him.
Well, the thing which is a little bit sketchy, but it seems like he's on board, is it should be established before the season, not after the fact.
Yeah, like he's agreeing to a punishment that he should have never agreed.
Right.
Like never agreed to. He just. It's just like when I won the World Cup pool and you guys just pulled it.
Nobody knew this was on the table while we were making
That's the thing.
these
Is like
picks.
I'm going with it because like it is content. It's good stuff for the show.
But you didn't know you were playing for that.
I did not know I was playing for that.
Right.
Now I'm not sure how much worse you can get than my minus 105 average. Wasn't a lot of long shots out
By the
there.
way, you could still play your way out of this.
Oh, and I plan to.
Hey, I'll offer. Hey, if he plays his way out of it, I'll offer my ass to him.
I'm going to reframe that. But yeah, we know what you mean.
Now, does that make it a little more appealing? And then you could belt to his ass.
No, because I just think there's other good ideas out there. I will agree to that. That we could swap the punishment, but it'd be something better.
All
He's
right.
looking for an alternative.
Are you trying to avoid the humiliation part, like something like that?
We just can't belt to ass the belt to ass king.
Or maybe it should just be that's the punishment, and it's a brand new ball game for the playoffs for all of us. So one of us would go down
I'm
because
not agreeing to that. I'm out on that. I'm the parlay king. I'm retired.
Yeah, I'm 10-7. Plus 280.
Hey, how about we take? Hey, how about we take the three losers? How about we take the three losers? Start at 0.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
I'm fine with it.
Cakes?
You're not going to do that.
Not doing that.
I'd be in. Sure.
I'm retired. Buying a crown.
I might be Rom tired too.
All right, the three losers. The only three people who are net losers since August 1st
Hey, I'm not the belt
are
to ass
playing.
guy. I don't need to be in this mix.
That's right.
I'm not the belt to ass guy or the boots on the ground.
It's funny how the worm turns quickly, didn't it?
Yeah, it does.
I would be game for that, but Cakes doesn't sound like he's game.
He's done so many
Well, he
humiliating
can
things.
he can eliminate himself. You can do it.
He doesn't have confidence in his ability.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody really has confidence. It turns out you won. You thought you were the biggest loser.
Well, I always think everything where we reveal past anything is always geared to humiliate me. That's just the way my brain works. So I just thought for sure I was last.
For sure.
I still don't even understand what was my big one. You said it was the Ravens.
You
took the Ravens
on the money line.
on
or
an
something?
no alternate spread
You laid
minus 14
Oh, I took them on a
against Commanders
plus 450
in the preseason.
in the preseason
because
you
they
knew
were playing Sam Hartman.
yeah because you're playing Sam Hartman and you knew everybody was
You guys
was
should have
sucky.
done that too. What I am a
think about it.
genius.
Didn't think about it.
Yeah.
It's the last time Sam Hartman's ever gonna step on an NFL field.
All right, well, people can vote at Junks Radio. Right now, Belt Ass is winning overwhelmingly.
Yeah, they
But
wanna
maybe
see
there'll
that.
be a boots on the roof movement. Others got 7%. You can vote at Junks Radio.
So there'll be discussions about that going forward.
Yes.
All right.
You wanted to discuss Trey Young. So these rumors came out that Trey Young, he's been mentioned for
Well, this
probably multiple seasons as somebody that would be a potential trade target for many teams.
Well, this came out yesterday. This is from Mark Stein at the Stein line on Twitter 15 hours ago. The Wizards have emerged as a legitimate potential trade destination for Atlanta's Trey Young in a deal construction centered around C.J. McCollum's expiring contract.
My initial reaction, not a fan. The reputation of Trey Young. Now, he's averaged, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I believe in one season he averaged close to 30 points a game.
Yeah. That's because he takes a ton of shots.
He's been to an Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah.
But what I'm going to say is I don't think he's a winning player.
Well,
And most of the reports that I read about Trey Young, and this is for months, is that players don't like playing with him and that he plays no defense.
Well, Sam Quinn did a deep dive article on CBSSports.com about the rumor and the potential how it would work for both sides.
Yeah.
And he said on Monday, ESPN reported that the Hawks are working with Young's reps on a possible deal. That should surprise nobody. Young is making max money to play for a team that no longer wants him. Atlanta is 2-8 with him on the floor this season and 15-12 without him.
Wow.
They've moved on following the league's newfound preference for size, defense, athleticism, and offensive balance.
Why are his minutes significantly down?
He was
this
hurt.
year?
He's been hurt all year.
Okay, but that would be games played. But
So-
why?
Well, I just think
They're just working it back
injury.
slowly?
Yeah, I just think his injury has affected him.
So also, they're better without
But
him.
they're-
They
but-
just gave you the
No,
numbers.
I heard that. I'm
Yeah.
just asking, why are they playing only
But
28?
the Hawks suck. I mean, the Hawks have lost 9 of 11 or 10 of 12, something crazy.
So Sam Quinn goes on to say, with only a year and a half left on his contract, he needs to find a team that actually does value his specific skill set at a point in league history in which very few teams actually do. Mark Stein reported one possibility on Monday, the Wizards. For a variety of reasons, they might be the only team in basketball that genuinely fits Young right now.
Why? Okay, tell me why he fits. Ben Strober, tell me why he fits.
I don't think he
Unfunny
does.
Ben, who hosts the
If you're
Locked
trying
On
to
Wizards
develop the
or whatever
younger
it's called.
players, why would you bring in Trey Young, who's going to take shots away from him?
Because you're netting draft compensation. If he comes here, I don't think he'd even play this season. I think that injury that he has, they'd sit him for a lot of the rest of the season. Maybe you get him some reps later in the year. And then he has a $49 million player option, which he will opt into because he's not turning down $49 million.
Wouldn't think so.
And then he becomes another asset that you could maybe flip because in an expiring deal next year. Or you could have him be part of your team next year if you have plans on trying to be a little bit more competitive.
So the
He's
only reason
point guard
why
option
you take
need.
him is because you don't really want him. You're going to get some more draft capital.
Yeah.
Well, draft capital, and if he does actually play, the offense is better when he's on the floor with the Hawks, and the Wizards struggle offensively to put up points. So
Look, his second season in the
They're
league.
trying to develop young
I know,
players.
but you just said that they were like 2-8 with him.
His small sample size.
No, but
his,
talking about like in his career with the Hawks.
Yeah. His second season in the league, he averaged 29.6 points per game.
All right, that was
so like
that
his,
was a lifetime
That was
ago.
8 years ago.
The pros is he definitely can score. He's a great 3-point shooter. Couple interesting things as I look at his numbers, his shooting percentage has gone down the last couple of seasons.
Mm-hmm.
And again, he doesn't play defense, which this team is always talking about finding guys to
they're
play
used
better
to that.
defense.
I mean, they've never played
He'd fit-
defense.
in that sense, he'd fit right in.
Yeah, he'd be a perfect fit. All right, we'll take your calls on this next 800-636-1067. What do you think of the reports that Trey Young may be a piece that could be coming to the Washington Wizards via trade? 800-636-1067. Are you in on a Trey Young trade or are you out on Trey Young? We'll take your calls on that next here on The Fan.
It's your boy Bish. I want to tell you about my great relationship with Foley Mechanical. When my HVAC went out last summer, I called Dan Foley. He didn't just send his crew up, he showed up himself. That's because he owns 100% of the company. No franchise, no giant corp, no private equity. He runs a tight ship, takes pride in every install. So does his crew. His team replaced my HVAC, my water heater, and my sump pump all in the same day. I saw firsthand how skilled and hardworking his crew is. These guys care. Dan Foley cares. Foley Mechanical is full service, heating, AC, hot water, boilers. They specialize in older homes with radiator heat. Not a lot of companies know how to deal with that. Dan and his guys do. They serve D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Proudly install Amana HVAC equipment like they did at my house. If you want quality service from a company you can trust, like I did, call Foley Mechanical. Make sure you ask for Dan Foley. Tell him Bish referred you.
Trying to get the pulse of the Wizards fans out there at 800-636-1067 with the reports that Trae Young from Atlanta could be on the move, that he could potentially be traded to the Washington Wizards as part of C.J. McCollum's expiring contract. That would be part of the deal. Don't know any of the other real specifics, pieces that would be moving.
Cakes, you're wearing a Wizards hat. Are you yay or nay? I'm nay.
I don't have a problem with it because you'd only have him for a year and a half. He's got a year and a half left on his deal. He's got a player option for next season, which, I mean, at $49 million, you think he's not going to opt in for $49 million?
Right.
Of course he is. And I wouldn't have a problem with it.
I think it comes down to
legitimate point guard on your team.
C.J. McCollum's a good guy. He's a good dude.
Great guy.
Great around the team. He's good
awesome.
for the young kids.
But we've known he's a short-term rental.
No, I get
the
it.
whole
But
time.
I just if Trae Young's going to be all about himself and all about getting his, and he's not going to be good with trying to, develop these young kids, the Trae Johnsons of the world, I wouldn't want him. You got to find out what kind of guy he is.
Right. Here's the other thing that we're all just assuming he's going to obviously take the player option for $49 million. I read a report in one of the Atlanta papers before the season where they said that he was going to opt out because he could get more.
Yeah.
He could technically, now I don't know who would give it to him, but he could technically sign a 4-year, $219 million deal or something, which would be slightly more.
Yeah, well, it would be a lot more. I don't think he's going to get $219.
The fact that, what Sam Quinn mentioned that.
I mean, he's been in the league 9 years. Why would you? And he's getting banged up.
But like his style and his build, it seems like teams are moving away from that.
Yeah.
Like if I'm Trae Young, I'm locking in that $50 million, and then I'll roll the dice after that. Like
I would too. But these guys have overinflated views of themselves.
I'm sure they do.
Maybe he would. Maybe it's
then
not a
it's
4
even
year
better because then you literally only got him for 3 months.
Right.
Yeah.
What if he said, JP? What if he said, "Yeah, I'm going to opt out. I don't even want to play for you guys. I'm going to opt out. I want to go somewhere. I want to be at the Wizards."
And you just get a draft pick out of it?
Yeah, you end up getting a draft pick out of it. Then you should be for it.
Just my blink was I'm not a fan of his.
I'm not either.
There are some pros. I'm looking back at that Eastern Conference Finals run. I mean, he was the leading scorer on that team. They had some, John Collins was on the team. He took them to an Eastern Conference Finals. The Wizards haven't been to an Eastern Conference Finals.
When he first came in the league, used to hype him up. Used to be a Trae Young guy.
He's a great three-point shooter.
Yeah.
And like I said, his second season in the league, he averaged almost 30 points a game.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but that was pre-COVID. I mean, that was a long time ago.
I mean,
okay, but he's not old.
In the last,
he's not old, but he's been in the league 9 years.
In his last 4 seasons, the Hawks' points per 100 possessions with Young, and where his that offensive rating would rank league wide.
Okay,
were tied for 6th, 11th, 10th, and 5th. And the Wizards, they just have a hard time scoring. Like, if you want to be competitive and kind of take that next step, if he's dialed in and healthy, he's going to help you become a better scoring team.
Here's why I'm
and be
a
more
nay.
competitive.
This year?
Here's also
why
I'm
would
a
you want
nay.
to be more competitive this year?
Maybe not this year, but next year.
I'm
you want to make that step at some point?
I'm a nay.
Not if he's going to opt out and go for a free agent contract.
I'm a Bub guy. I don't want to get in the way of. I think Bub could be a potential future starting point guard. I mean, I know he started at times, but I think he could be your guy potentially. And I don't want to. I know that they already have a couple of vets who are eating minutes, but I just don't want a guy who's going to eat up the minutes of the young players. Now, Ben threw out a scenario where he joins the team and then doesn't play. I'm just not for it.
Is that kind of Mike Bibby from back in the day?
Yeah, I kind of
Mike Bibby bit.
Would you feel the same way about LaMelo Ball?
Yes.
They're kind of similar, right?
I don't
in
like
that
LaMelo
sense.
Ball.
They're kind of similar in that sense.
I don't like LaMelo Ball.
Let's go to Pat in Mechanicsville real quick. Pat, what's up, buddy?
What's happening, fellas? Happy New Year to you.
Yeah, Happy New Year, bud.
Hey, yeah, I would definitely give it a shot. Like say, then flip them, send them somewhere like Houston, the Rockets, or somewhere like that to maybe
they have to
use
want
a
'em.
veteran. Yeah, if they want them. Hey, can I say one thing, Commanders, just for 1 second?
To who?
Just quickly.
Okay, yeah, this is what I do. Sign Tuttle, go get Alex Pierce and Isaiah Likely, and then draft the rest of the defense in the draft, man. Y'all have a good one.
I like those guys.
Quick, and you know what? I don't hate either of those plays.
I like
He makes
Pierce.
some good points. Alec Pierce is a great deep threat from the Colts, and Likely would provide more offense from the tight end spot.
Yep. Two needs.
I like both of those ideas.
Well, we're definitely going to re-sign Tunsil. I'll be stunned. I'm almost willing to say something stupid if they don't re-sign him, but I'm not. I'm not going to give you a freebie.
Oh, I think that they are.
By the way, getting back to Young,
I mean, they traded too much not to.
How he would fit with the Wizards. This is from the Sam Quinn article on CBSSports.com. He says, quote, if the Wizards can bring him in without surrendering any assets, and the latest reporting is that they'd actually want to receive draft capital for taking him in, they could try to take the leap from outright tanking to moderate competitiveness next season. In doing so, they'd be able to evaluate how their prospects look with an actual point guard holding in their hands. And they'd be able to do this without making a long-term commitment to Trae Young. That's just his...
Because it would be the 1 year that you're...
Right, that's just Quinn saying this is how it could work.
I'm out. I'm not a Trae Young guy. It's just that simple. I watch a decent amount of basketball. I'm not a Trae Young guy. Maybe I've been.
But you're looking at it from
but I feel like it gets in the way.
I
feel like it gets in the way of what you have right now. I'd rather keep rolling with what you have
Do you
right
buy
now.
Unfunny Ben, one of the least funny people I've ever met. His opinion that they wouldn't even really play him this year.
Yeah, I heard that, and I threw
do
that
you
out
believe
there.
that?
I don't.
Oh, okay.
But what
I mean,
if
it's possible.
What if his presence accentuates Sarr and helps, Bilal, helps him offensively? Like,
I don't think he does.
Maybe
Having
he could.
watched him,
Maybe he comes
but
in with a different mentality.
You could find some.
That could be true.
Maybe you can find some magical pick and roll numbers that if he ran pick and roll with Sarr, it would be great. I just don't think he would benefit the rest of the team.
Maybe he's not the same player as he was in 2020, 21, 21, 22, but their offensive rating with Trae Young, I'm talking about Atlanta here, was first in back-to-back years.
I would love to know where he ranks defensively at his position.
I know he's not a very good defensive player.
And this team sucks defensively anyway,
right.
So you're going to get worse?
Don't you find it interesting? And this is reputation. I don't know. And like I've said, I've read this for months. His name is always in trade rumors for years. That the reputation is the players around him don't like him.
That could be the case.
They don't like playing with him. I'm not saying personally. They don't like playing with him.
That's not a good reputation to bring into a new spot, but
it may be false. Maybe it's just internet rumor stuff. But
it's the Wizards. They're willing to kick the tires on him, especially if they get draft capital in return as part of the deal.
Did Sam Quinn have
it's a risk they're willing to take?
Did Sam Quinn have a source within the Wizards that are saying that they are interested?
That I don't know.
Ben, are they interested?
Well,
or is this just his opinion, Sam Quinn?
Sorry, asking. I was talking to Mar.
Are the Wizards interested in Trae Young, or is this just Sam Quinn's opinion that it would fit?
Well, these type of reports don't just come from nothing. The Wizards are tight-lipped, and Mark Stein is as good as it gets. Like, he legitimately reports stuff that he's hearing. It could be Atlanta that's telling him these things.
Right.
But I think a lot of people also speculate it's a good fit because the Wizards will have the most cap money in the NBA this upcoming season after the C.J. McCollum comes off the books, Middleton comes off the books. They'll have like $80 million in cap space per spot.
They're going to have a ton of money.
This is a tweet from Evan Sidery, who works for Kalshi Sports, which I'm just starting to get hip to. I didn't know that was a thing until recently. He tweeted, Travis Schlenk, the former Hawks GM who drafted Trae Young, is currently the Wizards' senior VP of player personnel. He's long been a big believer in Young's superstar ceiling, and his voice is being heard during negotiations between Washington and Atlanta.
All right.
So the guy that originally drafted him, he's a key player here. Has to be in Dawkins and Winger's ear as far as, what his initial scout was of Trae Young, and I'm sure he's a proponent of him.
All right. Well, there's a connection there. Didn't know that.
There's definitely a connection.
Do you love it?
I don't love it. No.
Love it.
I don't love
no,
I got to find out.
It.
I got to find out what kind of a guy he is in the locker room and on the court. I got to find out.
Mediocre.
If we only
because
knew
if
somebody
it's
on the
true,
Hawks coaching staff.
if it's true what JP says, that he's unlikable and he's just selfish on the court, why would you bring him in with Sarr, Koulibaly, and Trae?
Because you don't play him and you're getting the draft compensation.
All right, that's different. That's totally different.
It's an investment, almost.
That's totally different. If they're
You're viewing him as an investment.
Yeah. Yeah, you're going to limit his impact on the guys.
But if he's going to play, Not sure I love it.
What if his agent says, yeah, he's going to opt out. He first of all, he don't want to play for you, and he thinks he can get more on the open market, which may be
Well, they've done that
false.
before. The Wizards have done that before. Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
You're going to get
and
picked.
maybe that's why Will Dawkins would do it, because he knows that he's not
Right.
going to play him,
Which,
and they're just going to get the draft capital.
rewind and remind me about the Schlenk deal. So he was part of the deal when he went to Atlanta.
He drafted
Because
Trae
you
Young.
realize the
He was-
Atlanta Hawks drafted Luka and then traded Luka for Trae Young. Now, there was more to that deal.
Right.
But that's not a ringing endorsement.
Maybe not.
For Travis Schlenk.
It might not be. And maybe that's the reason he's not the top dog here in Washington. He's just part of he's a piece of the puzzle. So we'll see. We'll see
Because
how
the
that
Hawks
works
could have
out.
had Luka, who they drafted at number 3.
That is true. They dealt him for Trae Young. All right, so we'll have to see if there's more smoke to these rumors about Trae Young coming to the Wizards over the next few days. I believe the trade deadline is February 5th, so we're just about a month out from that in the NBA. When we come back, we'll get into EB's entertainment page next here on The Fan.
Some much-needed offense for the Capitals last night in their 7-4 win over Anaheim. Rookie Justin Sordiff had a hat trick, first one for a rookie for the Caps since Alex Ovechkin did it in 2006. Ovi last night scored twice himself as the Caps end a 2-game skid. Reflection in Ashburn Monday as head coach Dan Quinn and GM Adam Peters met with the media to start the process of trying to figure out what went wrong in a 5-12 season.
For sure, it's after a hard season like this, hard decisions are made, but you want to go through everything. You know, where do we find spaces to improve for all of us? Like, that's our main focus, like, so we're never in this space again.
There are 6 head coaching vacancies now in the NFL, and insider Jordan Schultz says the Giants and Titans are among the teams hoping to interview Commanders OC Cliff Kingsbury. NBA The Wizards home tonight hosting the Orlando Magic, 7 p.m. tip-off here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
'26 is the year of celebrating 30 years of the Junks, presented by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender.
Hey, speaking of Main Street Bank,
Yes.
this Thursday, we talked about it on the drinking show. I don't know if you guys remember or in a state to remember.
Probably don't remember much of it, but go ahead.
But we're celebrating your 30 years by playing a bunch of your old clips and
When
hits.
does that start?
It starts this Thursday. And this
Okay.
isn't just
Oh,
like...
you're doing a Throwback Thursday thing, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
and it's going to be extensive. I'm talking like 30 minutes, 60 minutes, long-form clips from the reel-to-reels that I'm digitizing, and
cool.
then people can listen on podcasts.
And then
I'm talking about stuff from the late 90s. I'm talking about stuff in the early 2000s, stuff that didn't even make CD. That's how old they are.
Wow.
Really? It wasn't
Old
even good enough to
classics.
get on a CD back in the day.
Some stuff has already
In
been
other words,
digitized.
it never was best of before.
Right. A lot of this stuff is
Can you give us a hint on a segment or two that you stumbled upon that you're like, wow, I want to play that? Off the top of your head?
Off the top of my head, I'm going through like one of your drinking shows from the 2000s. I think it's appropriate since we announced it on the drinking show
Okay.
that
All
we'll
right.
start with the drinking
Is that
show.
the one where Cakes was just stumbling and bumbling through the reed?
No. That the car read that was like in 2009. I'm talking this is 2000.
Early
This is like
days.
I'm talking like pre 9/11.
Right.
When did we start doing the drinking show?
I don't remember.
Hey, Valdez, you're the
Well,
show.
we-
You're the
we
resident
used to
show
drink-
historian.
We used to drink on the night show.
True, but I mean the Christmas drinking show, the holiday show. When
Do you think it's safe
when
to
did we
say
start that?
that no one on broadcast radio of a real career has drunk, has I don't know the word, drank,
Consumed.
consumed more alcohol than we have?
While the show is being broadcast?
Yeah, because you're
No,
not
there-
supposed to drink.
There's no way.
I don't
And-
think we did very much.
We drank
Yeah,
at night. When we
hardly
were on the
ever,
night
though.
show.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, but the
Hardly
amount,
ever.
I remember people would
You're,
bring
you're,
beers.
you're hyping it up.
But even,
not.
But even
we would
without
do it
that,
on an occasional show.
the amount that we've consumed just
We
during
didn't
the
do it every
drinking
night.
shows.
Not every night, but you
Like when the homies would come in and we'd do a fantasy draft.
or somebody would bring beer by. Yeah.
It might have happened sporadically, but even with not even counting that, no show has drank more than we have during the holiday shows and Christmas
Well,
shows
that's for
over
sure.
the years.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Yeah.
I
And
think the
that's a badge of honor.
breathalyzers started in the kind of like the mid 2000s.
But
We didn't do
I'm-
that when we were in Fairfax.
And I'm listening to stuff
Oh,
where
we
you,
definitely did it in Fairfax because I remember.
Yeah.
I kind of remember. Didn't we have like Disco Inferno, the wrestler, come in, and my head was in a trash can
Yeah.
when we were in Fairfax.
Yes, I definitely
Now-
remember drinking in Fairfax.
So it goes
1
back a
million
long.
percent.
It goes
It
back.
goes
to
back a ways.
The
Drinking
Christmas
show.
drinking show?
Yes.
When we were a nighttime show?
Oh, I don't know about
No,
nighttime
maybe-
show. Might have
maybe
been
the
midday
midday.
years.
Could have
Might
been the midday.
years. What were you
Disco
gonna say,
Inferno.
Valdez?
That's a blast from the
That's a long
past.
time ago.
Yeah, it was.
this particular reel is like an hour long. Just it's called on their best stuff called the Drunkies.
Okay.
So That'll be
Nice.
interesting to listen to.
All right,
and then
good.
listening to stuff we were sending listeners in their underwear to 7-Eleven when you guys
Yeah,
were
we
on
did some
Main
crazy,
Street,
stupid stuff.
eating night crawlers. I mean, just
We did some
But
nuts,
honestly,
nutsy stuff.
Hall of Fame career.
30 years.
I mean,
Hall of Fame
just think of it. This was in, I think what I was listening in 2003 is the year I was listening to. You guys were able to get a female in studio, strip into her bra and panties,
Thank
and
you.
then walk to 7-Eleven in her bra and panties,
How
and
did
then
we
walk
do
back.
that?
How did we not get arrested?
Did we do that?
How did we get
HFS?
arrested?
Cop,
Were you
where
at
I'm listening-
HFS?
cop, no. You're JFK.
Fairfax?
This is
2003, you said? Because that was HFS.
It's HFS.
well,
Yeah.
then maybe it was just 2000. Sorry.
Okay. So prior to that,
How,
I mean,
how the
HFS
world has changed.
We had a
Remember we had a
stripper
girl-
pole in studio.
well, yeah, that was just kind of like shtick.
But we
yeah,
used
well,
it.
we used it,
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, porn star Kendra Jade in studio. I'm going through. You got to.
Kendrick.
Oh,
we
yeah.
had every porno star
We
from
had-
the 90s.
We had them all.
Oh, literally all of them. You can't name one.
We had them all.
Iconic porn stars.
What was the one who had all that? She was gorgeous face, had all the tats.
Oh,
Janine.
Janine.
Linda,
Janine.
Linda Mueller.
I'm telling you. And
Yeah.
I say this to this day.
She's on the
It's a-
Blink
it's a
album
story
cover.
I can't stop saying.
Yeah, she was beautiful.
Two of the most beautiful people that I've ever been in person with. Beyonce,
Yeah.
when I was standing right next to her, right? We were at the HFS. I
And
mean,
and Janine?
Beyonce's face is ridiculous. It's beyond absurd. And Janine,
Janine was beautiful.
the porn star.
Yeah.
Her face was gorgeous. Beautiful girl. And then she started getting a billion tattoos, and then it just ate too many sandwiches.
How old is she?
Ate too many sandwiches.
what was her name?
Janine Linda
Janine
Mueller.
Linda Mueller.
Yeah, Linda something.
Linda something.
It's probably our age, maybe a little older.
But just keep an eye out for that on Thursdays.
Nice.
Okay,
P1s
good.
P1s are going to be in love with that.
Oh yeah, they are. They're gonna
That's
love
good stuff.
that.
And then how will they access it?
It'll be on the podcast feed. So,
So on
if you
the
get
Odyssey app. Is that the same thing? I don't even know the difference.
like if you
Yes.
on the Odyssey app, on Spotify, on Apple Podcasts,
All that stuff.
all that stuff is going to be up there. Just keep an eye out for it on Thursdays.
Janine Linda Mueller.
You remember?
Yeah.
I remember Jason liking, there was one porn star that would bring her boyfriend who was like a really tall guy that maybe played college basketball.
She died.
Jason,
Yeah,
of
she-
course,
she
was
passed.
all in with that guy.
Tara Patrick.
No.
No,
Tara Patrick.
Tara Patrick was
her
the best.
boyfriend was
Her boyfriend
Evan or
was in
something.
the band
Biohazard.
Biohazard.
Yeah.
And he had a billion tattoos, and he was
Yeah.
about 5 feet tall. But he was
Yeah.
banging Tara Patrick, who was
Yeah.
about 6 feet tall.
I remember
you're
him
talking
too,
about,
yeah.
You're talking about she was famous chick.
I think
she
Jessie
died.
Jane, maybe.
Jessie
Jess-
Jane.
that might have been
I think
her.
that's,
know she
yeah,
died.
yeah.
But I just remember she would come in with this guy, and then Jason would just
He
talk
loved it,
up.
'cause
He'd
he was a
yap it up
college-
with the dude.
Meanwhile, he was
Yeah,
in the
by the way,
porno world.
Jason's looking at the dude, not the girl.
I'm telling you, I was all into Janine though.
You remember Janine?
Yeah.
And then we had Jenna Jameson in like the peak
Love
of her
Jenna.
powers.
Love Jenna.
I think she's like totally done a 180 now. She's like literally born again, quoting scripture and everything. for her.
Really?
Yeah.
It's gone the other direction. Pendulum has swung the other direction.
Complete opposite direction. All right, you want me to tell you what's going on in the world of Hollywood?
Yes,
Hollywood?
please.
I like this other discussion better.
Do you do? Do you have any old segments that you remember? Maybe do you have the bit where we sent our intern and we dressed him up like Tiger Woods in Georgetown? Did we ever replay that?
Abdullah.
I gotta go. I got so many reels. I
don't
gotta
want
go
to give
through.
you work to do.
I know this. We had a rap battle, me and Abdullah. You could not play my rap.
Oh, I'm sure. So don't do
We
it.
had terrible raps.
Oh, I know, but I'm talking about the words
Oh,
used
the
in it.
words.
Yeah.
I remember when I called him at the end. my
Any
kicker.
live performances that you can dig up when we would have like the one I was always trying to find was Smile Empty Soul, where they had that guy was silly.
You love Bottom of Bottle.
That was a great song.
Great song.
Where we had the guy from the Finger, whatever.
Finger 11.
Finger 11. He was out of tune that day.
Oh, he was terrible.
We had the guy, do you remember he was grumpy? Ryan Day didn't want to sing.
Ryan Key.
From
Yeah.
Yellow Card.
Yellow
From
card.
Yellow Card.
They didn't want to be there.
Any of those live performances?
I have. Didn't I make a CD for
You
you?
made a CD for
I
me.
made a CD for him.
You did a
I burned him a CD.
mixtape for
I know.
me.
Can you make me? Can you find that? Is that still like on a
I have
digital
it.
file?
Yeah, I have that. I have all those songs archived.
Yeah. But the segments. might
Oh,
be
you want
good.
the full segment?
Maybe. Maybe you don't think
Who
people
was
want
the
to hear
girl-
like we had POD in studio?
What was
or
the
we-
girl band that JP?
The Donnas.
The Donnas. Do you have the Donnas?
Yeah, I have that.
Oh, that's so,
I
so
just have to
awkward.
recap it.
Great bit.
The Donnas are doing their first ever live
So
performance.
awkward. Most
their
awkward bit.
management was so nervous. First of all, we're the junkies. Nobody, we're like these outsiders. Nobody likes.
We had
Great
people.
moment.
We had a bunch of listeners in
and
studio.
they're very nervous. It's their first live performance.
Yeah, we're in a conference room at HFS.
So she's very nervous. She's in the middle of her hit song, and there's like a mic issue or something. She doesn't know it, doesn't realize it. Jimmy just goes up and grabs the mic from her in mid-song.
Tried to fix the mic.
They're playing "Take It Off." It's silly.
Yeah.
Valdez might be able
Did they
to play
stop
it.
the song and then
I
start
don't know.
over?
She was horrified.
She was
Management
shook.
was freaking. Everybody was shook.
Yeah, I do
They
remember
were
that.
just shook. They were shook.
I hope we have that.
No, but the
Ah,
guy
good
from
old
what was
days.
the one thing? What was that name?
Yeah, that was
Hoobastank.
Finger 11.
No. Hoobastank.
Oh yeah, get my
Hoobastank.
bands mixed up.
Hoobastank.
The reason?
Reason.
The
No,
reason.
one thing is Finger 11.
Yeah, the reason.
Hoobastank,
We had
the
the guy
reason.
sing the reason right there, like 2 feet
Chorus.
from us.
He's not
No,
a
honestly.
perfect person. That's so good.
Honestly, that was the best. That was the best 2.5
HFS
years.
was fun,
Best 2.5. Everything else blows.
except for the weekly meetings.
Yeah.
Jason,
Every Friday.
Jason
So
disrespected
great.
the general manager so much, or
Yeah.
program manager so
Program
much,
director.
whatever her
Yeah.
job title was, that he wouldn't actually walk into the office. He would stand at the door.
You just linger.
Well, because it was just empty talk.
Hold on, do you have it?
There
You
was
have
no-
it, the reason?
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
listening
No,
to
I
you.
have the Donna's thing.
Oh, play the Donna.
Play the Donna.
I got to find the exact moment
When
because
JP yanks the mic from her.
Yeah.
Did we
Hey,
ma-
would you trade? Hey, would you trade going back to those? How old were you then?
We were like
32,
35.
32, 35.
All
So we
right.
played the. That's when we played the.
Yeah, it was
03, 04. So
It was 20 years ago.
33, 34.
Would you trade to go back there, but still have to do weekly meetings?
Yes.
To get
we
20
couldn't
years
do it.
back?
I didn't mind him as much. I would do small talk. I didn't mind it. Jason hated the small talk.
Oh, I
He
did.
hated everything about
I
it.
want to get the hell out of
No
there.
They weren't that
questions
bad. Just,
policy.
I mean,
They weren't that bad.
they
I
led
actually
to a
liked
couple of good ideas. The Turkey Bowl spawned from that meeting.
The worst idea was when Sam Rogers wanted us to have the Wonkat be on the show.
Terrible idea. Catchy.
Look. Is that where he took it?
Did we address it afterwards?
Who knows?
Oh, I'm sure we
Yeah,
did.
yeah.
The Donnas. There's no chance the Donnas are still around.
No chance. That's impossible.
That didn't sound that great.
I mean, it's a
Well,
live
hard.
performance
Live
in a conference
performances.
room.
I understand.
They don't sound like the recorded stuff.
The Donnas.
Hey, I got my boxing win in that conference room.
They were
Knocked out
active-
Chad Dukes.
They were active from 93 to 2012. I guess they had a
That's a
decent
pretty
run.
good run.
It's not a bad run.
They gone.
They gone.
All right, Cakes, let me tell you about the world of Hollywood and entertainment.
I am, yeah. But
Don't-
where's your question?
Don't the strings pummel you eventually?
What do you mean, your
I
fingers?
No, my fingers are.
They're numb to
I've
that.
been playing for almost 10 years. So.
They're
They're
called
just-
calluses. When
Yeah,
you play a
there's
bunch,
calluses.
you develop them.
Seriously,
See, you
the-
play guitar, you don't even know that. Well, I never practiced. enough to
JP,
get the
right.
calluses.
You bummed out the singer. You ruined her whole day. It was awesome. You did
You
great.
guys sounded great.
Don't worry about it. He's a dick. Yeah.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
You were awesome.
As
Okay.
long as he's not there tonight, I'll be fine.
Yeah, he'll make up your mind.
He's not going to be there.
I'll take that one for the team.
Oh, that's
Oh,
hilarious.
the Donnas. A couple of them were a little bit silly.
The drummer, I remember, was. Remember? The drummer.
Like, I just remember a couple of them being attractive.
Yeah. It's hilarious.
Back when Jason had testosterone.
Yeah.
Right.
Tori Castellano. Is that her name?
I have no idea.
I think
Give
it's
us,
Tori
give us
Castellano.
your best
Well, first of all, I
story
gotta-
tease.
All right.
You
First of all, I have
do
to
the
tell you
lead,
that it's
give
driven
us the
by
tease,
BMW.
and we'll come back and
Fairfax,
do it.
DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner for the ultimate buying experience on the ultimate driving machine. Get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager. She's the best. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. All right, I'll give you a little tease. We have a Mickey Rourke update that's
Again?
actually kind of interesting as far as I'm concerned. He's kind of very reflective on his career and his past mistakes. Got some
Okay.
pretty good quotes. And then there's an interesting nugget about Jerry Seinfeld and he's got a massive fear.
Ooh,
Okay?
okay.
It's causing him to do something.
Okay.
All right?
All right, some good teases there for the EP. We'll get into those stories and more next. Playing some stank for you, EB.
I mean, it's
The stank.
not a great song.
It's a
an
really good
amazing
song.
song.
It's a
Great
really
song.
good-
He sung that in our conference room.
Yes.
Doug from Hoobastank,
Doug
I
from
believe.
Hoobastank.
I don't know his last name. I think it's Doug.
Doug Gim.
I don't know his last name.
Is that right?
Doug Gim is a golfer. But he was Asian.
He was an Asian guy. Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna
Doug.
tell
I
you
just
his
heard
last name
he
now.
did an interview with the guy from with Joel from Ben Charlotte for his podcast like a year ago. I
The
listened to it.
girls from the Donners are 47 years old.
It's unbelievable, right?
So I'm guessing the guys at Hoobastank are about the same age.
Doug Robb. He's
Doug
the first.
Robb. It
two
wasn't that
first-
far off
It's a
from
two
Doug
first
Gim.
name guy.
Yeah, it wasn't that far
Doug
off.
Robb.
All right, so I teased the Mickey Rourke story. So remember we mentioned that it went viral that Mickey Rourke, of course, banged Carrie Otis in what movie was that?
Wild Orchid.
Wild Orchid. I get a little confused.
You can't keep it straight.
I get confused. He might have also banged Lisa Bonet.
Cakes was
in
struggling. 9.5 weeks, Kim Basinger.
Right.
That's correct.
Lisa Bonet, Angel Heart.
Angel Heart. Right, right.
That's the Trinity.
But he actually did win an Academy Award, didn't he, for The Wrestler?
Did he?
I don't
I-
think
Did
he
he really?
won.
He just was up for
I'm
it?
not sure.
He was definitely nominated for The Wrestler. Or at least The Wrestler was nominated as a film. Maybe he wasn't. I thought
He's
he
never
was.
won an Oscar.
Can you look and see if he was nominated?
Nominated 2009.
Yeah.
For the wrestler?
You don't know where he's from, Jason. This is
Sean
for you.
Penn
he's-
won that
Who?
year.
Mickey Rourke?
Mickey Rourke.
He's a New York guy. I don't know what part.
Schenectady.
Yeah, I knew he was in New York.
I think that's upstate New York. I'm not 100%
So he
sure.
was recently in the
Sounds
news
like it.
because they somehow they made it known that he was staying in a apartment or a house in L.A. and he had 3 days to pay the back rent, or else he was risking getting evicted. Someone then put up a GoFundMe, and he's now disavowed the GoFundMe completely.
EB, were you aware that Mickey Rourke was at one point married to your girl, Carrie Otis?
No,
They were married from 92 to 98,
I was unaware of that.
according to Wiki.
He says it's frustrating and embarrassing. If I needed money, I wouldn't ask for no effing money. I'd rather stick a gun up my blank and pull the trigger.
That's quite a quote.
Great quote.
Baseball cakes?
Yes.
I will. You owe me $2
Okay,
from our
yes.
bets
All
earlier.
right.
I will give you those $2 back.
Yep.
Absolve you from your debt.
Yes.
If you can name a Kansas City Royals baseball player whose last name was Otis. And I'm going to give you the first letter of his first name.
I think he could get it. Don't do
give him
that.
that.
First letter is A.
I think he could get it.
I'm just guessing.
If you get it, you've heard it before.
Amos Otis.
Yeah,
See, you've heard it
I knew
before.
he got it.
All right.
So, you know what? Your brain had it from a
But
baseball card.
I couldn't tell you what he looks like,
yeah.
what position he played, whether he's
He was
right or
outfielder.
He was
left-handed.
a center fielder, I believe.
Outfielder.
I don't know any of that.
No, but you probably had a baseball card of him, and so it
I
sticks
might
in your
have.
brain.
There's no way
Yeah.
you would have pulled Amos if you
How
hadn't
about
heard
this?
that before.
This is a different era. There's a picture of him. The first picture that comes up of Amos Otis.
Yeah.
He's smoking a cigarette. Like in the
I
dugout.
mean, that's back in the day. I
Yeah.
mean, didn't Jim Lee?
You know
I don't
the
know if it's
first
a
name
dugout.
of
He played in the 70s.
his last name is Biancalana.
Sure, I know that one. Buddy.
Oh, okay.
Buddy Biancalana.
Let's just do
Baseball
Royals.
cakes.
You know,
is
Splittorf.
flexing his muscles.
Splittorf.
Splittorf is a real baseball player.
That's his last name.
No,
Yeah.
it's not. You made that up.
It is.
Splittorf.
Definitely Paul.
Paul Splittorf.
Paul
you remember him?
I'm supposed to remember
No.
Paul
I'm just
Splittorf.
asking you,
about-
Royals
I
from
remember,
that era.
I remember Paul Molitor.
How about
Remember
this?
Brett?
I remember George Brett, of
Okay.
course.
How about this? Kansas City Royals. He was known for being short king.
Short king that played for the Kansas City Royals. Can you give me another hint?
What era? Back in that era?
Same era.
80s.
Well, I said Buddy
Is he
Biancalana.
a whitey? Is he African American?
The whitey, and I'm looking on Wikipedia. He's 81 years old right now.
Jeez.
He's 81. I'm supposed to know who
81.
he is.
Did he play second base?
I think he was a shortstop.
All right.
I mean, I just don't know
You have
that.
to
He
give
was
initials.
5 feet 5 inches.
You have to give initials.
FP.
No chance.
Uh,
No chance. I know that.
Nicknamed the Flea or the Cricket.
Don't know that.
5'5"
I'm going to be bitter
shortstop.
when you say it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Freddie Patek.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
Freddie
yeah.
Patek.
Definitely remember that.
Sure.
I didn't know.
Sure, that's a real name. Freddie
no, I remember
Patek.
Freddie Patek.
Had his baseball card, had a
This is so
bunch of them.
stupid. We're literally
doing
broadcasting to two people.
We're doing old school Kansas City Royals.
Two old baseball fans.
It's called broadcasting.
Fist pumping somewhere. All right. Jerry Seinfeld, Cakes.
What is he deathly afraid of?
How about death? just like the rest of
Of
us.
course, everybody's
Jerry
afraid of
Seinfeld,
that.
who's 71 now, says he's paranoid, or apparently somebody close to him, about his health, plagued by nightmarish worries that he could develop dementia, cancer, other things. So he's now in the gym working hard to maintain his looks and fitness, but also because he's deathly afraid of things like dementia, cancer, osteoporosis, Parkinson's disease, just like the rest of
So
us.
that's something I share in common with Jerry Seinfeld. We're both afraid of the Grim Reaper.
Right.
Who's
But
always
he also
lurking
he
around
wants
the
to
corner.
keep performing. It's 71 and worth, I don't know, $1 billion. He wants to
Easily.
just keep performing
Yeah,
as
good for
long
him.
as he can.
Jess and I saw him last year at Wolf Trap, and what surprised me about his act, I mean, he was funny, but was how physical he was. I think he's tight with Sebastian Maniscalco, and I don't know if he's added that because it's the first time I ever
So
saw
what's he
him
doing,
in
like
person.
tripping over himself?
No, just he was very
Three
emotive.
Stooges bits?
When you say
really?
physical humor, I think of John
I mean, is he
Tripper.
doing
No.
push-ups?
John Ritter.
No, just the way he's expressing himself.
Is he smashing a watermelon?
Yeah, what's he doing?
No, just the way he's moving around.
He's like,
All
Carrot
right.
Top.
This Gallagher
Have you
bit.
seen, like, I mean, Saturday Night Live did a bit about Sebastian
Can ask my
Maniscalco,
daughter.
where Maniscalco's like over the top with his physical, just kind of the expressions and everything.
I told you that, like, literally 2 months ago, Meg was in New York City with her coworkers, and they were supporting a fellow coworker who is in the consultant game or whatever, who also does side comedy.
Okay.
And Jerry Seinfeld walks in and just does a surprise set.
That's pretty
before-
cool.
How crazy is that?
How long was he up there? 10 or 15 minutes?
I don't know. Long enough to text a picture.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. Did a little set, which I guess, they're known to do.
Yeah.
Comedians are known to do that.
What percentage of America isn't afraid of death?
Less
I
than
mean,
1%.
unless you're,
I
unless
think once
you're,
you get older,
if
you get
you're
actually a little-
85 to
you're a little less fearful.
95,
You're
okay.
almost ready to pack it in.
but
You know what I mean?
sub 70, everyone's afraid of death,
I think if you were honest,
right?
Sudden death. I think I'm afraid of sudden death. Like, I don't want to die driving
Yeah.
home, but like
I always
know,
wonder. Is
I'm
this thing
afraid
gonna
of
be
sudden
the-
death
I'm ju-
overtime in NHL
but
playoffs.
I just know.
Terrifying.
I know at some point I'm gonna die.
You ever think about what it would be in the microsecond before the windshield smashes your head into like a crushed watermelon? Like I think about that. What's that going to feel like?
Well, it's going to be over in a heartbeat.
Yeah,
If it's
probably-
that-
You know
if
what?
it's that
probably be
Let's
violent-
move
painless.
on. I'm getting depressed.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't want to think about
I
that?
can't think about it.
Think about like if you're in a plane and you know the
no,
plane's
don't
going
want to
down.
think about it.
I mean, what's that
Like
going
the
to feel
moment,
like? That
the moment before impact.
that millisecond, 1/100th of a second that you're still intact.
While you're screaming,
Yeah, I know,
Definitely
but then how quickly from the impact are your bones pulverized?
I still can't believe Brad
Probably
Pitt
0.2
threw the
seconds.
hand grenade in World War Z to blow out the back portion of the plane to suck all the zombies out. That was ballsy. He
You love World
survived.
War Z.
It's a really good movie. You sleep on it a
I
little
just
bit.
remember the scene with the wall, right?
Yeah, all the zombies are they're climbing on top
stacking
of
up.
each other to get over the wall. It's a good bit.
I just bumped this camera. Is this camera being used? No, I don't think so. I just
I
bumped
don't know
it.
which cameras are being
I don't
used.
think this one works.
We have more cameras in here than MGM National Harbor.
We have a lot
I mean,
of
we
cameras.
have so many cameras.
You would think this
And
would be
none of 'em
broadcast in like 18K.
Yeah. It's like the real world radio.
There's so many cameras. They're all in on my face. The cameras are so close to me that I had to have Ben go to CVS and get me a razor. Because all I can imagine is some Instagram thing on my face later this afternoon. Or
You're
I
like,
had-
Was that
Ben,
really?
werewolf. You're like, Ben,
That was
what's
on
up?
your mind? The cameras?
It was like, well, when you leave
no,
a
I
big
know you
patch
did
of
it.
hair, it was like my dong was hanging out.
I thought it was. I just figured it was independent of anything to do with the cameras or anything.
No, I mean, I wouldn't be in public and have half your hair, your
Lou,
face shaved.
yeah, Lou would make an
Face shaved.
Instagram say, "Look at this hot take that Teen Wolf had."
Right. Because I was shaving early this morning
Yeah,
with the
the
electric thing,
close-ups.
and I guess I forgot to hit a chunk. And I
Yeah,
had a
I
big
forgot
chunk
too.
right here.
I
on the
forgot
side.
parts of shaving too.
The interesting part, which Cake's pointed out, he was shaving in the kitchen. It's like that's where he keeps his razor.
I keep it right by
Well,
my
he,
wallet.
he walks around the house and shaves.
Or I go out on the deck. Or,
Yeah, you can just walk
or I
around.
sit and watch TV.
It's a little
it goes
strange.
it goes into a little thing, and then you empty the thing, and your hairs come out.
He shaves in that
I know,
seat
but most
sometimes.
people would just keep it in the bathroom.
Why? I don't like to be in the bathroom unless I'm on the pooper.
Mm-hmm.
What I just like. My routine now, going to sleep, I take so many pills and I
How many pills do you take?
I take 2 magnesium glycate.
Well, you say pills. Aren't some of them gummies? They're not all pills, right?
No, actually, I'm out.
You don't take any gummies? Oh.
2 magnesium. I used to take some the magnesium, actually the gummies, but then I just look. There's just all sugar. I mean, it was just I had to stop it.
They're just
So
two
I take
little.
pills.
They're like this big.
No,
I mean,
but
come on.
I take.
They're not bad for you.
That's fine, but I take pills. And then I
All
take 2 melatonin. Then I take something for my massively enlarged prostate, and then I have to the floss. I don't floss. I use the
water pick.
The water pick. You wouldn't believe what comes out of my mouth.
I could
right?
imagine.
Yeah, and do the water pick. And then I have to
Imagine
brush.
parts of your teeth come out.
No, it's. I can't believe I ever went through life without using the water pick.
Yeah.
How could you go to? I can brush, and then use the water pick, and you'd be stunned at just the sandwich that comes out of it. I mean, it's just unbelievable the chunks of food.
Smells so bad.
I don't notice that, but it's probably true.
Has to.
It's unbelievable.
Oh, you know what? It
gets
can't smell as
stuck in your
bad
gums.
as the refrigerator in the break room.
Is
wow.
that horrible?
I mean, it needs a clean out. You need somebody to take everything out, throw it in the
Who's
trash.
going to do that?
Not me. I don't know.
'Cause no one's going to do
I don't
that.
know who's going to do it, but it needs to be done. It's past time.
Who usually does that bad bit?
I don't know.
Roger? He
Well,
cleans
no,
the coffee
Roger,
all the time.
No, not Roger, because he's always either doing the coffee or working on one of the TVs. He's always working on
Is he still working on the TVs?
It's a different TV, but he's always
Yeah.
got a TV that he's working on in the break room.
Right.
He actually asked me about the games yesterday.
Well, you can't engage with him with that. 'cause
He
you
has
know-
no idea, but he
doesn't
just
know
threw
what
out.
he's
He's like, he goes,
talking
"How about those games?"
Does he know the Bills are playing?
He barely knows who Josh Allen is. You think he knows
No, but
anything?
he does
that's-
have an awareness. He has an awareness level.
Very
now, not of
little.
anything that really
It might
happened.
not even have
He
been a
might
complete
know,
sentence. He's
hey,
like-
the Bills won.
There's no
just-
chance he knows who Amos Otis is.
No
guarantee you that.
Or Carrie Otis.
No.
Or Otis Redding.
No. Rob Reiner's son, Nick Cakes, apparently no longer on. Can they determine that? No longer on suicide watch after being arrested for, most people assume he's the one that slaughtered his 2 parents. How could you know? Couldn't you just lie? Say, yeah, I'm not.
Yeah, I'm feeling good now.
Yeah, I'm feeling good.
Yeah, give me my shoelaces
It's a good
back.
I would
question.
think anybody kind of facing that would be
No idea.
on suicide watch for
Yeah, I don't know.
a long time. Probably forever.
What exactly is suicide watch?
I think you don't get like shoestrings. Like
You don't get a
they-
blanket.
I mean, do
You
they
can hang
have
yourself
someone
with your
watching a
blanket.
camera
I
24/7?
think they check you more often.
I think they literally give you like a blanket made of like paper, like because
Oh,
you
okay.
can't hang yourself with your
Yeah,
blanket.
yeah,
So now they're
he's right.
giving them a wool blanket or
Yeah, like
whatever
no
the
sharp-
standards
Like
blanket
he
is.
gets a plastic fork,
Yeah.
maybe if he's lucky.
Well, sometimes I've seen those guys. They have like those. They're wearing like the vest that it like covers their neck, so maybe they can't stab their neck.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I know the answer, but I'm going to ask the question anyway. Who named their kid Blanket?
Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson, yeah.
You knew that, right?
Yeah. I said I think I know the answer.
Yeah. Who named their kid Apple?
Gwyneth Paltrow,
Paltrow.
Chris Martin.
Right.
What was their other kid's name? Moses. Pretty sure that's right.
That's honestly a terrible name. And
I'd rather be called Moses than Apple. Apple's a terrible name.
Blanket is officially the worst.
I've got a
nobody's.
guy I know whose wife is named Apple.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Fiona Apple? Or just Apple?
No, Apple, the first name, Apple.
What's her last name?
Oh, I'm not going to say that.
I have a friend whose daughter is named Faith, and I always call her Hope. I get the two confused. It's like the same to me
Right.
for
Yeah.
some reason, like Hope and Faith. And
Yeah.
I always say, "How's Hope doing?" And he goes,
Oh, it's Faith.
Then I go, "Oh!" And I see him in 6 months. Hey, how's Hope doing?
Yeah, you just
No,
don't
it's
ask.
Faith, you
Don't-
stupid.
Maybe you should go with, how's your daughter
Yeah,
doing?
how's your daughter doing? Just keep it nebulous. Stupid. That's what you should do. AV is built for DC. Here in the nation's capital, AV is creating solutions that protect our troops, our homeland, and our way of life, from autonomous unmanned aircraft and counter-drone technologies to advanced satellite communication systems and next-gen missiles. They're delivering innovation where it matters most. Battle-proven, warfighter trusted, engineered for the future, and proud sponsor of the Washington Commanders, Capitals, and DC United. Visit avinc.com to learn more today.
Sure.
Welcome back to the Junks on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, Monumental Sports Network as well. Wanted to quickly go around and rank the current NFL openings, of which there are 6 at this point. By the way, Jason had to hit me to the fact that Jonathan Gannon was axed. I didn't know that he was officially axed yesterday.
He got axed
I just
yesterday
slept on that.
around the same time Stefanski did.
I knew Carroll had been let go.
Yeah.
I didn't even see the official on Gannon, though I figured he'd you lose 9 straight games and you finish 3-14, you're probably going to lose your job.
Yeah.
He's such a dud, Jonathan Gannon.
Mega dud.
He's a dud,
They're
but
saying he might end up here.
give him a good quarterback.
Oh, I'm not saying he's not a
quarterback.
good coach. I'm just saying personality. And personality doesn't even mean anything.
Not usually.
Like, even when you just see him on the sideline, the demeanor, all that stuff.
That's one I knew I was right on. Now, I was wrong on Sirianni and Dan Campbell. Okay, I was wrong on them. I jumped the gun on them. I was right on Gannon. As soon as he got hired, I knew that guy was a dud, and he wasn't long for that world. And I don't think he's going to be hired as a head coach anytime soon. Maybe as a DC.
Horrific record.
So I knew that he was not the long-term answer for the Arizona
But
Cardinals.
these NFL coaches who get fired, it's not a big deal. Like in college, it's kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
But in the NFL, these guys get rehired. Stefanski might get rehired as an NFL coach.
Yeah,
He's not going to might. He will 100%.
As an NFL coach?
I
Head
think so.
coach?
Especially because
I mean, I know he'll get a job
He's
as
a
a
two-time coach of the year.
Right. But it's not that big of a deal for guys in the NFL to get fired because they're going to get another job.
Why, once you make it, you're in the club.
You are.
So you may
You're in the
not
club.
get another head job, and it may take 5 years, but you're going to get rehired.
So
They look out for each other.
Let's just go around the room and rank 6 to
Because
1
look at Kingsbury.
each
Kingsbury
person.
gets fired as a Cardinals coach, coordinator, and might get another head coaching job.
Of the 6 jobs,
Kinda
at the
crazy.
bottom, I have the Raiders. I think that's
Well, I
just,
have the Raiders actually at the top.
you have the Raiders as the
I
most
have them.
attractive destination.
I've got them
Because-
3.
Really?
Yeah.
Because-
Just because they're going to get the number 1 pick.
Exactly.
It's not a really tough division, I don't think.
I just
It's
think
winnable.
their offensive line is a mess. They've got Gentry.
Oh, yeah, they've got to get better.
They don't have a lot of options at wide receiver.
They got Bowers.
They got to
Okay,
get
Bowers is a stud, but they just don't have a lot of pieces.
You have
And
Crosby,
Okay, but
which
they
you could
got
trade
how many
if you
picks
want.
do they have?
You
Let's
got to
see
deal. You got to deal with Tom Brady breathing down your neck all the time. I have the Raiders as the least attractive gig of the 6.
No, and they have to me, they have a fan base.
Right.
They're in Vegas, good stadium. I mean, there's some things I think going for the Raiders.
I don't love that situation. At 5,
I
I've got the
think-
Cardinals.
Hold on. Let me just say something real quick about the Raiders.
Yeah.
All right. In 2026, they got the number 1 pick. They got the number 36 pick. They got the number 67 pick. 3 fourth-rounders, 102, 117, 134. 5th rounder, 2 6th-rounders, 7th rounders. So they've got 1, 2, 3, 4. They've got 10 picks in this draft.
Right.
They're going to get better. Now, whoever they draft a quarterback, Mendoza or Moore, whoever, they've got to hit. But I think it's attractive.
I've got the Cards at 5.
I do
Most
too.
likely Kyler Murray is going to be in a different spot. So they have a huge question at quarterback.
I got him 5.
Even though I love what Jacoby Brissett did when he stepped in.
Yeah,
I've
but
got them dead last.
he's a
But I
back-
mean, he's not like
he's a
not
backup.
a long-term answer.
No.
I've got the Browns at 4 with Stefanski leaving.
I've got them last
You have them at 6.
because it's Cleveland.
I've got the Falcons at 3 because Penix isn't going to play this upcoming year. What are you going to do with Kirk Cousins and his massive contract
You know, Kirk actually had a winning record as a starter.
Yeah.
in Atlanta?
Now they've got
You
issues.
could make an argument. I'm not saying that I make that argument, but you could make an argument that the GM should have been fired, coach not fired, and that they should have just run with Kirk.
I've actually got Atlanta 1
Do you?
because of Bijan, because of London, because of some of their young players in offense. Now, obviously Penix that's an issue.
Pitts is a free agent.
That's fine. He's Pitts. He's the Pitts.
What
And
if he
whenever
decides-
Penix comes back, I think it'd be an attractive job. And that division is always winnable. I mean, think about the injuries they have had this year, and they almost won it.
Right. I've got the Giants at 2 because Jackson Dart looks like a guy you can build a team around.
I've got him at 2.
Malik Neighbors should come back healthy from the ACL
Scatterboo,
tear. Scatterboo should come back from his injury, and they've got a pretty good defense.
Yep.
So I think that's an attractive spot. I've got the Titans as the most attractive because Cam Ward was the number 1 overall pick. He showed flashes, And I think if you
I thought
surround him
everybody
with
ended
more
up down
talent,
on Cam Ward.
if
No?
you surround him with actual,
He shows flashes, as
like
Cake
legit
said.
NFL wide receivers, I think he's going to take that step.
I think
in
he
years
could be,
2
but-
and 3.
See, I'm higher. I had the Raiders 1. Just because clean slate, you're going to have a new coach, and you're going to have the number 1 pick. If you get an offensive guy to go along where, you get a quarterback whisperer to team up with Mendoza, I think that could be successful down the road. I have the Giants, too, agree with you, because I like Jackson Dart. Scatterboo showed some signs of promise. They've drafted guys like Abdul Carter. So they seem to have some pieces. I'm a little higher on the Browns than you guys because the Browns' defense is legit. So if you can figure out the quarterback and you're going to have a new coach, I think they could take off.
Well, if you
Yeah,
can
I
figure
don't-
out the
in that
quarterback is
division, I
a
think it's gonna
lot
be tough.
harder than it seems.
Is that division that
Easier
tough
said than
anymore?
done, my friend.
I mean
it's
the
not what it
Ravens
was.
almost made the playoffs at 9-8.
Right.
So it's not like some team is 14-3 atop
True.
that division.
There's no juggernaut there, but I still think the Browns are at the bottom of that division.
Well, yeah, right now.
By a pretty wide stretch.
All these teams are,
Yeah, and I
for
just,
the most part, at
it's
the
just
bottom.
Cleveland. I mean, it's just an awful place. They never win.
Yeah, but they got some pieces. Judkins showed something. Fannin
Fannin
could win
was
Rookie
really
of the
good.
Year. Ford, they've got some decent players. That if you can get a quarterback,
Jerome Ford's like a bit player running back. He's nothing special.
No.
Judkins showed some signs.
I wasn't
before he
thinking of
got
Ford.
hurt.
You know what I said? Ford. It's the receiver. Who's the,
Isaiah Bond.
Yes,
I know who you're
Bond,
thinking
sorry.
of. He had a few big plays down the
Yeah.
stretch.
But like you said, if you can get a quarterback, that's not easy.
Yeah.
Hey, wait till Deshaun Watson comes back next year.
Yeah, all
You
right,
have,
we keep
you have a
waiting.
weird Deshaun Watson fetish over there. I don't quite get it.
Well, he did tantalize you early in his
I
career.
mean, there was a reason he got that huge contract because at one point he was a top 5 quarterback.
Because Jimmy Haslam is an idiot for giving him a fully guaranteed contract.
I don't disagree there.
And he
But-
completely reset the NFL salary structure.
If
for
I was
quarterbacks.
gave him that after the scandal too, right? Didn't he give him that after the sex?
No, I think it was prior. Like, I don't think all of that stuff was out there before.
Yeah.
No, I think it was. That was so shocking that he gave it to him. I think the
I don't
allegations
remember
were out
exactly.
there.
Yeah.
I think the allegations were out there because
Maybe not to the
because
extent of what they
the
mushroomed
numbers
into.
were insane, and then it just big dud. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody
Probably
smash
the
a wall.
worst contract
I don't
in NFL
remember.
history.
I don't remember exactly when it happened.
You know what the worst baseball contract in history is?
The worst
What?
baseball contract?
Yes.
Rendon.
Bobby Bonilla.
Arguably the worst sports contract in history. Is
Oh, Rendon. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he basically got $1 million
Well, hold
a
on.
game for all the
I was
games
going
he
to say
played.
Strasburg's pretty bad.
No, I
Although-
think his
although-
is worse.
Yeah, because they won a World Series, but
Well, I think it might have been more money.
Rendon's bad.
I think it was more money.
Did Rendon, did they come
He
to
did
like a
nothing.
settlement? Like, is
I
he
think
going
they
to
were
play
working-
this
last
season?
year. They
No,
bought
I
him out
thi-
of the last
I
year.
think they
or
were
something.
working on
Okay.
a settlement. Yeah,
It's-
not sure
it's
what
over.
the update is.
The career's over.
That's what that was.
He was
that
hurt.
Was Mike Rizzo. Mike Rizzo hit a home run and letting him walk and sign with.
Yeah, that was
with
big.
the Angels.
That was a big win.
We're
Big W.
so old that we were having. We've said this many times before. We're having dinner with Davy Johnson in Florida, and he pointed out to us over there. He said, "See that guy over there?"
Yep.
And it was young Anthony Rendon. He was
Yeah.
like, "He's our next stud."
Right.
Yeah.
And he was just sitting over there with his boys, like a minor leaguer or barely on the roster.
I
And
can't.
now his whole career's gone. And
I can't
think
remember.
Davy's dead.
Davey died.
Davy's passed.
R.I.P.
I can't remember when and where I had this conversation, but some dude that I met, I think like in an airport, said that he had a run-in with Davy Johnson. He said he was like the worst human being he's ever.
Really?
But
He wasn't like that with us.
Just
he was
had-
amazing.
He was great with us.
nothing good to say about him.
Yeah.
So if you're the head
Like he was a
coach,
grumpy guy.
yeah.
if you're a head coach,
Yeah.
and you have been a head coach of a flag football
Sure,
team,
yes, very accomplished.
and there were these 6 jobs,
Yeah.
which you want,
I
which
want the-
one number
I
one?
want the Titans job because I feel like there's something to build there.
I
with
want
Cam Ward.
Atlanta or the Giants. You kind of sold me a little bit on the Giants, but Jackson Dart, I think, is just, I mean, talented kid, but man, I just
You got to rein him in.
Did
and-
they fire Shane? He's gone, right?
no,
No,
he's coming back.
Staying.
He's keeping a job.
He's keeping his job.
Unbelievable.
I'd want Giants or Raiders because I
Okay.
get that number 1 pick.
I mean, I had Vegas at 3. I'd take that. I just wouldn't want the Cleveland Brown job.
I'm a little higher on the Browns
I have
than
the
you
Raiders
guys.
at the absolute bottom. I
Just
just
'cause-
feel like they're
Yeah,
a
you do.
disaster.
If you're taking over Cleveland, they're handing you one of the best defenses in the league.
I know, but you just have such a black hole at quarterback. You
Yeah,
just have to
it's
get a quarterback.
It's a huge problem.
At least Atlanta's got somebody they can rely, even though he's hurt now. Giants have somebody. Vegas will have the number 1 pick. Cleveland's, what are they going to do at quarterback?
Yeah.
No
All right,
idea.
we got to run. We got to get out of here. We'll see you again tomorrow. B. Mitch and Finley, they're coming up next here on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. I think it's our first show of 2026 in studio. Good to be back in studio, B. Appreciate everybody watching us on YouTube.
Yeah.
Or hanging with us on Monumental Sports Network, or just listening in their cars, driving around. You had some traffic this morning, Brian.
Yeah. Well, not necessarily much traffic, just it throws you off. You come around because I get all the construction going on.
So you're coming over 66 Bridge, right?
Yeah. And I go to make the right, and there's a damn police car there, and I look over, and they got all kind of stuff blocked off. So I just go down Constitution to 17, and I come over. But there's a guy in the turning lane, a police guy. I mean, it wasn't like a D.C. police. He's one of the Capitol people. And so I saw other cars going around him, so I went around him. But then when you come on the other side, it's nothing. I'm like, what are they holding it up for? You know? It's crazy.
My ride was surprisingly easy. And you're always yelling at me about different routes. Tried a different route this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one of the two routes. I didn't go Mass. I went MacArthur. I don't know if that really counts as a different route. I hit there was something going on at 395. There were fire trucks everywhere at like the exit that takes you to the Senate. But I just kind of scooted around them. It really wasn't bad.
Yeah.
They are doing construction on South Cap where you come up to make the left on M. You know, you can go under the road, or you come up to make that left. That's going to be a zoo. But I was pretty damn shocked. I thought the first Tuesday of the new year, everybody going back to work. B, you know me. I don't often leave early and have plenty of time, but I left early and had plenty of time today.
Well, Jay,
new year, new me.
I left at 9:02.
Damn,
I left Centerville.
This is
different. And I was in this build. I was back up over there before 9:45.
Okay.
And
so that's pretty good.
And that was still like I said, it made me go a different way, but I rolled through it, man.
I was shocked. Now, granted, when I got out of Ashburn last night, it was late. I left because I had to stop and get gas. Shout out to the Sheets.
I listened to you. I listened to y'all ask questions.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I was on my way to DC Prime. Yeah,
even better. Good for you.
Yeah,
Thanks for the invite.
Hey, you didn't call. Let me know you were still hanging.
If you heard me asking questions, you knew I was still there.
But I know you like to get home so quickly.
We were live. Yesterday was the last real day of the season. I told them I'll be live at 6:55 for the Sports Hit. But it was easy driving home. Like, I feel like everybody in Tyson's must have been asleep. I hadn't gotten through Tyson's that fast, that easy in a long time, but it was pleasant.
I think stuff is starting to move when they get all of the little construction stuff worked out. It's going to be all right.
Yeah, let's hope so.
I'm just trying to throw positive things in the air, you know.
We have listen, there's a lot going on in DC sports. The Wizards, Heather McDonough just sent me this graphic. Who do you think has a better record? Now, are we cherry picking stats a little bit here? Sure. But still, who do you think has a better record in the last 11 games? The Wiz or the Thunder? And I know
they're probably tied up.
I know that what you say whenever I ask you a question, I'm setting it up.
Yeah, you're setting it up.
Still, we're talking about the Thunder.
Yeah, they tied up.
The Wiz and the Thunder are 6-5 in their last 11. That's pretty damn good. Now, there's a lot of Wizards.
Only if the season was 11 games long.
Doug, but we know what this Wiz season is supposed to be.
I know, yeah.
And so to go 6-5 over 11, remember at the beginning of December when we had the bet who's going to win more, the Skins or the Wiz? Yeah. The Wiz blew them out, man. Which is good for the Wiz, but not so great for the Burgundy and Gold.
You know what that tells you, though? The NBA has a taking problem.
With everybody.
When you know a team is trying to take it, they can still win 6 and 11. The other teams are trying to take worse than them.
Sure. But they're playing some good hoops. And
they are. They play well.
There's this talk of this Trae Young trade. Chris Miller is the voice of the Wizards. He's going to join us at 10:30. Just kind of get us caught up on all things with the Wiz. The Wiz are hosting Orlando tonight. I'm going to be in the building Friday night. Derek Queen and the Pelicans are coming to town. I think that should be a lot of fun for the Wiz. I haven't been to a Wiz game yet this year, I don't think, so I'm excited about that.
Turtle plays for the Pelicans.
Yeah, exactly. Now, for a bigger fella, Zion couldn't handle it, but maybe DQ can handle that.
Just tell him the food is no problem. Don't get rice with everything.
Yeah, rice will get you.
Just eat some Greenwich with that etouffee and all. Don't just get rice. If you get rice with everything, it's
A lot
going
of rice.
Yeah, you're gonna have some junk in the trunk.
And I think you got to go like yogurt for breakfast down there, because you go beignets into
you don't need to go
into
yogurt.
grits.
But you can go like, instead of getting all the sausage and everything, get you a seafood omelet. They got a lot of those.
Yogurt dog. I want to make a point of this because I don't know that we will later. Maybe we can talk to Nate about it a little bit. Yesterday, waiting for the presser, and we got an extra 10, 15-minute wait for the presser. But waiting for the presser, so Greg Abernathy, somebody you and I both know, is a long time.
Somebody I don't like.
You love Greg.
No, I don't like him. I mean, I don't like him. I love him, but I don't like him.
I agree with that sentiment entirely. So we're sitting around just killing time waiting for AP and DQ last night. Greg is a longtime photog for Monumental at NBC Sports Washington, all the precursor names of it, right? So we've worked with Greg for many years. And Greg has kind of morphed into this, like, he does mostly Caps stuff. And I was talking to him yesterday. I was like, man, Caps are kind of treading water, right? Like they're like 3-6-2 in their last 10. He's like, yeah, but there's a lot of young players to be excited about. And I'm like, oh yeah? And he starts telling me about all these guys coming up. And this time of year, Commander season's over. Like my focus will allow more Caps whiz into my life. And he's like, wait till you see this kid. And somebody give me a pronunciation for this dude. I'm gonna say Sourdif, I think. Sourdif.
That sounds like right. I think I've heard it said like that.
He's like, Greg yesterday says to me, wait till you see this kid Sourdif. And I'm like, all right, cool. So Caps play last night against the Mighty Ducks of Anaheim. My man Sourdif has a hat trick.
They put a touchdown on him, baby.
Dude, so credit to Abs for calling his shot with this kid Sourdif. If you want to be excited about the young kids, Sourdif last night has a hattie, and then Ryan Leonard has a goal.
Yeah.
So like that got me wearing my Cap sweatshirt. If you're watching on the stream or on Monumental, we're flexing on them today. Really good result for the Caps when they really needed a good result, and you love to see the young guys scoring like that.
Totally.
Caps have a home game tomorrow night if you're in the market. So that's our brief roundup of everything.
Have to pull out my old B. Mitch jersey.
Uh-oh, it's almost that time.
Get ready to start rocking.
Now, to what was the most interesting thing yesterday for us was, we were there for locker cleanout. We got to talk to a lot of players. Players, to a man, talked about how much they love playing for Cliff Kingsbury. Debo, Mariota, Jaden, Terry, there was a lot of talk about it. Terry talked about how much he's enjoyed his growth in the offensive system, especially last year. He was playing mostly on the left side. This year, he was moving around. Jaden said, I just wish I got to play more this year because I really enjoyed playing for him. And there was a report over the weekend from Diana Rossini that there was a bit of a disconnect between Cliff and Adam Peters and what's going to happen there. You're going to see a lot of coordinators move around. I don't think that's that uncommon. I think Cliff's going to be a real candidate for other jobs. That happened last year. I think it'll happen again this year. But last night, we kind of sit around and wait for Dan Quinn and Adam Peters to have a press conference. And I thought I had much more interest in talking to Adam Peters yesterday just because we hadn't heard from him since the summer, and we don't get to hear from him on the record very often, whereas DQ talks in season 4 times a week.
Yeah,
You know
I
what I
remember. I heard you say that to him.
I was just being honest. Like, because I felt bad. Like, Dan, I know you're sitting there, but we don't get to talk to AP. And he was like, I'm good with it.
I'm with him on that.
But early in the presser, and forgive me, I don't know who asked it. Maybe it was Nikki. Asked Dan his opinion on Cliff's performance this year. And I thought the lack of an answer was really, really telling. And Landfill, I won't call for audio. We'll do that a little later. But I believe it was Nikki Javala from The Athletic asked about Cliff Kingsbury's performance this season. Dan Quinn's response: we're going through all of the coaches. Cliff, offensively, defensively, on the team side. And so that's really what we're digging into to find out what's best. How do we do it? Where do we find spaces to improve? That's it. Now,
But
if
you know
wanna
what, though, Jay? You got to realize one thing. He knew those questions was coming.
Of course.
And tried to stop it before he got into it. So the way to say it, we talking about everybody. That's what I heard the thing too, and I'm like, oh, okay, I see what he's doing. He's trying to dismiss the one-sided way. You see what I'm saying?
Totally.
Yeah.
The only thing I think that would have helped, hey, Cliff did some good things. We got to go through everything. We're looking at everything. We got to look at all the coaches. Like one little bit of typical coach speak platitude would have changed the tone. Period. And there wasn't that. That was absent. And I'm going to say this too. Like, you go 5-12. Everything's on the table.
Hell yeah.
The offensive coordinator's on the table. The defensive coordinator, which is pretty remarkable.
He was already laying on the table.
Like, he's still DC, right? What will be pretty interesting is, let's say in the next 24, 48 hours, Cliff is elsewhere. If we get to a place where Joe Witt is still technically the D coordinator and Cliff's gone, is pretty interesting to me.
Yeah,
But-
it'll be interesting, but I think we have to understand one thing. That's all little stuff that you got to handle it. He ain't gonna be the DC this year,
right?
And I think that's the ultimate thing. Whether he's still
You
here,
think
or
Joe
not,
Witt could be back?
could be at a different position, different level,
right?
And let's coaching, bruh. I've seen so much stuff go down with coaching. You can have that DC title and have no damn power. You can be like, there's teams where you got a defense coordinator, but the D-line coach called the damn plays on defense. It's all kind of stuff that goes down. The title makes no difference. It's what the hell you get to do.
Well, and there's a lot of situations where, like, Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, Liam Cohen, Dave Canales, like, they all have offensive coordinators, but those dudes don't call the plays.
Yeah.
And then Mike McDonald has a defensive coordinator, but Mike McDonald's calling the plays.
Yes.
The defenses for Seattle. So,
Just like when I was in Philly, and he did the same thing.
right. There's a million of those scenarios, right? Honestly, more and more, the head coach not calling plays on either side of the ball is becoming more rare. Like the Dan Quinn, like this year in Detroit, we saw Dan Campbell had to take play calling back. What was that? About 2/3 of the way through the year, 'cause he wasn't happy with the way the offense was going. Like,
And I think
John Harbaugh's in a situation
the
where he's
coach
not
has
calling.
that right. You know what I mean?
Well, and that'd be my one thing. We saw Dan Quinn do it with Joe Witt, 2/3 of the way through the season, arguably too late. And if there were problems with Cliff along the season, Dan Quinn has a right to go tell him, yo, change this. I don't know that happened. Like,
we don't know that it didn't happen either.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
The interesting thing for me is going into the Minnesota game, coming off the bye when Jaden was coming back, I was told in no certain terms, but I was told you're not going to see, or you're going to see significantly less designed quarterback runs. And at the time, it makes sense because, all right, well, you are bringing this young man back, but you want to protect him. You know he's coming off this major elbow injury, and we're going to be smart about it. But if you're Cliff and you're like, that's a big part of my offense, like you take that away, a stool has 3 legs. Now I got 2-legged stool. I'm going to fall over.
Yeah, but you got to be able to adjust.
Coaches have rights. Head coaches can do that, or wherever that comes from has a right to do that. So the DQ not saying anything about Cliff gave me a little pause. And so later in the presser, I asked Adam Peters, hey, what's your role in the coaching staff? And I thought it was pretty interesting that AP was like, oh, I got nothing. Hands up. It's all DQ. I don't necessarily believe that. They're not under oath. They're not required to tell us the truth. I have a hard time thinking he has no role in it because they have this extremely collaborative approach. Now, I do think ultimately Quinn gets to make the decisions.
Yeah.
But, like, a horse can be led to water, too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, you could, the thing of it, GMs are, in some cases, heavily involved. In other cases, not much. But they always can throw their opinion out there. But the coaches that have been around a while and they have a leeway of, they're going to make the final decision. And if you're making a final decision, at that point, I can say, I have nothing to do with it because I don't make the decision. You know what I mean? Like we watch some teams where they hire a coach and then the GM hires the rest of the staff for the head coach. I don't think it happened like that here, but I can believe they have conversation and then Adam take whatever into consideration and make a decision. But when that situation happened, I happened to be talking to some people, guys that have been in football locker rooms. And the conversation was, man, they still putting him in harm's way. Like nothing changed.
Well, some of that is Jaden, right? And Jaden's comments yesterday were pretty interesting where he's like, I have to know that my best ability is availability and I have to grow in that capacity.
Yeah.
Because in that Vikings game where there were not any designed quarterback runs, go back and check the tape. There weren't. I'll pull it up. I bet he still ran 4 or 5 times and he didn't even play the whole game. And so that's scrambling, that's running. Yeah, in that game, Jaden ran 4 times for 16 yards. Now, granted, he got hurt on the INT trying to chase down a tackle, and that's a fluke thing. But, there weren't designed quarterback runs. He probably played about 3 quarters.
See, this is the thing about this offense, and I understand what you're saying, a design quarterback run, non-quarterback, or whatever. This offense is not designed in a sense where it protects your quarterback. Okay? We can sit here and make it how we want to make it, but the ultimate thing is this offense, once you figure it out, you figured it out. And it's not no digression away from stuff. It is in your face. This is what it is, and we ain't changing it. And that's how it has been. But the offense is called differently when other quarterbacks are there. See, we have conversations where when Jaden's in there, he got that cover my ass mindset. That's the way the offense is called. When the other guys are in there, it's called more conservatively. You know what I mean? It's a little different.
For Josh, it was, for sure.
It's a little different.
For Johnson, they're under center. I think when Mariota and Jaden were out there,
it's not exactly the same. It's not exactly the same. This is my football lives telling you that it's not exactly the same.
So do you think Cliff wasn't doing enough to protect Jaden?
I don't know if it's what he's doing enough or not, but I think there's an element of how great Jaden is, and you could cover up some stuff.
Well,
because last year, his ability covered a lot of stuff and made that thing look a lot better than what it was.
That's really interesting. I think I'm actually jotting this stuff down now. I think if you have to look at a moment, Dan Quinn said in the Seattle game where Jaden got hurt, that was going to be his last drive, right? The play Jaden got hurt on was an RPO. They were down 24 points in the fourth quarter. So you can yell at Dan for having him on the field, and Dan took those bullets, and probably deservedly so. But at the same time, why are you calling an RPO in that position? But the flip side might be that was the right play call in the right moment. I don't know. There's a lot of catch-22s with some of this stuff, but you got to wonder if at some point between going up tempo, running more plays, having designed quarterback runs, if the organization is like, are we doing the best we can to protect our asset? Who in year 1 didn't miss a game, but in year 2 only played 4 complete games. So there's a lot of moving parts. We'll see what we learn. I do want to talk some Wiz. Chris Miller, voice of the Wizards, joins us next.
Brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. So here's the part of the presser Monday out in Ashburn JP was just talking about when head coach Dan Quinn was asked specifically about Cliff Kingsbury and the offense.
Yeah, we're going through all the coaches, Cliff offensively, defensively, on the teams wide to find what's best. How do we do it? Where do we find spaces to improve? And for Cliff, for Joe, for Larry, for all of us, that's our main focus. So we're never in this space again.
Dallas Cowboys today made a change. They had the third worst defense in the NFL. They have fired their defensive coordinator, Matt Eberflus. NBA Wizards play tonight against Orlando, 7 p.m. here in the Fan. Last night, Capitals get a hat trick from rookie Justin Sordiff in a 7-4 win over the Anaheim Ducks. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000, 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Busy day. A lot going on in the NFL. We're going to stay tuned to all of that, but we got to give some love to the Wiz.
Yeah.
Wiz kids are playing some good hoops, 6-5 over their last 11. They got a game tonight against Orlando. The Magic are pretty good young team. Right now, the Magic are 4 games over 500, but the Wiz right now, 5-5 in the last 10. It's been fun to watch a lot of young guys really start to gel together. Helping us make sense of it all is our friend, Mr. Chris Miller from Monumental Sports Network, voice of the Wizards. What's up, C-Mill? How are you, man?
What's good, brothers? Happy New Year to both of you.
Same to you, bro.
You too, man. You too. You have one of 32 jobs in the world, which is very cool. But I imagine the last 10 games have been a lot more fun.
It's funny that you say it like that because a lot of my buddies are kind of saying the same thing. And what I say is, yes, I've got the best job. This is a dream job for me. And kind of knowing with the transparency of the front office what the last 3 years have been, I get excited every night because you just never know what you're going to see. But, yeah, the last 10 have been fun because you're starting to see these young kids learn how to win games. It's hard to win in the NBA when you're young, especially when you've got 10 kids, 22 years or younger. But it's fun to watch Bilal develop. Alex has taken a massive step. And what Trey Johnson has done the last couple of games, shooting from 30 feet and beyond, I mean, he's like our version of Steph Curry, right? It's just so fun to watch. And the kid expects that he's going to make those shots. I think he's 50% from 30 feet and beyond. And so, yeah, it's fun every night because you just never know what you're going to see.
Now, listening to you all call a game, I can hear the excitement in you, too. What's been the biggest improvement you've seen amongst these guys as you see them try to grow and learn how to win this league?
B, I think it's just kind of learning how to navigate, close games. That's kind of been fun. Both Milwaukee games where C.J. McCollum closes the show with a jumper to win. There have been fun games. Even when they kind of lose these tough games, how do they figure it out? Yeah. I mentioned Alex Sarr. I think he has been really fun to watch. This is a guy that's uniquely skilled, being a 7-footer that can shoot threes, but he's taking less threes this year because he understands the value of what he can do in the paint. His defense is elite in terms of rim protection. I think he's in the 93 or 95 percentile in rim protection. Keyshawn George, I remember in the summer seeing him in the summer league, and I made a note in a notation that, man, he's taken a step already. And you see what he did in the summer, what he did for the Canadian team in the AmeriCup, and then he just transferred that into this season. He's a Swiss Army knife, and that's no pun intended, him being from Switzerland. That kid can do really anything on the floor. And it's just watching these kids kind of growing and kind of putting it together. And I want to give a lot of credit too to Brian Keefe. You know, he is very consistent in his messaging, very consistent in his approach, and not afraid to call guys out. But he also praises them when they do things well. So that's kind of been the biggest thing for me this season, watching this young team try to grow.
Chris, we talk a lot about the young guys, and we understand this little rebuilding plan and all that. But you mentioned C.J. McCullough and the way he's been playing. I saw a couple of things where he goes the extra mile to basically educate these young dudes about the NBA and the things they need to do. How important has he been to a lot of the growth of these guys?
You know, being an OG, 34 years old, been in this league a long time. He's seen it. He's done it all, really. I think he is terrific in the locker room. And, you know, sometimes when you bring vets in, you try to teach a group of kids like this, you know, you can kind of get set in your ways. But I think how CJ goes about his work is not only is he telling the guys what to do, but he's out here on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
It's one thing to be an old vet and you kind of grizzle, you know, all the great restaurants on the road, but that's all you bring to the team. CJ is actually a guy that is out there competing every night, leads the team in three-point shooting in terms of makes, and he's closed some games, as I said before, those 2 Milwaukee games. So he's still playing, I think, at a really high level, and I think that makes it easier when you talk because you're out there competing with the young players every night.
Talking with our friend Chris Miller here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. You can give Chris a follow at CMillsPXP. I wanted to circle back to something you said about Brian Keefe, Chris, because I have really liked him since he took over. And I think everybody involved understands the direction of the Wiz, right? This is a multi-year thing. They're trying to build this thing up. Obviously, Oklahoma City is an example of what you're trying to do. I've been really, just because I have a good buddy, my boy Tarek's a big Pistons fan. Like I've been kind of following this Pistons rebuild. And that looks like what you're trying to do if you're the Wiz. So everybody understands the mission, right? But for the head coach still, it's hard to lose. How much does it say about Keefe that he's able to stay on message and stay positive, even knowing the task in front of him and balancing all of that? Because to me, that's pretty admirable.
You know, the work is the work. And what I mean by that is he's consistent in the work. Are we getting better? Are we 1% better today? I know it's cliche, but he lives this. Like, I see this guy every day. He's consistent. He doesn't waver. He doesn't have like a bad day where he snaps or he has this great game where he's overjoyed. I mean, he kind of keeps it medium.
Yeah. Jim Zorn, huh?
Old Jim Zorn right there, right? He's just very consistent. And I think players kind of gravitate to a guy like that where you know what you're going to get from him every day. Brian, you know this as a professional athlete. Those dudes that were great were the ones that were very consistent in how they practice, how they perform. Everything led to 7 o'clock, right? Brian Keefe, everything he does leads to 7 o'clock. Are we prepared? Is the X's and O's down? Do we know what we need to do to develop? And I want to give the front office some credit also. You know, every 10 games, they kind of check in with these athletes to let them know what they're doing well, what they need to work on. So there's no guessing, I think, with this organization. Like, you're going to know where you stand every day. And when they tap in with you, they're trying to make you better. They're trying to get you developed because, as JP, you said, I think we all know what the bigger picture is. Mm-hmm. And, you know, the other day I was talking to a buddy about just the Wizards draft capital, like what they have right now. The trade deadline is about a month away. And they've done such a really good job of having this war chest of picks and not only having about, I think, $80 million in cap space to spend this summer, but you're also every night getting to watch, you know, all these young kids that they've already drafted. You think of Bilal, you think of the 2024 class with Keyshawn, Alex, Bub. I'm sorry, I didn't even mention Bub Carrington. Bub has been really good. You know, he struggled early in this second year, but he is starting to really pick it up and find his niche. And then you think about what Trey Johnson is bringing to the table in terms of his three-point shooting. So I think the organization has kind of hit everything you need to kind of build something that's sustainable. You've got a war chest of draft picks. You're developing your young players, and you're going to have tons of cap space to go out and get some free agents.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Obviously, the trade deadline is what, a couple weeks away? It's
I think we're about a month away.
Okay. Be really fascinating to watch what they do there. And I think what I said, so B and I did a thing where we were making predictions for 2026. And I don't mean the 25-26 season, but when I look ahead to the 26-27 Wiz season, I just want to see them fighting in that play-in range. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like the play-in tournament at the end of the year, and I feel like that's the trajectory where you just need if one of these dudes that we're all really high on, whether it's Keyshawn or Sarr or Trey, like one dude takes that next step where you go from a B+ to an A-, whatever that is. That's when you can really start to see the growth. But I did want to circle back to Trey because you talked about the long threes and everything he's been able to get done. How exciting is it to see? I mean, I feel like he's got the most green light range-wise since Gil was playing here, right? And that was a different era.
Court.
Yeah, you guys will laugh. So the last game we were in Minnesota, I think that was New Year's Eve. Listen, with this schedule, sometimes I don't even know what city I'm in, so you bear with me. But we were in Milwaukee, and it was shoot around, and we were already charting, these 3-point shots from distance. And I think at the time he was 6 of 12 from 30 feet and beyond. So I had to ask him. I was like, Trey, come here. And he came over. This is after shoot around. I said, what is your range in terms of a jump shot? Not a heave. I'm not talking about a heave. I'm talking about actual pull-up jump shot. And without hesitation, with no changing of his expression, he looked at Drew and I and he said, half court. And it was so deadpan how he said it. It was like he was like, "How dare you ask me?"
Like how?
And
Now
as soon as
what?
I get into the gym, that's my range. And Drew and I just kind of looked at each other and just laughed. It's like he's 19, but he's serious. So he's not silly. But the way he said it was as if like I asked him, "Can you really shoot threes?" That's how it felt to me. The way he kind of reacted to me. So that was really cool to see how he was like, "Nah, man, half court, I can pull." And I'm with you. I think he's got like the green light special, man. As soon as he crosses half court, let it fly. There was one guy, I think it was after the Milwaukee game. He kind of did this sidestep three to kind of relocate from the defender. And I'm watching him, and I can also see our bench. And when he shot it, it didn't even go in yet. He ran the other way, and you should have seen the reaction of his teammates on the bench. They knew it was good even before it went in, and it was all net. So I think we have a very special shooter in Trey Johnson, and the range is kind of ridiculous. And, we got our own version of like Steph Curry, man, when it comes to stuff like that.
You know what that is,
cool.
though? I always say people have to do something before they do it. We had Jeff. Jeff was running a 5K, and I asked him the other day, I said, have you ever ran 3 miles? He's like, no. I said, okay, then, well, you're not going to do it in the time you think because he hadn't done it before. But Trey, just like Steph, you watch Steph even in commercials, he take the same shot all the time. So if you take the same shot all the time, when you let it go, you know it's going in.
Right.
So he's done it.
In how he shoots.
Yeah.
Every shot looks the same, and I'm getting to the point now where even if he's being contested, I feel like it's going in. He's one of those shooters where you feel like every time he takes that shot, you're like, okay, put 3 on the board. There's some guys in the league when they shoot corner threes, I say layup. And when I say layup, that means you know it's going to go in as soon as it's automatic. Exactly.
Yeah.
Now, it's hard for me, Chris, last question. It's hard for me to keep track with all of the various dances you do on your Instagram. But I was curious. Did I see a Carolina Panthers celebration there? How fired up are you for the Keep Pounding crew to be back in the playoffs?
Okay, full disclosure. I got to tell you this, and you guys are going to get mad at me. I apologize. I was off the Panthers this year. Matter of fact, I've been off the Panthers like the last couple of years. I've just been frustrated. I've been a diehard since '95, since they came into the NFL. So I was like, man, I'm off these dudes. So much so that Wes Hall, Daryl Johnson, you guys know Daryl, and Rich Wolf, my producer, they've been on my behind all year about, are you still not riding with the Panthers? I'm like, nah, I'm done.
So we support them. We support DJ and Rich Wolf and Wes Hall for giving you grief about that.
So they've been on my behind all year about it. Don't you know, as soon as the Panthers clinched, I'm like, oh, we back, baby. We back. Keep pounding. Keep pounding. So, listen, you lose the last game of the regular season, and then you still need some help the very next day to get into the playoffs. Man, we are backdooring our way. I said our. We're backdooring our way into the playoffs. Bring on the Rams. I'm back, baby. Keep pounding.
I love it. I mean, if your options, if I recall correctly, your NFL options, because you're not a fan of the local 53, weren't the Browns part of your collective? Didn't you have some love for the Browns? If you got to pick Browns or Panthers, it's Panthers all the way.
I worked in Cleveland for 6 years. I covered the Ravens for 4. So I've covered the NFL for 10 years. So I understand Browns fans. I do. I really understand it. My son Donovan is a diehard Browns fan. He was born in Cleveland. I really respect the Ravens, just the way that they do their business. I got a chance to cover their second Super Bowl and doing the pre and post game show. But yeah, if you had to ask me if I had to root for one team, I got to ride with my Panthers. Keep pounding, baby. We back.
All right. Hey, C-Man, what was that week in New Orleans like for the Super Bowl with B-Mitch? I can only imagine what that was like. And Brad Jackson? Good God.
I was nice.
So listen, there's going to be once I'm done, when I retire, I have to retire because when these stories come out, they might fire me. There'll be a book that I will be able to kind of detail some of the road trips that I've been on with some of these guys. But New Orleans was a movie. I'll just say that.
I can only imagine. I can only imagine.
I can't remember none of you talking about.
Exactly. That's why it's a movie, B, because everybody forgot about it.
Chris, thanks for the
Chris,
time,
man.
man.
Appreciate you, bro.
We'll be watching tonight. Wiz versus the Magic.
Man, appreciate you guys again. Happy New Year, man. Great seeing you. And JP, I hope you said you're coming to the Pelicans game.
Yeah, I'll be there Friday, dude. I'll track you down and say
And he
hello.
wants to do a TikTok dance with you.
I got you. Say less.
Goodbye, sir. That's our friend Chris Miller. Give him a follow at CMillsPXP. I want to wrap up a little bit of NBA trade conversation. Then we're going to dive deep into the Commanders' situation from yesterday and kind of where this thing is going forward. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitchell Finley. B-Mitch, Fenley, 106.7 The Fan. Got a busy day. Coming up at noon, we're going to run through all the audio we heard from Dan Quinn and Adam Peters. I was at that press conference. Have some thoughts on kind of how it all went down. Sam Cosmi, Commanders' right guard, who just won the Media Good Guy Award, is going to join us at 1 o'clock. Here from Barstool Nate at noon. Plenty to discuss with Nate Dogg. I definitely want to make time to talk about these new Caps young players. But before we go, it was funny because yesterday, I mentioned before, so locker cleanout probably went till like 1 o'clock, and then most people just stayed in Ashburn until 5 because it doesn't make a ton of sense to leave and go home and know you have to come back.
And then come back, yeah.
And the rumor about this Trae Young trade to Washington was, I mean this sincerely and not in like a bad way. Being in the media room in Ashburn all the time, being in press boxes before games, like there's lots of conversation about lots of other sports besides the NFL. Nothing is more talked about among sports writers than air travel and hotel points. That is always the top 2 conversation topics. But number 3 would be sports.
Yeah.
I legit think it's the first time ever, or at least in a few years, the Wiz have been the topic of conversation.
Yep.
And the conversation is this Trae Young rumor that the Wizards might be trading for Trae Young. I think the first report was from maybe Mark Stein, but it's been reported from a number of different people. Shams with ESPN, Mark Spears, that the Wizards are interested in Trae Young if Atlanta makes him available for a deal that would include CJ McCollum. So a lot of this comes down to expiring contracts and all sorts of stuff. I do think there's a member of the Wizards front office that was in Atlanta when they drafted Trae Young. Trae Young's been really good. He just opted into a $49 million player option with Atlanta so he could get a long-term deal next year. I don't know enough. But if you're building young stars and allowing them the runway to get better over time, this whole thing's been about runway, right? I don't get this, but I understand, however, if this is more of a business operation, like we're drafting this kid so we could flip him or get a pick for him. We're trading for Trae to trade him again. Like if this is a business move or we're going to buy him out or whatever that works, I get it. Trae Young is a hell of a scorer. He's a heck of a shooter. It doesn't seem to be a fit to me in the long-term rebuild.
But if you get a guy like a Trae Young who can still outright shoot the ball, and we just finished talking about Trey Johnson, you got those 2 Trays on the court at the same time. That's hard as hell for a defense to handle that.
Okay. Assuming that's one of the visions.
Yeah.
How does Trae Young, who is established at this point, this dude's 28 years old, right? Like he's been an all-star, like he's an established dude. How does he impact Trey Johnson's development?
He may not impact it. You have 2 shooters on the. You had Klay Thompson and Steph on the same team.
Sure. I think we got to chill a little with the Steph talk around Trey Johnson.
No. Ain't nothing wrong with comparing somebody at a young age. Trey Johnson and Trae Young can be very much like Steph and Klay were. 2 guys that can shoot, and then if you got Sarr, who's a big guy.
Yeah.
You know, you talk about Trae Young, 28 years old. He's not 38 years old.
I agree. I'm not saying he's old, but the rest of these guys are 19.
Yeah, but 4, 5, 6 years, you get 4 years out of him, 3 years out of him, possibly 5. With those guys growing, you never know. Like you said, in 26, 27, playing for that 7, hell, they might be playing for something higher than that.
Are they trying to win? I guess my biggest confusion with the Trae Young conversation is what are you trying to do? Because we've been told repeatedly by people that
they're going to rebuild it,
that they got to keep losing this year to keep their first-round pick.
Okay.
Because it's protected only up to 7.
And that's understandable. But the whole thing about it is if you are seeing growth with your young guys at this point, and you're a little ahead of what you thought, and instead of having to suck completely the rest of the year, you could start building for next year to compete. Why not do that? I mean, I'd much rather them get players that can start helping and playing instead of seeing them lose a lot of games. Because we just talked about they won 6 of the last 5, right? I mean, last 11.
Yeah.
So if they're starting to show you what you're expecting, maybe you was expecting a year from now, but it starts to come a little sooner, why not?
You just talked about how you and Chris just talked about how important CJ McCollum is to building this thing the right way, and he's super helpful. And now you're flipping him to get a guy that can fill it up, undoubtedly. If this is a
CJ is 30
move,
plus, though, right?
I think he's 34.
Yeah.
If this is a business move to continue to flip, like you're buying one house to flip it to buy the bigger house, I'm in. If this is just we want him to make this team better, then it seems contrary to so much of what they've done.
I don't know if it's contrary, but see, that's the thing about it. We talk about having the ability to change your mind and change course. If you are seeing growth from your young guys at this point, and I've said this a million times, I'll say it a million again, you need young and old to win, not all young.
Sure.
You know, if you have this team with all 19-year-olds, I guarantee you they ain't winning no damn championship. You're going to need to have those 19, 20-year-olds growing with somebody else and having that thing mix up. Then you can have a better chance.
We might have to consult with the Hall of Famer on this one. We might have to get DA on later in the week to make a little sense of the Trae Young thing. When we return, however, it's Commanders time. What did we learn? What did they say? What did they not say at yesterday's end of season presser?
Start with football. A 5-12 season certainly leads to a lot of questions. Players and coaches facing those out in Ashburn on Breakdown Day Monday. Jaden Daniels, one of them, talked about lessons learned from his tough, injury-plagued second season in D.C.
I think you always grow and mature. The best ability for myself is availability, so I can go out there and showcase my God-given abilities. And, if I'm not out there, then, I'm kind of hurting the team, and my number one job is to protect the team.
Now, moves are being made by other teams in the offseason. NFL insider Jordan Schultz says the Giants and Titans have their eyes on Commanders OC Cliff Kingsbury. Dallas Cowboys made a move today, fired their defensive coordinator, Matt Eberflus. They had the third worst defense in football this year. You know, want to know who the worst was? You got it. Washington Commanders, worst defense in the NFL. Hockey Caps get a hat trick from the rookie Justin Sordiff to beat the Anaheim Ducks last night. Wizards in action tonight, 7 p.m. against Orlando here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
What a riff that is. Good morning, all. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley on 106.7 The Fan. You might be watching us on Monumental Sports Network. Might be hanging with us on the YouTube stream with the world's craziest chat.
Yeah.
What the hell's the chat up to now?
I'm going to have to check out the chat.
At this is a Jeff Walker department. At J3 Saskatoon says, we want 106.7 The Fan to give away Wizards tickets. All right, Jeff. Go talk to Wendy. Let's get some Wiz tickets.
We give away Wizards tickets all the time.
We'll talk to him.
Okay.
I'll go see what's up.
There you go. We got our best guy on it. Dude wrote it a couple
Be ready around 3 weeks from now.
Yeah. We'll be giving Wiz tickets away for the 26-27 season, where I think they're going to be hopefully competing for the play-in. Yesterday was an interesting day in Ashburn. Washington, in the first year of the Dan Quinn, Adam Peters marriage, went 12-5, made the NFC title game. Really a fantastic season. Ignited this city. I like to say it reminded the entire DMV of their love affair for the professional football team. This year did not. This year went sideways. They were 5-12. They had the inverse record, which is pretty damn hard to do. Injuries were a major factor. I think roster construction was a major factor. And I think we're going to go to number 5, Landfill. Yesterday, we don't get to hear from Adam Peters very often. And so there was a real need to ask some questions of Peters, even understanding he's probably not going to say a whole heck of a lot. But, there's a simple, basic, how do you get better? How do you fix this thing? And this is Adam Peters talking about needing to fix the roster.
Fixed, I think, the health played a big part. Certainly it wasn't even close to the only part, but I think starting with a healthy team and really staying healthy is a big deal. But I know there's, I feel really good at some spots, but there's certainly a few spots where we can improve and get young, really fast, exciting, explosive talent, and that's what we're doing right now. We're working on the draft and got a set of draft meetings coming up next week, which I'm really, really excited about. Got the scouts all showing us their reports and identifying some guys. We have a high pick, which is something that you don't really want if it's your own pick, but we're going to take advantage of that and try to find a young, explosive playmaker, wherever that may be.
Sure, that's pretty generic, but got to get younger, got to get faster. I think that's all correct.
Mm-hmm.
I think the one thing AP said definitively was we got to get a pass rusher. I don't think that's a surprise at all.
Nope.
Jordan Reed from ESPN.com, friend of the program, had his first mock out today, and I think now is when you can start paying attention to mocks because the draft order is set. Like, we know who's where. Could there be trades? Could things change? Of course. But Jordan Reed has Washington in pick 7, taking David Bailey. That would have my full support. Dude had 14.5 sacks at Texas Tech. If I hear this, Brian, I may go nuts. And I'm preparing to hear this. Do you know what one of the criticisms is with David Bailey?
What's that?
He's a one-trick pony. He's only really good at rushing the passer. That's a good problem to have.
I'm going to tell you somebody else who's very, very good at rushing the passer, and I don't know if he's great at stopping the run. He just had 23 sacks this year. Myles Garrett.
Right.
Okay. There were people who were only brought in on third downs, second and long, and they did that well. The question I would ask is, you got anybody that can do it very consistently right now? And if you do have somebody, don't you think a guy who's very good at it will make that other guy even more effective? So the thing of it, sports watching, fandom, media today has become everybody got to be perfect. Day one. When, hell, we're not perfect at our jobs. So let's allow this thing to grow. If they can get a guy who's very good at that one thing, let him do it.
Doug, if they get a really good pass rusher, that's good.
Hell yeah.
I think the measurables.
Vaughn got 9 sacks, didn't he? Playing mostly late in the game.
Vaughn got 9 sacks.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You get a young guy who may be a little bit more spry than what Vaughn is right now, and he's very good at that, he might get 15 of them for you.
One thing, I thought Jaden Daniels yesterday when he spoke, he talked about the best abilities availability, and that's what he's got to work on, right?
Yes.
And I do think Jaden needs to work on that in some capacity. I don't think any notion of him bulking up is the answer. Maybe he adds a little bit of. I think as you grow as a man, you tend to bulk up a little bit.
He'll get a little bit bulky.
But his legs are a dynamic part of what he does, and you don't want to change what are his superpowers. Maybe the offense will end up changing, you know? Maybe you protect him a little bit more with some of the RPOs and stuff. But that said, you know, Jaden has a lot to kind of figure out, I would say.
Have you ever touched the hot pot?
Yeah.
Touch it again?
You learn.
Okay. So he's going to learn that pot doesn't get cooler.
I also think organizationally, they could do more to make Jaden better. And Peters yesterday was talked about, you know, it was really hard for us. Both of our top 2 receivers missed a lot of time.
Yeah.
And I assume that's in reference to McLaurin and Noah Brown.
Mm-hmm.
I would hope there's a realization in that building that Noah Brown can't be your 2 receiver. Like,
I think that notion has already been realized.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Like, I like Noah Brown a lot, but I think he's a good 4th receiver. And I think you've got Jaden going into year 3. You've still got him on a rookie deal. The window doesn't even open to possibly negotiate with him until after this season. And they could do it after year 4. They could, you know, they got options, right? I think you got to wonder, how do you keep him healthy? How do you maximize the talent around him? Landfill number 10, Adam Peters on the plan to keep Jaden on the field.
Is there a way? I think really, I think, and this might be a better question for DQ, but, you know, from me, I think is just continuing to, like, from my, you know, from a personnel or GM perspective, is continuing to put good players around him. You know, whether that's in front of him at the O-line, it's running backs to control the ball and control the clock and not put it all on his shoulders and get in second and third manageables. It's receivers that he can trust and throw to so that he's not holding on to the ball longer. And so from my perspective, it's just getting good players around him, getting a good defense on the other side, so he's not it's not all on his shoulders to win the game. So DQ can probably talk more schematically, but in terms of from me, I think those are the things that I can and need to do to help him out.
I think that's right. I think
we've saved that many times on this show, where I know the mindset of most people is the quarterback is the end-all, be-all. I know I've said it. You have to make his job easier, which means utilizing talent around him. If you got a running game, you lean on that running game. You got better receivers around him, he doesn't have to go out there and try to win everything by himself. If the offensive line is more stout, I hear people try to knock Connolly. Connolly, it was the only guy on the team that played every damn play offensively.
That's pretty hard to do
in his
as a
rookie
rookie.
season.
Yeah.
And if anybody, I got to put a lot of faith in Baldy. Baldy put a emphasis on that with a little video of him talking about the things that he did well. That's absolutely right. Jaden Daniels is a very, very good athlete with great abilities. Okay, can do some magnificent things. But if those things are only used in needed situation, and he could just facilitate the rest of the time, the team becomes easier, his job becomes easier, he takes less hits. But if you don't have good talent around him, a guy with that extreme talent that he has is going to always say, I'm going to go out there and make something happen. And when your guy is pressing to make something happen, that's when the injuries come. Make his job easier.
So then this is Dan Quinn, number 11, Landini, talking about changes they want to make with Jaden, how they keep him healthy, how they get him better, and back to what we saw that first year.
Very much so, that part. And even after, his injury, we, specifically, said, this is the area, this is what we're going to work on him. As opposed to waiting till the off season, we decided, let's get a jump start on that. So very much so, will he be a part of it? But I would say not only will he, like we already are going there. And so it's really important. We know what he brings to us, what he means to us. And, I think it's all encompassing, in how we go play the game. So, we're fully committed to, finding ways to continue to do that.
So the question was also, will Jaden have input in how you make this roster better and kind of what do things look like going forward? And DQ was saying, yeah, he already does and he will continue to. And I think that's smart, right? Now, a huge part of Jaden's progress or brilliance is play calling and what the offense looks like. And I think there's a lot of smoke surrounding the Cliff Kingsbury situation. And Brian, you said some interesting things earlier. You think, when Cliff's calling plays for Jaden, maybe he relies too much on Jaden's greatness. And maybe that needs to change. I know the screen stuff drove you crazy. I wish I remember who it was. It was one of our friends of the program texted me in that Philly game. They finally ran kind of that fake bubble to the other side in the Philly game. And you saw a lot more motion from Debo, a lot of that loop motion in the backfield in that Philly game. It's going to be really interesting to watch how this all goes. And let's at least play the audio of Dan Quinn. First of Dan Quinn asked specifically about Cliff Kingsbury. This is number 3. Nikki Jhabvala asked the question specifically about Cliff Kingsbury's performance this season.
Yeah, we're going through all the coaches, Cliff offensively, defensively, on the teams wide. And so that's really what we're digging into, Nikki, to find what's best, how do we do it, where do we find spaces to improve. And, for Cliff, for Joe, for Larry, for all of us, that's our main focus, so we're never in this space again. And that's what we want to dig in hard on.
So before we get to what a non-answer that is, one thing I wanted to make clear. Of Washington's 3 coordinators, Larry Izzo should absolutely be back and had the best season of any of them.
Yeah, he did.
Witt hasn't really had a good season. Last year, they got some timely turnovers, and the offense was awesome. This year it went sideways. The offense wasn't awesome to back them out of it, and they didn't get timely turnovers. Cliff had one very good season and one down season. There were a lot of injuries. Maybe there's factors to that, but the numbers are the numbers. The special teams, now the kicker problems I think are more on personnel than they are on Larry, but the coverage units and the return units have been fantastic.
But still, if you talk to Larry, just like Dan says this all the time, they always go over everything to try to improve it. If you talk to Larry right now, I promise you he'll tell you they can be more consistent returning.
Sure.
The coverage, they can be more consistent. There were times when we allowed the people to get to the 40, 50 at most inopportune times. And, we had some little coverage woes, and
Sure.
You got to correct
You can always
stuff.
get better.
Yeah. And I think that's the ultimate thing where you're chasing perfection. If you're not chasing perfection, you're in the wrong damn business.
One, I think Larry, one, is that dude.
Yeah.
And two, I'm saying, seems like it's pretty shaky ground between Cliff and the organization. Joe Witt's already been demoted. You know what I mean? Like, they've already removed play calling from his purview. So, the Witt ship appears to be sailing. But Izzo should be completely separated from those two, is what I'm saying.
But the team is a team. That's why at the end of a game, we can lose a game, but there's somebody that played great, and you can point that out. And I think that's the same thing.
Agreed.
We're looking at everything, but that dude, we know he played better.
Did you not think the non-answer on Cliff was telling? Just to not mention a little bit of, we did some good things, we're working through everything.
I don't see it. I think differently than most people. I don't always think something is being hidden. I think the ultimate thing is I'm not letting you get me going down that avenue right now. You get what I'm saying? Like, they see everything we see, and they hear everything we hear, and they probably hear before us and hear more stuff. And when that question bounces out there, yeah, we looking at him, but we looking at everybody. So I don't have to praise him if I didn't praise anybody else. I'm just saying we're going to look at everything. I'm going to give you a broad answer. And the thing of it in this thing, like I said, I've been on both sides of this thing.
Sure.
And I know when you give a little, they're coming with more. So you got to always protect yourself from having to deal with more questions about something that you really don't want to go down that avenue right now. And I would have answered it exactly how he answered it. Because I'm not letting you ask me questions all day about Cliff, because I know what the rumors are. I know, and I'm not getting into that right now.
All right. So then I asked Adam Peters his role on the coaching staff decisions. Number 16, Professor Landini. Peters' influence on coaching staff decisions.
I'm really just here to support DQ. The coaching staff is DQ's, and I'm always here to help, like during the season and off season, however I can, to help support him and help him make the decisions that he needs to make, and certainly wherever he needs. So it's not, I'm not involved in whatever decision it is. It's always DQ's call, and I have his back on whatever he wants to do.
There's not silos here, JP, with coaching and scouts. We connect, we talk a lot, we visit a lot, and so it's one of the things I enjoy most is those conversations. It's different perspective, different points of view, so it's as collaborative as I've been a part of.
Yeah.
A lot of collaboration. We've heard that throughout. Open these phones, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Want to ask the Aquarium. We've heard from Adam Peters and Dan Quinn. We probably won't hear from them for some time, maybe not till Indy at the Combine. How are people feeling? Obviously, this season went sideways. Injuries are a big part of it. How do you feel about the direction of this thing going forward? What do we make of the comments from yesterday? Phones are open. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
5-12, simply not good enough out in Ashburn. Commanders head coach Dan Quinn and the GM Adam Peters spoke Monday postseason presser about a disappointing second season for them in D.C.
This season was a disappointment in a lot of ways, and certainly didn't meet our standards. And we're going to do everything we can to not let that happen again.
We'll see what kind of moves are being made. We'll see how soon those moves are made. NFL insider Jordan Schultz said yesterday the Giants and Titans already among those who want to interview Commanders OC Cliff Kingsbury for their head coaching jobs. There are 6 coaching vacancies right now in the NFL. Dallas Cowboys had the worst scoring defense in the league, 3rd worst overall. Today they've changed their defensive coordinator. Matt Eberflus reportedly fired in Dallas. They'll have a 4th defensive coordinator in the past 4 seasons. Hockey, Caps get a hat trick from Justin Sordiff, the rookie, last night to beat the Anaheim Ducks 7-4. Tonight, Wizards and Orlando Magic, 7 p.m. here in the Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
City, working for the man every night and day.
All right. So the question here is going to be simple. We got folks on the line. Our guy, Devon in Rockville, gets to lead it off. Devon, how do you feel after the press conference Dan Quinn and Adam Peters gave? You feel better? You feel worse? You feel the same? How you feeling?
Good morning, fellas. It don't make me, like, people got to remember, as us being fans, right? These are these people's jobs. So as I'm watching the presser on YouTube, and the chat is like, they're not doing anything. They're not trying to, like, do y'all guys know that they're not going to sit here to appease the fans? They're not going to sit here and say, yeah, we're going to go after Max Crosby. We're going to throw him the bag. We're going to draft Bain at 7 if he's like, why do we expect that? Just sit back. This is the 3rd year of this regime altogether. This is not the old Washington way of doing things. We listen to this show all the time. JP, you've been in the building. D. Mitch is an alumni. Ask D. Mitch. If I recall, this is the first year in a long time that they even brought the alumni and allowed them to talk to the players and make them a part of it to bridge the gap. Like, this is not the old Washington. Stop thinking we're moving in that direction. Whatever they do, man, I'm a fan. I believe we got good, smart football people, minded people, and you could tell they are on one accord. Him, AP, and DQ. And you can just see it, like, we're going to do everything possible that we're not back in that position like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, he jumped the gun being 12-5 so early. They had no other choice but to play it this way. You know what I'm saying? We still was in a rebuild mode, guys, and we got to understand that. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was fun last year. This year, not that so fun. But I just feel like if we go out there, we got the money, let's go get us a tight end. We don't need another wide receiver. Go get us a tight end. Go get us a pass rush. Like at least he gave us that. Oh, we definitely need a pass rusher. You know what I'm saying? Like, just let them guys do their job, man. They are on it. I believe in them. And I believe in 5. So as long as we got 5, we good. Take it off the
All right. Thanks, D. Good call. I think that's a reasonable place. There does have to be some realistic viewer listenership to an end-of-season presser where they're not going to say much. They're not going to tell you the off-season plan.
Nah.
I did ask Adam Peters, 15 landfill. I did ask Adam Peters, you don't have that many draft picks. You want to get younger, stronger, faster. I get that, but you're dealing with a lighter deck going into this draft. Have you looked at the picks? They have 7 and 71, and then everything else is late Saturday afternoon. They have 3 late Saturday afternoon picks. There's no rule that prevents those guys from mattering.
True.
Bill showed that this year, 7th round running back that was quite good. But they are dealing with a lighter deck. Adam Peters talking about, hey, how do you handle less draft picks going into the offseason?
I think you always want to look at the overall landscape with the draft and free agency and understand where the strengths and the weaknesses are and use those to your advantage in terms of where you're going to really invest in one or the other. Obviously, free agency comes first, and then I wish it was the other way around where you draft first and you supplement with free agency. That's not the way it works, though. But with only having, one pick, like you said, or, what do we have? Two, yeah. Sorry, we don't have a second or a fourth, which actually very happy that turned out that way with Laramie. I think I would do that one all over again. But obviously we have a top 10 pick, which you could look to move and get more picks if the opportunity arises. But certainly I think every offseason, no matter what your picks are, what you have, you're always trying to maximize both the draft and free agency, getting guys that you might not be able to get in the other one. So if you're going free agency, it's super heavy at one position, maybe you go there, and then the draft you go elsewhere to fill those needs.
So maybe it's free agency.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that specifically to the pass rush situation, there is. I don't think, to me, if you're asking me free agency or the draft, are you looking for help at pass rusher? The answer is just yes.
Yeah.
I don't think it's one or the other. I understand there might be some spots, if we address it in free agency, then we're probably not looking to draft or at least draft high. Because if you look at their picks, they have 7 and 71.
Mm-hmm.
Those have real value. Maybe you can move out of 7, which AP hinted at, and maybe that becomes 22 and 52 or something, right?
Yeah.
7 and 71, and then after that, you've got the 7th pick in the 5th round, the 6th pick in the 6th round. You do have an additional 6th rounder, and then you have a pick in the 7th round. So it's 771, 145, 187, 198, 223.
Yeah.
From a straight draft value chart, that's going to be down near the bottom of what I imagine NFL teams have in pick value. So especially once you get arguably even to 71, but certainly any of those 145 and beyond, you're going BPA. You're trusting your scouts. You're just trying to find the best players you can get.
Yeah, I think that's what you have to do. But what he basically told you, if we can move back with the right situation, we will. But I hear everybody say, "Oh, you got to trade back. Got to trade back. You got to have a partner to trade back."
Right.
Okay. If you don't have somebody that'll trade back, then why the hell are you going to trade back? Just to do it, and you get screwed in the process. No matter what I know the trade value thing. I don't get too caught up in the trade value because if I get a 7th round, that dude end up playing on my team. I don't care what his value was. All I know is he produces on my football team. If they can happen to find somebody like a Bill in the 6th round or somebody like a Bill in the 7th round again, what that value is makes no difference to me. If that guy's playing every Sunday and making some plays on the field, that's what I care about. I care about they go out there and get guys that can come in here and help them. Guys that fit what they want them to do. So a lot of times we draft, guys are drafted in the NFL every damn year just because he's a good player, but you don't know if he fits your system or not. That happens on every team with all of this analyst work, all of these damn scouts. They draft the guy, and then when they get him, they say, now what we going to do with him? Draft the guy what you know. You know what like you said before, they watch all the film. You go with what the film tells you, not just wait for the workouts at the end. Draft guys that you know fits what you're trying to get done. And then all of a sudden you have a lot less failed draft picks than you do. The ones that come out and handle their business.
Sure. Absolutely. Let's hit some of these phones. Our guy Easy E is on the line.
What up, E?
What's up, Easy?
Hey, what's going on? I think this has to be a record that you guys have had 2 callers call from Rockville, Maryland, back-to-back on the same show in one day.
Shout out to Rockville.
Rockville in the house.
Hey, man. I'm not from Rockville. I've lived in Montgomery County when I was little. I'm from PG, but hey, that's kind of cool to see Rockville, Maryland in the house, the first 2 calls today. But anyway, that first caller kind of took what I was going to say. Because what I was saying is that, see, all these fans listen to the pressers, right? They're not at the presser like you or JP would be, but They listen to it. And if AP doesn't answer the question they want to hear, they're pissed. Or he's going to do the same thing. Well, he already said he's going to address pass rusher. So when I heard that, I didn't care about anything else, honestly, because when I said we need a pass rusher that can get to the quarterback, he answered my question. I don't need him to say, yeah, we're going to get Baines at 7. We're going to trade for Max Crosby. We're going to sign Trey Hendrickson to a 40. Why do people need to hear that? See, fans want what they call the sexy player. I just want a football player on the field that's going to make some plays for me. So I don't necessarily need. Actually, I don't need AP or DQ to come out and say what their plans are for the offseason. Why would you even do that anyway? Because if you do that, now teams are going to try to get ahead of you. Oh, Washington's trying to go get Max Crosby. Let me put a package together that's a little bit more better than that. You know what I'm saying? So that's my take on that, on what I heard yesterday. I think the team is going to head in the right direction. I kind of heard from, and I heard it in DQ's voice and AP's voice that they could kind of feel that that this year went south and they need to take a different direction, get faster, get better, younger. He kind of said that too, which makes me happy because it reminds me of the Packers game where they were faster than we were. We were slower. So that's my take on it. Now, I want to say one more thing before I get off here. JP, I'm very proud of you for taking a different route to get to work and get around that traffic. I hear you talk about traffic one more time. And one other thing.
One more
You
again.
were talking to Chris Miller this morning. So, see, I give you an A+ for doing that. And then you were talking to Chris Miller this morning, and I said, JP, listen. And then Chris Miller had already said, yeah, the trade deadline's about a month away. What did JP do? Yeah, I have to imagine that the trade deadline's about 2 weeks away.
I said a few
And
weeks.
Chris Miller said, no,
I
no,
said
no.
a few
It's about a
weeks.
month away. So I deducted, yeah, you said a few weeks, whatever. So I deducted points away from the A+, and you got a B- for today now. Thank you for taking my call.
Hey, C's get degrees. bro.
Hey, I wouldn't want him to be my teacher. He pay attention to everything.
Yeah, that's not good. I need the teachers that'll let you coast, kick, push, and coast. We're going to come right back. Keep these
boy.
phone lines going. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Taking your calls after yesterday's end-of-season presser in Ashburn. And we've gotten a couple calls, and I think this is fair. There needs to be honesty in expectations for what Washington is going to get done. What you're going to hear from Dan Quinn and Adam Peters. Like, there needs to be some honesty in that. I did think this, number 21, Landfill. Adam Peters was asked about the wide receiver position kind of throughout the year. And when we talk about maximizing Jaden, I think you can ask real questions about the wide receiver group. And then injuries and contract stuff with Terry obviously complicated that. This is Adam Peters with some honesty, I thought, talking about the wide receiver position last year.
Yeah, I think anytime you get your top two starting guys, it hurts your depth regardless of how much depth you have. Certainly, we were always looking for help. We're always looking to get every room better. We explored a lot of different ways to get better. We ended up getting Trey Burks, who ended up being a really good player for us down the stretch. But yeah, a lot of it has to do with opportunity and then what the cost is in order to do that. And did not, I think both Noah's and Terry's injuries probably were a little bit longer than we thought they were going to be. And so all that played into it, but certainly, it made it hard for Jaden, with not having the full complement of receivers and some young guys behind him. So I think that's a good lesson for sure. But I think, we did explore a lot of different things. We just didn't always pull the trigger, just depending on what that cost or whether it's draft capital, whether it's contract, whatever it is, and I think it's certainly something we'll have to look at down the road.
In that situation, you have Terry, your number one guy, wasn't in camp, wasn't signed. You brought in Debo. I mean, Noah, your number two guy coming into this, was injured. Debo comes in, he was handling his business. And everybody behind them were young guys. If all three of those guys are in camp and healthy, Luke gets a chance to keep growing. And you got to look at the amount of years Luke has played receiver. Jalen Lane, also a guy who came in to be the punt returner, but he has speed to be a receiver, but is he a 100% polished NFL receiver at this point? No. He would have had a chance to grow. So those injuries, as much as people like to say, well, injuries removed, they matter, especially when you had inexperienced guys behind those three guys. And when you start spending money, just like we talk about the value of stuff all the time, they know how much they want to spend per position. And when you have a Debo and a Terry on the roster, the other guys coming in are not going to be making much money, which means that you're shopping from a certain barrel, and they don't have the legitimates in that barrel that you're shopping from.
I think in hindsight, if we go back 2 years, the Cam Curl thing was one that didn't make a ton of sense. I think last year, not that you needed to bring both back, but letting OZ and Diami go and just thinking you can kind of handle that internally. Or, if you think about the veteran receivers they brought into camp, and then Chris Moore was on the roster for the bulk of the season, I think they probably overestimated what they had there. I think in hindsight, bringing back OZ or Diami would have helped a lot. But hindsight's always going to be 2020, right? Yeah. Like that's kind of, and I think those guys would tell you now that could have helped. You know what I mean?
It'll help if you can plan that both Terry and Noah are going to be out for most of the time.
Yeah, I hear that, but I would counter. I think you needed better depth anyway.
You need better depth, but still.
And just guys with knowledge of the system.
One of those two guys were going to be gone, naturally. Do you think they would have paid Diami what Diami got paid?
No, but OZ could have happened. I think Diami might be a free agent again, and maybe you even kick the tires now.
You may try, yeah. But the whole thing, I just think when you had Terry, I think Terry and Debo together affected what they were going to sign at that position moving forward.
Sure. And then they converted the cash for Debo. Let's get in a couple of these calls. This is Jaden from Pennsylvania. Jaden, you feel better after the presser yesterday?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think this is just my opinion. I just think this is including DQ. I mean, I think I don't know. I just don't think he is the guy. I think Cliff, everyone talks about him getting head coaching jobs. I don't really care if he leaves. I don't even know why he gets head coaching jobs and interviews, but whatever that's worth. And I just think overall, I mean, Peters, he missed that works. I mean, I see Brian Robinson on Sundays getting like 7 yards a carry for a team that was playing for the 1 seed last weekend. I mean, Jahan Dotson's a number 3 on a Super Bowl champion, and now we're complaining about receiver help. The team that traded Laramie Tunsil, they're actually going to be playing in the playoffs next weekend. I know Laramie's been good for us, but Casario, their GM, kind of worked us on that. And now we have to pay Laramie Tunsil, and now we don't have any young players. And I get rebuilds take time. They really don't. I mean, the Texans were drafting number 2 overall. They got Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud. I think they've made the playoffs 3 straight years after they've been the worst team in the league. Philly, they've done 2 rebuilds and won 2 Super Bowls. So, I don't know. I just think I'd like to get your guys' opinion. I guess the question is, who are we going to hire? But why not call Stefanski? Why not call Brian Flores? I think if you asked GMs on the open market who's a better coach, they would tell you those 2 guys are better than DQ. Is DQ do we have a top 15 staff in the NFL? So, I don't know. And I just think that puts a lot of pressure on a young quarterback. I mean, look at what Sean Payton's doing. That rebuild didn't take time. They're the number 1 seed, and they made the playoffs last year.
The Denver situation is pretty remarkable because they're still getting slammed by the Russ Wilson dead money, and they lost 2 first-rounders. Listen, I think you can your information on B-Rob is incorrect. He's averaging, I think, 4.2 YPC. But, like, a lot of what you're saying is not wrong. I also might think it's too far to jump and say DQ's not the guy. Last year, everything went right. This year, everything went wrong. I think you get a 3rd year to see if things land somewhere in the middle. I think, like you're saying, call Stefanski or Flores to be head coach or as possible coordinators.
No. I think call them as head coaches. Who do you think they're better coaches than DQ? On the open market, what do you think GMs would say?
We're going to run out of time here. Thank you for the call. The Kevin Stefanski stuff I want to address specifically. I know a lot of people like Stefanski a lot, and I recognize he's won 2 Coach of the Year awards. Guys win Coach of the Year because they take a bad team and perform. Like, the best coaches never win Coach of the Year because they're just good. Expectations are high every year, and they maintain it.
Yeah.
So, like, the Stefanski stuff I think is a little misguided. Brian Flores was good in Miami, was fired in Miami. I think Dallas might hire him as their DC because they'll just pay him an absolute outrageous amount of money. I think it's pretty. I've said this. I've written it. I don't think they should be making a change at head coach. I think Dan Quinn deserves another.
They're not.
They're also not doing it right.
But also, I want to
questions about the staff are fair.
I'll come back one more thing. Jahan Dotson had 18 receptions the whole year. Don't tell me about what he's doing up there.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you have to look at what trades made sense, what trades did not, Dotson did not seem like a fit with the new staff. And sometimes you just got to be aware of that and not try to make everything fantasy football. Dotson was their 5th leading receiver in Philly. If you want to say 3rd wideout, sure. But they went AJ, Devontae, Goddard, Barkley, then Dotson, just from a catches standpoint. Sam Cosby is going to join us at 1 o'clock. We'll keep running through all this stuff. We'll keep the phone lines open. I also have a different question for B. Mitch. I was very surprised when I walked into the office building today at one thing specifically in the lobby. Nobody go anywhere.
With breaking sports news on the Fan, I'm Earl Forsey. Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, with a report just a few minutes ago. Big changes coming in Ashburn for the Commanders. Pelissero reports that the team and offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury have mutually agreed to part ways. Kingsbury had been one of the top OCs in the NFL last year, struggled with a lot of folks out in Ashburn this entire season, 5-12 season. So the first shoe drops as far as coaching changes. Cliff Kingsbury is parting ways with the Commanders. They have also, according to Pelissero, are moving on from defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr., who was demoted, and Dan Quinn taken over as a DC midway through the season. So Commanders with some big changes today. They talked about things yesterday. Cliff Kingsbury is out as offensive coordinator. There were reports yesterday that he's likely to interview at least for a couple of head coaching jobs, the Giants and the Tennessee Titans. With breaking sports news on The Fan, I'm Earl Forsey from the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk. You're up to date on The Fan.
All right, there's the news we were all kind of waiting for, frankly. Source confirms to me that Dan Quinn met with Cliff Kingsbury this morning to discuss changes to the offense, and both parties decided to mutually agree to part ways. Again, not necessarily a surprise, but this is a big deal. Kind of what happens next? What do they do? B, your level of just kind of your reaction to this now becoming official.
You hear one thing about it. We hear a lot of rumors and we always dismiss, so we say what makes us feel good. This is something that kind of seemed like what the rumors were and what you were hearing that was kind of leading to this direction. So now you have to make sure you get somebody. Hell, they may have somebody in the building, or you may bring somebody else in. Brian Johnson was a former offensive coordinator. He did a lot of great stuff with Jalen Hurts up there in Philadelphia. You know, we talk about the other young man that's a possibility of becoming an offensive coordinator in this league on the team. Blau. So you got different people out there. But as I stated earlier, if every year Cliff is going to be the hot topic of going somewhere else, doing this, doing that, and then your quarterback gets hurt and, you know, people they didn't really see a change in the offense when he got back, you make a move, you know, and this is something where they made a move to mutually agree to part ways. But they did make a move. And it has to tell you, maybe somebody would say we need you to adjust, and there were no adjustments.
I tell you, the one thing I would have said is if Cliff was there and then Joe Witt was still around, that wouldn't have made sense, even if it was a formality. I'm glad they made this. I'm glad the news got out.
I think one has nothing to do with the other one.
Sure, but I think if you're taking this seriously and you're redoing everything, then you got to redo both of these. What does it say, Brian, to you? After 2 years now, they've gotten rid of both coordinators.
Cliff is a guy who's going to be always a guy talking about getting another job. Joe, he had dressed as his first time becoming a coordinator. They gave him a chance. He had 2 years. Okay, and the NFL don't wait that long for you. And the thing about Cliff has been around here long enough now to where people are going to. He's a person, either a person you like or you don't. That's how it's become. And the whole thing is not about appeasing people's systems and their feelings. It's about winning on this football team. And you just got to move forward from that.
I think a lot of this is the style of offense, going no huddle, putting more reps on Jaden, more situations on Jaden. The biggest thing is who are you going to get, right? We can argue if Dan Quinn should call the plays defensively. Dan Quinn ain't going to call the plays offensively, period.
Mm-hmm. True about that.
The biggest question becomes who's next? Who's going to be calling the plays? And because of Dan Quinn went to a Super Bowl with Kyle Shanahan. They lost, but the amount of success Quinn saw, and then Kyle left and Mike McDaniel worked for him. Like, it's hard for me to think somebody from the Shanahan, whether you want to call it coaching tree or not, somebody that runs that Shanahan offense won't be coming to town, which means more under center. It means more play action. Typically means running the ball a bit more. I don't know that answer, and I think there's going to be significant competition for the best candidates, right?
Mm-hmm.
Part of me does agree that this could be a mutual parting of ways here. You also got to wonder who the hell the next defensive coordinator is going to be. But that is a little bit different because of DQ's still here, so you'd think it is still kind of Dan's defense, or at least perception. Mike McDaniel looks like he's sticking around.
Yep.
In Miami. You go back. I mean, there's a lot of people that could make sense. Darrell Bevel, somebody that was the offensive coordinator when Dan Quinn was with Seattle. He's been on Mike McDaniel's staff in Miami. Honestly, I've said this about the defensive side of the ball, and I think for me, you look at the offensive side of the ball, this does not have to be somebody you're overly familiar with. This has to be the best coach you think there is for the job.
Yeah.
And if you look around the league, who are some of the OCs with really high aptitude that don't get to call plays? Like, Liam Cohen is calling the plays in Jacksonville. Who's his number 2? Is that a mind you think could be pretty interesting?
Mm-hmm.
If you look at Denver, Sean Payton's calling the plays. Who's the number 2 there? Or perhaps it's even Carolina. Or, you know what I mean? Like, where are their offensive coaches that are calling their own plays? This has happened to the Rams time and time again, where Sean McVay is the play caller, but that OC keeps getting jobs.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I mean, you got to cast a wide net on this. You also, Jaden should have input. You got to make sure Jaden continues to get input. So how does that shake out? I think there's a lot of factors at play, but familiarity should not be the guidepost here. It should be best guy for the job. And I think maybe you consider your own options. You consider Brian Johnson in-house. Maybe Anthony Lynn you consider in-house. You know what I mean? Those are guys that already know everything going on. And with the decision, when they hired Cliff, that was stepping outside of their comfort zone, right? Like, AP and Cliff have a relationship going back probably close to 30 years when they were both in New England. But at the same time, it's not like Quinn had coached with Cliff before.
Yeah.
I got a name I don't hate. I don't think he's equipped to be a head coach, but I think Brian Daboll can run some good offense. That'd be an interesting one. Like, there's going to be a lot of names out there. I don't know what folks are going to do. A lot of moving parts. Finally got the news. I want to let the Aquarium boys react. Jeff, Cliff's out, Witt's out. The Witt thing, you already demoted the guy. That was a matter of time. Cliff's the news here. What's your reaction?
I thought he was going to get one more year because of the fact that he did have a good season with Jaden the year before that. I'm ready. Of course, I'm ready to see what new defensive coordinator, what new offensive coordinator we get. The thing I'm most excited to see about this offseason is what is AP going to do? I'm fine with the coordinators. What is AP going to do to make up for the draft picks we lost? What is he going to do in the draft? Is he doing anything in free agency? Like you said, with Witt, we knew it was coming after the demotion. Like I said, I thought they would try to give Cliff another chance because Jaden was hurt this year. But, hey, that's the game. We just got to see what our next coordinators do when they come in.
I don't think Cliff getting another chance because Jaden was hurt this year is the correct way to look at it. I think they are looking at it as Jaden got hurt this year.
Because of.
Maybe not because, but how do we make sure
It doesn't happen again.
there's less of that, and we think this offense might be a factor. I think if you have to dial this down to one thing, I think they have questions about Cliff's ability to protect Jaden. Because Jaden's got to be Jaden on the field, but
another thing that stuck out this year too. Remember last year, everyone was like, "Oh yeah, Cliff, he started out strong, but it's going to start to fade." That stuck out a lot this season.
yeah, I mean there are things that really stand out. Professor Landini, your reaction, sir? Cliff's out.
I'm not all that upset by it. I wasn't particularly excited when they hired him a couple of years ago. Last year, obviously, the offense did well, but, I kind of feel like a lot of that was Jaden pulling a rabbit out of his hat a lot of times. And the offense just, frankly, it didn't look good this year when Jaden was playing. And I think you got to put a lot of that on Cliff Kingsbury. And it's the job of whoever's going to be the offensive coordinator here to, work with Jaden and put up a good offensive numbers. So I'm excited for whoever they're going to bring in.
Yeah, I like David Blau a lot. I don't know that they would that'd be a pretty aggressive move. I kind of was charting this out early. Some interesting moments this year with Cliff Kingsbury. B, you go all the way back to August.
Mm-hmm.
Dan was consistently saying pretty much nothing about Terry.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody was like, yeah, it'll get worked out. We're not worried. Cliff was the one that came out and said, yeah, we need him on the grass. There's a reason our offense doesn't look as good.
Yeah. But look, as much as that he gets praised for speaking up for what he needs, a lot of people see that as going away from what the company mindset is.
Fans may have appreciated that.
That's what I'm saying. No, that's
the
what I'm
people
saying.
in the building,
fans agree, and a lot of people go, "Oh man, he spoke up." But the whole thing about it is, that's kind of showing a crack. You know what I'm saying? And you don't want that.
I charted these out just over the last couple days, thinking about stuff. August 15th, Cliff says needs to be on the grass line about Terry McLaurin.
Mm-hmm.
November 2nd, and I think if you had to really pinpoint one thing, Dan Quinn took all the heat for Jaden still being in that game. I think most of that is deserved. But you can also control what gets called, and there was an RPO call down 30 against Seattle. Jaden ends up hurting his elbow on that. I was told in no uncertain terms, and I'll give myself a little room, in some uncertain terms, that once Jaden came back against the Vikings after the bye, that the designed quarterback runs were out of the system. Think back to 2nd and goal from the 2 when they run 3 straight pass plays. Think back to the success they've had on that little QB draw to the right-hand side. Mm-hmm. That was their cheat code in 24.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't see it. Jaden still ends up getting hurt in the second half of that game. Then late in the year, Josh Johnson at quarterback, they're under center way more. And it was, we were told it's because Josh is more comfortable that way.
Mm-hmm.
And what Marcus and Jaden said a lot of is we love the system. Cliffs, we get a ton of information. We get a ton of input. How do you think Jaden's feeling this morning or with this news?
Listen, man, one thing about football, if you play football long enough, people are there one day, they're gone the next. You get used to it. You get used to change. I don't think he's thrilled. I don't think he's disappointed. I think it's just you go through it and you're like, okay, what's next? And you start figuring out what you got to do. I don't think players get to the point. And let's just be real. You think Jaden and those players hadn't been hearing the stuff around too? They sense things.
Sure.
You know, I always say, my little comment, don't just read the writing on the wall, understand it. They have probably heard more stuff than we've heard. They've seen differences and changes and things like that. If you're with some people every day, you notice a change.
Yeah, I think Jaden's mom, Regina, did tweet out 2 days ago. Really excited for 2026, another year for Jaden and Cliff. I thought that was kind of interesting. Jaden yesterday said how much he loves playing for Cliff. Wish he had a chance to play more for him. But this is also the big city, right? It's pro sports. Like, you don't get to call everything. If there was one thing we slammed the organization during the Robert days was how much control he had. Clearly, this isn't Jaden's decision to make.
And like you said, he'll have input in stuff. Input to a degree.
Input doesn't mean final decision making.
Bam.
I want to open these phone lines up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Cliff Kingsbury is out as offensive coordinator. What is your reaction? Let's go to Elijah in D.C. What's up, Eli?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. I feel like the writing was kind of on the wall. This game is adjust or be eaten or evolve or be eaten. And I didn't see the evolution in season based off all of the analytics that we have for now. even me, I couldn't go out there and call plays, but based off what I'm seeing around the league, I knew I would be able to know enough to put Jaden under center, and just with the eye test. And I just don't think Cliff was willing to adjust based off of the eye test. And this stuff was going on in meetings. If we were having these conversations, they were looking at these plays and breaking them down and having those conversations about adjusting. These are the things that we need to do. So I do think the team is built for more under center. I think your offensive line, those big guys could be more aggressive. So, I think this is the right time because my fear was if he was to stay and then we have another draft and then he goes, you got new rookies who now have to learn 2 new playbooks. And I just wasn't certain how that would look. So you get it out the way now and then you restart and then you see what you get. So I'm cool with it. I think the run game and certain elements are there that are attractive for an OC. If he come in, he say, well, they got Tunsil over there. They got some development at the right side of the tackle. Obviously, they got 5. Bill, he's the guy that's coming along. So I think the ingredients are there for a guy to say, man, let me just get them a tight end. Let me get them a number 2, and let me get some action going. Debo, because he's a safety net during this time. So this is going to be an interesting time. And I'm kind of glad this happened now before we kind of behind the 8 ball and other situations. If we're going to take advantage of Jaden's time and this rookie contract, you better really get what you think you better have because this time is definitely slipping away in that regard. So we got to get cooking on whatever we think we're going to go. So appreciate y'all, man.
All right. Appreciate you, dude. Thanks for the call.
Yeah.
Phone lines are going to be lit up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Breaking news today. Somewhat expected. Certainly, Joe Witt is out as defensive coordinator for the Commanders. That's not a surprise. Cliff Kingsbury is out as offensive coordinator for the Washington Commanders. One real question, B, how desirable is that OC job? How desirable is it to come here, be the play caller for Jaden Daniels? We explore that next. You're listening to 106.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's B. Mitch and JP here. If you're looking for comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to our friends over at Rude. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. You forgot to turn down the heat before you went on vacation? You know what? With Rude, you can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
The best part, the Rude systems are whisper quiet. You don't get any of that noisy interruptions, no more clanging in the middle of the night in your ducts. It's just peace of mind. Rude's got the variable speed compressor that ensures precise temperature and humidity control, which operates efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. B, you got to tell them about the cash. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to $2,000 on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, R-U-U-D, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude,
it ain't right.
No surprise that there's going to be change in Washington with the season the Commanders had. They have big changes starting today. 2 coordinators are out. As Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, first to report about a half an hour ago, the Commanders are mutually parting ways with offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury after 2 years on the job. Now, he's reportedly going to get head coaching interviews with at least the Tennessee Titans and New York Giants, but now he's free to go elsewhere. And the team officially moving on from former defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr., who had already been demoted halfway through the season. So Commanders are going to move into 2026 with 2 new coordinators. Tough spot to be, 2 new coordinators, both sides of the football before next season. NBA, the Wizards are back on the floor tonight, home hosting Orlando. 7 p.m. here in the Fan. Last night, Capitals get a hat trick from rookie Justin Sordiff to knock off the Anaheim Ducks 7-4. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Oh, won't you please take me home? Cliff Kingsbury is out as the Commanders' offensive coordinator, and I know a lot of people are throwing a lot of theories out there. I truly believe this boils down to Adam Peters and to some level Dan Quinn having major questions about Cliff's offense. I think there's a few factors. Run-pass balance is something we've talked about a lot. And ultimately, does this do enough? Does this offense do enough to maximize Jaden, but also protect Jaden? And Cliff's offense is different. It is not a typical NFL offense. And at times, QB runs are absolutely a part of this, probably in ways other systems aren't.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when you consider all that, you kind of land in this sort of situation. This team went 5-12. Now, if you look at the splits year to year, offensively has not been the big problem. The defense has been way worse. In 2024, Commanders' offense averaged 373 yards, 5th in the NFL. This year, those numbers fell to 319, 22nd in the NFL. In 24, they scored 55 touchdowns. This year, that number dropped to 41. In 24, they were 6th in the NFL at 29 points per game. This year, that number dropped to 21, 22nd in the NFL. In 24, they averaged 149 rush yards per game. This year, the run game stayed strong. They were still 4th in the NFL in running, in rush yards per game.
Did the attempts go down?
I'd have to pull it. I kind of doubt it. But hold on, let me pull that real quick. Rushing attempts on the season this year, they attempted 484 runs this year. Last year, remember that number because you know I'm not going to. It was 484, I just said, right?
The 484 chances.
The attempts went way down, 526 to 484.
Yeah.
So they're still running the ball efficiently. And pass yards went way down, but it's the key stat I can't get past. Jaden played in 17 games last year and played in 7 this year.
That's the major one.
How much of the offensive demise this season is on coaching and how much of it is on personnel?
I don't know if I can put an exact number, but it's definitely a combination. If I started off at 50-50 and then I move, I think it's I think the personnel is probably 55, coaching 45.
I think that's fair. I think you lose your quarterback, you lose a lot of things. I also think this isn't just about this year. I think it's about the vision for the long haul. Let's let some folks weigh in. We got a lot of folks on the line. Dave is in Charlottesville. Dave, Cliff is out. What do you think?
Bye. Never was crazy about him anyway. He's done the same thing everywhere he's gone. He's a brilliant mind, but this just doesn't work in the pros. It's not sustainable. I mean, Arizona did the same thing. Kyler Murray was amazing that year he had him, but then these D coordinators in the pros, man, their job is to figure things out. They had a whole year to watch what he did last year with Jaden and figure it out. They get millions of dollars to do this, or hundreds of thousands, whatever it is.
Millions, dog.
Yeah, millions. They know hundreds.
Yeah, and they did do their job. I mean, if you don't adapt, they've got you the next year. It's the way it is. It's life. You have to be able to change. And my original point too was about the draft. I mean, we have limited picks. This is a business where you got to prove your worth. AP is on the clock, as should we say. He gets to prove what he can do this year. You know, he went for the wrong. We all were in on it, but we went the wrong way this year. But he has to make magic this year. He cannot miss on these few picks we got. But I have an example of what we absolutely have to do. Whether we pick it with our 7th pick or we trade down, that defensive pass rusher is everything. And it can make we can get the most bang out of our buck with the picks that we do have. Because I don't know if y'all watch both games, but if you watch Pittsburgh back-to-back weeks against the Browns and then the Ravens, Myles Garrett wrecked Pittsburgh by himself 2 weeks ago. Aaron Rodgers was running for his life. They ran every play that was a pass away from the side he was on. It killed their offense. Mm-hmm. He absolutely killed their offense. He did not get a single sack that day.
You're not wrong. We're going to keep it to Cliff, though. Thank you, brother. They need pass rushers. You're not wrong.
They need that.
I think that's a really interesting question. How much of this was Cliff's fault and how much of it was the hand he was dealt? Especially, dude, it was so long ago that we've all kind of forgotten it. How important was Eckler to this offense? I mean, injuries were significant. But at the same time, did they run it enough? Did they stick with the run enough?
There were certain situations where I think that they passed the ball when they could have stuck to the run. And also when you're running the ball, it's a little different with the pass. Pass stops the clock. Pass gives the ball back to the other team a lot quicker. You know what I'm saying?
If you're trying to play complementary football,
there you go.
Not only are you passing a lot, but you're also going no huddle. You're going up tempo.
You have to that up tempo and with the extra passing, you don't protect the other side of the ball. Come from?
Sure. It gets a lot harder to play complementary football in that capacity. Let's go to Mark in Landover Hills. Mark, Cliff is out.
Thank God and Christ or whoever else is involved. Because guess what, guys? Going against the grain, like my man, the doctor's been saying. And I think, hey, they had a meeting and all bets were off. And don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Take that money and run, because that's what it's all about, according to them. Not the guys who love this team and want them to win. So if you ain't part of the burgundy and gold, AMF, my friend, and that's the way I feel about it, B, and that's the way I feel about it, JP. Because I think that's what was happening.
Appreciate
and like the earlier caller said, behind the 8 ball is a good term to use today, because guess what? We just saw what happens to a good coach with a good heart when he lost both his coordinators, because he's sitting at home with the old Deadskins this postseason, guys. So think what you want to say what you want, but I'm going to root for my team, and I'm going to be a realist like Mr. Mitchell is. And you have to be honest with yourself and with people you talk to it about, and I appreciate that, Brian. I really do. And you too, JP. I'm not selling you short either,
bro.
brother.
Appreciate you, Mark. Take care, bro.
Rabble-rousing about the speech yesterday, well, man, you can make anything out of anything somebody says if you don't ask them delineation. And I didn't hear a whole lot of that. You were there, JP. You're just asking questions like everybody else, but you asked a good one.
Thanks,
I'll get
bud.
off here because I've been on the phone waiting for you guys for over an hour. So I know there's other people waiting too, guys.
Appreciate you, dude. Thank you. Yeah, I think, there were some that were like, I saw on social media last night, like, oh, man, you guys are reading too much into the DQ stuff. I think that decision was probably made Sunday night, honestly. And I think, frankly, I went back and looked. Dan was asked about Cliff leading into the Eagles game, and he did the same thing and just talked around it. Yeah. Like, I honestly go back to Minnesota when they ran three straight times at the goal line. I go back to Seattle when you call. Maybe Jaden shouldn't have been in the game. We could probably all agree at that. But you shouldn't have called an RPO down 30.
100.
Let's go to our guy. Toothpick is on the line. What's up,
What up, Pick?
Hey, what's good? Hey, B-Mitch, you said it earlier, man. You said it like Cliff doesn't protect his quarterback. You got a second-year quarterback who, he's just a second-year quarterback. You can't put everything on him. And then I'm going to look at it like this, JP. The most healthiest room that you had, your two healthiest rooms was your offensive line and your running back room. How many times did you run the ball more than you passed the ball? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even talking about the Dallas game where you went in down your top three receivers because they stacked the box and dared you to beat them with your 4, 5, and 6 wide receivers. But I'm looking at all the other games where you had Debo and Christian and the McCaffrey brother as your 1 and 2 and Jalen Lane. You know what I mean? But run the ball. You had your 2, 3, and 4 running back all year, a healthy offensive line, and you didn't run the ball more than you ran the ball. More than you passed the ball. So, see you later, Cliff. And we all knew that the D coordinator was out of here. It was just a matter of time. Now we start looking for better coordinators that know how to protect a second year going into a third year quarterback and get them under center. Give them some boots. Give them some, not RPOs where you're putting them in danger, but some quick game. Things that don't put everything in his hands. I appreciate y'all for taking my call. I know y'all got more callers, man. I appreciate it.
All right, bro. Appreciate you, man.
Pick. Just 2 picks point, because I know a lot of folks are going to say this. The numbers bear out that it was pretty balanced. There were 469 pass attempts, 484 rush attempts. Over the course of, that's almost 1,000 plays. I'm sorry, it's a little over 900 play, 950, whatever you want to call it. Pretty damn close to even. It's probably a 48-52 split.
And I hear that all the time about.
Now, some of those rushing attempts are from the quarterback.
You don't have to be balanced. If a game entails you run the ball more than you pass it, you don't have to be balanced in that game. Run the ball. If the play necessary is a run the ball. I always hear like people, you got to be balanced. No, you don't. You don't want to be 60. You don't want to be 80-20, but you damn sure don't have to be 50-50.
I just can't. Cliff being gone is not a surprise, and I can understand the case for it, especially thinking long term, right?
Yeah.
Personnel versus coaching, I think, is pretty damn interesting in this because what they did this year offensively wasn't great, but it was significantly better than the defense. They still ran the ball quite well, and they were down a lot. You know what I mean? Like, he did a decent job this year of making chicken salad out of chicken feathers in a lot of situations. I also think this was written. I don't think there should be any surprise. We're going to keep the phone lines going. What should be awesome, and I appreciate him doing it, Sam Cosmi is going to join us at 1 o'clock. We'll get to hear from a player on the team now that there's going to be a new offensive coordinator coming to town. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. JP Finley here for the official and unofficial moving and storage company of 106.7 The Fan. Of course, I'm talking about Metropolitan Moving and Storage. When I had everything going on with my house, we had to pack stuff up, move it out to get construction done. You know who stepped in? My boy, Justin McCarty from Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Within hours, he had boxes at my house. He connected me with contractors. That's the kind of service you get from these guys because they're local. They've been here. They've done this in the D.C. area for 3 decades. They're going to give you the best advice. They'll give you the best moving, whether it's local or long distance, whether it's residential or commercial. They've got everything you need. They can help you stage your home if you're looking to sell it. They can pack your boxes for you. They can do any sort of custom moving needs you have, and you will never share a truck space on a long distance move. That means you get a pinpoint delivery date at the time of your choosing. The best and most efficient way to move long distance, period. Metropolitan Moving and Storage has East Coast Express service. No one gets you there better and faster than my boys at Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Take it from me. I've known Justin and John since high school. These guys have built this business the right way by taking care of their customers. Call 301-279-0090. That's 301-279-0090. Or you can check them out online at dcmetropolitanmoving.com. That's dcmetropolitanmoving.com. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Breaking news in Washington. Both coordinators gone. Mutually agreed to part ways, officially. Joe Witt was demoted halfway through the season. Dan Quinn relinquished him of calling defensive plays. Dan Quinn took those back over. Expect them to hire a new D coordinator. And the bigger news that shouldn't be that big of a surprise considering the report we saw over the weekend from Diana Rossini, and then the way I think some questions have been answered over the last 24, 48 hours. Cliff Kingsbury out as offensive coordinator. Talking to a number of players yesterday, especially the quarterbacks, all loved Cliff. I don't think that's window dressing. But I also think they're not in charge, or including Jaden Daniels, who is the future of the franchise. I also think that you said this earlier, when you know you got to deal with Cliff questions every year about him leaving, maybe eventually you just want to turn that page anyway. I think they want the offense to look differently than it did. And now the biggest question in town is who comes next.
Yeah, it's true. And hopefully they have people in mind already, because I would think that both of them, both Dan and AP, would want things settled before everything kicks off. When you start going to combine, you need to have a coaching staff in place. When you have the draft coming up, you want everything in place. You don't want to have the stuff like last year. Last year, that one little thing with Terry affected a lot. So you might want to have all of the business aspect of this thing in order so you can get the coaching and all the stuff with the football aspect to hit the ground running.
I'm going to get these calls in because in 10 minutes we'll be joined by Sam Cosmi, Commander's right guard. Appreciate him making time for us on an interesting day. Richard's in Fredericksburg. What's up, Rich?
Hey, guys. Happy New Year. Listen, I appreciate the time. I agree with what you guys just said. I think the front office, we got a new front office, and all of them know what happened with the RG3 deal. And bottom line is I'm watching game after game, sitting in that stadium, watching Cliff Kingsbury's face looking like he's having a stroke, like he just don't know what to do when Jaden can't pull a rabbit out of a hat. You got 3 running backs. Run the ball. I remember the game he comes back from the elbow, and he's running passing plays like the man doesn't have a messed up elbow. Now, he's good enough to play, but that don't mean he's healed. And we throwing him out there like he's just going to be Superman. And the good teams learn how to balance their stars. They learn how to balance their team. I think we should go in this draft and get the best running back that's available, so we have another star to go with Jaden to take the pressure off him having to be Clark Kent every day. That's my take on it.
All right, man.
Appreciate the call, man. Yeah, I do think I think personnel is a huge part of this.
Personnel is a huge thing, but I think running back is less important than pass rusher at this present time.
They ran the ball pretty well.
Yeah,
Would you love an more explosive player? Sure, but
but you can run the ball effectively and protect Jaden with the guys you have. But you damn well got to have somebody who makes a quarterback be concerned every damn game.
Let's go to Jay in Clinton. Jay, what up?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, brother?
Hey, man, I'm sorry to hear about Kingsbury, but he's not the only one needs to go. Hear me out. Dan needs to go too, man, because if you keep hiring coordinators, that coordinator gets successful, he's going to get a head coaching job. They need to get rid of Dan, get Gary Kubiak from Seattle, let him bring defensive coordinator, defensive person off. And I'm sorry, Clint Kubiak. I'm thinking of his dad. Go ahead and bring somebody off that Seattle staff, because if you keep, the success of the team always been that the head coach is calling the offense. Get Gary Kubiak, Clint Kubiak, they balance. You bring somebody off that staff, and they're set for a long time.
I tell you what.
That won't be happening this year.
Dan's not going anywhere this year. Now, one thing you said was a big part of when they hired Dan Quinn, people had questions because if it is successful, you're going to lose coordinators, and how does that impact Jaden? So that now we're seeing it, right? Now Jaden's going to have to learn a new system. I find it very hard to believe they're bringing somebody in that runs Cliff's system again, because Cliff's the only one that runs it.
John Harbaugh has been a defensive coach for Baltimore for longest. He's been there forever. Right now, McDonald is a defensive coordinator. Everybody gonna have to deal with it eventually, but you don't just not hire defensive people. I want my head coach to be able to lead my team. And if you got a guy that can do that, you figure out the other stuff.
Vrabel in New England, too.
Yeah.
Quick break from us. If you're on hold, stay there. We're going to try to get back to the phones. Sam Cosmi, Washington Commanders right guard, joins us next.
Brought to you by Ace Trim, the home builder's trade partner. Less than a year after a title game appearance, big changes for the Commanders today were made. Complete overhaul of the coaching staff in Ashburn. Tom Pelissero, NFL Network. First to report today, Commanders are mutually parting ways with offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury. The team also moving on from former defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr., who was demoted midway through the season. So Commanders are going to have two new coordinators, both sides of the ball, heading into a crucial 2026 season. Dallas Cowboys also with a move today, fired their defensive coordinator Matt Eberflus. Cowboys had the third worst defense in the NFL last season. Tonight, Wizards back in action home against Orlando, 7 p.m. on the Fan. College action, Hoyas on the road at DePaul tonight, 8 p.m. Team 980. For over 25 years, Ace Trim's been a trusted trade partner for new home builders throughout the DMV, specializing in full-service interior trim carpentry. We handle everything from supply to installation, turnkey and hassle-free. Contact us at acetrim.com today. Ace Trim, the home builder's trade partner. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We are excited to jump on the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome in our friend, Mr. Sam Cosmi, for our weekly Paisanos Players Chat. Of course, Sam is the starting right guard for the Washington Commanders. Do we hear baby boy in the background?
Yeah, man.
Yes, all right. Yeah, he's sleeping right now, so he might make a couple noises here and there, but yeah, he's knocked out.
That's fine. You know me. I'll do my best to be quiet, but it's not exactly my strength.
You have no strength at all doing that.
There's obviously plenty for us to discuss, but I want to start with the important stuff. Baby boy and mom, everybody's happy, healthy. Big sister?
Yeah, everybody's great right now. Baby sister's unfazed, which is awesome. Mama's doing really good. So it's a good household right now. So I'm really happy. Everybody's healthy and doing really good. So I appreciate you asking me that.
Love to hear that. And then I wanted to congratulate you. Yesterday, you were named the Good Guy Award winner, the Washington player that's best at dealing with the media. I'm a voter in that. You had my vote. Even as you were coming back from the injury in the first half of the season, you were always really helpful with us. So thank you for your professionalism and congratulations.
Of course. I mean, for me, it's awesome because it's like I've been runner-up, I think, 2 years in a row now, so it's nice to win this year. But, I appreciate the fact that you guys do that. And, at the end of the day, I know you guys have to do a job, and why not help you guys do that job? So I don't want to be a deterrence towards you guys. And at the end of the day, we're all people, and we're all trying to get to a common goal of, just doing our jobs. And I appreciate you guys and respect you guys, and I appreciate you guys giving me that award. So it meant a lot to me.
I know you could deal with JP Finley a little bit less.
well, to that point, and B,
especially when he got that little raspy voice. Let me ask you a question.
Well, to that point, Sam, where your locker is in the locker room is right in the middle of where all the media hangs out. So you're kind of stuck with us. Are you still putting in a request to get to one of the corners of the room?
I am. I'm not gonna lie. I appreciate you guys, like I said, but I also like my privacy as well. So it's just, it's like right smack in the middle of you guys.
Right in the middle, yeah.
Right in the middle of everything. So, but I'll let Josh. I'll keep Josh right there with you guys. So I know he needs all the work he can get with the interviews and everything like that. So he'll be right there with you guys.
Yeah, Connerly for a rook was very good with us. Honestly, Connerly.
No, he was.
Connerly, Bill, Jalen Lane, like those were all polished dudes. I was impressed with all those guys. All right, well, you said we have a job to do, so let's talk about the news of the day. News emerged within the last hour, I'd say, that offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury will not be back with the Commanders. I'm curious, just your reaction to the news.
I mean, I don't really know. I understand. At the same time, I'm kind of like, it's, this type of season that you have, normally somebody, gets cut, gets the boot. So, whatever the decisions they decided to make up front is up to them. So all I can do is just be like, okay, I got you. What's next?
Yep.
Who's coming in? What's the new playbook? So, but I mean, Cliff as a person is a phenomenal person. Really respect him as who he is. One thing I did appreciate the most was when it came to being able to, talk to the players, do that, being able to get our feedback. He took that in, and not a lot of OCs do that, and that's something I truly appreciated. That he would listen to us, that speaks about his character and who he is. It's unfortunate of the events that just took place, but for the most part, I mean, it is business. At the end of the day, we have to perform, and it is what it is.
Yeah, I know Jay, when he asked me questions about how do players take it, I feel players look at it, they understand it, and then they say, okay, what do I have to do next? You know what I mean? To just make sure you stay around, basically.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at the end of the day, we all have a job to do, and we're all trying to put each other in the best position to win football games. And however they feel fit to do that, and whatever decisions they make. Because, I always say this, it's like you build relationships throughout the course of seasons and stuff like that, but it's a chess game. We're all pawns, on the board. And some guys have bigger roles than others, and some other guys have different roles. But, at the end of the day, it is a high performance game that, we have to perform, and we weren't able to do that this year.
How difficult is it for an offense when, I mean, you joined this team in mid-October, I believe. Jaden's in and out, Terry's in and out. Like, how difficult is it for an offense to hit that top gear when you have so much disruption to the personnel on the field?
Yeah, I mean, chemistry goes a long way. I really, truly believe that. At the end of the day, I think when you get in those situations, you try to simplify things. I think that's the biggest thing. For me, the way I simplify things is like, hey, the two guys right next to me, how can I affect them? And how can we make each other better? And how can I make my blocks? So at the end of the day, everything going around you, you can't control everything. You always hear that saying, control what you can control. And that's what I could control, is myself and the guys next to me, trying to help them be the best versions they could be when I was on the field.
Does it change up the way you prepare or get ready for the off season? You're going into off season, you know what you were going with. You got the same people coming back. You approach that one way. Now new offense possibly. Does it change up things a little bit?
I mean, yeah, we really have to learn the new terminology, how the system is, and what they like to do. But this is gonna be my fourth offense.
Wow!
In 5 years, going in 6 now. So, I mean, everything is football's football. They're just some coordinators run certain plays differently than others, but you have inside zone, power, counter, pin pull plays. You can go down the line, pass protection, 6-man, 7-man, play action. They're all the same, for the most part. It's just different terminology, different ways of IDing things and scheming up things and route concepts and how the style of play. Those are all things that are pretty similar. It's just different terminology and different ways of calling things. So, yeah.
We're talking with our friend Sam Cosmi here on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Sam, kind enough to join us for our weekly Paisanos Players Chat, fed by our friends over at Paisanos. Today and every Tuesday are Community Tuesdays at Paisanos. Nurses, teachers, active duty military vets, first responders, everybody gets 25% off your order with the promo code COMMUNITY.
Nice.
It's Paisanos' way of giving back to the individuals who give so much to others. Paisanos is not just pizza, but something for everybody. Order now at paisanospizza.com. Paisanos owes us, too, because not only do we have Sam Cosme, we also have Tate Cosme. Is this his first radio interview, Sam?
Yes, yeah, he's right there with me. So yeah, this is his first one for sure. He's knocked out, so he's not getting much out of it. But yeah.
Hey, listen. I've interviewed a lot of people. He's given us as much as plenty of others. So yesterday, I don't know that a lot of fans understand what kind of the end of the season is, what locker cleanout day is. Can you take folks through, like, when you get to the facility, what the team meeting's like, the exit interviews, and then, finally just clearing out?
Yeah, so typically, I mean, we have our big team meeting, DQ and goes up there and talks to us about the season and just, how appreciative he is of us. And then we kind of go from our OC to our position coaches, exit meetings with our position coaches, kind of just, hey man, what's your 2 cents about this year? What are the things that we can improve on? What do you think we did great? What can we carry into next season? What do we need to fix for next season? So that's kind of the basis of that right there. But I mean, from a personal level, a lot of those guys that you go out there and go to battle with, the gravity of going in a football game and fighting with the guy next to you, you build relationships like no other. Like it's incredible what you're able to do together on that football field. And the crazy part is that guy might not be here next year. Those guys that you battle with, it's going to be different every year. So it's cool to build relationships, but the crazy part about this league, it's a revolving door. People always come and go. So you try to build those relationships as best as you can. And, some of those relationships are able to last a lifetime, which is really cool.
Totally. To that effect, I know that you are tight with a lot of the O-line tends to be tight in all locations, right? I know Nick Allegretti and Andrew Wiley are friends of yours. Wiley now, I think, officially becomes a free agent. Nick, there's some question what could happen there with that contract. What are those conversations like on locker cleanout day? And maybe it's not just other O-linemen. There's other players. Hell, Debo's locker's, 2 down from you? Debo is slated to become a free agent.
Yeah. Obviously you try to say bye to everybody. It's not going to be deep conversations as much as, you kind of the unknown, like I said, there's things that you can control and there's things that you can't control. And the business aspect of things is something that you can't. So it's just, you kind of fingers crossed, hope they're here next year, but like you still keep in contact over the phone and do that. So you don't lose that, so, for the most part. So, like I said, you just kind of sit back, wait, fingers crossed they hear or not. I don't know. So, that's kind of how those conversations kind of go.
It's an interesting time for you guys. So what are you? How are you feeling, by the way? I mean, when you were last on the field, we know you sustained the concussion. Are you feeling good, back to normal? All the symptoms receded and all that.
Yeah, I feel like I am pretty much back to myself. The sleep deprivation right now with the child is the only thing that's kind of been like, oh, is that concussion? Is that not? Is that just because I haven't been sleeping? But for the most part, I feel pretty much back to myself. But yeah, that's how I'm feeling right now for sure.
All right. Well,
Sam, our producer wanted to know, like when he
let Jeffrey. Jeff has his own unique way of asking questions.
I wanted to know that, when Cliff got let go, did y'all have like a text thread or something? Like, did y'all know immediately? because I know the minute I'm missing work, everyone's in the text message.
To be honest with you, JP told me that this was coming out. I didn't know that this was going down. Like I said, there's a business aspect of things. Like I said, there's a lot. The thing is, there's a lot of guys in my room in particular, or either free agents or have one more year, that's not guaranteed to their contracts. I mean, it's crazy. There's a lot of I feel like there's going to be a lot of moving parts this next offseason. So it's a very interesting offseason, a lot of work that they got to do up in the front office. But yeah, I mean, when things kind of go down like that, you're just like, whoa. So I don't think, I'm sure there's guys right now that don't know that's happened yet.
Yeah.
So
yeah. I asked somebody a question and they never responded back. So they probably didn't know.
I guarantee you they didn't know,
Yeah.
Would you, in hindsight now, over the last month or so, just between team meetings and walking around the building, would you have guessed that, like, I'm not to put you in a position, but the Joe Witt news, Joe Witt has also departed, right? But when DQ kind of takes back the defensive reins halfway through the season, that's not much of a surprise. I'm sorry. Uh-oh.
Don't know him.
I'm going to throw Sam on hold, see if you got him there, Jeff. But I that are like really locked in.
Some players don't pay attention to the other stuff.
I think especially when you got a 10-day-old baby in the house or whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's an interesting time. If we don't get Sam back, really appreciate his time, because that's not the easiest.
But like, if you listen to Sam was very much like I was when I was playing. Like, I didn't care about much, but my teammates, do my job, go home. And the guys that I was cool with, I didn't have to say bye to them. I'm going to be dealing with them the whole offseason anyway. You know what I mean? And I was like that all the time. So on the locker clean-out day, I walk in, and I normally like, what up? Because I'm going to be right back in a month. I ain't clean all that trash out.
Right.
And I kept mine relatively clean. But when you're cool with somebody, whether they go to another team or not, you are going to stay in contact.
Well, and I also think it's interesting. I love talking to O-linemen because I think they have, in a really complicated game, perhaps the best understanding of what their job is, how to do their job, and how to move forward. And I think for a dude like Cosmi, that's the focus. I wonder if other guys are more aware, and maybe younger players are paying more attention to what's happening in the media, those sorts of things.
Young players need to pay attention to what they need to do. Then they'll be a lot better, a lot quicker.
You're right. It's just, some of it is just, good. I think Sam might be trying to call us back, but I think something weird is happening with the phones. Shocker. Seriously, though, appreciate him making time for us on what is an awkward kind of conversation to have. If you're just tuning in, just getting in your car, Cliff Kingsbury is out from the Washington organization.
Mutually agreed to
depart ways. I do think between Dan and Cliff, I know they had a meeting. I believe that was a. He's trying to call back, Landfield. Do you want to just try to call him? I think, in a lot of ways. Don't worry about it, man. I think in a lot of ways, those two probably have a lot of respect for each other and want to see everything work out for the best.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Which doesn't mean that conversation is any better or worse.
Nah.
I think it still just kind of sucks.
They said they agreed to part ways. What if Cliff has already an idea where he's about to go? Hey, man, go on. Let's just do this right now because I'm going to be leaving to go to this spot.
I think Cliff has a real shot at Tennessee and maybe New York. I think Sam has called us back.
I saw something about Vegas.
Sam, Can you
I'm
hear
back,
us, bro?
I'm back.
Okay.
Yeah,
What's
yeah,
up,
yeah.
Sam?
Well, thank you for calling back.
Yeah, no problem.
The last question I was asking is, I don't know if you heard me, but when the change was made, roughly midway through the season with Joe Witt, I don't think there's much of a surprise that Joe Witt's not going to be part of the organization going forward. With Cliff, it's more of a surprise. In hindsight, looking back over the last month or anything, was there anything you now look back on and you're like, oh, that's kind of interesting?
To be honest with you, not really. I went in the exit meetings kind of like talking about like how can we, some of the things that we can improve on the offense, thinking like, hey, we're going to move ahead for next season. So for me, there was no indicators that they were going to make this move. So I didn't know it was going to happen.
Yeah.
What for you are the best ways for this offense to get better next year?
Yeah. So for me, I think what's crucial is for us to really establish an identity, especially in the run game. I think we showed a lot of potential this last season, and I think there's a lot of things that I think for me, if we're able to key some of the key pieces in the whole line, that we're going to be probably one of the best on lines in the NFL. And I felt like we were this last season. If they can rely on us in the run game, especially, I think there's some things that we can do that's really special in that category. Like I said, once you establish a run, it opens up so much more play action, and when you have to go drop back pass, you do. But I really want to establish the identity of the run. Like, who are we? That was the biggest thing that, like, I felt that we could have definitely improved on going into next season. Whatever. I just want to me personally slow down a little bit with the offense, just to dissect the little things better when it came to on the field. But I mean, it's going to be different now. So, but still in the run game, I still want to I have that identity. That's the biggest thing for me.
Absolutely.
Totally.
Two last things for me. A guy like Josh Connerly, a rookie who's able to play every snap of the season, which is really, really impressive.
Rare.
What kind of jump do you see him making next year?
I think a huge jump. I mean, the first year of being a rookie, man, I remember my rookie year, and it just like you're just trying to figure out everything, and I think as the year went on, he just kept on improving and improving and improving, like the caliber of players, like, it's either fight or flight, and he was going against some guys off the edge that were just dogs,
Yes.
and he's been battle tested now, so I think the beautiful part about that, there's such a big jump from year one to year two, and I'm excited to see him put the work this off season, and really improve and key in on the things that he needs to work on. I think he knows that, and I think he's going to go train with Laramie, which I think is going to be a great thing. And I told him, hey man, when you're in town, you're working with me, so I'm excited. I'm excited to see what he has in store for this offseason.
AP made clear he's going to try to get a new deal done with Laramie. I can guess what those numbers will look like. Do you think Laramie needs to pick up the first lineman's dinner next season?
Yeah, it's going to be insane. I mean, props to him. He's literally, he's a freak, and he deserves it. And he's a great person. And it's going to be just like, I know we've been talking a lot about Cliff, but Cliff said in an interview he's gonna make a lot of money.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, last, you got to make some picks. College football Final Four, Oregon, Indiana. That is Friday night. Who do you like?
I'm going with Indiana, man. That's the story of the whole season. I like the way they run their program and their head coach. I know Josh is not going to like that, and Marcus, but I have no ties to Indiana at all. So not at all. So for me, it's like would I ever think a school like Indiana would be in the position they are in right now? No. So I love it. I'm going for them.
All right, and then Ole Miss, Miami. Who you got?
There you
go. Ooh. I'll go Ole Miss just because of I don't, me personally, I don't like what happened with their head coach. I think you battle with guys for a whole year. You do what you do. You don't just leave them.
Yeah.
That's how I view that. I think that's just kind of messed up. And so for them to still be in the position they're in and them still battling and not wavering from that, I think it's huge. I'm gonna go with Ole Miss.
And then it sounds like in the final you're taking the Hoosiers.
I'm gonna let fate decide that one. I don't know who to go for there because there's kind of two teams that you would not expect to be in the position they're in right now.
Totally.
So
True.
I'm going for both. So whatever happens, I'm biased.
Hey, man, you calling back. That's why you're the good guy. Appreciate the time,
Appreciate you,
Seriously.
Sam, man.
Of course. Appreciate you guys.
All right, brother.
That's our guy, Sam Cosme. You can give him a follow at Sam Cosme on Twitter and Instagram. One of the good ones right there. Appreciate him making time. That's cool, too, that Connerly's going to go stay with Tunsil, train with him, and then when he is in town, train with Cosme.
Yeah, the young guy need to figure out a way to get it right.
Yep. Cosme joining us for his weekly Paisanos player chat fed by our friends at Paisanos. Today and every Tuesday are Community Tuesdays. Nurses, teachers, active duty military vets, and first responders get 25% off your order with the promo code COMMUNITY. Check them out now at paisanospizza.com. It's not just pizza, but something for everyone. Hey, it's JP Finley, and you've heard me and B talk a lot about the great work we've had with Paul Henry's window installation. I actually want to call Paul because he put new windows and new doors all over my house, and it's kept our house so much more cozy in the winter. You don't have that cold air leaking in, the warm air leaking out. I wonder if he does regular doors because I want to put a new door.
He does, JP.
I want to put a new door on my bathroom so my daughter will not open the door while I'm brushing my teeth because it's her favorite game, and I want to change it.
Yeah, he does all kinds of doors.
All right, Paul, I'm calling you. Seriously, he's done tremendous work for me. He's done tremendous work for B. And if you call now, this month, you get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door.
Well, you should have just came to my house, JP. Paul does all types of doors, sliding doors, all glass. He can do wood doors for you. He can do the metal doors. Anything that you need, Paul can do it. He did all my doors. He did my windows. Also, he did my pergola, which I now just use it as a place where I do all my cooking because I don't like the sun beaming down on this big bald head of mine. So you can call Paul right now to receive $100 off each window with the 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice.
Football, the key today. Big shakeup in Washington, complete overhaul of the Commanders' coaching staff. They are mutually parting ways with offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury after 2 years. Team also officially moving on from former defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. But as far as Kingsbury's concerned, just a few minutes ago, NFL insider Jordan Schultz put out on X that a number of offensive players, including Jaden Daniels, are disappointed by the change and were blindsided by today's move. Also today in football, Kirk Cousins modified his contract in Atlanta, so guess who's going to be a free agent in March? Kirk Cousins is going to be free to sign with any team. NBA, the Wizards back in action tonight, home against the Orlando Magic, 7 p.m. for the tip-off here on 106.7 The Fan. We've got college basketball as well. Georgetown Hoops, Hoyas on the road at DePaul in Chicago tonight, 8 p.m. on the Team 980. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
A lot of folks asking about Brian Daboll. Be an interesting option. I think tomorrow maybe we have some time to react, reflect, come up with some ideas for who could get this offensive coordinator job now that we know Cliff Kingsbury ain't it. Very curious if Cliff, we know he's going to get interviews, period. Very curious if he gets a head coaching job. I'm curious if they look internally. If Brian Johnson gets a chance at this, maybe David Blau makes a big jump. Anthony Lynn is a former head coach that's on this staff. A lot of interesting things, man. Here's what we know. Both coordinators are gone. They lost their quarterbacks coach. Probably more turnover coming. After year one, everybody talked about how remarkable it was that there was no turnover. This year, there's a lot coming. You've already lost your two coordinators, which is huge.
30 free agents.
30 free agents. There's a lot coming.
So it's like, sometimes, listen, bro, change is inevitable. Especially if you're trying to get to the top, you're going to have to make tough decisions. Some people are going to be unhappy. But you don't stay stagnant and go to the top.
No.
So,
well, and now all of a sudden you need a lot to change. You know what I mean? Like you go 5-12, you don't have a ton of draft picks. Will you spend a lot of money? Do you want to spend a lot of money? Not that you're scared of spending, just that is that always the right way to get things done?
It may not be the right thing to do to spend everything, because if you get some legitimate pieces at certain positions, you're going to make other people play better or look better. And then you can, the next time, build, because this is not a one-year thing. It's not going to be a one-year fix. 1 year may make you better, but then next year you get even better. You constantly improve this thing. And eventually you get to the point where when you have the team, the Eagles won the Super Bowl last year, right?
Yes.
Did they stay stagnant or did they go get some more players?
They also lost their OC.
Yeah, but they went and got some more players too. So the whole thing about it is you have to try and figure out a way to always feel that you got to improve something, because what can happen, you can get complacent and start saying, oh, we're there. If you say you're there, guess what?
You're not.
Tomorrow that left you now. Yeah. The other team is trying to go beyond that. So you got to always have some mindset of we have to improve.
Shout out to our friend Lauren Ricketts. She is listening to the program. She's particularly fond of
her the Rick Star
of Landfill's bumper music. She loved the Pixies coming in for Cosme, and then that little dash of Enter Sandman we got. Also, B, I don't know if you know this. Congrats to the Ricketts. They are expecting a baby boy.
Oh, good.
Maybe he'll play football.
Lil B Mitch, call him Lil B.
Yeah, call him Little B.
Yeah.
Kurt in Ashburn's been on hold for some time. What's up, Kurt?
Hi, folks.
How you doing, man?
As far as adjustments, I remember reading that, and I go back to Gibbs Release 1, every game. Joe Gibbs came up with an offensive plan that they had never used before, so there was no way the opposition could scout him. And I'm sure Brian can speak to this better. An example of this is in the 1982 playoff game with Dallas for the NFC Championship. The first time the Redskins came out, instead of 2 tight ends, they had 3 wide receivers, and Ernie Stautner, the defensive coach for Dallas, slammed his clipboard down the ground and said, "Damn it, I spent all week preparing for the 3 tight end offense." That's the kind of stuff I love to hear. That's the we stuff we need.
Yep. I listen, man. I think it's, and you heard me tell you about the stories, Jay, where Coach Gibbs would practice the adjustments because he knew what they were going to be looking for. And I will speak till I'm blue in the face. You have to scout yourself to find out what you're giving off to other teams to be able to circumvent what they try to do to you. Because if you only look at the other team, you don't really know what the hell they're trying to stop. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Because I think every player, no matter what position, you do something before the snap of the football. And if you do the same thing every time it's a run, same thing every time it's a pass, same thing every time you got to do like a draw play, that guy on the other side going to say, "Oh, I got you." But if you figure that out, you can start to give him that thing that you do when you're about to run a run, but you run a pass. You know, you can adjust some things, and I think coaches and players, that can help them all out.
Yeah, I don't think we need to look at today as some sort of debilitating step for the future of the organization. But I do think there are questions about where the organization's at, and then where does that put the next couple of days, where this is going. Like, now you've got Jayden having to learn a new system. Last year, we talked about the continuity, the way they built that room for him.
Mm-hmm.
Is Marcus going to be back? Yeah, like, there's a zillion now. If Cliff gets a head coach, do you think he would probably want to try to bring Marcus with him?
I said that yesterday.
Yeah, depending where that goes.
But that's a lot of what they're going to have to do is stuff that you do every offseason anyway. Now, it's about learning a new offense. Now, I would say if you want to keep something consistent, you can go with some phase of what they've had. And if you got somebody in-house, if you want to do, you could just add some different nuances to it. If you come with a completely different guy with a totally new system or a totally different system, I believe the quarterback you have is the guy to have for it. Because one thing about him, he's all about football. You know, so whoever the new coordinator who comes in, I think that new coordinator is going to have to get on board, because your quarterback likes to show up at 4:45, 5 o'clock in the morning and do stuff. And if I'm a coach, I want that quarterback, because if we got to get this thing installed and figure it out, hell, I know you're going to be there, so I'll have to, hey, babe, you married, you got your girl, I'm going to have to leave at 4 something in the morning because this dude here is a maniac.
Absolutely.
So, got to get out of there.
Absolutely. We're going to take a quick break. Grant and Danny coming on at 2. Busy day in the Washington Commanders universe. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitchell Finley. Of all Landfill's bits, this one remains my favorite. If you know, you know. If you missed it, Cliff Kingsbury out for the Washington Commanders. Joe Witt also out for the Washington Commanders.
Angels on
Down the line. Shout out to the Caps. Big win last night.
7-4. We're 7-4, right?
Yeah. Scored a touchdown, man. And they got down early. They were down 1-0. I know that. For the Commanders, this is a big time reset, man. There's no guarantee they go outside of the organization to hire somebody else, but I think there's a good guess. B, what do you think the chances are both coordinators are from outside of the organization?
I believe the defense definitely is. So I'm going to go 75%.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you, man.
I like these little numbers games you like to play with.
You're good at numbers.
Yeah.
At least one of the two of us is. I think they will look internally. If you look at Commanders coaching staff right now, on the offensive side of the ball, I think real possibilities to take over as OC. And I would still probably put the field as higher than all these guys, but perhaps David Blau could get a big promotion. Brian Johnson is a guy who's called plays before. Mm-hmm. Anthony Lynn's a guy that's called plays and been a head coach. Before. Bobby Johnson is an experienced offensive line coach. Tight ends coach David Rye, I continue to believe, is a rising star across the league. From a defensive side of the football, who could be defensive coordinator, I feel like there's probably fewer guys just because, you know, the most equipped person would be Dan Quinn. Mm-hmm. I think that will go outside of the organization. But you've got, I mean, is there a lot Ken Norton Jr. doesn't know about football? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think they would turn it over to him, but it'd be interesting. Jason Simmons is a guy I know you like, B.
Has Ken ever been a DC?
I'll try to pull it real quick. Sometimes it's harder to find that info in a hurry. You know, you've got guys like Pagano and Donatel that have been around the game their whole life. My guess is both come from outside of the organization, but you never know. Ken has been a DC. Sure I have this right. Yeah, Ken has been DC for the Raiders back when they were playing in Oakland, and he was DC of the Seahawks after Quinn left, and it was still Pete Carroll. Ken Norton was the defensive coordinator there. Yeah, because Quinn left. Quinn actually probably left earlier, but Ken Norton served as defensive coordinator under Pete Carroll with the Seahawks. I still would expect it to come from outside the organization. My guess is we will get, like, I'm almost curious if all right, the betting houses don't have lists yet, but I would expect them soon of leading Vegas contenders to get the Commanders' OC and DC jobs. We kind of ran out of time yesterday. I do think we all made picks, but today we're going to do it right. Landfill, let's make some bets, bruh.
Holla. Gather around.
Whitest Brian, how'd we do last night?
You won, I won, and I think the Flames won, so Landfill won.
That means Brian lost.
How did he win?
I don't know. Dub B, do you actually have the information?
Landfill, you lost. The Flames lost.
How did you win, White Brian?
I took the Caps, and the Caps won.
No, White Brian, how did you win?
Yeah, how did
they
you
only
win?
lost by one, Illinois State.
Oh, they covered.
Illinois State was supposed to be the team that was favored, wasn't it?
Nah,
they were plus
Montana State had a big
1.5.
Oh, either way.
He almost know what he's talking
No,
about.
Montana State was favored by 10. Illinois State lost by 2 or whatever. They covered.
1.
What is this plus 7.5 tonight?
Montana State Did not cover.
No, they didn't.
Yeah. Jeff, I hate that you just took the Wiz because I was going to take the Wiz.
I'm gonna stay off of that.
Come on, join your boy J Dog.
Who did you take, Jeff? Wiz against who?
The Magic.
Hosting the Magic.
7.5.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna just take them points. Give me the Magic 7.5.
That's all right. I'm gonna call you at the end of the game.
I don't care. I won't answer the phone. I won't talk to you after 2.
I'll leave a 10-minute voice message.
Erase it. It's from Jeff.
I got local hoops tonight. Bulldogging like the Georgetown Hoyas. Hoyas minus. I got the Hoyas plus 2.5. White Brian playing in Chicago. Give me the Hoyas.
No.
Landy, you got anything?
I was going to take the Wizards, but now that Jeff's doing that, I'm not going to because he cursed them. I'm going to take the Lakers.
All right. And I'm giving Brian a minute for the patented last second B-Mitch parlay.
Yeah, I'm going Cleveland Cavaliers minus 6.5.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, the big news of the day. Cliff Kingsbury out as offensive coordinator and play caller for the Washington Commanders. This is a big reset. Cliff's offense is pretty unique across the league. This means they're going to redo all of that. Then I doubt they're going to bring somebody else in that runs the same system. Sincere thank you to Sam Cosme for making time for us today on what was a interesting day for him. Thank you to Chris Miller for joining us. You can watch Chris call Wiz Magic tonight on Monumental Sports Network. Grant and Danny coming your way next. I am sure the boys have plenty to discuss. Thanks for listening. You made it this far. I owe you a beer.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. What a difference a year makes, huh? Off-season upheaval in D.C. starting today. Big changes, complete overhaul for the Commanders coaching staff in Ashburn. The Commanders mutually parting ways with offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury, who's going to pursue other opportunities. Team also officially moving on from former defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. Now, as far as Kingsbury, NFL insider Jordan Schultz said a number of players on offense, including Jaden Daniels, are disappointed by the change that was made today and were blindsided by today's move. Elsewhere, NBA Wizards back in action tonight against Orlando, 7 p.m. on the Fan. Capitals with a hat trick from rookie Justin Sordiff last night skate to a 7-4 win over Anaheim. Supporting people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 818-77-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
What's up? Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. We're Grant and Danny. This is the Fan. John Kine is on the show in 1 hour at 3 o'clock. Covers the Commanders for ESPN.com. We'll get his thoughts on a big news day in Ashburn. And Bill, Jacory Krosky Merritt stops by at 5. That's in 3 hours. We will talk to Bill at 5 p.m. about the dismissal of Cliff Kingsbury, the big story of the day, which we'll get to in just a second. Danny, happy anniversary to you.
I was going to say, it gets buried in this. We could celebrate tomorrow, but there's so much news today that we don't have a chance to do our normal formalities of you and I coming together, building this show. It's the most significant event in January, on January 6th, in D.C. local history. Don't bother looking that up. It's you and I in one. Nothing else is outside of that, or close to that, rather.
12 years.
12 years, buddy.
Ago today, the world changed, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
Not the junkies, but we're chugging along.
No,
okay.
I mean, I was like, yeah, we're getting close. And they're like, we're celebrating 30 this year. I'm like, damn it. We're not close.
I feel good about 12, though.
Yeah.
I will take that. 12 years, a couple of time slots, and a lot of losing football to go.
So much of that.
But let's get to the news of the day. You know, it's funny. Joe Witt Jr. is getting no run at all. That was a formality.
Isn't that amazing? Yeah.
Technicality. We knew it was coming. He was going to be out. They were going to move on. But it does feel a little bit like, forgive the analogy here, like when two people pass on the same day and one of them's a celebrity or something, and that's who we talk about. It's like there's somebody else here. Two people are out of a job today. One is Joe Witt, and one is Cliff Kingsbury. And all of the attention, for good reason, understandably, is being paid right now on the offensive side of the ball in Kingsbury. The phrase being used is a mutual parting of ways.
Interesting, isn't it?
When I get fired by this radio station, I want them to call it a mutual parting of ways. Can we do that, please?
I've been dumped, but it was mutual. You know what I mean? Is that what happened?
You ever ended a relationship with a girlfriend and it wasn't your idea, but she was kind enough to let everyone know that you guys amicably, mutually ended the relationship?
Yeah, the public statement was that it was mutual.
He had 1 year left on his deal. I don't think he went to them and said he didn't want to work with Jaden Daniels anymore. But here's kind of how this went down. I was told there was a meeting today to discuss how this season went, first and foremost, and maybe equally or more importantly, the future vision of this offense and the development of Jaden Daniels. And in short order, soonly thereafter, it was announced that they would be moving on without Cliff Kingsbury. There was not enough common ground between Dan Quinn and Cliff. It happened fast. They were set to meet. I'd heard late this morning that they were going to have this meeting and that it could take a while. Like, not only the meeting itself could go a couple of hours, but that, yeah, Joe Witt may come down the pike today. You know, that's pretty quick and easy. But this Kingsbury thing, maybe this lingers. Maybe this is a day or 2 or 3. We'll find out. Hours later, not even, more than 90 minutes, 2 hours, he's out of a job. It becomes official. And I think it was Pelissero broke the news initially, clearly from the agent side on the leak, where he said, Kingsbury sought after, going to get head coaching interviews. We'll have teams lining up to make him their OC. All of that's probably true, but that is the phrasing that you get from an agent telling you that a guy is out, not a team. So that's how we got here, Danny. Issues arose as the season progressed. We'll get into what they were, but it became glaringly evident to me yesterday. Alarm bells, beep, 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 flashing lights, alert, alert, alert. When Dan Quinn was asked days after a report came out that Adam Peters is at odds with Cliff Kingsbury and that Dan Quinn could go in a different direction at OC next year, for the first time publicly about that report and just, hey, what did you think of Cliff's performance this year? And he didn't say a single positive thing. He didn't say anything to defend him.
And it would have been very easy to do, by the way.
It was over right then. That was the moment. We said this yesterday in our final segment at 6 o'clock when I knew this was over. And by this morning, after talking to people, it was very obvious they were headed for divorce. And the only question is, was it going to be a firing? Was it going to be a mutual parting of ways? And would it be today or would it be another day? And it was today.
The things that are coming out besides it, and again, this is all sort of leaked or rumored or reported, et cetera, about the philosophy. So let me give you my silo of my view of it, and then kind of as we go to what's real, maybe what's tangible. And here's what I mean. I'm not going to cry tears for not having Cliff Kingsbury be the OC anymore. I think there on the whole, it was positive. I think there are certainly weaknesses and things that I grew frustrated by, that continue to be frustrated by, that I've always kind of felt about him in general. The sort of simpletons always go, the Cliff's fake. No, it's not. It's very real.
Here's what I mean. He is too slow to make adjustments and changes. That's what sports is. And it's most fundamental. It's two things. One, the imposition of will between two people.
Pushing, pulling, hitting, whatever it is. It's two people trying for the same object or the same piece of ground, and you're trying to dominate them physically, mental fortitude, the whole 9 yards. The second layer of what sports is adjusting to the tactics in real time. It's become sort of this ephemeral, mythical thing where people just sort of casually refer to the halftime adjustments of the Gibbs era or just those sorts of deals. But boiled down to its most simple, in sports, if Grant's a Major League Baseball player that's hitting 500 on outside fastballs, I bet he's not seeing an outside fastball for a little bit. He might see a cutter in. How do you adjust to that? How does the pitcher adjust to getting you out? How does the hitter adjust to what the pitchers are doing? And that's sports. That's Major League Baseball. The NFL's the same way. You ran over the league doing X. The people that are paid to stop you figured out how to stop you. What's next? What are you going to do about it? I can't live with my best player last year, for example, Terry McLaurin, just lining up on the left and watching Quinyon Mitchell shove it on him for 4 quarters like in that game we went to in Philadelphia. Where are my stacks? Where are my free releases? Where's my motion? Where's my something to disrupt them? He's too slow to respond to that. So I'm going, he's got some really innovative things. He does a lot of stuff well. Where's the adjustment? When Kevin O'Connell has a formula to disrupt your no-huddle situation, here comes the referee going, on the letter T. And now you're getting delay of games. You can't get plays off in time. They've disrupted your tactic. What's your adjustment to the adjustment? I think he's too slow in that regard. At the end of years, he does overhauls and makes things happen, and good for him. But I think he's too slow in real time. That's my gripe. But again, in general, positive more so than negative.
I think you could say about Cliff that he is largely intractable.
And this is, yeah.
And that there aren't enough adjustments and tweaks to his scheme. He does a thing. He's got to move. It's the dice move. It's Will Ferrell on the floor, but it's kind of what he's got.
Yeah, he's doing a Seth Rogen bit, and that's that.
And two things can be true, by the way. Number one, they were excellent offensively last year. They were elite. He was one of the most important people in the building. I didn't love the hire when they hired him initially. People know that. But I admitted I was wrong. He did a hell of a job with Jaden Daniels.
He's great.
He did an amazing job in his first season. He deserves as much credit as anyone in the building, maybe, other than Daniels last year for getting to the NFC Championship game. I legitimately believe that. I think this year was better than he gets and will now get credit for. To finish 12th in yards per play, that's how you grade out offense at the very basic level of everyone lines up and runs a play. Who gets the most yards on average? Washington was 12th without Jaden Daniels for 3 quarters of the season or whatever it ended up being, with a lot of Marcus Mariota and Josh Johnson. That tells you a lot. The fact that they missed more man games than any other team on offense this year, and they still were not terrible on offense. What normally happens with those injuries, see Detroit's defense by the end of the year, see Washington's defense, you become a shell of yourself. You have no answers. And to his credit, he occasionally had some. But that can be true that last year he gets an A+, that this year he gets let's say a C or a B- or whatever you're going to give him, and his grade for the 2 years is a B. There's nothing fireable about his performance and the results, I'll say. That would be the word. Over 2 years. There's nothing fireable about that. So I put that in the column. But yes, I have major issues with the scheme overall, with the fact that there's one guy who does it like he does it. If it was such a brilliant way to do it, other teams would be doing it more. Nobody else runs no huddle more than 22% of the time. He's doing it almost 80% of the time. That makes it really hard on your defense. I think that is hard to play complementary football. I will never understand why they're not under center more, why there aren't more passes in the middle of the field, pop passes behind linebackers, why they don't marry run game and play action a little bit better. Like, these are things that I don't think are strengths that have led to me butting my head. I'm also not sure that they're why he's gone, for the record. I don't get the sense when I talk to people that they are furious he's not under center or that they don't run more of those traditional Shanahan, Ben Johnson schemes. But I do think there are a couple of things at play here. I keep hearing about run-pass balance.
This is where I was going to go, yeah.
Which we'll get into, which Dan Quinn apparently and him butted heads over and were at odds over at different points this year, which I'd love to double-click on. And the other thing I heard was in terms of the vision for Daniel's development moving forward, what does that look like? I think they want a little bit more of a traditional NFL offense. I think they want more of a traditional run game that maybe doesn't involve the quarterback to the extent that we have seen, possibly. But really, I think what they want is something that is less gimmicky. You know, we've seen Cam Taylor-Britt of the Bengals, Marlon Humphrey of the Ravens call this offense out as like being a high school, college offense, whatever, being gimmicky. It's unique. It's one of a kind. It's not like what you see around the league with guys that are getting jobs like Clint Kubiak or Ben Johnson. And I think they want something that resembles that a little more. Less drop-back game out of shotgun, more under-center drop-back passing. But I don't think that was the end-all, be-all. Sounds like, Danny, Kingsbury and Peters butted heads over some things. Quinn and Kingsbury didn't see eye to eye over some things. And if you're Dan Quinn, you're going into a critical third season in what is maybe your last chance as a head coach. You better feel really, really good about who's running that half of the building.
There we go.
He didn't, and he said, if I'm going down swinging with a guy that I like more.
And so as I go through this, just again on a binary, just in this one silo, I'm not again crying over not having Cliff Kingsbury. I probably would have retained him, but you know, again, I'm not sitting there going, they just made the biggest mistake ever. Now, here's the second column. There's a lot to unpack here that you just touched on where I'm a little bit annoyed. I need you to understand who Cliff Kingsbury is before you hire him. You can't complain that the guy that you hired showed up and did the thing that he probably told you he was going to do. It's very easy to find the track record. It's incredibly simple to find his pattern, his behavior, how he operates in a building, who he happens to be. And the idea that he would show up and do those sorts of things needs to not be a surprise, needs to not be up for debate. Like, that's who you hired. That's on you, Dan Quinn and company. That's on you, Dan Quinn and Adam Peters. You guys now are upset that this guy runs the stuff that he runs. Whoops. That's not a Kingsbury thing for me. That's number one. Number two, if you want a better run-pass balance, I suggest you go back to the 1980s. They run it more than they run it more than anybody. This year, they ran it more than they threw it. I know that includes quarterback runs, but that's not where the league is. This is a team that probably runs it, to be honest with you guys, too much when it comes to first downs. I know that every caller to this station, and probably the other one, HD2, is going to go good because they remember a time where they threw the ball 3 times in a row or something. If you just yell, run the ball, okay, I don't have time. I don't have time to address the Chris Russells of the world. I don't have time for people that just count up the number of rush attempts in a given game and decide they need to run it more. If you're Logan Paulson and you can tell me on this play, on this look, an inside zone would have worked because of X, Y, Z. If you tell me on a given snap what the defense was trying to do, what the offense was trying to do, not just for this one play, but for the whole game. Are they setting something up? Are they showing you one look 3 or 4 different times to finally do something different later on? If you're just counting up rush attempts, go, good, I don't want no Kingsbury no more. They need to establish the run. I don't have time. Adults are talking.
Yeah, what is the crux of the run-pass balance issue? That's what I need to drill down on. That's what I'm going to try to get answers on for people, because I can't imagine it's the percentage of the time that they are running not being high enough. On 1st and 10 this year, they ran the ball 59% of the time and threw it 41% of the time, which is, as you said, to the extreme, probably not ideal, honestly, in terms of running it a lot. It's one of the highest rates in the league. I don't like quantity, just total number of anything, because it doesn't take into account how many plays a team runs. So it's a simpleton number. But just as an example, only 3 teams ran the ball on 1st and 10 more often this year than Washington did. Think about that. Only 3. Nobody threw the ball fewer times on 1st and 10 in terms of quantity than Washington did this year. So, again, I have a hard time believing Dan Quinn looks at a 60-40 run-pass balance sheet on 1st and 10 and goes, we need to run the ball more than that. It's actually a higher percentage of the time running it on 1st and 10 than they had last year when they were a great elite offense. But they ran the ball 8% more than league average when trailing this year. They ran the ball 10% more than league average when they were tied this year. They ran the ball 3% more than league average when in the lead this year. So this idea of run-pass balance, what does that really mean? Is it the types of runs? Do you want to get to doing things differently schematically? Which brings us to this breaking news, oh, by the way. Apparently, Cliff Kingsbury is not the only member of the offensive staff that Dan Quinn is moving on from. Let's go to Toby Altizer for more.
Nikki Jobvala of The Athletic reporting alongside Diana Rossini that the Commanders have also moved off of their offensive line coach, Bobby Johnson. He joins Cliff Kingsbury on the way out, and also Joe Witt Jr.
Bobby Johnson, the offensive line coach, out as well. This really surprises me.
I am extremely surprised by that.
Their offensive line had a good season, was well regarded, grades out favorably, and everything I know is that he is very popular in the building. Is he a Cliff guy? Did he take issue with Cliff's dismissal? Did he say you can't move on from him? We got a good thing going, and they start butting heads. Was their issue with Cliff when we hear about the run game? Was it how they go about it? And because of that, they feel like there's a better fit to implement what's next. Now, hear me when I say, as soon as Cliff was out, there was a really good chance Bobby Johnson eventually wasn't going to be back. And I think that's the case for a lot of these guys on the offensive staff. Like their tight ends coach, who was heavily featured on Hard Knocks, David Rye, who's like really, really popular up-and-coming coach. He'll be gone because he's a Cliff guy. He was with him in Arizona. He'll be wherever Cliff goes. Head coach, OC, doesn't matter. So now you're going to have a different tight end coach. But this is what happens. When you go get a new coordinator, Brian Daboll or Tommy Reese or whoever it is, he'll want to bring in his O-line coach and his tight ends coach. And so you're probably turning over the majority of this staff. Might there be a Tavita Pritchard who hangs around? Yes, that's what happened Rivera into Quinn. By the way, it's fascinating to me that the only coach from the amazing staff that Dan Quinn put together that's already being blown up 2 years later.
Yeah.
One of the big arguments for hiring Dan Quinn was what an amazing staff he would put together. And to his credit, last year they had a hell of a year. The staff got rave reviews. We were singing their praises.
And they go, we can't believe the continuity. I can't believe all these guys are back.
The only guy that's actually gotten a job outside of the building is a guy that was with Rivera beforehand, Tavita Pritchard, who's the new head coach at Stanford.
Who went to Stanford.
But they've now fired their coordinators, and they're moving on from Bobby Johnson. So much for this idea of like this unbelievable staff that Dan Quinn had put together. But the run-pass balance thing is really interesting to me. I think the vision moving forward of what's best for Jayden Daniels is also fascinating. And speaking of Daniels, how about this Jordan Schultz report today? Fox Sports. He says Daniels is frustrated by the decision. I saw I use the word blindsided. I don't know how that could be the case because everyone and their brother for 24 hours knew this was coming. And at least one person in Diana Rossini had this report as of Saturday morning that this was coming down the pike. So I don't know how blindsided he was today, maybe this week or something. But this notion that Daniels doesn't like the decision, which I completely believe.
I understand that, yeah.
His relationship with Cliff is very, very close. They're very tight. I've heard from day one that Cliff was immensely involved in the pre-draft infatuation in the building with Jayden Daniels. That this was Kingsbury's guy. He really, really wanted him. And since day one, they have been peas and carrots over there. You have seen, as recently as 2 days ago, the mother of the quarterback, Ms. Jackson, tweeting, and I don't normally get into families and what people are saying, but obviously everyone knows this is a different situation.
Yeah, it's a more public figure.
This is like a public figure who's heavily around, and also, I believe, in some capacity, an agent or a representative of Jayden Daniels. But she tweeted an endorsement of Cliff Kingsbury after it became known publicly that Kingsbury and Peters were at odds. That they're in this stare down, supposedly, according to The Athletic. Then the mom of the quarterback comes out to go, Cliff Kingsbury, Jayden Daniels, presidential ticket, loading for year 3. He's out 48 hours later. Like, that ain't nothing.
No, it's hard not to notice that.
Big deal to me. So between that and then the endorsement yesterday of Daniels saying he wanted Kingsbury back, and now Jordan Schultz coming out leaking this, I don't know who sends it to him, but an agent or somebody in the quarterback's camp. Like, that is something to monitor for sure.
100%. Again, and this is what's normal, by the way. When you have this kind of disastrous season, I hate to say there should be these sorts of things, but this is pretty standard operating procedure that you can brotherhood preach all you want and get to the press conference and tell everybody how everyone's in it together and have great locker rooms and this, that, and the other. But when it's this bad, heads roll. People lose jobs. People get demoted. People get traded. People get cut. This is par for the course. So this is this ownership group. This is Adam Peters' first go around. We didn't think it would be this soon, but this was always going to happen. This is pro sports, right? Every year there's a disappointing team in that city and their sports radio shows and every article is going to come out, et cetera, about what went wrong and why. You get the cover your ass type deals, which we've had here a billion times over, where it's somebody else's fault. It's it's not the GM's fault, it's the head coach, or it's not the head coach's fault, it's the punter's fault, or it's the this coordinator or that guy. We're going to have to go in a new direction from this scout, et cetera. We've had these a million times over. We know this drill, but we didn't expect to see it with this regime, this ownership, and Adam Peters and company so soon. But here we are. Here's your crossroads, right? Changes are absolutely warranted when you were this bad, when it was this atrocious, and sort of nobody did much. Again, for the balance of the season, when things were still meaningful, the biggest adjustment was made after one of the worst stretches this century, right? It's two teams. Washington, I think it was one of the Jacksonville teams in the early aughts, had that bad of a stretch. Joe Witt changed seats. That's the only. We're fine. We're going to keep sending them up. Even towards the end of the season, it's the same personnel, the same playing time, the same snap counts. Everybody just kind of coming to work like everything's fine. No way. This was always inevitable.
I would not have fired Cliff Kingsbury today, but I don't think moving on from him is indefensible. I totally understand why they would want to have a more traditional-looking NFL offense, but you better have a plan. When we return, I'm going to give you the names I'm hearing linked to Washington. There's a couple of guys that multiple people have told me that they're going to be heavily interested in, so we can get into those names in just a few minutes. I also think we should go back to something that you referenced, Danny, which is the complaints that they supposedly have or the issues where they are at odds with Cliff are over very Kingsbury-centric themes. You hired this guy.
You hired the guy.
You want a traditional run game. Why was he your choice? You want a quarterback operating in a more NFL-friendly offense. That's NFL normal. Why did you go get Cliff Kingsbury and pry him away from the Raiders where he had a deal in place, basically? Yeah. You hired Cliff, and you're frustrated that Cliff showed up. It is very, very strange to me, just 2 years after you brought him in, that a lot of the things that make his offense unique and different are some of the things maybe that they've grown tired of, unless they thought he would be less, maybe more malleable, less rigid, and that they could add and subtract the things that they liked with new wrinkles. But we'll get into some names to watch as an OC candidate for Washington next. Also, what about this development that the offensive line coach, Bobby Johnson, is out as well? What does that mean in the bigger picture about what could be coming down the pike? We'll open up the phones on this at 800-636-1067. Cliff Kingsbury out as the coordinator for the Commanders. You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Elegant Smiles Dental Care. Experience dentistry with a touch of elegance. In the NFL, Commanders coaching news today, they have moved off of both of their coordinators. They have parted ways with offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury, fired defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. They have also moved on from offensive line coach Bobby Johnson. Other coaching news in the NFL today, the Cowboys fired their defensive coordinator Matt Eberflus. The Falcons restructured the contract of quarterback Kirk Cousins and opened up a potential move before the new league year on March 13th. And the Bears designated cornerback Kyler Gordon and left tackle Braxton Jones to return from injured reserve. They'll play the Packers in the wild card round on Saturday night. Hockey last night, heard right here on The Fan. The Capitals beat the Ducks 7-4. Justin Sordoff with his first career hat trick. They're back in action tomorrow against the Stars. Wizards in action tonight against the Magic at home. 7 o'clock tip-off. Can do the game right here on The Fan. Elegant Smiles Dental Care in Alexandria has been creating confident smiles since 2005. At Elegant Smiles, you'll get dentistry with a touch of elegance from a talented, caring team. Book your appointment today at elegantsmilesdds.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Thanks to Nick Dowd for bringing us back in.
I always appreciate Dowder.
Cap One Arena last night, got to see a little bit of everything. The very rare game in person with 2 shootout opportunities in game.
I can't remember having seen that in my hockey watching life.
Penalty shots in regulation hockey. I've seen one live. I remember Carl Hagelin in a playoff game against the Caps. I'm sure I've seen another at some point. But 2 in the same game was wild. One for both teams. 2 fights. Hat trick, first of Justin Sordoff's career.
Should they have gone for 2 there, do you think, at the end?
I would have. Just to
what do the
rub it
analytics
in,
say? Yeah.
Nick Sirianni style. It was the down 15 corollary.
Mm-hmm.
2 Alex Ovechkin goals. It was a good night at the barn.
Indeed.
Enjoyed myself thoroughly. Today we're talking Cliff Kingsbury out as the offensive coordinator of the Washington Commanders. Joe Witt has been dismissed as well. It's a mutual parting of ways, they're saying, with Kingsbury. Doesn't sound like the visions were matching up. So what didn't they like? You know, that's something we'll talk about as the day goes on here on Grant and Danny. But you can call us now, 800-636, for your reaction. Danny, the question is, should they have moved on from Cliff Kingsbury? We're making this our G&D poll of the day, presented by Metropolitan Moving and Storage. Local, long-distance, residential, commercial, 3 decades best-in-class service and experience. If you were in charge, would Cliff Kingsbury still be their OC on week 1 next year?
Yes, and here's why. I think you can do better. I don't think they will. I think they've got a vision in mind. Now, this is speculation. This is what's rumored. There's, nobody's done anything just yet, so impossible to say, one way or the other unequivocally. But I think they want to do something that's definitely not Cliff Kingsbury. They want the same orthodox, run the dang ball, first, second, and third down, set up 3rd and 5, pass. I think they want something that doesn't exist really in this league anymore with good offenses. I think they want less variety. I think they want the retread, old school, whatever. Now, if you go Shanahan tree, maybe it'll be different than that. But I get the sense that that's not what they're about. I get the sense that they want something different here. And if that's the route you're going to go down, that ain't better than what you just had. If you find me, I'm making this up. If Mike LaFleur comes here because he wants to call plays under the Shanahan / Sean McVay coaching tree, I'm excited about that. But that's probably not what you're doing. I think it's going to be some kind of Neanderthal, run the dang ball, Darrell Bevel type dude that isn't exciting to me.
Should they be moving on? Based on results of 2 seasons of Kingsbury's work, I'll say no. His 2-year results are not fireable. They finished 10th and 12th offensively in yards per play the last 2 years, and they did it this year with myriad injuries. Do I have a problem with them moving on? No. Philosophically, I've just got differences and visions, I suppose, of what an offense should look like, and it sounds like they do too. So who am I to tell them they shouldn't? I'll bet I agree with some of what Dan Quinn thinks. Not the let's run the ball more stuff, but if it is, let's be more traditional. Let's look a little bit more like what Kyle was running with me in Atlanta when I got to a Super Bowl. Then sign me up for that for sure. But it's a big risk. The grass is not always greener. You have a good, solid coordinator who has a great rapport with your quarterback. And this is the last point that I'll make on why I wouldn't make this change today. Jaden Daniels is going into a massive, gotta have it It's go time season now that will make or break him as your franchise quarterback, possibly. And while I'm putting in pen still that this guy's special and unique and elite and going to be here for many, many, many years, you are making it harder on him by changing scheme and changing offense. And I think going from Cliff, depending on which direction you go in, to, let's just say, the more traditional Shanahan-type offense is a massive transition. That's not a small thing, man.
No.
So for him to have to learn a new offense, maybe begrudgingly because he wanted Cliff around, I think that's a ballsy thing to do going into year 3 of Jaden after this disastrous year.
You said it, and I'll try to do it succinctly. You better be right. You better be sure. Because, again, I think a head coach in general gets 2 of whatever it is. 2 sets of coordinators, maybe 2 quarterbacks at best. I mean, not when you have a special case like Daniels, who's second overall. But in general, you usually get a couple of these levers to pull before it's time for you to face the music, and kind of same with the GM.
It's a good point. When you think about a coach hot seat situation, like view it as a clock that ticks down to 0 and you get fired at 0.
Mm-hmm.
This is the scene in the movie. You ever seen Armageddon?
Yeah.
It's a great film.
It's a movie.
One of the greatest movies ever made.
It's a movie.
In the movie Armageddon, they're on a spaceship, rocket ship. They're on a rocket. They've landed on a meteor that they're going to blow up. And there's a nuclear warhead on this aircraft that they're on. And there's a moment where the nuclear warhead turns on because on Earth, they turned it on to detonate.
You got to remote detonate the damn nuclear device.
The clock in a lot of these movies for like the bomb will just suddenly start and the countdown from 5 minutes or 2 minutes begins. The clock has begun on Dan Quinn.
Yeah. I mean,
Now,
the sands of the hourglass, bro.
You can do some things to stop the clock, like Harry Stamper did when he took Willie Sharp by the neck and he made him call it off. And then the lady broke the chip and then they stopped with Rocket Hound, the nuclear warhead, from going off. But the clock has started. When you start firing coordinators, when you start blowing up your coaching staff, when you pivot after a 12-loss season, and now you're kind of scapegoating coordinators and other people, the clock is on.
Yeah, nobody's crying over Joe Witt, respectfully. I mean, I know that's someone's livelihood, but that's obvious. Okay, you didn't you didn't get any turnovers. Your defense was terrible for 2 years. Done.
Let's do the Joe Witt conversation. Joe Witt's out of a job today.
That's
I feel
correct.
bad about that.
Yeah.
He's a human being, and I don't want him to lose his job. Back to Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah, back to Cliff. Too much good deposits in the bank there for Kingsbury just to be sort of dismissed offhand. You had better be right when it comes to this. Because, again, for all the millions of reasons, no one cares if your middle linebacker has to learn a new system, learn a new defense. The quarterback, the most complicated position there is, and a guy coming off a really disappointing year for a million reasons, we don't have to go into them, we have before, and we will again, that's a huge ask for anybody, let alone this situation right here. So, yeah, it's a major risk, and you better nail this one.
We've got John Keim, who covers the team, coming up at 3. We'll get his thoughts on the major change on the offensive side of the ball, what it means for Jaden Daniels. We've also got Caps tickets today. We're giving away at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz right here on Grant and Danny. Before we hit the phones, though, you can line them up at 800-636-1067. I did want to pass along some of the names that I've heard from around the league that Washington is either in contact with or will be expected to be in contact with in the hours, days ahead here for this OC role. The name that has come up the most for me is Brian Daboll, the former head coach of the New York Giants. Now, I've got to say personally, while I liked Daboll a lot as the coordinator with the Bills, and he's a former coach of the year as a head coach, Brian Daboll wouldn't make a ton of sense to me. If you're going away from Kingsbury to get more traditional, it's not a big enough departure, I don't think. Yes, it's a slightly more traditional West Coast NFL offense, but it's still a lot of shotgun. It's a lot of quarterback runs. He put Jackson Dart in more harm's way, in my opinion. Some of his play style did too, than Cliff did with Jaden.
Yeah.
Like if you really want to get away from quarterback run stuff and be, I keep using the word traditional, but like more of a normal NFL rushing attack with backs in the backfield, I don't know if Daboll's the guy I would turn to.
So Daboll's a guy that I actually like in general for maybe this role, simply because his track record with Josh Allen, he was there supervising the, are we sure this guy can do it, to that transition to MVP candidate every year?
But your team, unless something's changed, run the ball with your quarterback less. Brian Daboll is the most run the ball with your quarterback.
Yeah, so what am I trying to say? The attributes that I'm looking for in general, I want that disgraced head coach that's not going to leave for an interview anytime soon, that no one's in a hurry to hire as a head coach for my offensive coordinator, but a guy that's had good responsibility, a good track record. But yes, that's the negative there.
Part of why he got fired by the Giants was Jackson Dart running downhill between the tackles
Yeah.
over and over again.
Jackson Dart runs, then he has to run to the blue tent.
Tommy Reese is a name to watch. He was the OC under Kevin Stefanski with the Cleveland Browns, a Notre Dame background. That's a name that has come up. A guy that a lot of people probably haven't heard of, who I've gotten rave reviews on, who is going to be up for pretty much every OC opening. But because this one is appealing because you get to work with Jaden Daniels, his name's Grant Udinski, or Udinski, I think it is. The OC for the Jaguars under Liam Cohen. He's
There's some good cologne there.
29 years old. Been working with Liam Cohen this year. Has been in a couple other places, including with Minnesota, with Kevin O'Connell. I remember Kirk Cousins raving about him when I asked him about him in the past as well. Grant Udinski, OC for the Jaguars. Every team with an opening should talk to that kid. And then Mike Kafka's name has come up, which is gross. The New York Giants interim head coach. And I'm just not interested based on how their season's gone. But that's a name I've heard as well. So those are some of the names that have been linked to Washington. The biggest of them is Brian Daboll. But do you think they made the right decision? That's the question on Grant and Danny. Cliff Kingsbury is out. We'll get some calls in next. John Keim at 3 o'clock on The Fan.
I mean, I love working with Cliff. You know, me and him have a special relationship. You know, we kind of built that over his past 2 years. And, you know, I kind of just wish I was out there more to play for him this past year. So, I mean, that's kind of the focus for me in this offseason.
Jaden Daniels talking with the media just yesterday, endorsing Cliff Kingsbury as he cleaned out his locker. And now Cliff Kingsbury is cleaning out his office. He is out after 2 years, one that resulted in an offensively driven dynamite campaign that got Washington all the way to the NFC Championship game. Grant and Danny welcoming you back on The Fan, the Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day, asking you, if you were running the show, would Cliff have gotten a third season as the OC? Yes or no? You can go vote on the 1067 The Fan Twitter account. Right now, it's literally 50-50.
How about that?
Keep Cliff or move on. Let's go to the phones, 800-636-1067. Kevin's in Lanham. What's up, Kev?
What's up, Grant? Danny, loved your Billy Bob Thornton impression.
I appreciate you. It's always impromptu.
Yes, sir. So me personally, I'm okay with moving on from Cliff. We knew what Cliff was. Everybody always talked about it, that his first year is spectacular, but his second year, everybody starts catching on to his razzle-dazzle, trick-a-ma-doo, now you see me, now you don't type of offense. I mean, we were still putting Deebo Samuels in the back running jet sweeps, and, like, the defense already knew what was coming. Like, there was no innovation of his offense. And, you know, I don't want to waste another year, another third year with the same type of offense. And it's like, even a defense, like, you know what personnel you have. Like we need, look at Drake May, Bo Nix, and what's the other one? Drake May, Bo Nix. They all putting up record numbers on their second year with new coordinators.
Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
Probably the other one.
Because I was like, he doesn't mean Penix.
Go to Nini in D.C. He's probably not talking about J.J. McCarthy.
That's not McCarthy either.
Appreciate the call, buddy. Nini, what's up?
Hey, Danny, for long-time listener, first-time caller.
So does Jim Zorn.
It's very disappointing. I really think Cliff deserves another year with this team. We just can't blame Cliff for the amount of injuries that we had on offense. And respectfully, Cliff wasn't the one giving up 31 points to J.J. McCarthy coming off, a stretch of games so bad that he was the biggest meme on Twitter. That wasn't Cliff Kingsbury's fault. I think we owed him another year. The only thing that makes sense to me is that they're blaming some of the quarterback run for why Jaden Daniels got hurt.
I do wonder that, too. I think that would be ridiculous if they're putting the Daniels injuries on Kingsbury, because none of them happened on design runs. They all happened on scrambles, on passing plays, or on RPOs where you should have thrown the football. So I have to imagine that they're not, because common sense would dictate that they're too smart and they know too much to put that on him. Now, might they want him to run less moving forward? Possibly. And they may go to Cliff and say, hey, we want fewer RPOs. We want more just straight handoffs. Hey, we want to run the football with our backs more often. And, let's turn the faders down on Jaden Daniels, because as you saw, they did do less running with quarterbacks, and specifically with Daniels in that Minnesota game as an example after the injuries. That's possible. But if they're blaming him in some capacity for these injuries, I think that would be ridiculous.
I think that'd be irresponsible. But also, maybe there's a philosophical thing where I go, I know you didn't get him hurt, but you're maybe putting him at risk. And there was a butting of heads there. He might have had data points. They might have had points, et cetera. We don't know all the conversations, and obviously we never will. But again, the part that I keep going back to is you hired him. No one should have been surprised that he ran the stuff that he's always run, and I bet you he runs at the next stop. Wherever he ends up, college, pro ball, you hire Cliff Kingsbury, please understand that's the name that's going to be on the badge, and that's the offense you're getting.
As I would say to my wife, if she gets frustrated by how many games I go to or how many hours I spend sitting on my ass watching football, you married me. I got down on a knee. I was doing all this stuff then, too.
Yep.
You knew what you were getting into. Manny in Southeast, you're on Grant and Danny. What's up?
I'm looking at it. Me, myself, I probably wouldn't have brought him back because, like one of the previous callers said, there's no innovation to his plays. We got better. We got Deebo. Even though people were hurt, we got better players that could actually run some of those plays, and it looks as if the defenses knew what was going on.
But who would have been better to run those plays?
A running back. Stop throwing the bubble screen to wide receivers and had them running into linebackers. They're going to break. But anyway, my thing is, I think it's more than that because it was mentioned that him and AP was not seeing eye to eye. They was butting heads.
It's funny. That's
How
gone
do
away,
A-
by the way,
Yeah.
today, hasn't it?
Good call,
Appreciate
bud. Thanks.
the call, and thanks for bringing that up. I mean, the story Rossini came out with Saturday was Cliff Kingsbury could be out. He and Adam Peters don't see eye to eye, and they could make a change. Press conference yesterday, Peters said any decisions on the coaching staff are Dan Quinn's to make, and the perception today is certainly based on Dan Quinn and Cliff Kingsbury not seeing eye to eye. Now, it's very possible that Kingsbury and Peters were at odds over the usage of some of the draft picks or the scheme that they were running in trying to get the most out of Jaden Daniels, and maybe Dan Quinn over different things was at odds. But the Peters part of this has completely gone away. That was the original report Saturday that he was going to be out because he and Peters didn't have a good relationship.
Yeah, and Quinn and Peters are simpatico, right? Whether there's a disagreement at one point, maybe there is, maybe there isn't, but they are going to present as united a front as possible. They want everyone to know that they are doing a buddy cop movie right now. So I think a Peters disagreement, you all of a sudden probably it morphed into a Quinn disagreement too, because Dan Quinn's going, yeah, absolutely, you're 100% right about that. I get the sense that that's where the flow of information and opinion goes. It's whatever Peters thinks. I bet you Quinn thinks it too.
Well, I always come back to who was the one person that separated themselves just a little bit when it came to Terry McLaurin, the holdouts, the messaging. Everybody was in the exact same boat, rowing the same direction.
And one
except
person said,
Cliff, who kept going, hey, this is going on too long. We got to get this guy in here. He was the only one willing to come out and say something along those lines. John Kine of ESPN.com slated to join us next. We'll ask him about this decision and who had the bigger issue with Kingsbury that is still in the building. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
This update is built by PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the Commanders have parted ways with Cliff Kingsbury, the offensive coordinator. They're also fired their defensive coordinator, Joe Witt Jr., and moved on from offensive line coach Bobby Johnson. Other coaching news in the NFL today, the Cowboys fired their defensive coordinator, Matt Eberflus. The Bears have designated cornerback Kyler Gordon and left tackle Braxton Jones to return from injured reserve. The Bears back in action on Saturday. They'll take on the Packers in the wild card round of the playoffs. Hockey last night, as heard right here on The Fan, the Capitals beat the Ducks 7-4. Justin Sortov with his first career hat trick. Alex Ovechkin with 2 goals as well. He's now up to 914 for his career. Wizards and Magic tonight at Capital One Arena, 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. This January, score $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
In an hour at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz, we will give away a pair of Caps tickets right here on Grant and Danny. The show's brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad.
Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
2 coordinators out today for the Commanders. Joe Witt, a technicality, formality, just some paperwork drying at that point. We knew that was coming down the pike for months. But the big story is that Cliff Kingsbury is no longer the OC after 2 years here in Washington. Let's go to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV, and talk to our buddy John Keim of ESPN.com. John, obviously, over the last several days, this became increasingly likely. It looked like a divorce was possible. But let's go back even before that. Like, if I would have said this was going to happen 2 weeks ago, how surprised would you have been?
I would have been surprised just because we know that the issues this year were injuries on offense. Like, you can't lose your quarterback for as much as you lost him, and then your top receiver, and then 2 of your top 3 receivers for as much time as they missed them, and your starting running back, and have a similar kind of offense. So, I think people understood that. Like, when you talk to people outside of here and, like, would Kingsbury be considered for head coaching jobs elsewhere? Like, the word was like, yeah, he might be on some lists because I don't think teams are going to hold that against him. So, you don't look at him as like, oh, he was the issue. But there were sometimes, like, some subtle things that you wondered about, right? Like, Jaden Daniels getting hurt multiple times. Now, you can't just pin that on play calling. But this offense does allow for the quarterbacks to run a lot. Was that a factor? But then you'd hear like Quinn would kind of slip in there a little bit once in a while about wanting to run the ball more to help the defense. And sometimes it was kind of couched a little bit. Like when Ron Rivera was here, it was more overt, like, got to run the ball more. And then the next week, Scott Turner would run the ball more. It wasn't quite like that, but it was a little bit more like that. You saw that evolution of it, right? But there was, so from that standpoint, I'm like, well, if that's what they want, then I could see that, but I still would have been surprised because it wasn't the issue. That, like, listen, man, when you talk to the offensive players, they like this offense. They like playing for Kingsbury. There's a lot that they like about him. So, like, from that standpoint too, and not to ramble on, but Grant, you've been around when the situation is really bad here. And when there's like a side of the ball where it's really bad, they're going to fire somebody. Typically, you're going to hear a lot of bad things about that coach, or whether it's whether it's like their play calling, how the way they run the practices, no collaboration. It's whatever it is. Like, you're going to hear some of that. You didn't hear that this time.
When did this go south? When was the first schism?
I don't know if there was like a line of demarcation. I don't know that, right? I don't know, like, well, it was this game that did it. I think it was just, to me, it sounds like over time, a general fundamental philosophical difference. But I don't know, Danny, if there's like it was after the Dallas game when he said this. And I know there were some disagreements, but I don't know if there was like one, and there may, you hear some things, but I don't have it like enough to say if like it was or this or that. But I do think it's like a fundamental difference in how they saw the future of the offense going and what they believed needed to be done. So that's how I would look at it now.
John Keim, ESPN on Grant and Danny. What's your reaction to this? This is something Danny and I have struggled with today. You hired Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah.
Cliff Kingsbury came here.
Yeah.
Seems like some of their frustrations are with Cliff Kingsbury doing things that Cliff Kingsbury does.
Yeah.
Like, what am I missing?
I don't know. That's the number one thing that if we had a press conference today with Dan Quinn, that's the first thing that'd be asked. Like, this is who he was when you hired him. So what happened? And the other part of that, Grant, too, is when they hired him and there was this line of succession plan, right? Like that, it was a big thing that one of the things that Quinn talked about was having that, because in Atlanta, I don't think it always went the way he wanted. And the staff was supposed to provide that. And now it may be that you're going outside that. So there's a couple things that, that surprised me, all that. But the number one thing is, like you said, this is who he was. It wasn't like he got in here and changed it. But it just also may be that when you start to see some of the injuries pile up, not that the offense was responsible for that, but is there another way that you could play that would have been more effective? And in case that happens again, do you know what I mean? So it could have just been an evolution of like, I thought this was for me and now it isn't.
John, anything to the idea, and I've seen a few folks speculate to this, and that's all it is. It's the usual online sort of crew, but that Cliff might have been out of here anyway, and this is more his decision because he wants to go get a head coaching job or sort of feels like things may be intractable. We sort of haven't considered the Cliff angle of this, that he might see pastures greener elsewhere. Your thoughts there?
Well, I think they termed it as a mutual parting of the ways. So I do think that that is a part of it, for sure. That and if you think that, here's the other thing, like if you know that your boss wants you to go in a different direction that you don't want to go, and first of all, and you're still making a lot of money from a team that fired you a few years ago, you have the freedom to say that's not what I want to do. You know what I mean? Like I think most of us have to stick around and say, all right, I guess I'll have to do it. But he doesn't have to. And it certainly sounds like he wants to explore other opportunities as a head coach. And I think he would have to know, like, if he doesn't get that, I'm sure somebody else would hire him to be in this role. So I think it was as much like it was just starting it may have been hard to stick around for another year knowing that this is what the head coach wants and knowing that, well, this is what I do. So I think just that, like I said, that's kind of just the direction he wanted to take. It was just not going to work.
Here's another thing, Cakes, that I have a hard time squaring. I want to get your insight on this, because where I'm coming from is I don't love Cliff's offense. Like, I think it has limitations, right. But I think he did a pretty good job. And I think like over 2 years, the results are far from fireable, right? So that's kind of where I'm at as a backdrop. But I kind of think about this from the perspective of, to me, Dan Quinn should not be on a hot seat, should not be fired. Anybody saying that a year after the NFC Championship game is crazy. But I wonder why that isn't extended to Cliff as well. Like, outside of Daniels, in my opinion, you can make the case that the second most important person in the building for last year's success was Cliff Kingsbury. And now he's out. Why isn't he afforded that same luxury?
That's a good question, but I would just go back to the difference in the philosophical difference in how you see the offense moving forward.
Right.
So, and if it's not going to work, so the other thing too, there's a couple things here. One, this is a ballsy move by Quinn. So, like, he doesn't have the luxury of, if it doesn't work here, I can get another job somewhere else. Like, this is it for him, almost assuredly, if this doesn't work. So if you have a conviction on something, I think you probably owe it to yourself to make the move, because if you don't and it goes south next year for whatever reason, then you didn't react soon enough, right? And we've seen situations here in the past where the head coach waited too long to make a move, and it ended up ruining a side of the ball or the season, right? And we've seen that multiple times. The difference is, I still go back to, it's not as if the players were clamoring for this. They just weren't. So like that's one of the differences. But why he's not afforded that, I just think because this is your direct boss, right? And if you both have a different thought on how to proceed with things, it's like, you know what, maybe we just shouldn't be in business together. So, and I think if I'm sure if Cliff had said like, all right, we can do this and this and this to accommodate what you want, then he probably would still be here. That would be my guess. But I do think that, there have been times in the past, again, where I think the head coach has been too slow to make a move in an area where he knows there's probably something, I wouldn't say brilliant, because again, the players like the system. They liked Kingsbury. But maybe you feel that it's like, this is not going to work. And so, or it's not working, not going to work, whatever it is. And you're slow to make a move. And this time he wasn't.
What does this mean for Daniels? We're not that far removed from he and his mom/representative tweeting pretty positive things about Cliff Kingsbury, and some comments from Daniels that were very positive towards Kingsbury. Seems like he's maybe blindsided by this to some degree. Just where does that leave him now entering year 3?
So that's a good question. And it's not just Kingsbury, right? You lose Tavita Pritchard, quarterback's coach, right? Now it's Stanford. What happens to David Blau, whom he also has a good relationship with? So Daniels had a good relationship with all these coaches. Then you also wonder the effect on Marcus Mariota. He liked Kingsbury's system a lot. Now he hadn't played in that system until last year, but he really liked it a lot. Now he likes playing here. Would he come back? I'm sure they'd still want him, but would he come back or would he go somewhere else to follow Kingsbury? Maybe, who knows? But so the quarterback room could look dramatically different next year for Daniels. The one thing I'll say is that, and it's going to be a big change, but I don't necessarily worry about Jayden per se, just because he's been through changes in the past. He went, going from Arizona State to LSU and having to win the job there and then coming here, right? And, I don't think it takes him long to click with people. But I do think that with Kingsbury, he and Jayden had a very similar approach. Like Kingsbury, first coach in the building, get there around 3 a.m. Jayden, first player in the building, getting there around 5:30. They're doing their walkthroughs. Last year, it would be Jayden Tavita and Cliff Kingsbury around 6 a.m. in the bubble, 3 days a week. So I think you had a guy who worked similar to Jayden, both film nerds. He would text Cliff all the time, and he texted the coaches all the time about different things that he would see on film or in a game. So I think if whoever comes in here, I think you'd want to have somebody who at least works. Most of these guys work really hard, right? But who has a similar approach or style as Kingsbury, because it really worked for Jayden. But I do think that he's a guy who is adaptable as well, and I think he can play in multiple systems. So I don't necessarily worry about that, but it is a change. And I think what you realize early on in this business is that it is a business. And the other part that could help him perhaps is that C.J. Stroud, a very good friend of his, went through this last year.
Yeah, yet another link between the Texans and Washington, who have been through pretty similar recent years. John Keim of ESPN.com is with us on Grant and Danny. So you mentioned the difference in vision, which is pretty clear. It sounds like from this meeting where they're talking about what does the offense look like next year and beyond to develop Daniels. So what do you think they want it to look like? If Dan Quinn is butting heads with Kingsbury over his offense, give us an idea of what they might be searching for and who that could be.
That's a good question, because I don't know. I mean, if you want to, I know you've talked about this, and I know Brian Daboll's name is going to be out there, right? But he doesn't necessarily run a run-oriented offense. You know what I mean? His is more, probably a little bit more akin to a Kingsbury style.
It would feel odd to me. To me, he's like bold Kingsbury light. It's a little more NFL-like, but it's not. Yeah. You're not zigging that much from the zag to go with Daboll.
Correct. And now the other thing is too, and this is something because I had asked Quinn this the other day about. You always hear from people like you get better at what you practice against. And this defense practiced against a unique offense throughout training camp. That was the number one thing they practiced. So then when you go up against a team like the Packers, a lot of motion, a lot, that offense, right? then you have a lot of issues because you haven't worked against that. You may have practiced, you may have prepared for it, but you haven't worked against it a lot. And so I think if you're a defensive coach, sometimes I would always wonder that, like, okay, what does Quinn really think about this? Because we watched Seattle. We watched that play action, the way they run their play action game off the run game, and like how much it would fool the linebackers, right? So do you want something a little bit more like that, where, is it a little bit more in the center? I know like that's been a big topic. I know you talked about it, and I talked to people who are split on that. Some people think it's not that as big a deal. Some people, I'd say more who like, I don't want to call them old school necessarily, but who like old school football are going to be more under center types. But if you're a defensive guy like Quinn, maybe, do you want a little bit more of that because he even said yesterday in the press conference, or no, it was last week when asked about that, about Kingsbury's offense, about like making sure the runs and the passes basically marry each other, right? Or match up. And when sometimes you're running the play action from the gun or the pistol, it doesn't always look the same, right? So do you want something that's a little bit more, that you can be more up tempo, but yet maybe have some more old school elements? And, and it's funny because like last year we say this and like they weren't necessarily a running team last year outside of the quarterbacks, but they did control the clock because the passing game helped do that, right? So there's more than one way to control the clock and to help your defense. And I also find when you have really good playmakers, that helps too.
And you touched on this earlier, John, but I want to go back to it. For Quinn and Peters, I mean, I know Peters made a big deal yesterday of saying, no, any coaching decision is Dan Quinn's, almost being able to wash his hands of it. But I bet you they sort of see eye to eye on a lot of stuff. It just sort of seems like they're presenting that united front as sort of simpatico minds. This is a big deal for Quinn. In other words, like you have some buyer's remorse here on one of your good buddies that you brought with you from Dallas and your handpicked OC, who you pried away from the Raiders, who almost took that job. I think you used the word ballsy. That's exactly what this is to me. With year 3 of Daniels, the fact that your handpicked guy didn't work, and it's just by being himself. If he'd showed up and just changed type, I'd be more sympathetic. But he didn't. This is Kingsbury, who he always was, and who he will be at his next stop. Go into that. What's on the line here for Quinn?
Oh, I mean, I think a lot, and because it has to work, and that's one of the things, like I said, that I would go back to, like ballsy, risky, whatever it is, see what the next chapter brings with it, because like that's always the key, right? Like, so it's like when you let a player go. All right, you traded this guy, you let this guy walk in free agency. What's your plan? Because the plan is always what's going to matter. Like guys leave and go all the time. This isn't, it's not the first time they've changed coordinators, whatever. But what's your plan? And it better work. So, I would say that, because not just, I mean, it's for his sake, but it's also like you have this special talent at quarterback in Jayden Daniels. You want to maximize that. And they have talked a lot about protecting him. And one way to protect him is not by not having everything be on his shoulders. I think that's some of what's at play here too. So what's at stake for him? I think it's, again, this is his second chance and is probably his last chance at success as a NFL coach, as an NFL head coach. You have to make it work. And this is a roll of the dice. I think the last time we saw a big roll of the dice was a couple of years ago. Rivera hires Eric Bieniemy, right? Didn't work out. And it was, there were a lot of other issues there, but this is, I don't know if I equate it to that, but it's a ballsy move. And if it doesn't work, and then it's like, as far as like, his future, well, then it's like, what happens with that? Does Jayden develop or not? Does the offense develop or not? There's still going to be a long way to go with this, for sure. And as Grant, you said, like, Kingsbury's offense was not for everybody. And even people who liked it, they're like, yeah, I don't mind it, but, and there's some people who really like it a lot. So,
it feels like this could work out.
Have to see where the next guy is. Yeah,
it could be an upgrade, but I just am always hesitant when it's pretty good.
Grass ain't always greener.
We'll see. It is a ballsy. I love that. It's bold. This is a huge kickoff to the offseason. They're rolling the dice here.
And I think too, also, they fired Bobby Johnson, their old line coach, and so there's another one. And
what did that signify to you? That was odd to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that would signify like, maybe you have an idea of who's coming in, and like I think that's kind of what it tells me. But that was a little bit of a surprise. I'd heard that there may be some movement there, and then it happened. So that did surprise me a little bit. But then there were sometimes you talk to other people like, well, was it always clean with what they were doing? But I don't know if it ever is always clean. You know what I mean? So with in terms of run blocking assignments, whatever. But that's like, I'm not an O-line expert. But I forgot my train of thought here. But yeah, it's,
let me let you out on this one more, because we have not mentioned Joe Witt really on the show much at all. And this was a long time coming. But on the DC thing, yesterday you're in the presser and Quinn says something to the effect of he's keeping an open mind in these exit interviews to the possibility of maybe calling his own plays. There are actually going to be some really high-end coordinating options on defense. Do you think there's a legit chance that they don't bring in one of those big names and that Quinn is actually calling his own plays, as you said, in this huge kind of make-or-break-it year for him?
I would be surprised if he did that because it really hasn't been what he's wanted to do. And I do think there will be some candidates out there that he has ties to who I think could be pretty good. I know Raheem's going to be mentioned a lot, but Jeff Ulbrich, who was also with him in Atlanta, did a good job as a Jets D coordinator. Still employed by Atlanta, but like once you get someone new in there, he may not be. So, I think that's one certainly that would be worth watching too. But there are other candidates out there. The Jim Schwartz, Brian Flores isn't signed yet. Would they want to come work for a defensive-minded head coach? That doesn't always. Some of those guys are so established they may not want that. So we'll see. But there are some good, strong candidates, and I would be surprised if he stuck with that. It just doesn't seem like that's what he's wanted to do. And the other thing I was going to say on offense, the other thing that's going to help with whatever change whatever change with the coordinator, they have to be healthy and they have to add another weapon or two. Like that's going to help quite a bit as well. And Jaden being healthy, like any coordinator is going to come in and look pretty good if he's healthy and they add another weapon.
John, appreciate you as always, man, especially on a busy day. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, be good. Go read his work. John Keim, ESPN.com, joining us on Grant and Danny. We can get back into Cliff Kingsbury. We'll continue to gauge your reactions to the news of the day at 800-636-1067. I want to touch on the defensive side of the ball and what Quinn said about possibly calling his own plays and being his own DC next year as soon as we return on The Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. I'm a Fanatics guy. We're well underway with the NBA season. Our friends over at Fanatics Sportsbook, every shot you take puts points on the board. Since last August, you guys have been listening to me talk about Fan Cash. And remember, every time you bet with Fanatics Sportsbook, you're earning up to 10% Fan Cash, win or lose. So even if your bet misses, you're still scoring Fan Cash. And Fan Cash, that's real value. You can flip your Fan Cash into authentic team gear, tickets, or even profit boosts. Plus, we can't forget about Fanatics Fair Play, where other sports books let an injury box you right out. Fanatics Fair Play protects all pro basketball bets from first half injury. So if your player goes out with a first half injury, Fanatics will keep your bet on the court. Why risk it with another sports book when your player drops or player props are protected with the home of Fair Play? It's Fanatics Sportsbook. I'm telling you guys, winning hits different here. I loved using it. Payouts are lightning fast. I am a fan of Fanatics. You guys will love it. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana in the NFL. The coaching news for the Commanders today. They parted ways with their offensive coordinator, Cliff Kingsbury. Also on the offensive side of the ball, they moved on from offensive line coach Bobby Johnson. They fired their defensive coordinator, Joe Witt Jr. Coaching news around the league. The Cowboys have fired their defensive coordinator, Matt Eberflus. Injury news, the Bears have designated cornerback Kyler Gordon and left tackle Braxton Jones to return from injured reserve. See if they can play on Saturday night against the Packers in the wild card round. Hockey last night, heard right here on The Fan. The Capitals beat the Ducks 7-4. Justin Sordiff with his first career hat trick, also 2 assists. Ovi with 2 goals. He's up to 9-14 in his career. Next game tomorrow against the Stars. Wizards Magic tonight at Capital One Arena, 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. When the heat's on and you need a game-winning drive, call Foley Mechanical, your trusted team for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
We'll give away Caps tickets at 4 in 30 minutes, and we'll talk to Jacory, Krosky, Merritt, Bills on the show at 5 in 90 minutes. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Double play at 3:45 today. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. News of the day, the Commanders moving on from both coordinators. They have fired Joe Witt Jr. They have mutually parted ways with Cliff Kingsbury, who's going to get some head coaching interviews. I wonder if he gets a job. I think it's possible he does. More likely, though, he's an OC somewhere else. I'd be shocked if he doesn't get an OC job in this cycle.
You would think, right? I mean, again, there are enough pelts on the wall. I mean, this always happens when a season goes bad. Everybody wants to blame, this coach, and all of a sudden he got stupid or whatever, right? And that happens. That's normal. That's part of the business. But there are enough pelts on the wall. There's enough quarterbacks developed, enough yards achieved, enough yak, and a bunch of things that are pretty positive for that guy to go without a job for too long.
What a league this is.
Yeah.
I mean, he was the hottest name on offense a year ago.
And we're doing a little mini parade because I can't believe they were able to keep him. I can't believe it happened.
Outside of Ben Johnson, I don't think there was anybody who had a bigger, hotter glow-up offensively in 2024 than Kingsbury. And now, less than a calendar year later, Washington lost 12 games, and he's essentially fired. They'll call it something else, but the team wants to move on from him, is happy to move on from him. By the way, he'll be triple-dipping in his next job because he'll be still getting paid for 1 more year by the Cardinals, who fired him years ago. Now he's got 1 year left on this deal with Washington. And then if he gets another gig, a third job, he will then get a third paycheck from that new team. Not a bad gig if you can get it.
Seriously.
For Cliff Kingsbury. Where do I get one of those?
Yeah, in demand enough to get signed to a long-term contract, but, tough enough to work with that you're not under contract anymore, but you still owe the money.
Real quick on the defensive side, I asked John Keim about this idea of Dan Quinn possibly calling his own plays and being his own defensive coordinator. He was actually asked about that in the press conference yesterday, and this is what Quinn had to say in the presser with the media on the possibility of calling plays. It'll be cut 19 here, Darius. Or, would he go outside the building to hire a DC? He said everything was on the table.
Yeah, it's a good question, Mitch. I think what I've learned is make the best decision for what the team needs. And so as we're going through this, man, a lot to gain through these exit interviews, where we're at. And but that's really where I'm at. I'm not into that space yet. I'm definitely doing this. I'm definitely not. What I do know that I'll be heavily involved, one way or another. And that's part that I do enjoy. But, I think I'll keep an open mind, as I'm going through the next, parts of the process.
I cannot see him calling his own defensive plays. I
don't
know that
want
he did it this year, and it got better, and he did a nice job, and he's really good at it. So, cool. Congratulations. Sticker on the helmet, whatever. Dude, this is such an important year for you, man. You got one last shot at this thing. You really want to multitask? You really want to try to get timeouts right, which you couldn't this year?
Which you couldn't do, exactly.
Challenges right. Handle all the stuff you have to on the sideline. And, oh, by the way, call defensive plays when you might be able to get Jonathan Gannon or Jeff Ulbrich would be a great hire. I'd be steamed for like Brian Flores, which isn't happening. Like somebody like that's available. You could go that route or you could do it yourself. Don't do it yourself. Go get a grown-up. You have a chance. spend Josh Harris's money on an awesome defensive coordinator.
The point of a guy like Dan Quinn isn't to, power grab like Rivera or, a guy with, I can't have someone with more authority than me in the building. The point of him is this relationship building, bridge building type dude. So get a guy that's a better defensive coordinator than him. I mean, the results for Dan Quinn being in charge of defenses ain't all that great, to be honest with you. It's bookended. There are a couple really seminal things that got him on this head coaching path with Seattle when they were unbelievable in yards, points, turnovers. You know how great the Legion of Boom was. Other than that, it's not a lot of impressive rankings, with the exception of some takeaways when he was the DC in Dallas. They're giving up yards and points, but at least there's something that you could say is a positive attribute. None of those things have traveled with him the 2 times he's been a head coach, right? The takeaways aren't there. The yards aren't there. The points aren't there. None of it has been any good. So you got to do something different than you've done before. Go get a badass. Again, I would throw every dollar at Jim Schwartz, for example. Just to say, I know it's somebody, your boss is out in Cleveland. I know Schwartz will probably be a head coaching candidate, but that's not the trend line.
I doubt he'll get a job.
I wouldn't think so. Every dollar, all the commas, all the zeros, whatever he wants, he's my DC. As you said, so much is on the line right now. Your handpicked guys, 2 of them are gone, vapor, because you changed your mind and the results were terrible. You got to get it right.
800-636-1067. You want to hop in? We'll get to the calls in a second. I keep coming back to the fact that this feels like a very traditional defensive-minded coach butts heads with offensive coach over run-pass balance and some of those types of things. Very like Mike Zimmer in Minnesota, How often do you see this? It's one of these old tripes. It's one of these old things where it's like you go defensive-minded, kind of old-school culture builder. You've got this newer thinker offensively, and the defensive-minded guy eventually just decides this is not how I want to do it.
It's one of the subplots of Any Given Sunday. They got that from real life. It's obvious.
Let's go to CJ in New Jersey on the Fan. CJ, big news for the Commanders today. Cliff Kingsbury's out.
Yes. Hey, fellas. Calling in just to say, I know that Cliff is gone and next is Dan Quinn. When you think about it, we had Chris Moore, 32 years old, starting for Jaden Daniels, wide receiver 1. That's malpractice, number 1. Number 2, how can you cook with these ingredients? I think that we have a bigger issue here in that no matter what OC we get, we need to be able to run the football. It might be an unpopular take. I believe we get Jeremiah Love. You get a transitional running back who can transcend the running game. You get a Ferrari. I'm tired of these punch-and-play guys. We should not have a 3 or 4 down running back. Get a bell cow. Give some relief to Jaden Daniels, and hopefully Josh Connolly can put on some more weight.
So this is actually an interesting point. People will hear this. I know, Danny, you will hear that, and you'll hate everything about it, right? But let me just draw this link. If they really want to be this run and D team, okay? If they really want to be this run-dominant old-school football team, why don't they act like it in how they've built this thing? What did they do at left tackle? They went out and they got a white-collar, elite pass-blocking tackle who's decent in the run game. That's not what you do when you want to be a mauling team to go get the highest-paid left tackle in the league because of pass protection. Now, by the way, I love the move. I want Laramie Tunsil.
Yeah.
I'm paying Laramie Tunsil. But my point is that doesn't really go with this identity that you hired Cliff Kingsbury. That tells you you're not trying to be ground and pound, a complementary defense-led football team. Or else, what are you doing? You can't keep telling me about how you want to be the fit person who does all the right things, but then you eat fast food and
Just
you don't
eating
work
cake,
out.
yeah.
If really it's true that they want to be this run-first, run-dominant team, why is your starting running back a 7th-round pick? Or, when it's not, it's a 6th-round pick from another regime that almost got cut this year and got cut a couple times.
Yeah, what happens, it looks like you changed your mind. It looks like the vision that you had for yourself all of a sudden went out the door. And again, the part that I care about, maybe other people don't, but I do, Kingsbury, according to their own videos, had some influence on a number of picks. Think Josh Connerly, for example. And I'm sure he was probably consulted when it came to Ben Sinnott. I'm sure he was probably consulted when it came to, Jaden Daniels.
But if you do want to be that, Danny, then you should draft Jeremiah Love. Then you should sign a running back for $15 million a year. You should have been a player for Saquon Barkley. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're not acting like it. You shouldn't be spending big money on Deebo Samuel and Terry McLaurin, or $28 million on Daron Payne and another $17 million on Javon Kinlaw or whatever.
Right.
Act like it.
You see where I was going with that, though, just tangentially. There was a lot of influence for that guy in the building in terms of who was selected to fit that scheme, that design, that idea. They wouldn't trade it for Debo Samuel, as a toy that would be perfect in this kind of offense, right? Their offseason actions, to your point, had nothing to do with this, if we believe it, this new design or this new paradigm that they wanted to implement. You've now wasted 2 years, basically, if that's the case. You want to go do something totally different. That's very Snyder-esque. That's very Bruce Allen, where it's like, what we need is quicker, smaller receivers after a year. We need bigger receivers, just sort of, running from one side to the other. You've wasted 2 years of an attempted build if that's really what you want to do.
Bob in Tennessee listening on the Odyssey app on Grant and Danny. What's up, Bob? How are you?
All right. How you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
Hi, Robert.
I don't know about you, but this kind of is exciting. I know it's bad on the one hand, but it got my interest. It's interesting. It's, which is kind of what makes, But here's the thing. I honestly believe it boils down to this. I don't know if they were, quote, looking for another OC or they didn't like Cliff. I think this is what I personally believe. It's an opinion that Quinn went to him and told him he wants certain changes. And that's about it. And maybe he detailed what those changes were. My feeling is Cliff said, no, I will run my offense the way I run my offense. Kind of like that out of that movie, Few Good Men,
right.
Colonel Jessup. I don't know that for sure, but I suspect that's where the parting of the ways came.
Well, there's some element of that.
Something to that, yeah.
They had a meeting to go over their visions. Their visions are not copacetic. If you're desperate to keep your job, Cliff could just say, yeah, you got it. What do you want me to do? We'll do it. You want to be under center? Done. You want to be in the gun less? No problem. I don't think those are the issues, by the way. You want to run the ball more? I don't know how they could possibly want that. They ran it 60% of the time on 1st and 10, but whatever. Cliff Kingsbury wants to run his offense. I always say this about Steve Spurrier back in the day. Spurrier gives over play calling duties to Hugh Jackson.
Hated it.
Stephen Davis goes 26 for 105. They win the game. Steve Spurrier was miserable after the game. His whole point was, I want to see if my thing works in this level. Cliff Kingsbury wants to be Cliff Kingsbury. He doesn't want to be your version of Cliff Kingsbury. Kevin in Arlington, what's good?
Hey, guys. So I want to step back for a sec, okay? Let's just look at all the hires. We go hire Adam Peters, consensus best opportunity there to get the GM that everybody wants, the Prince and Waiting. But that GM, to my knowledge, hasn't changed the head of college scouting or any of the college scouts. Then you hire Dan Quinn, who today is a 500 coach who got to a Super Bowl but gave up the biggest lead ever and lost with Hall of Fame capable quarterback in Matt Ryan. Okay, and that, you've now got a situation where his choices, first of all, I wanted Vrabel. Then I was considering Harbaugh. I didn't want Quinn, but I got talked into it, okay? And then Quinn goes and he gets Kingsbury, who, to me, failed in Arizona and runs an offense that's fabulous for college, but not necessarily NFL. And then we didn't know what Joe Witt was. Well, now we do. Well, here we are 2 years later from the hiring of Adam Peters. We're without our coordinators. We have major reservations about Quinn, the culture builder. I mean, on the one hand, they didn't quit on him. Okay, fine. You want a culture builder? Go down to Bloomington and talk Kurt Signetti and come in. That's a culture builder. I haven't seen this culture build. What I saw last year, if you're boiling it down, was the fantastic play of Jaden Daniels. It certainly was enabled some by Cliff, et cetera. But that, in retrospect, look at how much Jaden Daniels was the reason we won 12 games as opposed to 6 games or fewer a year ago. And so that's kind of where I'm at. We're back at square one, boys. Tell me I'm wrong. What have I said that's wrong?
Cosign.
I didn't stop you.
Yeah.
I mean, we let you roll there for a reason. The problem is how quickly this all escalated from a year ago. And now, before they can make the number 7 pick, before they get to free agency, I really genuinely believe they have to hit these coordinating hires, and it's a bigger deal than who they take at 7. The biggest decision they'll make all offseason is OC. The second biggest is DC. And then the player stuff, I don't care where you rank it, it's somewhere thereafter. Probably starting with either their biggest free agent splash money-wise or pick 7. We got those Caps tickets we're giving away in 20 minutes at 4 ahead of the Blitz. Our double play is next on G&D. Our double play is driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. What stadium item did I eat at the Caps game last night that I almost never have? We'll play a little game.
Ooh.
What stadium item did I purchase at the Caps game last night to eat while watching the boys hang 7 goals on the Ducks?
Now, are you doing a head fake where you go, I almost never have this, and it's a chicken tender basket?
That's up to you. Danny, what did I eat last night at the Caps game?
Hot dog.
The bell will mean you're wrong.
Damn it.
I should also say, I did have a chicken tender basket.
See?
That was my dinner.
But that's not the thing you're talking
That's
about.
not the item I got late in the game to kind of tide myself over. Darius.
Did you have a stadium pretzel last night?
This was a very quick game. A soft pretzel. A warm.
Darius, good job.
soft,
Good answer.
Salted pretzel.
Every time it's good. Every time.
Why don't I eat that more? Yeah. You know what it was? My throat was hurting a little bit. And by the end of the show yesterday, I think it's actually holding up better today, if I could say this.
Yeah, I think so.
Might be the pretzel. But by the end of the show yesterday, I was in a weird place where I could barely talk. So I wasn't really cheering. I was like snapping and clapping when they scored goals, high-fiving strangers. But I was like walking the concourse to get some steps. And I thought, I'm a little hungry, but I don't need anything. And I was like, I saw the girl taking the pretzels like off of the spinning device. Like they had to be hot. And they looked salty and a little buttery, and they looked amazing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'll bet you that would feel silly. If hot tea is good for my throat, why wouldn't a nice warm pretzel be good for my throat?
I don't think that's like good, or I think it's a neutral for your throat, but still, it's
You're
delicious.
probably right. But in my mind, that's what I was thinking. I want to eat something warm. And so I got a warm pretzel. It's
so good.
Slapped.
It's so good.
Just hit the spot.
Salty carbs. My weakness. That's the old Achilles heel right there for old Fannie Mouillet. That's delicious and perfect.
And the logic, you're right, as I think about it now, probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
It doesn't, but that's not important.
It's like when my buddy Bear, me and him went on a diet once. I've told you this story years ago, but he lived in King George. We went to we went out to Howard's for breakfast to kick off our diet, and we were going to do some egg whites and do a couple things, right? And Bear's bit was he got this gigantic plate of bacon, and I'm telling you, it must have been 25 pieces of bacon stacked on his plate. And I'm like, what the hell are you doing?
He went full Ron Swanson from
He's
Parks
like,
and Rec.
this is like my idea. Every morning I'm going to eat a ton of bacon, and it make it super salty. He's like putting a bunch of salt on top of the bacon.
Salting the bacon?
Yeah.
That's tough.
And he's like, it's going to make me sweat all day long. That was his big diet idea. It's like protein and salt, and it's going to make him sweat.
I think you can find that diet somewhere. Like somebody's probably espousing the virtues of the sweat your bacon diet. Yeah.
I don't think it worked. Now,
sweaty bacon.
These days, Bear is a skinny bear. He's a skinny cub. I saw him recently. He's lost a lot of weight. I don't think it was the bacon diet that did it.
What if it was, by the way? He was just so innovative.
The bacon diet was like 20 years ago. Varying levels of success. But that same logic is, I'm going to get a warm pretzel for my throat.
Can you imagine an influencer, by the way, just like a super attractive, thin person with like 7,000 abs on Instagram being like, here's the best way to start your ketosis, all right? Get yourself some bacon, probably about 7 or 8 pounds. Pour about 1.5 grams of salt on each piece. Eat that. Watch the pounds shred off.
Speaking of Instagram, don't want to throw you under the bus, but I'm going to throw you under the bus.
Oh.
I was scrolling some reels, and this very attractive female popped up in my feed. I don't know why or what her deal was.
Okay.
But I think she's like either travels or she dances and also does stuff out on a beach. And
dances?
Very occasionally is in bikinis or a sports bra, it seemed like, or something.
Huh.
And I'm like, who is this person? I click on it. You know who followed her?
Is it me?
Danny Rouillet.
So you covered.
Are you really, really interested in her traveling vlog?
Well, you covered a few of the possibilities. I follow people that are in really good shape that give me how to be in shape ideas,
right?
Exercise type ideas. If she's a fitness person or maybe goes to places I want to go.
I don't know that she's a fitness person.
Well, let's find out who it is, and I'll tell you why I follow her.
Me? I'll bet I can tell you why you follow her.
Why?
I can tell you right now.
Why do you think?
I can think of a couple of reasons why you follow her there, bud.
Oh.
You made a couple trips to Ireland. Maybe she traveled to Ireland and told you where to eat or something.
I have no idea. I've never been to Ireland, though.
It was just so funny because I'm like, who is this girl?
Who is
and
this
I clicked on
person?
it to look at her bio, staring right back at me, followed by humorous Danny. I thought he's really interested in what she's got to say.
Well, I mean, there's mediums for for words. I don't have her Twitter profile, but like the Instagram type deal, absolutely.
It's time for Danny's double play.
Indeed. Cheating a little bit here because this is sports related, but it involves your school and my school. George Mason University is off to a rip-roaring start in basketball.
George Mason University.
They are 14-1. Their best start, I believe, either ever or close to ever. Who knows? Now, listen, respectfully, it's not as if they're playing, Duke and UNC and Kentucky every night, but for who they are and what they're doing,
they're whooping Loyola and Fordham and VCU and
they're handling
LaSalle's
business.
asses.
Yeah, they're handling business. They're 14-1 to start the year. They're pretty good. They are, to me, have a chance to be a tournament team this year, which is really, really cool. But for Christmas, my pops asked me, what should I get for, my kids, his grandkids? And I'm like, I don't want another clutter thing. I don't want another toy or deal that my kids will use for a little bit and then maybe cast aside, or kind of a kitschy, breakable deal, etc. So I'm now in the let's do some experiences. Let's do a thing. So we came up with the idea of going to a George Washington basketball game. And speaking of LaSalle, we went and had great seats. It was a blast. Watched them have a tight game with LaSalle that they all of a sudden went on a nice little run, won by 22 points. GW's pretty good this year. Probably not as good as Mason, but they got a big game at Dayton tonight for the A10. Why am I talking about this? Here's the reason. As everything is getting so expensive with pro sports, with going to football games, with going to Cap One Arena, as often as some folks do, there are three really good options in my view to just go pick up a game casually. Bender Arena on the campus of American University is a great place to go see a game. The Patriot Center, Eagle Bank, whatever it's called now,
Eagle Bank
at
Arena.
George Mason University is an awesome place to go see a game. I've done that with a bunch of teams that my kid plays on and a few different groups. It's easy to get in and out, so much fun. It's great. And the Smith Center at the George Washington University is a cozy little city arena, holds about 5,000 people, not a bad seat in the house. That's a great place to go see a game, and especially fun when the home side is good. And it turns out that, at least in GW's case, and especially Mason's case this year, that is a really good option for families and the like. It was really cool. After the game, I didn't even realize this was happening, but I took my 7-year-old to go to the restroom. And it just so happened to be right by where the players exit the court, and all of a sudden we're in line to get high fives from all the players.
That's cool.
And so he's sitting there, and he's high-fiving Rafael Castro, who had 26 and 14. You sleep, by the way. In the game. He's high-fiving guys that started and played really well, and he's thrilled. It was the greatest thing ever for him.
Rafael Castro's double-double. Went double-double on you?
Yeah, little 26 and 14. LaSalle knows his name.
That is a night, by the way.
Yeah, everybody got dunked on. The mascot, too. So that was a blast.
That's
and
awesome.
It was a cheap, affordable option, and it was great.
Mason's about to whoop up on GW a couple times.
They play MLK Day, and then February 13th. Yeah, Mason's legit good, I think.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's give away Caps tickets next. Bill's on the show at 5. We'll ask him about his offensive coordinator leaving. Cliff Kingsbury's out. We're G&D.
This update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. In the NFL coaching news for the Commanders today, they parted ways with offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury. Also on the offensive side of the ball, they moved on from offensive line coach Bobby Johnson. The team also fired defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. Other coaching news around the league. The Cowboys fired their defensive coordinator, Matt Eberflus. NFL injuries. The Bears have designated quarterback Kyler Gordon and left tackle Braxton Jones to return from injured reserve. They'll see if they can get on the field to play on Saturday night against the Packers in the wild card round. Last night in hockey, heard right here on the Fan, the Capitals beat the Ducks 7-4, led by Justin Sordoff's first career hat trick. NBA action tonight at Capital One Arena, 7 o'clock tip-off. Wizards and Magic can hear the game right here on the Fan. Keyshawn George, Corey Kispert, Cam Whitmore all out for the Wiz. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone calls. Text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We are giving away Caps tickets all week long on Grant and Danny. Caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're winning 2 to see the Capitals Tuesday, January 13th against Montreal. All fans in attendance are going to get a Dylan Strome bobblehead, which is awesome. Honors one of your favorite Capitals on the ice. For the complete Caps schedule and tickets, go to thefandc.com/events. Last night when I went into the game, they were passing out Alex Ovechkin floss holders. And the floss comes through the opening of the tooth that he doesn't
how about
have,
that?
so that you could tear your floss and it is on your sink in your bathroom.
That's a good idea.
Pretty amazing giveaway.
That's really creative. We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condorian Morad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
I should say that I also sat in the Condorian Murad seats last night.
Well, hello there.
Shout out to those gentlemen for allowing me to enjoy a hockey game last night. It is time for the Beltway Blitz. We'll cover the NFL and the Commanders. Let's get it started on the hardwood. We'll talk NBA as well with Keith Smith of Spot Track, but I wanted to start with these rumors that Trae Young is not only on the trade block, but the Wizards are one of the leaders in a sweepstakes to land him. What do you make of this, Keith? What's going on here in this trade discussion about the sharpshooting guard from Atlanta?
Yeah, I think we've reached the point where the Hawks and Trae Young have taken it as far as they can with their time together. The signs were out there when the Hawks didn't really entertain extension talks with Young at all. So now we're in a position for Trae Young where they're looking to find a trade. Sounds like the Wizards are interested. They do not have any kind of long-term answer at point guard. Bub Carrington's been a good young player, but I've seen him more as a combo guard type. So I think they're looking at, hey, Trae Young can come. He's a good offensive organizer. He can get guys set up and maybe get our offense moving and improve our guys that way. And if they get paid to do it, so much the better.
Yeah, so I wanted to get into that. Would it be for the actual services of Trae Young, or would it be for that deal, which, isn't expiring? There's a player option. And I guess the second part there, Keith, is what about that player option? Is that something he's likely to pick up?
Yeah, so to the first part of your question is, I think it's both, actually. I think the idea for Washington is, hey, he can help. We don't really have a lot at point guard, and C.J. McCollum rumored to be going the other way if that's how that deal goes down. So he'll slide right in there, but he's a better passer, playmaker. He's much younger than C.J. McCollum, so I think they can help. But they're also going to eat, at least close to $50 million this year, close to $50 million next year. So I think for the Wizards side is, hey, pay us a little bit just in case he does pick up that option, or if he just walks, we're not just going to eat $50 million, for you this year, even $20 million with the difference between him and McCollum. But I think that's where this is headed. And I think what you're starting to see is Washington's theory, much like did no surprise because a lot of them came from the Thunder in that front office, but let's get picks to take a vet in. We'll rehab that vet a little bit and their value, and then we'll get a pick if we trade them on the way out too. And I think that could be what happens here with Trae Young.
They've won 6 of 11. I worry a little bit about adding a piece like him. I mean, they have a top 8 protected pick. Should I be nervous about losing that pick?
I don't think so, because I think, worst comes to worst. If it starts getting in the danger zone, you just all of a sudden some guys come up with back spasms. We used to say flu-like symptoms, but that's scary post-COVID. So someone just said, oh, his back's bothering him, and all of a sudden guys sit out, and we might let's call it engineering a loss or two along the way.
So Young's been injured a bunch. It's a quad now, I guess. It's been day to day. It seems like all season long, et cetera. Does that complicate matters at all? Is that something that's not a factor?
I don't think so, because I think there's no sense that anything he's dealing with is anything long-term or chronic. And again, some of this, especially if picks are coming, it's a little bit about eating the contract. So I think the Wizards are just saying, hey, we're still going to be in asset collection mode here a little, and if we can get Trae Young, he can help improve our other guys by making the game a little bit easier on them, so much the better.
Nationally in the NBA, give us a couple storylines to monitor here as we close in on the midway point.
Yeah, I think one on the court thing that's not trade related is are the Thunder we thought they were all of a sudden not playing real well. You mentioned the Wizards are 6-5 in their last 11. Well, so are the Thunder. So that is just kind of an interesting point to look at. This team that looked like they were going to roll to 70+ wins. Now we'll see. Are they just going through a bump in a rough patch? Sure, they're probably fine, but watch that. And then obviously trade deadline is less than a month out. We're going to be focused on that because is Giannis going to decide he wants out? What's going to happen with Anthony Davis? Is Anthony Davis going to be related somehow in this Trae Young trade where we see maybe that gets worked into a multi-team trade where Davis lands in Atlanta? So a lot of things like that. The league feels pretty wide open. No one is terrified of the Thunder, even though everybody respects them. It knows they're really good, but teams think they have a chance. And whenever you have a lot of teams that think they have a chance, teams get a little bit more willing to go for it.
Keith, thank you as always, buddy. Be well.
I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
You got it, my friend. Hit that NFL sounder. We'll localize this to New England, talking some Patriots with Doug Codd of the Boston Herald. Doug, how real is the criticism that the Patriots haven't played anybody, quote unquote? We can relate to that. We did that last year, and then we went to the NFC title game. How real is that criticism?
It's pretty real. I mean, they've had a very easy schedule, but they haven't exactly played down to the schedule. They've really beaten up on some of these bad teams. So I can totally understand the criticism about the bad schedule, but I mean, they beat the Ravens, who I know they didn't make the playoffs, but they're a pretty decent team. They beat the Bills, played close to the Bills and lost the Bills, beat the Bucs, beat the Panthers. They've played the teams that could have given them trouble. That being said, it's been a pretty easy slate of games, and next year's going to be a significant difference for them.
We're going to be diving into various playoff teams every day on the Beltway Blitz over the next couple of weeks. We're starting with the Patriots here, and beat reporter Doug Codd of the Boston Herald. By the way, I think I looked at it, and there's 5 games that had they not have beaten a team, that team would have finished over 500. So this idea that they beat one team over 500, okay, fine, but 5 games go the other way, and the Patriots don't beat them. Now those are all teams that are over 500. 2 against Miami, Baltimore, and that. There's others. What do you make of, and what kind of chances do you give Drake May to win MVP, and then also Mike Vrabel to win Coach of the Year?
I feel like, they're both tough because it's both difficult decisions. With Drake May, I would vote for Drake May. I know that some people have already put on Twitter that they've voted for Drake May among the 50 voters. But it also seems like people just want Matthew Stafford to be the MVP this season. And he's a good candidate as well. I mean, he's got the counting stats. Drake May's got the efficiency and advanced stats. So it kind of depends on what you value more. I think that if those things are close and you've got the schedule in favor of Stafford, you've got the supporting cast in favor of Drake May. If it's close, then if you remove one of those players from their team, which team would be worse? I think it's pretty easily the Patriots. Patriots finished it with the number 2 seed. They finished first in their division. They had more wins than the Rams. So I would give it to May, but it seems like it's going to be pretty tight there. With Vrabel, it's harder to tell because there's still 7 or 8 deserving candidates this year. A lot of first-year head coaches, Kyle Shanahan, Sean Payton, Mike McDonald. There's just so many good coaches out there who have turned their teams around. Once again, I think Mike Vrabel deserves it, but So do a bunch of other guys. So I think he's probably going to win it, but it's really hard to tell on that one.
Last year, Drake May didn't start the first 5 games, came in relief in a blowout loss against the Jets. Then it was up and down a lot. You certainly saw signs of some really good things. That's pretty clear and obvious. And here we are talking about him as either the MVP or a guy that's going to finish second, in all likelihood. How did that growth happen? How did we get here?
It certainly helps that Josh McDaniels came in and settled the offense. I think they've been a really good team, but I think it's also just the second-year leap that you sometimes see from quarterbacks, or, in Josh Allen's case, it was the third-year leap from him. We just saw it a little bit earlier from Drake May this year, but the guy had all the tools. He just put them all together, and as much as a better supporting cast like Stephon Diggs coming in helps, as much as having Josh McDaniels or Mike Vrabel coming in, a lot of it is just Drake May's tools. I mean, those guys aren't making him a more accurate quarterback. And Drake May's accuracy took a huge leap this year. He was much smarter protecting the football. He was still very good, using his legs as a weapon. So it was a number of different factors, but I give Drake May the most credit for it. Seems like he worked really hard, improved a lot as a leader, but just really seriously improved his game this year.
What do you make of the matchup with the Chargers in round 1 of the playoffs?
It's a really interesting matchup because the Chargers' weaknesses don't necessarily align with the Patriots' strengths. The Chargers have some offensive line issues, but the Patriots have not been great generating pressure off the edge this season. Harold Landry's hurt right now. Caleb Von Chasen's been a good addition, but he's not exactly like a premier top-tier pass rusher. So I like the Patriots' chances. I think they're going to win, but when you've, as we mentioned before, when you've only played one winning team this season with the Bills, would it really be a major surprise if the Patriots didn't win this game? No, but I do believe they're a good team. I think they match up well enough. I don't think the Chargers are a great team, and I'm still waiting to see it from Justin Herbert in the playoffs. I mean, he threw 4 interceptions the last time he was in the playoffs, so I don't think that he's exactly a proven commodity in the postseason. So give the Patriots a pretty good chance, but seems like it could be a good matchup.
Doug, thank you, buddy. Have a great week.
Absolutely, you too.
Yeah, and here's to ending that long national nightmare of no Boston championships. It's been almost a year. Let's talk about the Local 53, please. Michael Phillips, Odyssey Richmond, our pal. Miguel, Joe Witt's out, yada, yada, yada. But Cliff Kingsbury's out, too. What do you think?
My good. It feels, I'm going to use the word malicious, Danny, right? Because, this is a problem that could have solved itself if he had gotten a head coaching job elsewhere. If you just lay low for a week or, when they call for a reference, you're like, oh, yeah, we love working with Cliff. It'd be a real shame if you hired him away. He gets hired as a head coach. You'd be like, we wish him the best, et cetera. But doing it today, it almost costs him the opportunity at those jobs. It's going to be really hard for a team to hire as a head coach a guy who got fired as a coordinator. It feels a little spiteful.
What do you think their issue was with him?
Well, I think that certainly the Jaden shutdown late in the year was the indication that, in retrospect, that Adam Peters or whoever it was did not like the way Jaden was being used and didn't want Cliff to continue to use Jaden in that way, in a way that might put at risk the future of the team. But I also think, man, Jaden's feelings need to be a part of this too, because alienating your star quarterback is rarely a good way to conduct business unless you've got long-term concerns about him, too.
What's a good fit for Daniels, and how's that going to jive maybe with Dan Quinn and Adam Peters' vision of who they want at OC?
Yeah, it's tricky because, I think guys should be lining up to work with Jaden Daniels, right? I think that's a really good job with a great young quarterback. I'm still buying Jaden Daniels stock. I think he's still going to be an excellent NFL quarterback. But it also limits what you can get, right? Any name offensive coordinator isn't going to leave an OC job to come to another OC job where there's really no avenue to become head coach. You're like, my guy was Clint Kubiak all along. Let's pair him with a great offensive coach, who has a track record of helping quarterbacks succeed. That's not going to happen. He would leave for a head coaching job, not another OC job. So it limits the pool. Certainly you do get the sense that probably Adam Peters and maybe Dan Quinn have a vision in their head of the style of play they want him to play, and I'll be curious to see how that plays out in the search.
They also reportedly fired Bobby Johnson, their offensive line coach, today. What does that tell you?
Well, that was fascinating to me because there was so much praise lavished on Laramie Tunsil there yesterday. He was one of the few guys who got like a name check of praise yesterday. He's a Pro Bowler. We want to get a deal done. It was the opposite of everything that was said. Nice things were said about Terry last year, but it never sounded like that. And then the coach in charge of that unit leaves. I'm curious about the whole thing, right? You get the sense they want to remake their style, their identity. I got a lot of follow-up questions. I certainly understand why they didn't want to talk about it yesterday, because you'd rather not answer those questions. But this feels like a full remaking of their identity offensively.
And to that end, I don't love that. Not necessarily the idea to improve the offense, but it's you didn't know any of this a couple of years ago? Like, players were drafted. Signings were made. You know what I mean? Like, Cliff Kingsbury is handing Adam Peters a note that says, draft me Josh Connerly. He was involved in the Ben Sinnott consultation. He's involved in Jaden Daniels, presumably. This was built for something else. Whether that works or not is, obviously pretty important here. But that's kind of a head-scratcher, I guess, Michael.
Yeah, and throw the Brian Robinson trade on that as well. Obviously, a guy who didn't fit Cliff's system. So certainly it's a fascinating mid-course correction, but also the timing of it. I mean, next year's a referendum year on DQ. Everybody understands that. If he doesn't win next year, you're moving on, and the offensive coordinator probably goes with him unless he has a spectacular season. Jaden is in the fifth-year option pickup after next year, and you're going to start long-term contract negotiations with a guy who got, if you want to believe the reports, blindsided by this news this morning. That feels like not a great start. Like, it feels like maybe, everybody wants to talk about the RG3 comparisons. Let's talk about heading down the Kirk Cousins tracks here, where you just don't feel the love, don't feel like you're part of the team, part of the family, part of the administration. I'm not saying all those things are going to keep Jaden from signing here, but the timing here is very curious to me.
Michael Phillips, the Richmonder, Odyssey in Richmond. Lastly, on Dan Quinn calling his own plays defensively versus going and getting one of the bigger name DCs that are out there. How do you see that playing out?
Well, obviously everybody's going to say Raheem Morris, and I understand why, and they work well together, right? To me, Dan Quinn's got to produce a really good defense next year. It's got to have his stamp, his imprint on it, because if you're not an offensive guy and you're not the general manager, and if you're entrusting the defense to somebody else, what are you? You're Ron Rivera yelling about culture, right? Like, I think Dan Quinn's got to make a positive contribution to this team next year. I think that comes through defense. I think that's the best place for him to do that.
For Peters here, he made a big deal, it seemed like. The only thing he kind of said, I don't want to say he was on the record with everything, obviously, but the only thing that he sort of took a stand on yesterday was, hey, anything that has to do with the coaching, that's DQs. Right? He made a big point of that distinction when everything else, when they talk about collaboration and we're all of, it's a hive mind. We're basically, the Vecna and the Mind Flayer and everybody else in the Upside Down working together here. But all of a sudden, that one was, no, that's Dan's. I'll just support him with whatever he decides. Why? Make that make sense for me.
I will not be able to, Danny. Thank you for thinking that I might be able to, but it didn't make sense to me either. And I think there were a lot of unanswered questions coming out of yesterday. And certainly he's of that football style, playing it close to the vest. But in this interim period where all we have is this news, I think this is the first day where there's been legitimate questions about Adam Peters and his leadership going forward. Look, he could solve all those. He could have a great offseason. I think he's had great acquisitions. I think the Laramie Tunsil trade was good. I think picking up Debo was a good pickup. Javon Kinlaw was an unquestioned upgrade. Like, I think he's good at his job. But there were a lot of questions, and I don't feel like we got a lot of answers, Danny.
Michael, thank you, buddy. Good catching up.
Thanks, bud.
Hey, take care.
Take care of yourself. There's Michael Phillips. That is your Beltway Blitz on G&D. Who do you think was the bigger reason for Cliff being out from a relationship standpoint in that building? Do you think this was more about his relationship with Peters or Quinn? Was this an AP call or a DQ call? 800-636-1067 is the number. That's next on Grant and Danny.
This update is fed by Paisanos, not just pizza, but something for everyone, Paisanospizza.com. In the NFL, the Commanders have made some coaching changes today. They parted ways with offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury, also moved on from offensive line coach Bobby Johnson. They also fired defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. Other coaching news around the league, the Cowboys fired their defensive coordinator Matt Eberflus. The Bears have designated Kyler Gordon and Braxton Jones to return from injured reserve. The Bears will play the Packers Saturday night in the wild card round. Hockey, the Capitals beat the Ducks last night 7-4, as heard right here on The Fan. Justin Sordiff with his first career hat trick. The Caps back in action tomorrow against the Stars. NBA action at Capital One Arena tonight. The Wiz taking on the Magic at 7 o'clock. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Paisanos just dropped their new homemade cheesy breadsticks. Golden edges, a soft center, layers of melted cheese in every slice, finished with seasoning and served warm with marinara. Get them free with any order of $35 or more using code CHEESY. Not just pizza, but something for everyone. Paisanospizza.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
I'm really just here to support DQ. The coaching staff is DQ's, and I'm always here to help, like during the season and off season, however I can, to help support him and help him make the decisions that he needs to make, and certainly wherever he needs. So it's not, I'm not involved in whatever decision it is. It's always DQ's call, and I have his back on whatever he wants to do.
There's not silos here, JP. Coaching and scouts, we connect, we talk a lot, we visit a lot, and so it's one of the things I enjoy most is those conversations. It's different perspective, different points of view, so it's as collaborative as I've been a part of.
That was Adam Peters first, Dan Quinn second, talking about hiring coaches. Peters saying it's up to Quinn when you want to fire a coach, when you want to bring in a coach for his staff. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Who do you think is more responsible for Cliff Kingsbury being out? And whose decision do you think this was? I don't want to forget that on Saturday, the report that started all of this speculation from Diana Rossini in The Athletic was that Kingsbury was at odds with Adam Peters. Didn't really have much to say about Dan Quinn or wanting to go in a different direction or not seeing eye to eye with him. That has been what we have found and unearthed and kind of the narrative that's been out there over the last day or two. And you've got people that are doing digging and getting information. And, I talked to a bunch of people, both inside and outside the building over the last 24 hours. And what you hear is, hey, the vision may not be copacetic. They may not see eye to eye on how they want to develop Jayden Daniels. But it has been more about Quinn, obviously, making this decision than Peters. That answer you just heard yesterday, Peters pretty squarely saying, if there's a change made, it's up to Dan Quinn. Are you buying that, or do you think this was a Peters call? That was the original report, that Kingsbury was in trouble because he and the GM were not seeing eye to eye. This was Quinn, by the way. This is when we knew there was trouble in paradise, Danny. As soon as he was asked yesterday, what kind of year do you think Cliff Kingsbury had, and he answered like this, he couldn't give him a compliment, you knew it was over.
Yeah, we're going through all the coaches, Cliff, offensively, defensively, on the teams wide, and so that's really what we're digging into, Nikki, to find what's best, how do we do it, where do we find spaces to improve, and for Cliff, for Joe, for Larry, for all of us, that's our main focus, so we're never in this space again, and that's what we want to dig in hard on.
So right then I thought, Adam Peters is not the only guy that's got an issue with Cliff Kingsbury. So does Dan Quinn.
There's a huge bucket of what needs to be improved. That's all. There's a bunch of names, and a couple of them aren't here anymore, right? I mean, that was pretty telling. There was a great opportunity to say, yeah, Cliff had it tough this year, right? That with all the injuries and not having Jayden and everything that happened with McLaurin, not that they would name these names, but it was pretty obvious. The guy made chicken salad out of you-know-what in some cases. Depends on if your glass half full, half empty. But to me, this feels like a Peters thing. I think Dan Quinn is here as a relationship builder, a consensus guy. I think he's here because the answer is yes, right? They weren't interested in Mike Vrabel. They weren't interested in a big personality that's going to do it his way, that's going to have independent stuff, that's going to fight, et cetera. Dan Quinn is a guy that wasn't as sought after in terms of getting another shot at being a head coach. I think this was we'll be able to brainstorm, be hive mind here, and that's one way to do it. I'm not anti that. Simply saying I think that's the relationship.
Never forget that they were flying all over the country for a bunch of their interviews, and Dan Quinn was seen and talked to like Nikki Javala at the airport, flying out coach.
Yeah, the same gate we have to go through, then connect to Charlotte, and then end up
Right.
at spring training or
He
whatever.
came here
Yeah.
to the facility, and he's coming in and out that way. Meanwhile, they're flying to Detroit to go talk to Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn and those guys. Tells you a little bit about where everyone started at the beginning of that search. But that's the question for you: is do you think this decision was more about Peters or Quinn? What I'm told is that it's more about Quinn. That this was his call to make. That he's got one more shot at this thing. Basically, he's going to do it the way he wants to, as best he can. That report, though, man, the general manager at odds with a coordinator is odd. Those guys don't typically, they're not interacting that much, as Jay Gruden told us on the show yesterday, you wouldn't think. And that's when we knew trouble was in paradise. Let's go to the phones. Let's go to Jamal in Northeast D.C. What's up, Jamal?
Hey, what's going on, Grant, Dan?
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Happy New Year to you guys.
You too,
man.
You too. Happy New Year, sir.
Appreciate it. I think it was more so of DQ. I do feel like it was one of those influenced by AP decisions, though. Like, I feel like it's one of those, hey, man, look, I'm not feeling this. This is what I would do type of thing. And then Dan Quinn kind of used that influence from AP to ultimately make the decision. But I'll say this, I'm as a fan, I'm happy it happened. I'm not one of these people who wanted Cliff back. I felt like Cliff, from the outside looking in, has shown inconsistency to make adjustments, man. I'm not a fan of this my system type of people. Like, I feel like you have to adjust to the people you have available as far as players, man, and you have to put them in positions to do things that they'll succeed at, and not necessarily what you see in your head with your scheme.
Right. Like, the definition typically of being a good coach is being malleable and able to adjust to personnel. And it does feel like he runs the thing that he runs, and you get in where you fit in. There is some of that where if you're saying, like, my point all along has been, I wouldn't have fired him. I would have kept him around. I would have wanted him to incorporate some of these other elements. But maybe they go to him and say that, and he says, thank you for the recommendation. Please close my door on your way
I
out.
appreciate it. Don't let the door hit you.
Alton in Richmond, you're on Grant and Danny. What's up?
Yeah, I'm going to blame AP to have something to do with Cliff Kingsbury. And the reason why I said it, because he shouldn't get a free pass his own self, because look at all of the dumb stuff that he did throughout the season. Jaden get hurt. You don't Terry get hurt. You don't put nobody out there. You put no-name players out there that you could have got players from free agency. You didn't bother to do that. You just and then on top of it, if you had a say-so into everything, why didn't you try to ramp up the defense? Everybody that went down and got hurt. I'm a diehard Washington fan. I've been a diehard fan for 45 years. You cannot tell me that these people, half of the radio people that listen, that commentates on the radio and all that, knew half of these people that Adam Peters and Dan Quinn kept bringing in there to play for us that we didn't even know. Dre Jackson, you gonna come in there? He already injured when you get him. Why? I mean, it was dumb stuff that you was doing that would make you think instead of Cliff being gone, you should have been gone, because you used draft picks to get Lattimore. Out of 2 years with us, Lattimore got one interception.
Thank you, buddy.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, look, they swung and missed some. And Peters, it would tell you as an executive, his batting average is not 1,000, obviously. The idea that he should be gone, I'll disagree with. NFC Championship game last year got you the get-out-of-jail-free card that they used this year. And I would say that about Quinn, by the way. And I would say that about Cliff, by the way. I don't know why that same standard doesn't really apply. And I mentioned this earlier when we had John Keim on, and if you missed that conversation, you can podcast it wherever you get your audio. But if the argument about, Peters' seat warming or Quinn's seat warming begins and ends with, look at last year, man, 1 year, one NFC Championship game. Like, why doesn't Kingsbury get that same benefit of the doubt? Let's go to Brian, who's in Tyson's on the Fan. Hey, Brian.
What's going on, boys?
Hey, buddy.
Got a question. I haven't heard, this is kind of a different angle. I haven't heard anything about this, but what if DQ knows he's probably in his last year, he might be on the hot seat next year, and there's been talk about Cliff maybe being a potential head coach somewhere. You think maybe he sat Cliff down and said, look, if you end up getting that call, are you going to take it? And if so, I don't want to be behind the 8 ball. Like, I don't want to pick the bottom of the barrel for OCs. I haven't heard that angle, but you think that's a possibility?
I do. So that would be the most benign version of all of this, right? I mean, we had Michael Phillips on the Beltway Blitz a moment ago, GP, and he said this is all, I forget the word he used exactly, but not nefarious, but malicious, I think was kind of how he said it, where it's yeah, by the way, we're going to be moving on. Good luck finding new jobs, and we can call it mutual if you want to, right? Whereas the other guys, they sort of dismissed because they knew that Kingsbury was going to be different from Joe Witt, whose unit failed and was already replaced, demoted, whatever you want to call it, midseason. But that is nobody's mad at anybody. The backdrop is the report, by the way, from Diana Rossini and
right,
kind of what happened here. But that's the most, nobody's feelings are hurt. This is we'd actually just like to not pick from the last candidate. We need to know if you're going to get a head coaching job or you're going to take it, then it might be in our best interest for you to move and for us to start looking now, for you to start doing interviews. You're not tied to anything. That's the rosiest version. I don't buy that, but there's probably some grain of truth of that in the story.
I would love for that to have been the case. It's not the reality of it. I've heard too many things from too many people over the last 2 days now as to the bristling that was taking place in the building and the relationship fractures over the course of this year. Now we've got to dig in on what they were, why they were, right? Run pass balance, what does that mean exactly? I don't think it's as simple as the percentage of the time that you run the ball. A more traditional looking NFL offense to Jayden to develop in. What are you referencing exactly? Is that an under center versus gun thing? Is that an RPO versus traditional run game thing? But, they had a meeting today where they got together, they meaning Quinn and Cliff, to discuss how they thought to best move forward to get the most out of Jayden in the years ahead and how this offense should look in the next few years. They didn't agree on enough things. That's why they parted ways. I don't think it was a situation where Cliff is definitively going to get a job because, by the way, he is less likely to get a head coaching
this
job
year than last year.
Right now than he is likely. Let's go to Mark, who's in Largo on the Fan. Hey, Mark.
This is clearly an Adam Peters move, man. Look, I called you guys back in August. I told you and I told the Junkies. And I told Finley and B. Mitch, this was a smokescreen. Everybody and their mama thought that Cliff, when he came to the podium to talk about what he was complaining about with the offense, he was talking about Terry McLaurin. No, he was talking about Adam Peters. I knew right then and there was a problem. I've been saying for the last 3 months on your station, maybe not on your show, but definitely on the Junkies and on Kevin and everybody else's show, that Cliff was going to leave. Everybody said, "No, you're crazy, man. He ain't going." And I probably said it on this show too. I thought you could tell the body language. You could tell the body language yesterday. If I would, first of all, let me say this. I think the media in this town is kind of wimp on asking tough questions anymore. They used to ask tough questions galore when it came to Bruce Allen. But they didn't do that at all yesterday. I felt like the question should have been a lot harder at Adam, directed at Adam. Quinn is one thing. This is all on Adam Peters, man. It's all on Adam Peters.
Appreciate you, Mark.
Thank you, dude.
I wonder if that tone changes more as we get further away. Like, again, he's here for 1 year. They have the success he has. This is the second year. So you're just not going to have the same.
There shouldn't be the same venom,
vitriol as the guy that was perpetual loser who probably had no business being a NFL general manager in Bruce Allen. You were brought in to do business stuff, and you kind of just weaseled your way over to running the football operation too, essentially. I mean, Adam Peters, who has won Super Bowls as a scout in New England and come up with the Broncos, winning a Super Bowl, and then running San Francisco's drafts, winning an NFC championship game. This is a guy that has the pelts on the wall. So there's a reverence for, I think, the way he's operated. But I agree with you. Like, it is time to, take the kid gloves off a little bit with Peters, with Quinn this offseason. I just think you're going to get a little further away from quite literally the best year this team has had in over 30 years before you start asking for people to really start getting upset or angry. Like, 1 year ago was the best year of my lifetime, and it was the only year Peters was ever in charge of before this one.
Right. You got some deposits in the bank. Now, we do this 5 more times. Yeah, let's do that. Let's have the winning off the field site press conference where Bruce Allen is stumbling over every word, et cetera. But that, I don't think it was warranted yesterday. But to his larger point, it could have been more venomous, and I think it would have been in bounds for it to be that way.
Bill's on the show at 5 in less than 20 minutes. We'll talk to Ja'Cory Crosskeep-Merritt about Cliff Kingsbury. So you'll want to be listening to that coming up at 5 p.m. Right now, we're asking you, who do you think is more responsible for the decision to move on from Cliff Kingsbury? Dan Quinn, your head coach, or Adam Peters, the general manager? This is The Fan. Curious to see what Bill's going to have to say about a change on the offensive side. Cliff Kingsbury's out after 2 productive seasons in D.C. Offensive efficiency this year wasn't kind to him and the Commanders. They went from 5th 1 year ago to 22nd this year. Not having your starting quarterback, not having your wide receiver 1 among many other key starters throughout the year, a factor in that for sure. Danny, who do you think is bigger in the decision? Who do you think is more responsible for the ousting of Cliff Kingsbury, the coach, Quinn, or the GM, Peters?
I think it's Peters. I think Peters is the strong-willed alpha. It's his personality, his image, his designs, his things, and he presents a collaborative environment. But part of that collaboration, I think, is agreeing with him. And I'd rather have that, by the way, than the head coach-centric nonsense of Rivera and company and whatever you want to call it. But I think this is a Peters production. You know, I think what time we do this, that, and the other. I think how hot the breakfast food is. I think it's Peters. I think Peters decides his culture, his everything. I think Dan Quinn is here because he's willing to get along with that.
So it's his building, there's no doubt. And this is something I've said for a while. I think Dan Quinn is here because Adam Peters wanted someone that he could have a good relationship with, which is super important and a good reason to hire someone. And I think those guys do see eye to eye on a lot, and Dan Quinn goes along with a lot. I do think this was probably more Quinn's call. Do I think Peters is cool with it? Absolutely. Do I think that Diana's report's correct that he and Cliff didn't always see eye to eye? Would Peters also want some more traditional NFL-looking stuff? Definitely. But I think whether it's because Quinn's been talking to Peters about this and it's in his head or not, I think he's a pretty old school guy. Like, this is a tale as old as time too. A defensive-minded head coach who wants an offensive-minded guy calling plays to think more about the defense and to be more complimentary and to do things that put the defense at odds less. That's pretty common, pretty normal. And I think that's probably a lot of what's happening. Let's go to Usman in New York listening on the Odyssey app. What's up, Usman?
What's going on, guys? So first of all, unsportsmanlike conduct on Grant. You cannot call Danny out like that. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
That was tough. Now, the only reason I did it was because many, many times he's called me out for like following Livy Dunn and some other people. So I thought it was just an evening of the playing field.
Quid pro quo. No problem there.
Yeah.
Okay,
Had he had never done that to me, I wouldn't have done it to him.
That's fine. Replay the down. Okay, no worries. So 2 things real quick. First off, I definitely think this is heavily AP. I think he's saying, 2 years in a row, you've gotten my biggest investment hurt in some way, shape, or form. Now, they haven't reported that to us, but they know behind the scenes, broken ribs 1 year, a litany of injuries this year. And he must have told DQ, like, listen, you got to cut this out right now or else, ... And it seemed like DQ kind of got that message. He seemed a lot more frantic, aggressive, pointed in his speech yesterday, like, we're not going to let this expletive happen again and blah, blah, blah. And I think he just kind of read the writing on the wall and said, well, okay, Cliff has to go. I think it's AP because we've seen how reluctant DQ is to fire his own staff or make changes or whatever with Joe Witt. So
I don't know. Can we say that anymore? I mean, yes, he didn't fire him in season, but he's now fired both of his coordinators in 2 seasons on the job and within a year of an NFC championship game. So it's not like he's proven to be someone who overly evaluates and analyzes continuity as this significant thing. Zeke in Southeast, I believe, thinks that maybe they've already got their OC lined up. What's up, Zeke?
No. Hey, love your show, guys.
Appreciate you.
I think I'm coming from a different perspective. I think Kingsbury went to them and say, hey, I'm going for a coaching job. There's 6 new coaching jobs, and 2 of them need quarterback. And think about it. If you're a general manager of another team, Cliff had a rookie quarterback who led the team to the NFC Championship. I'd rather have somebody like that working with my young quarterback. So I think Kingsbury approached them and say, hey, I'm going to focus on this coaching job, and I promise you he's going to get one.
But, Zeke, guess what? So, first of all,
Thank you, buddy.
Dollar bet on if he gets one or not. That's fine. I hope he does. I hope you're right. I think he could get a head coaching job. I'm not banking on it. But he could interview for any of those jobs. They would give him permission while keeping the gig. He wouldn't ask to be released from this job to try to get a head coaching job. It's not like they're in the playoffs and you're multitasking like last year. You literally would spend every hour of every day focusing on those jobs, and this is just your fallback. You're not giving up your multiple $1 million a year coordinating job working with future MVP candidate Jaden Daniels because you want to be a head coach. If you don't get a job, see last year where the right thing didn't become available, the jobs you would have wanted, Tampa, Bowles stays, Chicago, goes with Ben Johnson, whatever, then you say, okay, I'll just keep doing this. So if the Commanders,
especially while he's still getting paid by the Cardinals,
right? If the Commanders said to him, "Hey, we're not letting you interview for head coaching jobs," and it's either he has to leave to do that, or you get to, basically have to stay here. Okay, maybe, but that's not the case. They would have gladly allowed him to interview while keeping him around, like they did last year, by the way, when he interviewed and could have gotten the Saints job that he turned down. Carlos in Alexandria, what's good?
Hey, guys, good topic. I'm with the guy 3 calls ago, by the way. I was amazed at how softball that press conference was yesterday. There was no one that asked directly about the big report that everybody was talking about. And so I think what we're in here is we're in kind of a real switch now in media coverage of this firm, which I think has been in sort of a hangover from Danny, and people want this to succeed so much. There hasn't been any of this. This was sprung on us late in the season, the day before the season ended, and none of it in Hard Knocks. There's been none of this. Why did all the reporters look so surprised at this?
Appreciate you, dude.
Nationally, too, by the way. It came out via Rossini of The Athletic, a national reporter.
I think you said it to a degree. Again, when you do what nobody in this organization has done for 3+ decades, there is goodwill built up. When you treat people really well, there is some goodwill built up, and that's what these guys have done to this point. So I think, to a degree, you're not as busy hunting for some of the negative stories, and maybe a lot of fans are crying out for that as a team is flailing and struggling, and they can't get right, and they played the same veterans the same number of minutes to eke out a win against the team that didn't give a damn in the final week of the season. But you're right. I think you answered your own question. That's how we got there.
At 5:25, should Jaden Daniels have any input in what happens next at coordinator, or should he have had input in keeping Cliff Kingsbury? He clearly wanted them to. There's a report from Fox Sports that he's not happy about the decision to move on from Kingsbury. We'll get into that coming up in about a half hour. Next, though, Bill joins us live on The Fan. What does he think about his play caller and OC being out today? You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan.
Coaching news in the NFL today, starting with the Commanders. They have moved on from both of their coordinators, Cliff Kingsbury on the offensive side of the ball, Joe Witt Jr. on the defensive side of the ball. They also fired their offensive line coach, Bobby Johnson. Other coaching news in the NFL today, the Cowboys fired their defensive coordinator, Matt Eberflus. The Lions moved on and fired their offensive coordinator, Johnny Morton, after just a season. Injuries around the league. The Bears designated cornerback Kyler Gordon and left tackle Braxton Jones to return from injured reserve. They'll take on the Packers Saturday night in the wild card round. The Rams have activated safety Quentin Lake off injured reserve. The Rams will play the Panthers Saturday afternoon at 4:30. In hockey last night, heard right here on The Fan, the Capitals beat the Ducks 7-4. Justin Sordoff with his first career hat trick. Alex Ovechkin with 2 goals, now up to .914 in his career. They're back in action tomorrow against the Stars. Wizards in action tonight on the hardwood at Capital One Arena, taking on the Orlando Magic. 7 o'clock tip-off. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
The show's brought to you exclusively by the law firm Condori and Murat, estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. And be sure to tell them that we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We're taking you up to 6:30 on The Fan, and we are pleased right now to go to the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome onto the show our good buddy, Jacory Krosky Merritt. Bill is back on the program for one last ride this season after Week 18 and that final game, a win over the Philadelphia Eagles. Bill, thanks for the time, man. How are you?
What's going on? Good. How you doing?
We're doing very well. Congrats on the dub, getting to 5-12 at the end of the season. You know, Danny and I we're sitting here, we're fans, so we were kind of hoping for the draft positioning, but I know you guys work your butts off. You don't care about that, so congrats. Well earned. Well earned.
Appreciate it.
Hey, so we've got to start with the news of the day. You know by now, Cliff Kingsbury, your offensive coordinator, and the team mutually agreed to part ways. What did you make of hearing that news?
I was like, dang. That's all I could say, to be honest. I feel like that's above my pay grade to be like just questioning things. So, you know, I trust it.
Did you have a feeling things were coming down the pike? Like, you were inside the building. Did you expect Cliff to be back? Did you know anything wasn't copacetic, or what did you kind of experience?
Well, I definitely expected him to be back. But I mean, I guess that's just how the business goes, and I'm just learning as we go how things work.
How did you find out?
I got on Twitter, and that was like one of the first things I seen.
Oh, okay. So you found out like we did. You didn't get a text from Cliff or anything saying, "Hey, I'm not coming back."
Found out on the internet.
Wow. And have you reached out to him just to wish him luck or anything yet, or is that something you'll do down the road?
Maybe down the road. Just letting everything settle in right now for him.
What was your relationship like with Cliff, and what did you just think of him as a OC and as a play caller?
My relationship, we had a good relationship. We'll see each other, you know, chop it up, talk ball, and I feel like it was always a good relationship since the day I met him. So like we had a pretty solid relationship for sure.
Bill, how was he helpful to you in developing into a pro, and you know some of the skills and things that you worked on as the season progressed?
How was he helpful to me?
Yes.
I would say just put me in the best position, like to be the best version of myself.
Jacory,
like he kind of helped me out in that area.
Jacory Krosky Merritt with us on Grant and Danny. It's Bill time on G&D after a Commanders win over the Eagles. News of the day today that Jacory's OC and play caller after the last 2 years here in D.C., Cliff Kingsbury, is leaving the organization. In fact, defensive coordinator Joe Witt, just getting in the car, was fired today as well. So some major changes to the Washington coaching staff. As far as what comes next, what kind of OC would you want to see hired? Like, what are you hoping for as a running back, as a player on this team, in the way of scheme or philosophy moving forward?
Just looking forward to be in space a lot. That's what I see. So I can,
I was going to ask, is that something that you were kind of frustrated by maybe at any point, that wasn't happening a lot? That for you as someone that's so shifty and so good with the ball in his hands, I'd love for you to be in space more too. I'd love to see what that looks like. It didn't feel like that happened consistently. Was that a source of frustration at all?
No, I don't really think I caught myself getting frustrated because I'm just a rookie. Like I'm still learning as we go, and I don't have like really no say so or anything like that. So I'm just just going with it and just trusting the plan.
You're a rookie. You're not allowed to be frustrated, I guess.
Right.
Although, but when you say in space, are you talking about how you're used in the run game, like outside the tackles? Are you talking about throwing you the ball on screens? Like, what do you even mean by that?
It could be anything. Yeah, I can want to catch the ball. Definitely want to work on that. Well, not work on it, but definitely want to do that to show I could, and just not limit myself like to just running the ball in between the tackles or outside. So just getting in space.
What are you planning this offseason as it pertains to pass blocking, pass catching, like third down stuff to just become more of an all-down back? How will you go about working on that? What kind of either drill work or plan are you going to put together? Have you started thinking about that yet?
Oh yeah, I already have a off-season plan, and like I just gotta attack it, and like I wanna be on the field not only on first and second down, but on passing downs too, on catching downs where you got to catch it out the backfield. And I think we'll start to do more of that, and just add that to to be a part of my game.
Bill, you guys get to play a game at the highest level, right? It's something you've always dreamed of, and I'm sure it's amazing day in and day out. But this is the other side of it, right? Where it is a business, and it can be a really, really harsh one at times. What advice and kind of what thoughts did some of the vets share with you about that? Maybe as the season wasn't going according to plan.
Like, man, this the NFL, bro. Like, everybody that been through a kind of an up and down season, and that was like, bro, that's how I go, bro. Like, everything's not gonna go your way, and you just gotta stay focused and just trust the process, and just gotta keep coming out there and fighting each game, because I think who started like 0-3. Someone started 0-3 and like just went on like an 8-game winning streak. So I mean, you just gotta just keep your head down for real.
All right, Bill, before we let you go, I want to look ahead to the playoffs in the NFC. Obviously, you guys don't get to play all of these teams, but you've got some familiarity. You played some of them. The Packers, the Bears, the Rams, the Panthers, the Niners, the Eagles. Among those that are playing this weekend, who's your pick to come out of the NFC? Who do you think has the best chance to make a run for a Super Bowl?
Oh, I would say maybe the Rams.
Ooh, interesting.
I would say maybe the Rams. Who would you say?
I like the Rams too.
The Rams are good. I think they're going to beat Carolina. I've got them losing after that. I'm going to roll with San Francisco, I think. The winner of that 49ers-Eagles game, I think, goes on a run.
Okay. That's not a bad take at all.
Nobody mentioned Seattle, by the way, Bill. They were pretty good. They were pretty impressive to me. Is that the best team that you guys faced this year, do you think?
The best team I think I faced personally was maybe a healthy Packers defense, maybe.
Yeah,
early on, they were unreal.
In Thursday Night Football in Week 2, they looked different. They ended up almost missing the playoffs, by the way. It's such a funny league.
Yeah, so that's why I said a healthy team.
Yeah.
Those guys, there was I'll say them and maybe Seattle.
All right, cool. You can be watching, or are you the kind of guy after the end of the season that you kind of get away from football, or are you going to lock in on the playoffs?
I'll tune in here and there. I'll definitely be watching those.
I heard Cousins a big Jags fan. He's got a Trevor Lawrence jersey.
Is that true?
Oh, that's 100% not true.
Oh, really?
100%.
Cousins of Jags, Mark. You said Liam Cohen can draw it up.
Nah.
Not so much.
Cousins don't. Nah, I'm just playing.
He doesn't
Cousins
mess
not
with
rocking
the
with
Jags.
them.
Do you play Madden at all?
I don't.
Did you ever?
Not really. I never was that good at it, so.
I would start to play if I was in the game. That's just how I view it.
You got to use
know what I mean?
yourself
Like
in
I
Madden.
would give the ball to me.
No, I never since I'm not that good and I just don't play because I hate losing, so it just make me mad.
Well, Bill, it's been fun catching up with you all year, buddy. You should be very proud of yourself, leading rookie running backs in rushing touchdowns, being in the top 5 in yards among rookie backs this season. For a 7th-round pick, pretty incredible. Great starting point for your career. Thanks for hopping on with us and joining us throughout the season.
And I got a someone say they heard my voice and I called up to the bank and I was like, I know your voice from the Grant and Danny radio show. That was pretty cool.
Wait.
They said, hold on, is this Bill?
Wait, they recognize your voice from that?
Yes,
That's hilarious.
Yes, I was calling up to the bank and I was like, hold on, is this Bill?
So you called the
That's how I
bank just
hear
to
you
like
on
do
I hear you
banking.
on the radio show.
That's hilarious.
That's great.
They just heard your voice and picked it up from
They
listening
heard
to
my
the show.
voice. And
All right,
they
we
said,
got
this Bill.
We got to shout them out. So the banker that talked to Bill and listens to the show, we appreciate you. That's pretty incredible. Good to hear from them. All right, Bill, be
Yeah.
good.
All right, appreciate y'all.
Yeah, be
Thanks,
good,
buddy.
buddy. What a guy. Ja'Cory Krosky, Bill, on Grant and Danny. How about this breaking news in the NFL? The list has grown from 6 coaches
How about this
who
one?
have been ousted to 7 openings now.
Who would have thought that Tyler Loop would send the whole coaching cycle for a loop with his missed field goal at the end of Sunday Night Football? John Harbaugh fired by the Baltimore Ravens. The Ravens now looking for a head coach. John Harbaugh out on the market. I'm Toby Altizer with breaking news on The Fan.
Wow. That's the second longest tenured head coach in the NFL behind Mike Tomlin, who I don't think is a lock, by the way, after this weekend when they likely lose in the playoffs to the Texans to keep his job. It's very possible that the Steelers and Mike Tomlin part ways as well. Harbaugh's probably going to get a gig right now.
615 winning percentage lifetime.
Yeah.
That don't grow on trees, dude.
So I think Stefanski as a retread gets a job in this cycle. He's interviewing with the Giants tomorrow. I think John Harbaugh gets a job right away in this cycle. At least those 2 guys probably do, and there might be others. But John Harbaugh out in Baltimore. By the way, Todd Monken, their OC today, was given permission to interview for the Cleveland Browns head coaching job. So they are going in a very different direction. To me, this seemed like a no-brainer. When you started to see that anti-Lamar Jackson reporting out of Baltimore for the first time ever, there are leaks out of that building. It became
something's rotten.
A little bit like a head coach or quarterback. And it would have been asinine and ridiculous and an outrage, respectfully to John Harbaugh, if they chose him over Lamar Jackson. I mean, that would have been utterly preposterous. So if it really is a souring relationship, if it really has gotten to a point where they started to turn on Lamar as a staff and just didn't know if they could win the championship with him because of the work he puts in and how he takes care of himself and his body, then you know what? Okay, we got to choose between the 2 of you. Pretty easy choice. Thank you for your time, John Harbaugh. 18 seasons, a 180 and 113 record, 13 playoff wins, and a Super Bowl champion.
Yeah.
This is one of those, when you dismiss a guy, you put out the nice statement about how much you love him, how much he meant to you, what he did for your organization. It's thank you. It's not, there's the door.
So a couple of my in-laws
Seems like
are.
you're surprised by that.
I am. So this was one. I mean, again, I'm always last. I'm always the guy that's a lifer there, that's won the Super Bowl, that's incredible.
To me, this felt like a lock when they lost the way they did this. Steelers. I mean the loop kick, but
Yeah.
they just didn't play that game.
No,
well.
they didn't, and they've been sloppy, frankly, all year long. They've
Yes.
lost a bunch of games they shouldn't have.
Bad team that shouldn't have been as bad as it was.
Yeah.
Every year they're in the playoffs. He did win a Super Bowl, but in the Lamar Jackson era, they have been really good, and like a couple things haven't gone their way to get to or win the Super Bowl. And this year, you didn't even make the playoffs. So it was clearly going in the wrong direction.
When they've got their pieces, they win double-digit games until this year, right? This is the first time that's happened under his watch. They've had 2 nonsensical, crazy, injury-plagued, everything went wrong type years, a 5-11 season back in 2015, and then kind of this year where they just couldn't get right. No matter what one step forward, it was 3 steps sideways, 1 step back, a trapdoor, etc. It just felt like these are them and the Steelers are doing the Spider-Man meme. Like, no matter what, this is the guy. We are stable. Look how stable we are. Our GM that was here forever handed it off to the next guy that's going to be here forever. We'll have 2 GMs in our organization's history, and that'll last us 70 years. It's always how it felt to me, that this was just noise, this was smoke, this was dissatisfaction from a year. They'd retooled and kind of run it back, and we were doing Harbaugh and Tomlin shtick for the next 20 seasons. So I know a lot of my Baltimore friends and some of my family, my in-laws are Baltimore fans. They were actually saying that this was possible, and they were calling for it. And I kind of went, yeah, okay. Harbaugh will be on the sideline next year doing his thing. And so I am pretty surprised, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think it's one of the worst-kept secrets in the league, frankly. You know, when you talk about the decision coming. We didn't know if it was going to go this quickly or if he was going to be out or not. But I think this was the thought. And the same with Tomlin in Pittsburgh. And it's a little harder when you make the playoffs. But if they lose a 27-10 game and just look bad doing it against the Texans, I'm telling you, we might be having the same conversation about Mike Tomlin. So it's crazy. Everyone said this was going to be a lighter cycle because of the options that are out there. And we're at 7 again. One more dismissal. Tomlin, Bowles steps away, whatever it is. A quarter of the league's coaches are out in a year where we said it wasn't going to be a big cycle of openings. This is what happens.
Yes, it does.
It's such a not for long league. Where does Harbaugh end up? Cardinals, Falcons, Browns, Raiders, Giants, Titans.
Should be either the Giants or Titans to me.
I think
there's
the
your culture
Giants
build.
go offensive. Like, to me, Stefanski, if he wants that job, will get that job. I'm going to say Stefanski to the Giants. What about
Atlanta?
I could see it, definitely.
Because, again, it's not the ideal setup, offensive mind, yada, yada, yada. This is a dude with a kind of like supersedes the what's your specialty. My specialty is being in charge of a really good organization, winning a bunch of games.
I'm going to say Harbaugh to the Cardinals. Go out on a limb a little bit.
I smell what you're cooking there.
Cleveland Browns would make sense, but it's in the division. Does he want to go there?
Those, far be it for me to tell you that Arizona is the pinnacle of consistency and a model organization. But I think it's buyer beware going to Cleveland.
He's a good coach.
He really is. Like, I don't know how anybody with a track record going to Cleveland, I just couldn't see it happening.
Luke's in Waldorf on G&D. What's up, Luke?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Doing great.
Listen, well, we just got rid of 2 coordinators, and with this news, tell Dan Quinn, thank you. We see you later. Bring Harbaugh to D.C. now. How you gonna fire a 2-time Super Bowl champion? Are they crazy? Bring him to D.C. Let's go.
So this does happen, by the way, where maybe you're not a fit anymore. Maybe your messaging has gotten stale.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean you can't coach anymore. Like, if the Steelers and Tomlin go in separate directions, I'll say the same thing about him. I think they should move on from him, by the way. I really do. Also, a team should definitely bring Mike Tomlin in. I would love for him to coach my team. I feel that way about John Harbaugh. I feel that way about Kevin Stefanski. He's a good coach. Is John Harbaugh a better head coach than Dan Quinn? I would say yes, by the way. I think he is a significant upgrade over Dan Quinn. It doesn't work that way. That's not what you do. You don't fire a guy right now in Quinn to go get John Harbaugh when you've already decided he's staying. But I feel that way about Kevin Stefanski. Like, if you're asking me just sight unseen, who would you rather have as your head coach? Stefanski, who's available and would take this job because of Jaden Daniels, I'm sure, or Dan Quinn? I would rather have Stefanski.
There's a lot of guys I'd rather have.
That are available right now?
Well, that's list is a little short.
My list that's available is Stefanski and Harbaugh for sure. Are there more than that?
No.
But, I mean, it's not realistic and it's not happening.
No. But, yeah, I mean, we always talk about time and a place, too, of where an organization is. So, for example, the Virginia Tech hire. If you're LSU, you shouldn't be barking down the James Franklin tree. If you're Virginia Tech, where you got like one winning season the last handful of years and you're looking to get back to legitimacy, that's a slam dunk. If you are an Arizona, a Cleveland, an Atlanta to a degree, or the Giants or whomever, that's exactly who you should be calling, right? But if you're a team trying to go over the top, it may not be that if Tomlin loses his gig, the right thing for you, et cetera. But if you'd like someone to build some consistency, be the modicum of accountability and setting expectations a certain way and having his message resonate for a while, both of those guys that mirror each other in the AFC North would be great hires for you.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with the decision from the Ravens. I think both are true. This is the right move for Baltimore, in my opinion. And also, he's a really good coach that should get another job. but he'd been there since '08. They won their Super Bowl in 2012, the year Robert Griffin was a rookie. They have not won a Super Bowl since. They've been to the playoffs 6 of the last 7 years before this year. It was kind of close, no cigar kind of deal where it just, they were always 1 or 2 plays away.
Bad performances a couple times, too, where they were the 1 seed. They were upset. Tennessee got them when they got red hot, if you recall. They lost that game to Kansas City where they decided to try to be different than they were for whatever
by far
reason.
The best opening now with an MVP quarterback in Lamar.
Yeah.
But I wonder, does Cliff get a call there? Would that be something he could interview for as a guy that coaches running quarterbacks?
If I'm Cliff's agent, 1-800-RAVENS are on.
He and everybody else want that. Him, Dable, all those guys, I'm sure.
My guy Cliff can adopt a Baltimore accent with his deep voice. He'll fit right in.
Who's the fit for the Ravens? They don't go defensive or special teams again, right? You don't fire Harbaugh. Like, the relationship had fractured with your quarterback. I think that relationship's pertinent. You got to go with a play caller, I would think. But I don't know who that would be at this point. All right, let's get back into the Commanders next. We got our own business to tend to here. Should Jaden Daniels have any input in who the next offensive coordinator is to replace Cliff Kingsbury? And should the team have cared that he endorsed Kingsbury, that his mom, who's also an agent of sorts for Daniels, came out to say that she wanted Cliff Kingsbury back for year 3? G&D on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. If you're trying to sell your home, choosing the right agent, well, it's everything. You're not just hiring somebody to list the house and put a sign in the front yard. You're hiring somebody to protect your equity, fight for your bottom line, and guide what's probably the biggest financial move you'll make in some time. That's why sellers go with Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Power Home Team with Keller Williams. While average agents just throw your home online and hope somebody notices, Empower Home Team launches a full-blown marketing campaign. We're talking digital ads, buyer matching technology, high-impact visuals, and messaging that creates a real buzz around your home. That's why listings handled by Empower Home Team, they don't sit, they sell fast. And not just fast, they sell for more. Time and time again, their clients walk away with higher net proceeds and less stress. They're so confident in their abilities that if your home for some reason, some crazy reason doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price that you agree on. That is their guarantee. So it happened in real time. They sold our place a few years ago. We got way more than I thought possible. They are the best at this. So call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Empower Home Team now to find out more. It's 844-654-SOLD. 844-654-SOLD. Or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL, plenty of coaching news, starting with the local team, the Commanders. They parted ways with offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury, also fired offensive line coach Bobby Johnson, and their defensive coordinator Joe Witt Jr. The big news just a little bit ago, the Ravens fired head coach John Harbaugh after 18 seasons. He won Super Bowl 47 with them, and Coach of the Year in 2019 finishes with a 614 win percentage, but John Harbaugh out in Baltimore. The Cowboys fired their defensive coordinator, Matt Eberflus. The Lions fired their offensive coordinator, Johnny Morton. Hockey last night, the Capitals beat the Ducks 7-4. Justin Sordoff with his first career hat trick. They're back in action tomorrow against the Stars. NBA action tonight. The Wizards taking on the Magic at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock tip-off right here on The Fan. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
I mean, I love working with Cliff. You know, me and him have a special relationship. You know, we kind of built that over these past 2 years. And, you know, I kind of just wish I was out there more to play for him this past year. So, I mean, that's kind of the focus for me in this offseason.
Jaden Daniels talking Cliff Kingsbury. He and Cliff had a very close relationship. Worked very tightly together over the last couple of years. They're early risers who get to the facility first. Cliff's like a get-to-work at 3:35 in the morning guy. He and Jaden, you saw it on Hard Knocks, I think, actually, but they have this thing they do in the bubble together where they, you know, walk and go through all of the different plays for practice ahead of time, and both watch the tape and would text each other all hours of the night and kind of football junkies. They had a really, really good rapport. Yesterday, Daniels was asked about Kingsbury, and as the franchise quarterback said, he wanted him here. Now, Joe Burrow, as an example, in Cincinnati, who is a former MVP type player, who I don't think he's won one yet, but like has had that MVP season a couple years ago, and who has been in a Super Bowl and is considered a Mount Rushmore top 4 guy in the league right now. It's been said that the reason Zach Taylor is with the Bengals is that he went to ownership and basically said, I want Zach Taylor here. That's my guy. I don't want him going anywhere. They didn't want to ruffle Burrow's feathers. They kept Zach Taylor. I don't know that Daniels went to Josh Harris and the ownership group. I doubt he did. He's only in his second year. He's coming off of a disappointing season. But he publicly, when asked about it, endorsed Cliff Kingsbury to stay. Beyond that, and I always provide the caveat, Danny, that I don't love bringing like players, families, and stuff into it, but this is a different beast. Jaden Daniels' mom, who's involved in his representation and who, you know, does public appearances and stuff as like a celebrity, like fan of the team and mother of the player. She tweeted just 2 days ago, after we heard that there was a dispute between the GM and Kingsbury and they were at odds. She came out and said, headed in the right direction, reposting after the win in week 18. Let's go, exclamation points, officially loading JD5 Cliff Kingsbury season 3. That was a pretty clear endorsement that I want him back, that my son presumably wants him back, that the Jaden Daniels camp is saying, let's go, Cliff Kingsbury is our guy. We already knew that they were really close. Cliff, I've been told all along, was maybe the biggest supporter of Jaden's in the building before the draft as well, was hugely an endorser of bringing Jaden Daniels in here. Then you had the report today to just further set this up from Jordan Schultz, Fox Sports. Sources, my understanding is that key Commanders offensive players, including quarterback Jaden Daniels, are disappointed with the team's decision to part ways with Cliff Kingsbury. Daniels vouched for him to stay in his presser on Monday and was among those blindsided by the move. Offensive players on the team figured the only way Kingsbury would be gone is if he got a head coaching job. So I present all of that to set this up to ask, does it matter to you guys that Daniels is apparently frustrated by this decision, yes or no? 800-636-1067. Should he have had a say in whether Kingsbury stayed or went as a soon-to-be third-year quarterback who looks like the face of the franchise? And should he be involved or have a say in who they bring in here next as the OC to call plays for him? 800-636-1067.
So to me, it's a data point. And I don't know when this crosses over into that's just what we're going to do. I don't have a hard and fast rule on that. And I wish I did. I wish I had a stronger take. I would take it under advisement, but it would not be a governing factor.
Would you
for me
seek him out to talk to him? You're Adam Peters. You're Dan Quinn. You're sitting down today
Great question.
to make this big decision. Would you go to Jaden and say, hey, what do you think? Privately. I don't care what you said at the press conference yesterday. I want to know, what are Cliff's strengths? What are his weaknesses? What do you like? What don't you like? What would you change? Because if you go to him and he backs him and you know he's ride or die and then you don't do it, that probably doesn't feel great to him either.
No. So, but it's also, that borders on trotting candidates for the defensive coordinator job past the defensive coordinator while he's still in his office. You know what I mean? You don't want to go behind the back too many times of guys that might get fired and figure out what people think about them. Like, there's got to be a happy medium there.
When it's mutual,
yeah,
there is interest in Cliff in operating anyway. Like, they knew on the inside this was coming, in other words.
Yeah.
They knew this meeting was coming, that it may end this way, that it was very possible he was leaving. I don't think it would have been out of bounds, especially after that presser when he said what he did or didn't say yesterday, for him to go to Daniels to just get some input before the meeting where they were going to determine his fate.
Yeah, so I'm going to use the exit interviews, the conversations I have as part of my data set in terms of, but there is a time when a quarterback reaches that superhuman, super saiyan, whatever you want to call it, level where I go, if he wants him, that's who's here. He's not there, and it's not his fault.
Mahomes says, I want Matt Nagy brought back in to be the OC. You go.
Then I go, okay.
You would give him that input.
When you are on the discussion list of the greatest of all time, then you've got more outsized input. It's about making you happy. And Rob, I'll try to present my case otherwise, but, having him be disgruntled torpedoes everything. So I don't know that I would 100% do that, but again, it would be a far more weighted data point than this one would be. It's not to diminish what Jaden Daniels has done already and what I think he will do. But the analogy I used when we were talking about this before the show, hours ago, is my 12-year-old son doesn't know what he doesn't know yet. He hasn't experienced all the different things. When he tells me his preference, I'll say, thank you, but you're not having donuts for dinner. I know why you don't yet. Daniels hasn't had multiple different systems at this level, hasn't had, kind of gone through this cycle, et cetera. It hasn't had 4 different OCs in however many years or whatever. That's probably to the good, by the way. But maybe a new system would be great for you. It might also be terrible. We don't know. But I want to hear from him. I want to hear about his experiences, et cetera. And I also need to know that if I'm going to make this move, I've got a better option for him, whether he knows it yet or not.
It's also really hard for players, in my experience, seeing how this works, to not allow relationships to infiltrate their thinking on who they want to stay and go. And that's not a anti-player thing. That's anything. If CK came to you to get your input on continuing to do the show with me or not, positively or negatively, depending on the day, perhaps, like our relationship would be a factor in your answer to that. It's not black and white. It's not easy. If you really like Toby and he goes, hey, how do you like Toby in that role? Do you want to keep working with Toby or should we move him to this show? I would go, I love Toby. Of course I want Toby in it. If it's someone you don't know, you can give them, an honest evaluation. Right. Players are buddies. Players are friends. And in this case, I think Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury have a really close, really tight relationship. The maturation necessary for you to feel that way about someone and to still not endorse them would be pretty insane, no? And so I bring that up to say, like, Aaron Rodgers is a great example of this. How many times are you going to go get Alan Lazard and Randall Cobb and, like, let's just get the band together. Let's bring all these dudes in here because these are my buddies with the Jets. Like, that's what he did as a GM. Guys that make you feel comfortable. You see it with coaches all the time. So that's why I don't really do the quarterbacks get much of a say thing. But I do find the backdrop so interesting and so fascinating right now that Daniels is going into this vital year 3, this absolutely critical 3rd season. And he's going to have to learn a new offense. And he basically asked for that continuity to keep his guy, and you said no. And if they're as tight as it's always been said that, that my perception is and what I've been told is actually the case behind the scenes with those two, that they're like, maybe closest confidants in the building in terms of like the hours they put in and when they're there and how they go about it. You saw their little walkthrough on Hard Knocks. I'm sure Jaden's going to be just fine. He's a big boy. He's not the first guy to have to learn a new offense. But I just wonder how frustrated he will be by this decision.
Yeah, especially with the timing of with the last 48 hours. I've already made unbeknownst to me, someone stuck a mic in my face, and I said, I like this guy. He's that dude. I really like working with him. I learned a lot. And then he's gone. It just
doesn't look good.
It doesn't look great.
Well, and the mom's tweet, man. I keep bringing this up because I really believe this was a significant thing. To go out of your way when the public story is coordinator versus GM and take a side of the coordinator shortly before he's dismissed was a choice. I mean, literally, you had the choice to send a tweet about Cliff, which you've never done before, I don't think.
Right.
And it wasn't, can't wait for JD5's year 3. Season 3 for Jaden loading. It was season 3 for Jaden and Cliff loading. It would have been weird, maybe, even if the report hadn't already dropped that he might be out. But you wouldn't have maybe thought much of it. Because it was one day after a report that they may not bring him back, it was clearly taken, as it should have been, very obviously as an endorsement and as a attempt to say they should bring Cliff Kingsbury back for year 3. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Imagine if the agent of Caleb Williams said that and then they fired Matt Eberflus or what. Like, that would be a story. And that's essentially what happened with Daniels and with his mom, Ms. Jackson, on social media.
It's again, it's not a regular, I don't know how to say it. It's like when we used the example yesterday, but both pretty much at the same time said it's not as if Sam Cosby's mom was like, I'm excited for next year for Sammy. This is different.
And Bobby Johnson.
Yeah.
What if she's like year 3 of Sam Cosby and Bobby Johnson?
And Bobby loading, I guess. Yeah, but this is the de facto agent, or at least part of the management team for the quarterback who's got outsized importance in the organization. So yeah, it is certainly not nothing. It's not a foot in the mouth thing. They're not involved in the decision-making process of who the OC is. But to basically go, I stand by this product. 40 seconds later, there's a recall on the product. It just doesn't look great, And again, it's not their fault. Talking about Daniels' camp there, he and his mom. But it just, I'd be a little bit miffed if that was the case, right? As to how it happened, just again, because of the timing.
All right, so let's hit the phones on this next. 800-636-1067. The question for you guys is, should Daniels have input on whether Kingsbury came back or not? He wanted him back. And should he have input on who the next OC is? I actually feel more likely to say yes to the second one than the first one. In other words, keeping Cliff or not, I'm less inclined to say he should have much to do with. But the relationship he's going to have with this next coordinator is so paramount. And this third year for him is so significant that I do think you want him on the same page with whoever this OC is going to be. So that he should be involved in the process in some capacity. He's not getting to pick the person,
right,
but I would want him involved in whoever's coming in here next. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on Grant and Danny. Thank you, John Carlson. Carly scored a goal last night, empty netter, end of the evening. Capitals got a big 2 points.
That was a sweet one.
Home at Capital One Arena. Yeah, that's not easy, man.
From far away, a little bit of an angle, a little bit of a curt.
Length of the ice. His teammates, you could tell, were pretty fired up for him. Not as excited as Justin Sordiff was, as he should have been, after his third goal for his first career hat trick. That was legit jubilation you don't really see from a pro athlete very much.
That was really cool.
Giddiness.
I mean, tap dancing, like this is a random memory, but there's a moment on Seinfeld when Elaine Bennis' character wasn't in like an episode or two, and she came in like after a few episodes, and they're all like so legitimately excited to see her that the cast reaction was genuine. She does kind of this tap dance thing with her arms in the air, this big jubilant face where she kind of surprised everybody. It looked like that. That's what it reminded me of.
Should Jaden Daniels have a say in what the Commanders do next at OC, and should he have had a say in if Cliff was retained or not? That is the question. I am saying yes to the second one, minimally. I want him to have conversations with, and I want maybe some interactions between the candidates and Daniels, not unlike pre-draft or something like that. To the Kingsbury one, no, I would have made that decision without him. I don't think with their relationship as strong as it was, like he could have given you an honest eval, and he just hasn't been around the block enough to see what else is out
Yeah,
there.
not his fault, by the way. I'm not holding that against him. I'm just saying I'm not weighing it as heavily as I would for Pat Mahomes or Brady in his prime, et cetera.
But if I'm sitting down with Dabo and I'm sitting down with Tommy Reese, I wouldn't mind zooming in Jaden Daniels for 10, 12 minutes and then afterwards saying, hey, what'd you think of that? What do you think of his plan for you? What do you think of the way they want to use you, the stuff they like from a quarterback run standpoint and the stuff that they don't? Let's go to Lewis in D.C. What's up, Lewis? How are you?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. Yeah, no, I don't think he should have any say in it. Players play, coaches coach. Obvious, Cliff was good last year. He wasn't great. And it seemed like to me, from watching what I saw, they learned him. They figured him out.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they pretty much got it. Was like, hey, we need something different. Think of it like this. An offensive coordinator can draw up a play. How many plays did the players have to do something extra to get it done? And that's what we saw last year. A lot of extra to make that play, make things happen.
For sure, but there was some pretty well schemed stuff too. I mean, there were some receivers running free and some wrinkles and cool things on offense where they'd come out on a scripted drive to open a game and they'd have 8 different personnel groupings and variations of nice broken down things after the game where we're looking at designs and how well he did this, and they didn't have the same look twice in the first 22 plays. I mean, he did a really, really good job. Daniels deserves a ton of credit. Everybody does for what happened in year one. But I do believe on a very short list, if there's like a podium with 3 guys, like Kingsbury gets his music played too. I mean, he was really significant in the NFC Championship game run a year ago. And it didn't work as well this year. And I think you're probably right. And it seems like Dan Quinn would agree that maybe they did get solved some this season. That has long been a thing for Kingsbury, the Cliff, like the idea of when they adjust, can you adjust back? Azeen in D.C., how are you? Aziz, you there? Let's go to...
Hey, sorry, I'm on mute. I was on mute.
Okay. You can't be on mute.
Hey.
That doesn't help.
It really is hard. It hurts the chance.
It makes it hard to hear you.
It's harder, yeah.
Hey, sorry about that, guys. I agree with you, Grant. Like, leave him involved in like what's going on. I just want them to be transparent with Jaden. That doesn't mean he needs to have a big voice in what's going on, but you should keep him in the know. Don't leave him in the dark. Like these reports circulating that he was blindsided by this. I mean, he's so important to us. Like, he needs to be on good terms with the coaches, the organization people, the owner. Like, just keep him in the know about what's going on and be transparent. But that doesn't mean he needs to, have a big voice. If they have a chance to get Kevin Stefanski and he wants to keep Cliff, then you got to do what you think is best.
So I don't hate that viewpoint. So you don't
like it.
Well, you don't have the foot in the mouth situation. Again, you can't always broadcast and let people know before it happens. Like, hey, we're going to let go of this guy, so don't say anything stupid, because that's not how anything works. But keeping him in the loop so you don't have, again, it sounds like I'm criticizing him. Not at all. Oh, he was asked a question. What do you think of Cliff Kingsbury? I like him. And then 24 hours later, the guy's let go. Just so you avoid those kind of awkward moments where you're putting him in a bad spot. I don't think that's crazy.
Well, the relationship with him is so important. We've seen it here with quarterbacks. I mean, you just Like everyone's got the ego you're trying to placate. Like I do think that there is a fine line though, because everyone gets worried about like, oh, let's not baby the guy or let's not go too far. You know, we don't need to be paying for the honeymoon, Dan Snyder. You know, all of that stuff. I agree. Like there's a line here. I don't think you're crossing it if you're just involving him in the process to try to set him up for the most success possible with the most important hire of the offseason and the biggest decision you're going to make. Everything about this offseason should be about getting Daniels back to playing like an MVP.
And then some,
we'll let you hear what Dan Orlovsky had to say about the significance of that OC hire looming for Washington. He went hard in the paint on ESPN. We'll do that next on Grant and Danny.